This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Provincial Emergency Management Department. Provincial Meteorological Bureau reminds you. Typhoon Pomegranate will directly hit our province on the night of the 23rd, and the maximum wind force may reach 15 to 18 levels. Ceylon City, Pearl River Delta will have heavy rain to heavy rain and local heavy rain. Please prepare for heavy rainfall and the urban and rural waterlogging, mountain torrents and mudslides, landslides and other disasters caused by it. September 23, 2032, 11:15 so far, Liangshuyu has received no less than 10 harassing text messages about typhoon warnings. From the Provincial Meteorological Bureau, the 3 Defense Office, the Emergency Management Department, and even an unknown software that has been registered. It seems that this once-in-30-year super typhoon is not hype. It is real. Otherwise, the school would not be so generous and give 5 days off in one go. I heard that most companies in Ceylon City are also on holiday. However, Liangshuyu glanced at the cloudless sky outside the classroom window. Such a blue sky does not look like a super typhoon is coming. Ding dong. Liangshuyu received a message from his mother Liangying. Son, there will be a typhoon tonight, and the water may be cut off. Go to the mall with your sister to buy some things for backup. Also, turn on the water tank and fill the water tank after returning home. Got it. Typhoon weather is very common in Ceylon City, so most of it is not surprising. It's just that this typhoon is relatively strong and unreliable. It is said that there is a risk of causing a tornado, and the province pays special attention to it. After stretching, Liangshuyu stood up to stretch his shins. Although the school said that they were on holiday, they could only go home after this self-study class. He felt that he had slept for a long time, but when he woke up, he found that the get-out of class was not over yet. Lu Xiaopeng, who was bored next to him, saw him and waved to him. Brother Liang, Brother Liang. Liangshuyu turned his head and said, What? Lu Xiaopeng covered his lips with one hand mysteriously and said, I have something important to tell you. Liangshuyu sat over. Lu Xiaopeng immediately came over and said, You know I was obsessed with survivalism last year. Yeah. Liangshuyu nodded. Of course he knew, because since Lu Xiaopeng became obsessed with survivalism, he carried a small waist bag called EDC every day, which contained a very sharp military knife. Once, he was detained as a dangerous person while riding the subway. If it weren't for his student ID and the testimony of several classmates who were traveling with him, he would definitely be detained. I met a Yin countryman in a survival forum abroad. He works in the Meteorological Bureau. Oh! And he's a senior official. Oh! He said that the weather this year has been particularly strange. After his team detected some strange phenomena and reported them, he was not approved to continue monitoring, but was transferred instead. Liangshuyu made a questioning expression. Isn't it because he offended someone? Definitely not. Brother Liang, you're my best friend, so I'm telling you this. I think you'd better make some preparations and stock up on some supplies and medicines in case of emergency. Stop. Liangshuyu frowned. Do you really want a disaster to happen, such as a tsunami or a war? Well, a little bit, so I can be useful. Okay, I understand. Liangshuyu closed his eyes and acted like an old man meditating. That's not what I meant. Lu Xiaopeng knew that Liangshuyu must have thought that he was just looking for trouble, but this time it's really a bit weird. Brother Liang, you have to make some preparations in advance. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The bell for the end of get out of class finally rang. The teaching building area burst into amazing cheers, and Liangshuyu was no exception. He almost left Lu Xiaopeng without thinking and turned over quickly. He picked up his school bag and rushed out of the classroom with the crowd. After all, Lu Xiaopeng was too small to catch up with him. When he put on his school bag and chased out, Liangshuyu had already run to the playground downstairs. Brother Liang, don't forget what I said. However, Liangshuyu didn't even look back, as if he didn't hear it. Lu Xiaopeng could only pout gloomily, thinking that the piles of various supplies at home were bought by him with all the New Year's money he had saved for nearly 3 years. If his father knew about it, he would definitely die without a burial place. The road ahead is worrying. Perhaps because all the schools and companies were on holiday, Liangshuyu was forced to push the bike after riding a few hundred meters out of the school. The crowded sidewalks were so crowded that shared bicycles were randomly squeezed in. The motor vehicles on the street were not much better. The traffic police could not control them. It was a mess. He and his sister Liang Wenjing had agreed to meet at the entrance of the mall. They were going to the mall to buy some food and water for the Typhoon. Because the honking on the street stimulated people's mood, Liang Shuyu's good mood because of the holiday was tortured to the point of being almost gone. He just wanted to finish shopping and go home to play games, so he was not in the mood to pay attention to the things around him. So he didn't notice the nervous people being evacuated from the subway entrance on the roadside, nor did he notice that a civil aircraft left a long white shadow in the sky, which then became larger and larger. The white shadow was like a giant sword, hanging over the entire city, even the entire inland, the entire Asia, and the entire world. 11:58. Why is it so slow? There are too many people on the road, Liang Shuyu said with disgust. There were too many people, too crowded, and he didn't like it very much. After parking the bicycle, he walked into the shopping mall with his sister Liang Wenjing. The two of them just passed through the gate, and suddenly a certain cable on the gate snapped. And sparks flashed. Isn't this mall too old? It should be repaired, someone exclaimed. Guanjing decided what to buy, and Liang Shuyu could just be a quiet tool. After buying a lot of things, Liang Wenjing asked again, "Do you want mineral water? The water supply may be cut off during typhoon days. Although the water tanks at home are enough for them to use, it is obviously tap water. No, it's hard to carry. Mom will come to pick us up. If there is a water or power outage, there will be no water to drink." Okay then. Liang Shuyu picked up a bottle of mineral water and put it in the car. Then he saw the milk next to it and remembered that he hadn't drunk it for a long time, so he took one too. Basically, everything was bought. There was nothing important, just daily necessities that were missing at home, some snacks, instant noodles and the like. There were a lot of people in the mall, and even more people queuing to pay. Especially the self-service checkout area was terrible. Liang Shuyu had to push the cart and queue up at the checkout counter. At this time, the background music of the mall was playing an old song called Dala Bangba. The voices of men and women were not appreciable under the poor quality audio interpretation of the mall. Especially the audio seemed to have some problems. Liang Shuyu had heard it emit a sharp sizzling sound several times. Now it was even more exaggerated. The lyrics were stuck at the line starting from the castle with everyone's hope. When it finally caught its breath, the lyrics had jumped to countless scars witnessed that he slowly upgraded level by level. Pop! Another spark, like a cable failure, startled the people queuing around and looked up frequently. Chapter 2. What happened? Is there a short circuit? Someone asked nearby. I don't know. I heard that the typhoon caused a power grid failure, and the subway stopped operating. Another person in the queue said. The subway stopped operating? When did it happen? Even Liang Shuyu hadn't heard about this. It seemed that there were still many people taking the subway when he passed by the subway entrance just now. Don't you know? A subway on line 5 suddenly stopped, and many people were injured. I heard the sound of 120 all the way here just now. Ah! The people around exclaimed. Obviously, they were stunned by the sudden news. Someone immediately took out their mobile phone to contact their friends to inquire about the authenticity of the matter. Liang Shuyu also took out his mobile phone to check the class group. Sure enough, someone in the class group was already discussing the news that the subway on line 5 suddenly stopped, but he didn't check his mobile phone and didn't know it. Looking through the circle of friends, someone actually took a picture of the crashed civil aviation plane, and someone exaggeratedly said that so many people died in it. Of course, these are all speculations, because Liang Shuyu has not received any news push at present. It's strange. Shouldn't this kind of current affairs news be updated very quickly? I didn't receive any news push. Someone next to him said. The network is so slow. Someone else said. It can't be fake. There's no news. Maybe it's not that exaggerated. The traffic is quite chaotic today. Maybe there was just a car accident. I've never seen a subway forced to stop. Obviously there are more rational people. Liang Shuyu relatively agreed with this person's words. News on the internet is too easy to spread. Before obtaining official information, it is better not to make random guesses. Let's go! Liang Shuyu pushed Liang Wenjing, who was listening intently, and the two of them moved forward one step. However, there were too many people in line, and they bought a lot of things, so it would take at least 20 minutes for them to get their turn. Didn't you see it when you came back? Liang Wenjing asked him. No, I was normal when I came back. That might be a rumor. Liang Wenjing nodded. Liang Shuyu had just come from the subway station and didn't see it. It was very likely that the information was exaggerated, so he didn't join these people's speculation. The background music of the mall stopped at some point, and the quiet background highlighted the exaggerated discussions of these people, especially the innocent questions of the children. Is it a real plane? Flying and flying. Suddenly, the cables on the ceiling above began to crackle densely. Golden sparks fell like fireworks. Ouch, what's going on? A woman screamed in fear, and the crowd moved away from the bottom of the violent sparks in a panic. Then suddenly there was another violent explosion, like a sharp weapon shooting in all directions, and in an instant, it was drowned out by the screams of the crowd. The panicked crowd and screams rushed towards Liang Shuyu, and Liang Shuyu hurriedly protected Liang Wenjing. At the same time, an unknown bloody thing flew over the ceiling and fell right in front of Liang Shuyu. The bloody mass seemed to be still moving. Ah! The screams that came one after another were even more terrifying than this bloody thing, stimulating everyone's eardrums. Even if it was a normal thing, it became extremely terrifying at this time. However, this thing was indeed abnormal. It was half a palm. Only 3 fingers were left. It looked like it was cruelly torn apart from the middle by something. Not only was there blood coming out of the crack, but there was also a trace of burnt black smoke, as if it was blown up like this. Ah! What? Liang Wenjing was horrified, but her eyes had been covered by Liang Shuyu, so she was lucky not to see the bloody scene. But from the panicked screams around her, she could also hear that something terrible must have happened in the mall. Out of trust, she did not resist the hand on her eyes at all, but closed her eyes tighter. In contrast, those people around her who had long been scared and hid far away, Liang Shuyu was not only not scared, but also stood 1 meter away from the broken hand, carefully looking at the hand, as if he was judging what had blown it up like this. What's wrong? Liang Wenjing asked again. The darkness, no response, and the panic sounds around her made her feel scared. Fortunately, the hand on her face gave her enough courage. A broken hand, Liang Shuyu said maliciously. He was in a bad mood, but Liang Wenjing's cowardly look made him feel bad. Liang Shuyu, are you crazy? Don't scare me. Liang Wenjing certainly didn't believe it. How could a broken hand appear out of nowhere in a shopping mall? It's not a horror movie. It must be something falling on the ground, making a loud noise. Liang Shuyu was just scaring her. Why should I scare you? Maybe the microwave exploded and blew 3 fingers of the staff member here. Liang Shuyu had already judged the general cause of the accident from the screams in the distance. What? Hearing such a calm answer, Liang Wenjing's question was already lost, and the word what was almost inaudible. She was really frightened. The microwave blew off someone's hand. She had vaguely heard of such news, but this was the first time she had personally experienced it. After all, she had a rich imagination. As long as her brain moved a little, she could imagine the scene that made her body numb in great detail. Liang Shuyu still couldn't bear it. He put away his little naughty thoughts. Okay. Don't think too much. Let's pay the bill and go home. Liang Shuyu covered her eyes and asked her to turn around, pushing the shopping cart closer to the cashier. Because the severed hand was too close to hear, someone had just escaped, and now there was no one in front of Liang Shuyu. The cashier was a young girl, and she had obviously never seen such a horrible and bloody scene. Although this was just a trivial accident compared to the more bloody scenes described in the movie, she was also frightened and her face turned pale, and her expression was terrified. I've collected the money. Liang Shuyu threw the mineral water and milk on the cashier first. Seeing that the little girl hadn't reacted yet and was staring at a certain direction in a daze, he had to knock on the cashier to remind her. Sorry. The cashier came back to her senses with moist eyes, apologized to Liang Shuyu, and began to scan the code in a panic. She was so flustered that she missed the code several times, and it was all thanks to Liang Shuyu's help. The little girl was at a loss, saying thank you, and whispered to herself that the boy in front of her was not very old, but he didn't look scared at all, and even had a very light smile on his face. Meaningly, the place where the half hand fell just now was so close to him. Liang Shuyu, who was concentrating on scanning the code, felt someone pulling the corner of his clothes. Liang Wenjing looked frightened. Should we buy more things? I always feel a little strange. Liang Shuyu smiled. My eldest lady, who wrote horror stories to scare me when I was a child. Are you scared? Liang Wenjing was 7 years older than him. When he was just beginning to understand, Liang Wenjing was already old enough to write essays. At that time, she was obsessed with the supernatural, so she wrote various supernatural horror short stories and forced him to appreciate. Liang Wenjing timidly pulled the corner of his clothes again. The pitiful look of the little girl really softened Liang Shuyu's heart. His sister was good at acting like a spoiled child, but she was no less fierce when it came to beating her own brother. No! Liang Shuyu refused without hesitation. Chapter 3. Liang Wenjing pulled again. Liang Shuyu slapped her hand away. However, seeing her fake crying look, Liang Shuyu had no choice but to throw the mineral water and milk back into the shopping cart and push the cart out of the checkout area. Liang Wenjing followed in small steps, burying her eyes behind Liang Shuyu's shoulder and not daring to look around. In fact, the hand on the ground had been picked up by the mall staff, and the cleaning lady was cleaning the blood on the ground, but Liang Shuyu still covered her eyes and pulled her inside. The reason why Liang Wenjing asked to buy more things was because she was worried that the subway emergency stop and the plane crash were real, and such a terrible thing suddenly happened in the mall, so she wanted to be prepared. For Liang Shuyu, no matter how much he bought, it was all food. What Liang Wenjing didn't like to eat was his, what Liang Wenjing couldn't finish was his, and what Liang Wenjing was tired of eating was also his. He was a glutton, what could he have any opinion on? So they took a lot of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, chocolate and so on. 1325. When Liang Shuyu was about to go to the cashier again, the phone in his pocket kept shaking. He opened it, and saw that it was a private message from Lu Xiaopeng. Brother Liang, something happened, it really happened, I will never lie to you. The subway line 5 was forced to stop, the train derailed, many people died, and now people are discussing it everywhere outside. Deep Blue Airlines flight ZH9469 crashed, and the casualties are currently unknown. There is another thing I haven't told you before. I took the amateur radio exam last year, and met some amateur radio enthusiasts. They told me that all amateur radio frequency bands have been banned since February this year. Although the official gave a reasonable reason, judging from what happened today, these trivial things added together are definitely not normal. If you believe me, at least stock up on useful supplies. Food, stomach medicine, cold medicine, antibiotics, especially vitamins, and water. What is amateur radio? This sentence was said by Liang Shuyu. He had heard of radio, and he could roughly understand the meaning of the word amateur, but could it mean radio station? But Lu Xiaopeng might not have looked at his phone, and Liang Shuyu had not replied to the message he sent. Can Lu Xiaopeng's words be trusted? Ever since he became obsessed with survivalism, he has been mysterious every day, and looked like he was particularly looking forward to the disaster. To be honest, Liang Shuyu was very pessimistic, and even felt a little bit like looking for something to do. All his pocket money was used to buy various survival supplies, resulting in Lu Xiaopeng being a freeloader for a long time. Liang Shuyu thought about it. Forget it. Just like Lu Xiaopeng said, there are so many foods and drinks, even if they are not used after buying, they can always be eaten in the end, so they will not be wasted. It doesn't matter if he buys some, and keeps them at home. Besides, the atmosphere today did make him feel a little weird. Liang Shuyu then took Liang Wenjing and bought some more durable food, such as canned food, compressed biscuits, and bagged bread. 2 shopping carts, spending more than 800 yuan. Are we buying too much? Liang Wenjing suddenly shrank her neck, and said this while waiting for the elevator. Liang Shuyu laughed so hard, are you scared again now? Liang Wenjing curled her lips. The elevator arrived. Liang Shuyu pushed 2 carts in, occupying most of the space in an instant. A family of 3, who were waiting for the elevator together, also squeezed in, and stood outside the shopping carts. The elevator seemed to become a little insensitive, and the advertising lights in the compartment flashed a few times when the elevator door closed. Liang Shuyu suddenly thought of the microwave explosion in the mall, and the crackling sound of the cables, which still echoed in his mind. The power grid failed. The subway stopped. He shouldn't have taken the elevator. But it was too late to get out now. From the center of the mall to the underground parking lot, it was just the difference between the first floor and the negative first floor. This small and shallow floor was not enough for him to make other plans. It took no more than 10 seconds to get from the first floor to the negative first floor. If the time for opening and closing the door was added, it would never exceed 1 minute. But Liang Shuyu began to frown. He was not nervous, but he was definitely worried. If the elevator broke down, although it was impossible for the sudden descent and then the body to be smashed to pieces, after all, the deepest here was the negative second floor, but he would definitely be trapped in the elevator for at least an hour. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. The elevator arrived at the negative first floor very smoothly. The power failure he imagined was not found, and even the advertising lights in the car never flickered again, as if what he saw just now was just an illusion. Pushing the shopping cart through the gray passage and arriving at the underground parking lot, Liang Wenjing did not see Liang Ying's car. "Hello, Mom." Liang Wenjing called Liang Ying, but she didn't know whether the signal in the basement was not good or what. The other party spoke intermittently. "Here." Fortunately, she saw Liang Ying's car turning around, so she waved over there. Soon Liang Ying's car stopped in front of the two of them, and the three of them quickly put the things in the shopping cart into the car. Liang Ying had short curly hair and wore a pair of silver-framed glasses. Because she had just got off work, she was still wearing a black suit uniform. She looks like a capable lawyer, but she is actually just the boss of a small studio. She dresses like this for work. Why did you buy so many things? Liang Wenjing stuck out her tongue. I bought too much by mistake. Okay, there are still many cars behind. Let's go. Liang Ying asked the two siblings to get in the car, but Liang Shuyu's bicycle was still on it, so she didn't go back with them. The mother and daughter drove away quickly. There are only two ways to get back to the mall from the -1 floor, either take the elevator or take the fire escape. After what happened just now, Liang Shuyu certainly couldn't be stupid enough to take the elevator again. Even if he knew that there would be no possibility of serious injury even if a malfunction occurred, he was unwilling to take such a risk. However, the facts prove that his worries were by no means unnecessary. Because when Liang Shuyu just came up from the fire escape, he heard the security guard say on the intercom that the elevator was broken and someone was trapped. Yes, the elevator really broke down. But fortunately, it was just an emergency stop caused by a power failure. The elevator is equipped with an emergency brake safety device, and it will not fall down easily as depicted in the movie. Most of the scenes in the movie are to create greater tension, but they are not in line with reality. But such an unexpected situation did cast a shadow on Liang Shuyu. Now he just wants to know whether it is true that the subway suspension caused a large number of casualties. Is the Deep Blue Airlines crash a rumor? He must confirm it in person. Outside, pedestrians are still crowded, traffic is still chaotic, the whistles of traffic police, 120 alarms, the horns of motor vehicles and the insults and noises of the crowd are mixed together, like a pot of rotten porridge. Looking up again, the empty sky is divided into two halves by a white shadow that is about to disappear. Half is a cloudless blue sky, and the other half is a bright red sunset in full swing. The red sky in the distance cast a bloody shadow over half of the city, while the clear blue reflected people's panicked faces, as if a man-made force had forcibly separated people from the city. It gave people a very strange and detached feeling. When Liang Shuyu pushed the cart to the subway entrance, he got what he wanted to confirm from the evacuees at the intersection without much effort. Line 5 was indeed forced to stop due to power failure. But the casualties were not serious. Just because of the sudden forced stop, a pregnant woman fell out of her seat and caused heavy bleeding. There were also some other falls, but no serious casualties among passengers for the time being. Liang Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Rumors confuse people's minds. He thought too much. Calm down and think carefully. Even if there is a major accident on Line 5, what does it mean? At most, it will become tomorrow's news headlines, and the people of the country and the news hot searches will mourn once, and then what? It will soon be covered by new entertainment hot searches. In addition to making people feel a little bit of the impermanence of life, what can it change? The world will still operate as usual. Chapter 4. Go home quickly. There will be a big typhoon and heavy rain tonight. Don't stay outside. The staff at the subway entrance urged him. Is the subway outage due to a nearby power grid failure? Liang Shuyu asked. Yes, it may be caused by the typhoon. Knowing what he wanted, Liang Shuyu didn't ask any more questions and rode his bike towards home. The streets were still very chaotic, but Liang Shuyu's heart was no longer in chaos. The suspension of Line 5 was due to a power grid failure, so the unexpected conditions in the mall just now, including elevator failure, cable sparks and microwave explosions, should all be caused by the same reason. The entire area may be out of power for a period of time in the next period of time. This is not a big deal. Power outages during typhoon weather are very normal. As for the Deep Blue Airlines incident, Liang Shuyu was checking his phone all the way home and searching Weibo again and again. He only found pictures of airplanes dragging long white tails. It seemed to be a bit low, but it was also possible that someone deliberately used the focal length, because he had seen a big V refuting the rumor. Although it is not an official response, the current lack of response is the best response, indicating that it is just a deliberate hype by someone with ulterior motives. This kind of current affairs news, especially such a big news, usually updates very quickly. He still prefers to believe the official release, and will judge everything after the news comes out tomorrow. I went to the subway station to confirm that Line 5 was indeed suspended, but there were no major casualties. Only a pregnant woman fell. Liang Shuyu's home is a little remote, equivalent to a development zone, and sometimes people call it a semi-suburban area. All the buildings on the street where his family lives are self-built and have small property rights. There is a river next to it, and there are some small fields. The soil is not very good, and no one grows anything. Walk along Nammen West Street for 300 to 500 meters, and there is a very inconspicuous fork at the end. Going down is his street, called 27 Lanes. There are 2 7-story rental houses at the entrance of the alley, which are generally rented to young people who come from other places to work. The housing prices here are of course much cheaper than in the city center, so most of these 2 buildings are rented out, and most of them are beautiful women working in nearby KTVs, bars, and other places. Walk another 200 meters in, on the right-hand side is a small pond, and then there is the small 2-story beautiful house of the village chief, and the pond is also his. Next is Liang Shuyu's house, a small 3-story house. It didn't have much money at the beginning, so it was not built beautifully, and there was no garden. On the first floor is Weiwei convenience store, which was opened by Wei Youqi's family, Liang Shuyu's desk mate and childhood friend. 1428. Is Wei Youqi not back yet? Wei Youqi's mother, Aunt Xiaoping, was playing with her phone at the door of the store. When she didn't see Wei Youqi, Liang Shuyu asked after parking his bike. Aunt Xiaoping didn't even raise her head, focusing on the short video on her phone. He went to buy goods with his father. No wonder that guy ran away long ago, otherwise they would have gone home together before. Liang Shuyu didn't chat anymore, opened the big iron door next to the convenience store, and walked to the 3rd floor of his home. The 2nd floor was also rented out, to a family of 3, but Liang Shuyu didn't interact with them much. Liang Ying and the others had already sorted out the things they bought, and the things that didn't need to be put in the refrigerator were piled up like a small mountain on the kitchen counter. After experiencing the ups and downs along the way, Liang Shuyu still looked at the stacked cans, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, etc. with a slightly embarrassed expression. It was indeed a bit exaggerated. Liang Ying also had a headache looking at so many things. What on earth do you think? This? How to explain it? At this time, the phone vibrated again, and Liang Shuyu picked it up as if he had been pardoned. How could only a pregnant woman be injured when more than a dozen ambulances drove past? High energy warning. Flash photo. See for yourself, someone sent it to me. The staff either didn't know the situation at all, or they said so deliberately because they were afraid of causing panic among the masses. By the way, did you save food and medicine? A series of texts bombarded him at the same time, like information delay. Liang Shuyu quickly browsed through them, and clicked on the flash photo without hesitation. 5 seconds later, an extremely bloody picture appeared in front of him. Blood, internal organs, limbs, separated radicals. Liang Shuyu carefully examined the photo. Although the scene was bloody enough, it was nothing to him. He finally found the subway station sign he wanted in the photo, which was difficult to forge. In other words, this photo was real, not a fake photo deliberately found on the internet to create rumors. Liang Shuyu was too familiar with the subway stations in this area, so he confirmed that this photo was real at the first glance. But what if it is real? As Liang Shuyu thought just now, even if there was a major traffic accident at the subway station, it would only be a news headline tomorrow, and it would be covered by new entertainment news in less than a week, and it would be completely forgotten by the internet in less than a month. So what? Do people care about these people who died in accidents? It seems to be true. The staff member may not know. Liang Shuyu recalled the expression of the staff member at the subway entrance just now. Although the other party was very dedicated to evacuating the crowd, he still caught a trace of impatient stalemate. If the other party really knew that there was a major accident in the subway, it would not be this expression. Yes, the subway had an accident. The plane too. I think it's going to be a big accident. Why don't you go and stock up more things? I bought some canned food and compressed biscuits to store. Liang Shuyu replied. Compressed biscuits are good. What about medicine? I have some at home. No. Lu Xiaoping seemed a little excited. Do you know why amateur radio is banned? Maybe they don't want people around the world to exchange information through it. And the subway failure has not yet been reported in the news. I suspect someone is deliberately suppressing it. Anyway, there are many strange things about this matter. Brother Liang, just listen to me. I feel creepy when I look at the traffic outside the window now. I have a feeling that something big will happen next. Your premonition may not pass. I remember that during an exam, Lu Xiaoping said that he had a feeling that he would do well in the exam this time, but the result was 30 places lower than the last time. I'm serious, Brother Liang. There are survivalists in our circle who have analyzed that after the blackout in Europe last year, their economy has regressed for more than 30 years. If it weren't for our good policies this year, the whole of Asia might have been involved in the financial crisis. You know those bastards in Europe. Maybe they will start a war to divert conflicts. When that happens, our coastal cities will be the first to suffer. And you know the Zika prophecy, 6 of his 9 predictions have come true, and the next one is this year. Many people will die. Liang Xiu had indeed heard of Zika, who was very popular online. He claimed to have traveled from the future world, to be precise, from 2085. He first appeared in 2018 and posted a post titled "I am from hell" on Forum A. On the first floor, he said that he came from hell. In 2085, he came here not to save the humans of the past, nor because the humans of the future invented a time machine, but because he had a certain mutation. His spirit could overlap time to a certain extent and talk to people in the past. Then he also gave the first prophecy, which was in 2020. The content was, this year, a weapon was naturally created, killing many people indiscriminately. Hell started from this new era, and I will slowly reveal your future life to you next. After posting this post, he never appeared again, because there were too many prophecy posts claiming to be from the future, not to mention this kind of middle school, and no beginning or end. This post naturally did not attract much attention. Everyone knows what happened later. His second appearance was in 2022. Chapter 5. This time he left 8 prophecies, 9 in total including the one in 2018. The remaining 8 prophecies are about earthquakes, natural disasters, and various major current events. The content and time of each prophecy are very vague. It is absolutely difficult to guess before the event happens, but after the event happens, it gives people a feeling of sudden enlightenment. His 6th prediction is, this year is the real beginning of hell. Many people will be frozen to death in a short period of time, but this is nothing, because this is just the beginning. His 7th prediction is, this year you will step into the real hell, look forward to it, it's no big deal. The weak will be eliminated first, and the strong will survive, but those who survive should not be too proud. His 8th prediction is, this year, especially women will have a bad life. Of course, the bad I mean is different from what you think. His 9th prediction is, I was born this year. Compared with you, I am ugly. But it doesn't matter, I survived. His 9 predictions do not point to the exact time or specific things. Just looking at his predictions from the perspective of what has not happened yet is completely confusing. In 2031, Europe suffered a large-scale power outage due to a solar storm. It was a spring. People without heating froze to death and starved to death within a month. The number of deaths recorded was more than 100. Most people think that the 6th prediction refers to the European power outage. But Liang Xiu thinks this is nonsense. But the word freezing to death doesn't even include a time limit, so he said that his prediction was successful. Isn't that ridiculous? Besides, Zika's original post has long been deleted, and there are multiple versions of the 9 prophecies circulating on the internet. Who knows if someone has deliberately modified them and hiked them up every year? Is such a thing without a beginning or an end worth reading and trusting like the Bible? He didn't say the specific time in his prophecy, so it's not trustworthy. Liang Xiu replied to Lu Xiaopeng. Damn, there's another car accident down there. I know, but the time of his prophecies is uncertain. Sometimes the intervals are very close, and sometimes very far. This time, a level 18 typhoon suddenly came. There must be something wrong. Even if it's not a war, it might be a natural disaster. Super tornado or something. Is this just a personal guess? Go to bed. Liang Xiu suddenly felt that he actually believed Lu Xiaopeng and stocked up on compressed biscuits. He was simply the number 1 idiot. I'm going to Liangge, please. I really have a strong premonition. Please, I'm not just guessing. I admit that I'm a bit frivolous sometimes, but I'm serious this time. Something is really going to happen. I have a strong premonition this time. And I haven't succeeded in climbing over the firewall today, which is also very strange. Please just trust me once, okay? You don't have to buy anything else, just buy some medicine. What if something happens? Lao Liang. Trust me once. I know you must think I'm unreasonable and crazy, but if I didn't think you were my best brother, I would spend so much energy to explain to you. I beg you, just buy some cold medicine and antibiotics and keep them at home. If it turns out that it is really useless, I will help you with the duty for a month. Is that okay? Liang Xiu, who was lying on the sofa, had nothing to say. 2 months. 2 months is 2 months, and take some cash. Liang Xiu was really forced to go out. Although Liang Xiu is only 17 years old this year, he is a very precocious and rational person because of his single-parent family. Although he also has a young and naive side, such as being frightened by a subway accident in the mall and buying a lot of things. But he quickly calmed down and analyzed that even if there was a subway accident, there was actually no need to stock up on supplies. It is good for people to be cautious, but being too startled makes people look stupid. Lu Xiaopeng's worries are not completely unnecessary, but Liang Xiu thinks they are a bit exaggerated. He can make some necessary preparations in advance, but there is no need to be like a fool and run to the mall or pharmacy to stock up. Doing so makes him feel like a brainwashed idiot. But the cash withdrawal was a good reminder for him. In the era of electronic cash, if the area will be without power for a while, it is necessary to have some cash on hand. At least it can avoid the dilemma of becoming a poor person when the mobile phone is turned off. So he went to Liangning to get a bank card. Liangning said, "It's good to withdraw some cash. In addition, your Aunt Li has something to do and has to take a leave of absence for half a month. You can go and bring back the spare key for me on the way." "Okay, I'm going out, sister. Do you want to go with me?" "No, I'm typing." "Fill up the power bank. There will be a power outage at night." "Oh, I almost forgot." After leaving home, he went to the bank ATM to withdraw money. There were many people withdrawing money, so he had to wait in line for a long time before he could withdraw money. The daily maximum limit on the ATM was only 20,000 yuan, and Liang Xiu withdrew 20,000 yuan. After withdrawing the money, he went to the nearest large pharmacy to buy medicine. The streets were still very chaotic because of the holiday in Deep Blue City. The sky was gradually getting dark. The white shadow that just split the sky in two had disappeared, and there was no trace of the sunset, leaving only a plain dark blue sky. Everything seemed normal, except that the traffic was a little chaotic. 1549. There were not many people in the pharmacy. Since Liang Xiu came, he would not really buy only cold medicine and antibiotics as Lu Xiaopeng said. He is like this, a little hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Although he felt that Lu Xiaopeng was making trouble without reason, the other party had said that, and he was not short of money, so it was good to make his friend happy. Cold medicine, stomach medicine, antibiotics, vitamins, take them as you like. Liang Xiu said while sending a message to Lu Xiaopeng. "Brother Liang, you really trust me the most. These are indeed medicines that need to be kept on hand, but they are still not enough. I take a picture of my list and you see." "Okay, you're still being ungrateful after getting a bargain?" "Well, the network is a bit slow, wait a minute." The pharmacy had recommended a bunch of medicines according to Liang Xiu's request, and put them on the glass cabinet. Looking at the prices on the medicine boxes, Liang Xiu felt that he might bleed today. "By health, how much is this per bottle?" "Take 3 bottles of this and get 1 free." Liang Xiu smiled, "No need. Do you have Lixing?" "Take a box of Lixing vitamin C." Chapter 6. The pharmacy aunt's expression flickered a few times, and then she reluctantly took out the Lixing brand vitamins from a corner. "This is not a joke. By health vitamins cost nearly 100 yuan a bottle, and Lixing vitamins cost a few yuan a box. He has helped Liang Wenjing buy vitamins so many times, so he still has some common sense. The network is too slow. Let me tell you directly, you still need to buy some cotton swabs, masks, iodine, and bandages. These are not expensive, so you can't save money. In addition to amoxicillin, there are also ### antibiotics." Liang Xiu sent a question mark. What does it mean? Why did it become garbled halfway through? Get some more iodine, cotton swabs, masks, bandages, get a few more types of antibiotics. The pharmacy aunt glanced at Liang Xiu, who was tapping on the phone screen strangely. What's going on? Is it the end of the world? Everyone is stockpiling medicine. Liang Xiu suddenly raised his head. 1 or 2. Are many people hoarding medicine? Not many, anyway. I've only met a few people like you. Liang Xiu smiled. Are the drugstore's refund methods so advanced now? The pharmacy auntie obviously didn't react to what Liang Xiu was saying. At this time, Lu Xiaopeng sent a message. Okay, that's all, you can buy whatever you want. But except for the message that turned into garbled text in the middle, Liang Xiu didn't receive any other messages at all. Is your cell phone signal bad, or is there something wrong with my cell phone? Huh? I didn't receive the message. Your previous message was garbled text. After talking to Lu Xiaopeng, Liang Xiu looked up and said to the pharmacy auntie, What are those people buying? Give me one of each. The pharmacy aunt's eyes lit up. Okay. Liang Xiu suddenly felt like he was being ripped off again. Could it be a new sales pitch? 1,308 yuan is fine, just give me an integer. Thank you. Liang Xiu smiled bitterly, and paid the bill with his own pocket money. Welcome to visit next time. the pharmacy, and didn't forget to stab him in the knee. The 2 large lumps of medicine in his hand suddenly became heavier, and he would have to go to Liang Ying's studio to find Antley to get the spare key later. It's conceivable what strange look the other party would show when she saw the 2 lumps of medicine in his hand. I've almost used up all my money to make you happy. How can you repay me? But Lu Xiaopeng hasn't replied to him yet. And the 5G network suddenly became so slow that it was actually spinning. Could a power grid failure also cause a 5G base station? Maybe. Liang Shuyu was thinking about walking slowly downstairs to Liang Ying's studio, but he started to have a headache again as soon as he arrived at Xiaofeng building. His mother's office was on the 7th floor, and now there was a problem with the power grid in this remote area, so he didn't want to take the elevator anyway. Did he have to carry these 2 big bags up the stairs to the 7th floor? 1704. On the 7th floor, Liang Shuyu's back was already sweating. This floor was rented by several studios. Walking out of the fire escape was the Bisheng Huayuan next door. The staff who were packing up and preparing to go off work saw Liang Shuyu sweating profusely. Xiao Liang is here to play again. Does this look like he's here to play? Liang Shuyu casually greeted them, and after walking out of Bisheng Huayuan, he put the 2 bags of medicine outside the door of Liang Ying's studio, pushed open the glass door, and most of the lights inside were turned off, and it was gray. Only Aunt Li's computer screen was still on. Xiao Liang is here. Wait a minute, and I give you the key. After getting the key, Aunt Li sat back in her original position. Auntie has some things to deal with before she can leave. You should go back quickly. It's going to rain heavily later. Okay. After taking the key, Liang Shuyu left the office without much rest. But when he walked out, he found that a rolling door blocked his way, but the fire escape was locked inside the rolling door. Dong dong dong. Hello? Is anyone there? There was no one inside. Liang Shuyu looked back, and the digital light on the elevator just indicated that he had arrived at the 1st floor. Perhaps when he went in just now, these people just closed the rolling door and took the elevator down. How could the fire escape be placed inside the rolling door? This does not comply with fire regulations at all. Is he only able to take the elevator? What a psycho. Liang Shuyu couldn't help but swear in his heart. If he had known that he would have to take the elevator sooner or later, why did he climb the stairs so hard? Damn it. Liang Shuyu pressed the elevator button with a headache. This was the only way. Those people just now were able to go down smoothly, and he had taken this elevator many times, and it had never broken down. He shouldn't be that unlucky. With a ding-dong sound, the elevator arrived at the 7th floor smoothly. Liang Shuyu walked in and looked at the elevator buttons. This building has a total of 10 floors including the basement, and judging from the degree of wear and tear on the elevator buttons, this elevator is much younger than the one in the mall. And this is a sightseeing elevator. Passengers can see the scenery on the street outside. If there is a malfunction, people on the street outside can also see inside. After analyzing all this, Liang Shuyu pressed the button for the 1st floor. The elevator door closed slowly. Although it was a bit of an exaggeration, Liang Shuyu didn't think there was anything wrong with being alert. It was always right to be careful. After all, he didn't want to be trapped in the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor, and a young woman with 2 children came in. So far, everything has been going well. The elevator closed slowly again. Baby, don't press it randomly. The child wanted to fiddle with the buttons on the elevator mischievously, but fortunately the woman stopped him in time. The elevator stopped again. Baby, don't be naughty, the elevator door is about to open. She had just stopped the child who wanted to press the elevator button, and another child leaned on the door and pried the gap of the elevator door. When she pulled both children back, the elevator still didn't open. Liang Shuyu looked at the digital light above his eyes curiously, but saw that it still showed the 5th floor. So where is it parked now? Liang Shuyu quickly looked outside. Judging from the building outside the glass, they should be parked between the 4th and 5th floors. Is he so unlucky? Whatever you fear will come true. Although he was shocked, he was not panicked. Elevators have safety devices. Unless the safety devices are damaged, the elevator will only stay here. Liang Shuyu walked forward calmly and pressed the emergency button in the car. After a while, a man's voice came from the other side. Liang Shuyu told the other party about the situation here. Yes, the elevator stopped suddenly. In addition to me, there is a mother and 2 children in the car. The elevator stopped between the 4th and 5th floors. Okay, don't worry, stay calm. The electrician just left. I go and call someone back. The person over there might not be the staff on duty normally, and he seemed more panicked than Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu also heard the sound of a stool being knocked over in the microphone. But now, He just needs to wait for rescue in the elevator. Chapter 7. Mom, why is the elevator not moving? The mother was calm, but her eyebrows were tense. Don't be afraid, baby. The police will come to pick us up soon. Look at the cars outside. Aren't there a lot of them? Wow, there are really a lot of cars. The two children are innocent and cute. Liang Shuyu took out his mobile phone and prepared to call Liang Ying to explain the situation, so that she wouldn't worry. But he found that there was no signal on his mobile phone. Misfortunes never come alone. There is not even a 2G signal. Liang Shuyu touched his eyebrows speechlessly, put the 2 bags of medicine on the ground, and sat down cross-legged. Wait, don't think about going out for an hour. He really is unlucky today. Maybe not, after all, his elevator hasn't fallen down yet. About half an hour later, a voice came from the emergency button. Keep calm, don't be afraid. Everyone is off work today, so I just contacted someone and am on my way. If you feel uncomfortable, you can contact me. The young woman said, How do you do things? Shouldn't someone be on duty at this time? The man said, Madam, am I not on duty? It's just that I'm new here, and I'm not familiar with this area. And the situation today is too special. The electrician on duty had a problem at home and asked for leave temporarily. But don't worry, I contacted another electrician to come over and will be able to rescue you soon. The two children began to get scared, and the young woman's mood became bad. But in the end, she didn't say anything else, and sat down and waited slowly like Liang Shuyu. The sky outside darkened quickly, and it began to drizzle. The dim street lights were shining in the rain, and the traffic police were directing traffic under the lights in the rain. There were fewer pedestrians on the street, and the wind was getting stronger. Even if you couldn't hear the sound outside, you could tell the strength of the wind from the swaying trees and the umbrellas that were blown wildly. The typhoon was coming. 1827. The wind and rain came so hastily that passers-by didn't have a chance to prepare. It was completely dark, and the police directing traffic had to hold on to the road signs to ensure that they were not blown away. The whistling and rotating garbage bags of various colors were like ghosts in the underworld floating around. A large piece of iron sheet that flew from nowhere suddenly hit the top of the sightseeing elevator. Liang Shuyu's head, about the 6th floor. But it was just a piece of iron sheet, and it couldn't beat the special domestic glass. The large iron sheet hit the outside of the sightseeing elevator twice, and fell down, as if it had lost its support. Although the elevator was fine, it scared the two children to scream. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The young woman comforted them, but it was useless. The child's cry was like a death warrant, and the woman became extremely irritable. She clenched her fist and hit the emergency button twice, shouting, Where are you? Why don't you come down? How long are you going to trap us? But her question was like a stone falling into the abyss. It went silent after a gulp and got no response. The young woman began to panic. She turned her head and looked at Liang Shuyu for 2 seconds. Do you have a signal on your cell phone? She asked. Liang Shuyu took it out and looked at it. Still no. The woman was a little overwhelmed and began to press the bell frantically. Help, is there anyone? There are 2 children here. Come quickly. But there was still no response. The 2 children sensed their mother's panic and began to cry even more heartbreakingly. Liang Shuyu had a splitting headache. Shut up. The air in here is limited. Save your energy. The woman was yelled at, a little scared, holding the child and stepped back half a step, almost crying. I saw on TV that they can get out from the top of the elevator. Should we try it? Liang Shuyu closed his eyes and ignored her. Going out from the top of the elevator? That was a TV show. He was not crazy yet. I don't know how long it took, but I felt the dazzling light with my closed eyes. Could it be that the electrician came? Liang Shuyu opened his eyes and heard the woman's surprised voice at the same time. What is that? Why is the sky so bright? The sky? Not the light of a flashlight? Liang Shuyu turned his head to look outside the sightseeing elevator. In the dark rainy night, the sky was filled with strange and changing green light that was extremely visually shocking. These sci-fi colors were as beautiful as movie scenes, with green, purple, and red alternating and changing, dyeing the earth and houses into a gloomy green. The young woman's face looked extremely pale under the psychedelic colors. Her eyes were dazed, and her body seemed to be rushed by an electric current. She was shocked by this extremely gorgeous and mysterious light, and her soul trembled. The 2 children's clear pupils reflected their magnificent and macroscopic figures. Under its illumination, the city seemed to be hijacked by aliens. The fantasy and sci-fi light became a kind of mysterious barrier that separated the city from the whole world, like a dome that appeared out of thin air, covering the city. Liang Shuyu looked at them, and suddenly the news he saw last year emerged in his mind. A beautiful dome with changing red and green colors appeared in the sky, as if it was dyed with ribbons. Strong auroral currents can interrupt or even destroy modern power grids and accelerate the corrosion of oil and gas pipelines. In 2031, a large-scale power outage in Europe directly led to the paralysis of the northern power grid, abnormal spacecraft, and abnormal high-frequency radio wave communications and global positioning system (GS) satellite navigation signals. Directly destroyed transportation, communications, banks, financial systems, and services. According to incomplete statistics, the economic losses caused by the large-scale power outage in Europe have reached hundreds of billions of US dollars. This large-scale supermagnetic storm damaged thousands of transformers and caused damage to the power network, electronic equipment, and other electronic hardware caused irreparable damage. Mobile phones were almost scrap metal at the time. This disaster directly caused the deaths of 3,500 innocent people, most of whom died of starvation and freezing. Aurora. How could there be an aurora here? Last year, during the European blackout, the aurora was only observed on a mountain 3,000 meters above sea level. How could a coastal city like Deep Blue City see an aurora? The high-energy charged particle flow erupted by the solar storm can cause a magnetic storm, which can damage or even destroy all power equipment. Could it be that the power grid failure in Deep Blue City this time was caused by the solar storm, not the typhoon? Liang Shuyu took out his mobile phone. The screen of the mobile phone could still be turned on, but the signal on it had completely shone across. How could this happen? How can the aurora appear here? The solar storm will definitely cause power grid failure. Will the entire Deep Blue City be without electricity for a long time? Last year, there was a major power outage in Europe. The European authorities were busy for more than a month to repair the power grid. The economic losses caused by it are difficult to recover in 30 years. So what about this time? How long will it take to recover? How much economic losses will it cause? Under the shroud of the gorgeous aurora, many drivers stuck on the road opened their car doors and went outside to appreciate the grand scene that this oriental country may not see for billions of years. But what Liang Shuyu noticed was that one car after another turned off and could not be started again. Chapter 8. Because modern cars, except for some diesel cars, need electricity to ignite. Repairing this elevator will probably also require electricity. Liang Shuyu slowly raised his head and looked at the elevator. The most common cause of death in the European power outage last year was freezing to death. Europe is far from the equator, and the weather is cold. The spring without heating is simply the most fatal blow to them. But in that month, in addition to freezing to death, there were also many poor people who starved to death. Of course, this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is those who were trapped in elevators, offices, and various places. Due to the chaotic situation outside, they did not receive timely rescue. More than a month later, when the power was restored and people opened the closed restricted area, they found that the bodies of the trapped people were stinking. Will he be trapped here too? No, calm down, calm down, calm down. His mother knew that he came to the office. If he didn't go back for a long time, his mother would definitely come to find him. There are also electricians outside who know that 4 people are trapped here and have contacted to come to rescue. It is only a matter of time before they are rescued. It is impossible for them to be trapped here for a month or half a month. In the worst-case scenario, if no one came to rescue him, he could still pry open the ceiling of the elevator and escape. Those people trapped in elevators in Europe were unable to escape because the elevators were special. Moreover, he was riding a sightseeing elevator. As long as someone outside saw them trapped here, there would be rescue. Yes, his situation is not that bad. Don't worry too much, he will definitely find a way out, and will not be trapped here forever. Liang Shuyu took a few deep breaths and checked his analysis again. First of all, his mother would definitely come out to find him, there is no doubt about that. So he didn't have to worry too much. After thinking about this, the tension and fear caused by the aurora at the beginning had completely dissipated. His vision was clear again, and Liang Shuyu looked at the elevator again. It was still firmly between the 4th and 5th floors. There was an obvious air outlet on the ceiling. It was not difficult to escape from there. At least, it was not difficult for him. Now the woman and the 2 children didn't understand what was happening. The 2 children were even shouting excitedly. The innocent words sounded so simple, and the ignorant young woman was actually very happy to appreciate the changing fantasy colors. Liang Shuyu was not in the mood to appreciate those deadly lights. He was thinking about how to leave the elevator more safely. After a brief look, he found that the fastest and safest way should be to directly open the elevator door. The reason why he first considered the ceiling was because he was too nervous at the time, and was influenced by the woman's words. This elevator door should not be difficult to open. Liang Shuyu stepped forward and tried it. With a little effort, the elevator door was opened a little. It was not difficult. This way was feasible. Liang Shuyu was trying his best to open the door. Two children were happily watching the aurora. One of them saw Liang Shuyu opening the door, pouted and pointed at Liang Shuyu and complained, "Look, Mom, he is being naughty." The young woman was taking pictures with her mobile phone. When she saw Liang Shuyu's action, she frowned and said, "Isn't this too dangerous? What if the elevator falls down?" Liang Shuyu ignored her. The woman began to get a little scared again. Although the scenery in the sky was very beautiful, she knew that such a strange phenomenon was indeed a little creepy. However, she had a preconceived idea that it was a weather phenomenon caused by the typhoon, so she didn't care much. But Liang Shuyu's behavior made her very concerned. "Why don't we wait for the electrician? This is too dangerous. I saw in the news that pulling the elevator door can easily lead to elevator accidents." "Mom, I'm scared." The two children hugged the woman's thighs, with fear in their eyes. "Woo-woo, Mom, I'm scared." Don't be afraid, look, the sky is so beautiful." The two children started crying, and the woman couldn't comfort them, and soon they burst into tears. As soon as the children cried, the situation in the elevator became very tragic. It was hot and lacking in oxygen in here, and the children cried heartbreakingly, and no matter how they were comforted, they didn't work. Liang Shuyu was annoyed and turned around and yelled at the child, "Don't make noise, shut up." Maybe his expression was fierce enough, and the child was finally scared and didn't dare to cry. "I'm fine." Finally escaped from the elevator, sweating profusely, Liang Shuyu shivered all over when the cold wind outside blew. Liang Ying hugged him with a pale face. Liang Shuyu patted Liang Ying's shoulder with his backhand. "It's okay, there's a typhoon. Let's go home quickly." "Yeah." Liang Ying had to hold back her tears. She waited for a long time at home, but Liang Shuyu didn't come back. Suddenly, there were strange lights in the sky. She heard the neighbors downstairs talking about it, and found out that it was the aurora, which was caused by strong electromagnetic currents. The power suddenly went out at home, and she thought of the blackout in Europe last year. She was always calm and self-proclaimed a strong woman, but she was so scared that she almost cried. Then she thought that she had to take the elevator to go to the studio. Could it be that Liang Shuyu was trapped in the elevator? So she hurried out of the house, but it was already very windy outside, and she was worried about Liang Wenjing following her. Fortunately, Liang Ying looked at Liang Shuyu, who was intact. His neat short hair and silver glasses had a sense of fragility. Liang Shuyu held her hand and gave her courage. "It's okay. Fortunately, it's okay. Oh, you should go back soon. It will rain more heavily later. I don't know what's wrong with this day. It's so beautiful. This should be a rare phenomenon in the world that is rarely seen in 100 years. The electrician who saved them said. Liang Ying said, "This is the aurora." "Ah?" The electrician was obviously surprised. This is the aurora? Maybe he doesn't recognize the green and red light, but when it comes to the aurora, he will think of the large-scale power outage in Europe last year due to the solar storm. This is almost known to everyone. The woman who escaped also realized belatedly that this was actually the aurora. Doesn't that mean that the city will be without power for 1 or 2 months, like the power outage in Europe last year? Her face turned pale instantly. "This is so beautiful. So this is the aurora. I have to go home quickly. Why am I still on duty?" The electrician said, as he quickly packed up his tools and left. Liang Shuyu and Liang Ying didn't pay any more attention to the woman. Liang Ying brought a raincoat over and put it on Liang Shuyu, and then they rushed home against the wind. The entire area had lost power due to the sudden arrival of the aurora, and there were loud crackling noises and flames on the poles far and near. But fortunately, it was raining heavily, and the poles or transformers where the flames came out were quickly extinguished. Although there were no lights on the road, it was covered with a layer of green and red light under the illumination of the aurora, just like daylight. "Passing by a store, let's buy some more things to take back," Liang Shuyu said. Chapter 9. Liang Ying naturally couldn't object. The two entered a nearby store, which was not very big, but had everything. Considering that mineral water was too heavy, it was better to buy it at Wei Youqi's house. But Wei Youqi's house was mainly a convenience store, and most of the goods were daily necessities, with food accounting for only a small part, so food could be bought outside. And he was also worried that last year, The European solar storm caused a power outage for 1.5 months. During such a long period of time, Wei Youqi's family must have needed food and supplies, so it would be better to buy them outside. He and Liang Ying quickly filled 4 large shopping baskets. If he was not worried about not being able to take them away, he would have wanted to buy more. The cash register in the store could not be turned on, so they had to use a calculator to check out. However, the goods in the store were not labeled with prices. The prices were all on the shelves. The cashier could not remember the prices, so Liang Shuyu had to go to the shelves one by one to find the prices. They bought a lot of things, and they delayed other people's time, which caused some dissatisfaction. Why buy so many things? It's not the end of the world. A tall and thin man who only bought a bottle of Coke and a pack of cigarettes had been waiting for a long time behind Liang Shuyu and the others. He couldn't help but complain. That's right. It's so tense. People who don't know would think something is going on. A young woman. It's a solar storm. The power will be out for a long time. Let's buy something. Another man who also bought a lot of things said. Damn, can't we pay first? How long will this take? The tall and thin man said. So what about the solar storm? Did those people who starved to death last year not buy anything? It's because they can't afford to buy anything. What kind of society is this now? Why do some people believe everything they hear and stock up things at every turn, which results in people who really need things not being able to buy them? Society is being ruined by these people. The man became more and more angry as he spoke, first to the air, and then directly to Liang Shuyu's direction. During the solar storm last year, if it weren't for those speculators who deliberately hoarded goods and drove up prices, would so many poor people have starved to death? And during the influenza pandemic, when many people hoarded masks to make a fortune in a national crisis, why didn't they think about the fact that they were also born by their parents, and wouldn't they go to hell after they died? He became more and more excited and his words became more and more unpleasant. At first, some people agreed with him, but later his words were really unpleasant and no one paid attention to him. Idiot! The man concluded. Liang Shuyu felt that the word idiot sounded familiar. Yes, he was an idiot. So what if he was an idiot? Is it more important than life? The aurora in the sky was so dazzling that the night seemed like day. 21:23. As soon as I entered lane 27, I heard someone gloating and saying, "It's vacation. This solar storm came too timely. Can we not go to work for a month?" Oh my game! There was a lot of discussion along the way. When we arrived at Weiwei convenience store, oh what should I do? There are still so many popsicles in the refrigerator. It was Aunt Xiaoping's voice. Liang Shuyu and the others put their things in the corridor. Because of the strong wind and rain, the shutter door of Wei Youqi's house had been lowered, leaving only a small door that could accommodate one person. Aunt Xiaoping heard the movement outside and quickly stuck her head out. Xiaoyu is back? As expected, seeing Liang Shuyu and Liang Ying, Aunt Xiaoping smiled. I told you it would be fine, seeing how worried you were. Liang Ying returned a borrowed raincoat to her. I was stuck in the elevator. Luckily I'm fine. Oh! Aunt Xiaoping was startled, and Fatty Wei and Wei Youqi inside also came over after hearing the noise. Wei Youqi even rushed out and hugged Liang Shuyu. Old Liang, you're not scared silly, are you? Liang Shuyu rolled his eyes at him, and with that tone, was he waiting for him to be scared silly? Wei Youqi laughed loudly, hanging on him. Although Liang Shuyu was stuck in the elevator for a while, he was not scared. Not long after he decided to open the elevator door, the electrician arrived. The electrician had arrived early, but the door to the fire escape on the 4th floor was locked, and they went to contact people to open the door, which delayed them. Every floor of Xiaofeng building was rented out. Although the locks of the fire escape were kept by the property management, the keys were kept by a special person. Besides, the people on the 4th floor had gone off work, so they had to get the consent of the owner of the 4th floor to open the fire escape. In short, there were some problems with the emergency contact of the elevator at that time, and the electrician outside was very anxious. Fortunately, it was okay. Auntie, help me get 2 boxes of mineral water, Liang Shuyu said. Aunt Xiaoping responded and happily asked Fatty Wei to move 2 boxes of mineral water out. Fatty Wei helped them move the things upstairs. Aunt Xiaoping also saw that they actually bought so many things, so she muttered, "Why buy so many things?" Liang Shuyu thought about it. Everyone knew about the solar storm, but Aunt Xiaoping's family had no sense of crisis, so he still needed to remind them. This solar storm will cause a power outage for at least 1 or 2 months. Auntie, do you have enough supplies at home? Do you want to prepare more? Auntie Xiaoping waved her hand. We run a convenience store. You worry too much. That's true, but if possible, Maybe you can save some things and not sell them, and keep them for backup. Xiaoyu, you don't understand. It's at times like this that we can make money. If I close the door and don't sell anything, what will we eat? This really made it difficult for Liang Shuyu to refute, so Liang Shuyu had to look at Wei Youqi. As Liang Shuyu's childhood sweetheart and deskmate, Wei Youqi certainly knew what Liang Shuyu was worried about. He pulled his mother's arm very tactfully. The solar storm will probably cause traffic paralysis, right? We won't be able to get any goods then. Mom, I think what Lao Liang said makes some sense. The market for getting goods isn't far away. Wei Youqi had nothing to say. Their place for getting goods was in the wholesale market, less than 3 kilometers behind this alley. It didn't seem too far, did it? It seems so. We can ride our bicycles there to get goods. Wei Youqi thought for a while and said. Liang Shuyu also realized that the wholesale market was so close. It seemed that he might have been too worried about Wei Youqi's family. Then I go up first. Liang Shuyu said goodbye. Wei Youqi pushed him, go quickly. Then, they wanted to slip away together, but Aunt Xiaoping noticed and yelled back. Wei Youqi gave Liang Shuyu a bitter smile, and went back helplessly. Fatty Wei went downstairs after helping them move their things. Liang Wenjing was a heartless person, and she actually laughed when she saw Liang Shuyu's wet appearance. Drink the powder first, and take a hot bath quickly, the water will be cut off soon. Liang Ying glared at Liang Wenjing, and said gently to Liang Shuyu. Liang Wenjing was not afraid of Liang Ying's glare, and she made a face at Liang Shuyu when Liang Ying turned her head. Liang Shuyu was not in the mood to joke, but seeing Liang Wenjing was so ungrateful, he had to be mean. The power outage lasted for 2 months, and your job is going to fail again? Your full attendance is also gone, tisk, so miserable. Liang Wenjing, Liang Shuyu, you will die if you don't tell me. It's not easy for her to survive on full attendance. After taking a bath, Liang Shuyu found 2 gas cans at the door. He didn't pay attention when he came back before because he was not focused. It should be his mother who called him when he went out to buy medicine. This is great. 2 gas cans should be enough for their family for a month. There is still a large can of gas in use at home, which can be used for 2 months if they save a little. At least they don't have to worry about making fire and cooking. Those who live in high-rise buildings are miserable. They use natural gas provided by the central government. They don't know whether the natural gas will be cut off after the power outage. If the natural gas is cut off, those people will have trouble cooking. Fortunately, natural gas is not available in their semi-suburban area. So every household here uses canned gas. I didn't expect that something would really happen. Lu Xupon's worries became a reality. It's a pity that there is no signal on the phone now, otherwise he really wants to ask Lu Xiaopeng for the list of supplies. Chapter 10. 2253. It was almost 11 o'clock. After dinner, the sky outside was still bright, and the aurora became more dreamy. Liang Shuyu couldn't help but appreciate it carefully. It would be a pity not to appreciate such a beautiful visual feast. Last year, there was a blackout in Europe. I heard that the aurora was only observed on a mountain with a very high altitude. This year's solar storm can actually see such a grand aurora feast in coastal cities. It's really weird. But he is not a professional, and he doesn't seem to have the impression that the aurora must only appear at high altitudes. So for now, he can only stare blankly. At present, it has been confirmed that it is a solar storm, and Liang Shuyu is not too worried. After all, there was a precedent in Europe last year, and the power outage was also very large. The European authorities reacted too slowly at the time, but it only took 1.5 months to restore most of the power. Since the solar storm in Europe last year, countries all over the world have begun to pay close attention to this issue. As far as he knows, all major cities have conducted power outage rehearsals of varying sizes this year. At this time, he has enough confidence in his country. In recent years, the activity of the sun has become more and more frequent. Even people like him who never pay attention to related fields know a little bit, let alone more professional talent in this field. So he believes that after the European power outage, his country will definitely be able to solve this problem faster. Maybe the country has even been prepared. So he conservatively estimated that the economic losses caused by the power outage of this solar storm will not exceed the power outage in Europe last year, and the time is unlikely to exceed 1.5 months. It is very likely that most of the electricity will be restored within a month. But to be on the safe side, he still estimated it to be 2 months. His family had enough gas for 2 months, not to mention medicines, and food plus the ones they just bought, which was more than enough for 2 months. It was unknown how many days the typhoon would blow, but he should be able to stay at home for a long time. In this way, Liang Shuyu finally put his mind at ease. Old Liang. Wei Youqi's voice. The sky was too bright, and Liang Shuyu's mobile phone was broken and could not be turned on. Liang Wenjing's phone could still be turned on, but it was not Liang Shuyu's after all, so he had no idea what time it was now. Anyway, it was probably early in the morning. Liang Shuyu opened the door, and Wei Youqi, wearing pajamas, slipped into Liang Shuyu's bedroom. He posed in a coquettish posture and laid down in the place where Liang Shuyu had just slept. I can't sleep. Liang Shuyu glanced at him condescendingly, expressionless. Don't be coquettish in my bed. You boring dog man. Wei Youqi said angrily. Liang Shuyu rolled his eyes in his heart. Why did he become good friends with Wei Youqi in the first place? This guy is so coquettish in private, which is totally incompatible with his style. Wei Youqi was wrapped in his quilt and sighed. What? Liang Shuyu snatched back his innocent little quilt with disdain. No mobile phone, no computer, no network, no games. Wei Youqi's face was full of complaints. I thought it was great to have a holiday, but now I find that it is simply torture. Moreover, judging from the situation this time, this torturous life is likely to continue for a long time. Although Liang Shuyu thought so in his heart, he made a nonchalant expression on his face. It's just right. Adjust the work and rest schedule. How long do you think the power outage will last? Wei Youqi said. About a month. Wei Youqi was heartbroken. That long? Oh my god. What are you afraid of? I go to the internet cafe after the typhoon stops. There is nothing that can't be solved by one generator. If there is, then two will do. Will it be full? That is if the computers can still work. The electronics and financial industries have suffered heavy losses. Youqi, come and help. Suddenly, Fatty Wei downstairs shouted. The wind was howling. The heavy rain was like a waterfall. In just a few hours, the street downstairs became a river. People standing on it could feel the obvious impact. No, the wind is too strong. The speaker was Aunt Xiaoping. Even though she was standing inside the roller shutter, her voice was blown into pieces by the strong wind. At this time, Fatty Wei, Wei Youqi and Liang Shuyu were all tied with a half-thick rope. The reason they did this was because a man was taking advantage of the strong wind to go home on this road, and suddenly a piece of rotten wood hit him and knocked him down. Although the man was not small, he was still blown off the road by the strong wind. He was lucky to grab a telephone pole in the field behind him. He called for help on the telephone pole for nearly 20 minutes before attracting the attention of Fatty Wei. The wind outside was too strong. If possible, Fatty Wei was unwilling to take such a big risk with two children. But now the phone can't be used at all. 120 and 110 are all decorations. Just grab the rope, hold it tightly. Fatty Wei was white and fat, and he always gave Liang Shuyu the impression of being a warm-hearted and generous person. But sometimes they are too enthusiastic. For example, now. The wind is so strong and the rain is so heavy that it makes no difference whether you are wearing a raincoat or not. The typhoon is so fierce, and the city is emitting a cold green light under the reflection of the aurora. Although many people are enjoying this rare spectacle with joy at the window, in Liang Shuyu's eyes, the city seems to have become a morgue. The buildings are graves, high and low, emitting a gloomy light. There are countless fresh corpses in each grave. This weird idea has existed since Liang Shuyu began to appreciate the aurora. So he was not happy when Fatty Wei suddenly asked him to tie a rope to help save people. He just didn't want Fatty Wei, who always liked him, to think he was cold-blooded, so he reluctantly agreed. Fatty Wei had bypassed the main entrance of the convenience store and moved along the wall to the back of the convenience store with difficulty. The wind and rain roared on their faces, and they couldn't open their eyes at all. Fatty Wei had two ropes tied to his body, one to Liang Shuyu and the other to Wei Youqi. When they arrived behind the convenience store, they could clearly see the man in white clothes holding the electric pole tightly in the storm. The two tied one end of the rope to the window's security iron bars behind the convenience store, and the rope connected their waists and also to Fatty Wei. In this way, Fatty Wei tried to leave the wall and take the first step into the wind and rain. However, he was immediately knocked down by the strong wind after taking 2 or 3 steps, and fell awkwardly in the deserted field. The typhoon blew his raincoat upright, and his round body became a protective umbrella in this situation. Although it was a bit reluctant, he finally found his way back on his knees. Hold the rope firmly. Fatty Wei shouted, his voice fragmented. It's steady. Wei Youqi seemed a little excited. After all, saving people is a heroic act, and it might even be on the news. He even thought of the words. It's just a piece of cake. He will definitely say this calmly when the time comes. Fatty Wei learned his lesson and stopped standing up. He crawled in the dirty and weedy wasteland, approaching the man step by step. The man looked over here with gratitude and reminded them to be careful. Chapter 11. The sky seemed to be dyed with ribbons, or the god of death was waving a streamer with fantastic colors to observe this gloomy city. The gorgeous light shone on the land, and the rain became colorful. No one could ignore the visual shock brought by these gorgeous auroras, and no one could ignore the fierceness of the typhoon. The rainstorm hit the ground with a crackling sound. The rain became heavier, and Liang Shuyu pulled the rope in his hand tighter. The process of rescuing people was a little difficult, but nothing special happened. Fatty Wei successfully approached the person on the pole, untied the rope tied to Liang Shuyu from his waist, and tied it to this person. Thank you, thank you. This person's eyes were filled with tears. He was so grateful that he came to save him in such a strong wind and rain. Fatty Wei was okay. He was always casual. It's so windy. Be careful when you go out, brother. There's no way. The car can't be started. I walked back in the rain. The car was still on the road. It was fine when he passed the building area, but there were almost no high-rise buildings near the semi-suburban area, and the wind became extremely strong, especially this wasteland was facing an unobstructed wind outlet, and a few hundred meters below was a sewage river. If he hadn't held on to the electric pole, he would have been blown into the sewage river. The man was terrified when he thought about that possibility. It's not tied tightly, the rope is slippery, tie another knot. Fatty Wei reminded him. The man freed his hands to tie the knot. It didn't matter if Fatty Wei held onto the electric pole to support him, but suddenly a hard object was blown from behind him by the wind, hitting him on the back, causing him to slip. The fierce typhoon blew him and Fatty Wei out of the field. Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi, who were connected to the rope, were pulled out of the edge of the wall and fell to the ground. Fortunately, one end of the rope was tied with an anti-theft net, so except for the pain of their waists, they were fine. Liang Shuyu had been prepared for such things, so he reacted quickly. He quickly knelt on the ground and searched for the figures of Fatty Wei and the man. The night under the aurora was as bright as day. He could clearly see Fatty Wei holding the soil with one hand and trying to stabilize his body from being blown away by the wind. The other person rolled farther than Fatty Wei because he was hit by the wind head-on and fell under the field. Except for the stretched rope, he could not see anyone else. Wei Youqi also saw the scene. He hurriedly crawled over to pull Liang Shuyu's rope, but was slapped away by Liang Shuyu. What are you doing? Wei Youqi shouted. Pull your dad first. That man has fallen. His dad was digging in the dirt, he was safe. Liang Shuyu didn't say anything, the wind was too strong, he couldn't speak clearly. He half knelt and pulled Wei Youqi's rope hard. Wei Youqi had to work with him to pull his dad back first. He could see that Liang Shuyu's rope was still straight, and he realized belatedly that the ridge under the field should be a safe place. At least it couldn't be blown by the wind. When the three of them were safe, they started to pull the man together. Maybe the ridge was a bit high, and under the bombardment of the strong wind, the man became extremely heavy. Such a long rope and such a strong wind, under the principle of leverage, it was as heavy as a truck. Finally, they managed to pull the man up from the ridge of the field. They found that he had tied the rope around his arm with his bare hands. It turned out that the rope had been loosened long ago. If he hadn't held it tightly, it would have been blown away by the wind. Wei Youqi and Fatty Wei's eyes revealed danger. The three of them almost tried their best, but the wind was almost hostile to them. The man was blown up by the wind. A violent wind blew over, and there was only a sharp bang. Liang Shuyu suddenly flew out like a kite with a broken string. If Fatty Wei and Wei Youqi hadn't held him, he would have ended up like the man. When Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi came to their senses, there was no one at the other end of the rope. Then, they saw the man's figure on the electric pole 200 meters away, or to be more precise, the body. He was entangled in the electric wire, like a strange piece of white cloth drifting in the wind. Everything happened too fast. I don't know what time it was. And Xiaoping brought the prepared hot water to Liang Shuyu, who only took a sip. The silence in the room was so frightening that Liang Shuyu put down the cup and patted Wei Youqi on the shoulder. Wei Youqi looked up at him with red eyes. We tried our best, Liang Shuyu said. Wei Youqi knew that he was just upset. Fatty Wei's face was not very good either, especially since the man was not saved but was entangled on the electric pole by the wind and exposed on the street. It is more painful to fail to save someone than to fail to save someone. Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying came downstairs. Liang Ying had seen the whole process upstairs. She was worried that this would have a psychological impact on Liang Shuyu, so she hurried over to hug him. Too many things happened today, and she was worried. Liang Shuyu patted her with his backhand, indicating that he was fine. Back home, Liang Wenjing wiped the scratches on Liang Shuyu's body with iodine. Liang Shuyu was staring at the stagnant dial in a daze. It seems that we have to live a life without time. Liang Wenjing broke the silence and said, I'm thinking about whether I should make a handmade calendar, otherwise I will forget the date. Liang Shuyu came back to his senses, threw the watch down, and smiled. Aren't you afraid? There's a person hanging outside the window. Liang Shuyu. Liang Wenjing's hand was 3 times heavier. Don't scare me. Her spirit that she had finally held up was completely destroyed by Liang Shuyu's words, and tears were already in her drooping eyes. It's really scary. You don't know how worried your mother was about you just now. If you get into trouble, how can we 2 women live? After all, there is only such a man in their family. Liang Shuyu thought to himself that he didn't want to do such a thing. It's just forcing someone to do something. But if it happens again? No, how can this happen a second time? Does he think his life is too short? At that time, the wind directly broke the iron rod that tied his rope to, and he was thrown out. If it weren't for Fatty Wei and Wei Yochi holding him, he would be the second person to be hung on the electric pole. His life is so precious. How can he risk it for someone who has nothing to do with him? Did you hear that? Liang Wenjing blamed. Yeah. So perfunctory. Liang Wenjing was so angry that she threw down the cotton swab and gave up, and Liang Shuyu was helpless. The rest of the scratches had to be dealt with by himself, but there were no eyes on the back, so he just let the places that couldn't be wiped go. Liang Wenjing was scared at night, and slept with Liang Ying. Liang Shuyu couldn't sleep and ran to the living room to smoke. Outside the French window of the living room, one could clearly see the corpse swaying in the wind and rain, illuminated by the aurora, covered with a layer of faint green light, as if looking unwillingly in the direction of Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu sensed a trace of cruelty wandering in this city. Or it could be said to be the cruelty of nature. It took a life without hesitation, but it was unaware and did not have to take responsibility. Chapter 12. Scare me. Waking up in the middle of the night, Liang Wenjing suddenly saw Liang Shuyu sitting on the sofa looking at the scenery. What are you doing? Looking at the scenery. Go somewhere else to look at the scenery. Isn't there a dead person outside? Are there any other suitable places to look at the scenery in our house? Except for the large French window in the living room. It seems that there is not. Liang Wenjing muttered, Then she discovered another thing. You are smoking again. No way. The cigarette was thrown away by him a long time ago. September 27, 2032, heavy rain. The 5th day of power outage. It rained heavily for several days in a row. The aurora disappeared at noon on the 2nd day of the power outage. As soon as it disappeared, it felt like the sun was also robbed by it. There was no light for many days to come. The gloomy and heavy rain compressed the city between the dark sky and earth, like a huge cemetery. But most people are in a good mood, and there is no panic caused by the continuous heavy rain and power outages. The blackout in Europe last year is a consensus, and almost everyone knows about it. With this precedent, people have a concept of solar storms in their minds. They are only afraid of unknown things, and they are not surprised by known things. Of course, even if there is no internet, no electronic games, no TV dramas and variety shows in a power outage society, at least there is no need to go to work, no need to squeeze into the subway or bus, and no need to be scolded by the boss. If the work unit is better, maybe there will be salary subsidies after this power outage. It is equivalent to paid vacation. Even if the work unit is average, the state will also introduce relevant measures. At least the social security fee will be halved for several months. So most people are in a good mood, and those who are in a bad mood are all at the bottom of society, working from day to eat. In this city with a permanent population of 13 million, there are many people above the middle class, and even more people below the poverty line. Liang Shuyu is not that kind of person after all, so he can't understand the hardship of the poor. He just knows that the blackout in Europe last year killed the most people who were poor. Some people on the internet have jokingly called this a cleansing of social garbage. The weak will be eliminated first, and the strong can survive, but those who survive should not be too proud. This is what Zika, a future man who claims to be from 2085, said. So, after this solar storm, Zika will be popular again, right? But there is one thing that Liang Shuyu is a little concerned about. If Zika's 6th prophecy is about the solar storm in Europe, then its content is, this year is the real beginning of hell. Many people will be frozen to death in a short period of time, but this is nothing, because this is just the beginning. However, the 7th prophecy is, this year you will step into the real hell. Look forward to it, it's no big deal. The weak will be eliminated first, and the strong will survive, but those who survive should not be too proud. If the seventh prophecy does refer to the solar storm in Asia this time, but from the content analysis, this is real hell, does it mean that the affected area this time is larger than the last time? Zika's prophecy post is called I Come From Hell. Does it mean that this year is the beginning of the real hell? Liang Shuyu slapped his forehead. Zika is just a speculative hype. Although he wants to believe that Zika is really a future person, his reason tells him that this is impossible. He should believe in science, believe in society, and believe in real things that can be seen and touched, rather than making random guesses based on some internet rumors, whose sources are not even clear. He can make some mental preparations for Zika's predictions, but he cannot worship them like a middle school patient. If conditions permit, he can appropriately prepare more survival supplies, but he should reserve his opinion on such future predictions. So far, most stores outside can buy things, but there is no electricity. The larger the supermarket, the more chaotic the prices, and the prices are almost based on feelings. Almost all large shopping malls are open. In this case, even those without generators and damaged cash register computers are required to operate. From this point of view, there will be no crazy rush for supplies in the city in the short term. In the first 2 days, because people had no cash in their hands, they flocked to the bank. However, the bank could not operate normally due to equipment damage, so armed forces were sent to guard the bank. During those 2 days, roars and noises could often be heard from that direction. Later, a certain bank began to issue cash under great pressure. Although each ID card was limited to 1,000 cash, it only lasted for less than half a day. Before the power outage, no one seemed to have thought about how to live without paper money. Perhaps it can only be blamed on the fact that the electronic cash era is too convenient, depriving people of the ability to prepare for a rainy day. Without electricity, even banking institutions have become waste, let alone people. Regarding cash, the situation is not so optimistic. Many people have no money, which is the biggest problem. Liang Shuyu doesn't know how the bank handles it, but the power outage is still short, so there shouldn't be any starvation. But one day, in the middle of the night, he heard a loud scream, as if someone jumped off the building. There are many rumors among the neighbors, but Liang Shuyu believes one of them the most. That person is in the financial industry. 2. How do you still have 2? Liang Wenjing was shocked when she saw the only pair of 3 left in her hand. Pass. Liang Shuyu shook the cards in his hand, and smiled at Liang Wenjing. 3 with 1, I win. Wei Youqi smashed the cards in his hand, and together with Liang Shuyu, he snatched the only 2 pieces of bread next to Liang Wenjing. Liang Wenjing lost everything. I don't want to play anymore. Did you 2 exchange cards in private? Why do I lose every time? Am I that kind of person? Liang Shuyu raised his eyebrows. You are? Liang Wenjing was furious. She had lost all her snacks. So miserable. It's time for dinner, the 3 of you. Liang Ying knocked on the door. Liang Shuyu and his friends won the Grand Slam and didn't want to play anymore. They opened the door and ran out. It was raining, and the room was very humid. Although it was only September, they had already put on sweaters. The rain kept falling, almost without stopping. Liang Shuyu's small 3-story house also had a rooftop. Although there was a drainage hole on the balcony, the water on the rooftop would never flow away unless a hole as big as a pot was made. So the water flowed down the crack of the door, and the stairwell became a water curtain cave. Wei Youqi would definitely get wet if he went back, so he stayed to eat together. A tea candle was lit on the dining table in the living room, and scented tea was being brewed. It was Liang Wenjing's equipment. With this barely enough light, the 4 of them had a lunch. Because the power had been out for several days, and the typhoon was extremely severe outside, they did not go out at all, so there was naturally no food at home. Dry rice, hot milk, boiled soybeans, and canned black bean fish, barely enough for a meal. Chapter 13. I feel like I'm turning into a soybean after eating soybeans every day. Liang Wenjing was very depressed. Why don't we go out and buy some vegetables tomorrow? We don't have any fresh vegetables at home. Wei Youqi suggested. Liang Shuyu thought about it, and felt that it was a good idea. Although there were a lot of food at home, it was all bread and instant noodles. His mouth was dry from eating these days. That's good. There are abandoned cars all over the road. Road traffic is almost collapsed. I guess the logistics and trade system is almost collapsed. The longer the time, the less we can buy. Maybe we should buy more. Liang Shuyu actually just analyzed Wei Youqi's suggestion and came to this conclusion, but after he said this, he thought of a more profound problem. Assuming that the power outage will last for 2 months, of course he believes that the country will solve the power supply problem within a month. Although they have not received any information from the outside world, he firmly believes that many relevant professionals are working hard, and it may even cost their lives. If the logistics system collapses, does it mean that the city will not be able to obtain trade resources from the outside world? Liang Wenjing's mobile phone turned off on the 3rd day of the power outage. It was not because of a lack of power, but because of a malfunction. But before the malfunction, her mobile phone still had no signal. In other words, the satellite system also collapsed. Liang Shuyu had not thought deeply about this issue before, because he had always compared it with the situation of the European power outage. He always felt that with the European incident first, the country must have been prepared and could do better than the European power outage last year. In addition, there were enough supplies stored at home, so he was not worried at all. But now I suddenly think of satellites. Were satellites damaged during the power outage in Europe last year? Liang Shuyu doesn't remember. It seems that no news specifically mentioned the problem of satellites. Think carefully, the mobile phone has no signal at all. Is it a problem with the base station or the satellite? Assuming it is a problem with the satellite, does it mean that the affected area is particularly large this time? Does it also mean that planes can't get in? Can planes transport supplies in without satellite signals? Liang Shuyu has no idea about this aspect. But he has an impression that satellite signals were damaged during the Wenchuan earthquake, but planes were still able to fly blindly into the disaster area to rescue people, so satellites should have an impact on aircraft shipping, but the country still has ways to solve it. Another question, how big is the affected area this time? Although Liang Shuyu and his friends have not gone out these days, they still have exchanges with neighbors, and there is no definite news about how big the affected area is through word of mouth. Liang Shuyu is still comparing it with the power outage in Europe last year, but assuming that the affected area this time is much larger than that in Europe, then even if the country responds quickly and the disaster relief is good, it will definitely delay more time. He had previously analyzed that the power outage would not last more than 2 months, and there was enough food and medicine at home, and almost nothing happened during the power outage, so he relaxed his vigilance. But if the affected area is very large, can it be solved in 2 months? Such things are most afraid of what-ifs, and what-ifs. What if the area is so large that it is unimaginable? What if the power outage lasts for half a year, or even a year? What kind of concept is that? Liang Shuyu suddenly felt cold all over. He knew that his current speculation was nothing but unsubstantiated speculation, but he could not help but predict various possible consequences. His family's food could last for 2 months, but not half a year. Assuming that the power outage would last for half a year, with traffic paralyzed and no external support, the city's supplies would be looted within 2 months. One of the important reasons why my country was able to quickly return to normal during the influenza pandemic was that one side is in trouble, all sides support. In contrast, in Europe at that time, because all towns were in crisis, they speculated and robbed each other, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Assuming that the affected area is so large that it takes half a year to completely rescue, then the town next to Deep Blue City will also fall into disaster. Without external support, the city will fall into internal consumption. All this is Liang Shuyu's unilateral speculation, which is not true, but Liang Shuyu cannot rule out this possibility. He would rather believe in his ignorant judgment than calmly hand over the lives of himself and his family to unknown rescue. He would rather become a big fool and idiot in the eyes of others, who believe everything he hears, than take risks with the lives of himself and his family. We have to go out and buy some more things. Liang Shuyu's firm eyes burned Wei Youqi, and Wei Youqi didn't understand what happened in the 10 seconds of eating just now. How could he have known that his small suggestion would make Liang Shuyu think so far? After eating, Liang Shuyu counted all the supplies bought at home and calculated how long these things could last. In the end, he found that he was too naive. Want to rely on these things for 2 months? It's a pipe dream. It's a stretch to eat for a month, because Liang Shuyu always thought that in this case, he should store more instant noodles and bread, but after counting and calculating, he found that these things, especially bread, are not durable at all. Last time, he and Liang Wenjing bought a lot of bread in the mall, and later he and Liang Ying bought a lot in the street store, but bread looks so big and takes up a lot of space, but it's not durable at all. During the 4 or 5 days of power outage, they ate a small half of it as a snack. If eaten as a meal, one person can eat at least 3 small breads, but in fact, it is not full at all, and it must be eaten with rice to be full, otherwise the more hungry you are in this environment, the more you want to eat, which will create a vicious cycle. In addition, the biscuits, ham sausages, and canned food he bought can only be used as snacks. Canned food is not enough to fill you up. The portion is small, and the price is expensive, so it can only be eaten as a dish. The only useful thing he bought was compressed biscuits. There are 2 pieces in a compressed biscuit, which can generally guarantee 2 meals. But in fact, this only counts in special circumstances, that is, it can only be used in an environment where supplies are scarce. If you really take it as a staple food, most people will feel sick after eating it for 2 or 3 days. Although it is not bad. There is also instant noodles. Liang Shuyu really bought a lot of instant noodles, but found that half of them were gone after just a few days. A bag of instant noodles has 5 packets. Even if he bought 10 bags and got 50 packets, according to the amount of 2 servings per day for 3 people, it can only be eaten for 8 days. If you want to eat enough for 2 months or 60 days, you need 360 packets and 1080 packets for half a year? It's crazy. Who would stock up so many instant noodles at home? You will vomit if you eat too much. In summary, Liang Shuyu found that the only thing that is the most durable and not greasy is rice. The only cheap and varied dish to go with rice is pickles. Chapter 14. September 27 Food List. Nongfu Spring 9 bottles. Master Kong Mineral Water 24 bottles. Yogurt 6 bottles. Mail-in Luncheon Meat 7 cans. Gulong Instant Luncheon Meat 6 cans. Ganju Brand Black Bean Fish Can 5 cans. Dal Yuan Pastry French Bread, Fragrant Milk Flavor, 5 bags 20, 68 pieces, bulk bread, about 80 pieces, Pan Pan Hand-Torn Bread 4 boxes 2 pieces, for pieces, various flavors of instant noodles 8 bags 5, 32 packs, Oreo Sandwich Biscuits 15 rolls. Yeast Reduced Salt Soda Crackers 2 bags 21, 25 small bags, Crispy Rice Milk Chocolate Bar 6 bars. Extra Chewing Gum 05 bottles. Potato Chips 2 bags. Alps Strawberry Flavored Hard Candy 05 bags. Maxwell Original Coffee Large Box 93 bars. Weimai Instant Oatmeal 2 large bags. Corn Flavored Compressed Biscuits 12 bags. 50 kilograms of rice 06 bags. Cooking salt 05 bags. Some ginger. Several kitchen condiments. Noodles 1 handful. They bought far more snacks than these, but they ate a lot these days. These things look big when piled together, but they are just that big when counted. He should focus on purchasing rice, noodles, pickles, wheat and other durable foods. He also needs to buy some ginger to drive away the cold. The weather is too humid now, and fog will appear on the floor every morning. If people don't take more precautions in this environment, they will have the risk of lowering their resistance and causing diseases. Although there are quite a few cold granules in the pile of medicine he bought, he can't always take medicine. It's better to drink more ginger tea. After determining what needs to be purchased, Liang Shuyu and Liang Ying talked about their ideas. After getting approval, the 3 decided to go out to purchase together tomorrow. The next day, to be more precise, after a good night's sleep, they no longer had any concept of time. The Typhoon was still there. Liang Shuyu wanted to ask Wei Youqi to go with him. After all, it was Wei Youqi who wanted to buy some fresh vegetables at first. But Aunt Xiaoping didn't let him go out, so that was fine. It was pouring outside, and the larger stores were still open. If Liang Shuyu and his friends had a choice, they could buy at Wei Youqi's convenience store. But Liang Shuyu still had the same concerns as before. First, Wei convenience store didn't have all the goods, and second, as a small supermarket, Wei convenience store could play a role when it was really needed. Liang Shuyu was unwilling to engage in such internal consumption. The family of 3 went out with shopping bags and backpacks. Because it had been raining for nearly a week, and there was a super typhoon outside, there were almost no people on the street. They needed to hold hands and lean against the wall to move carefully. Because they had already made plans to get soaked, they basically didn't deliberately hide from the rain, but mainly from the wind. Although they cannot get information from the outside world, it is not difficult for neighbors to pass information across the road. It is said that because of the rain, many places were flooded, and most of the police were transferred to rescue the flood. The police are not completely uninvolved in the city's security issues. Occasionally, policemen will ride bicycles and shuttle through the alleys with loudspeakers to remind them to stay at home and not go out. In addition, there are many armed forces in the bank because there are too many people waiting outside to withdraw cash. But the cash received by the bank every day is actually delivered to the silver vault, which means that the bank has no money at all. In this case, the cash in the silver vault cannot be delivered to the relevant outlets in time. In fact, even if they are timely enough, they don't have so much cash to distribute. This is a vicious circle. If it lasts long enough, the problem will not be solved, and the armed forces will not be able to control so many people who are running wild. Also, I heard that many people died in the hospital because of the sudden power outage. The hospital does have a diesel generator, but the power of the generator cannot be maintained as before. Moreover, the solar storm caused many power equipment to be damaged. Coupled with frequent disasters such as waterlogging, floods, and mudslides, the news that many people died in the hospital may be true. In other words, for Liang Shuyu and his friends, these few days of peace and quiet when the power was out, and they played cards may be equivalent to the end of the world for some people. Leading the 27th lane is Nanmen West Street. There are many shops on the street that sell late-night snacks, but they are all closed now. There is a medium-sized shopping mall at the head of Nanmen West Street. Liang Shuyu and his friend's destination this time is there. Hey, there is a baby stroller there. Should we take the stroller to load things? They came out mainly to purchase rice this time. Rice is very heavy, but there is nothing to load at home. If there is a baby stroller, it should save a lot of effort. The baby carriage was upside down in the corner of a trash can with half a meter of water. It looked like someone had thrown it away. Liang Shuyu thought it was okay. The three of them moved over there together. They had to cross the middle of the road, which was risky because the wind would be very strong once they left the wall. The heavy rain hit the water surface that was submerged to their ankles like bullets, and the wind blew them wildly. The sign that was blown crooked made a loud noise. The three of them moved to the side of the big trash can. Liang Shuyu turned the baby carriage over and pushed it up. Ah! Liang Wenjing was so scared when she saw the scene in the baby carriage that she screamed and subconsciously stepped back. The overly sudden movement messed up the rope connecting the three people, and the three people were thrown to the ground by inertia. The three of them were thrown out again by the strong wind. Liang Shuyu stopped only after hitting a wall and grabbing the anti-theft window on the wall. Under such a strong wind, they seemed like a light and insignificant rotten leaf, unable to control their bodies. A dead, swollen and white baby. In that baby carriage, there seemed to be no other adult bodies nearby. It was either blown from a far distance, or the adult pushing it was also killed. It had been heard that many people did not return home in time due to road traffic obstacles, and suddenly became dead. Liang Wenjing knew that it was not a rumor, and there must be some facts. She just didn't expect such naked facts to be presented in front of her in this way. Let's go! Liang Shuyu pulled up the two frightened women. The child was almost soaked, and there must be a lot of bacteria in the car. The car can't be used. The two followed Liang Shuyu, and almost ran away from there. Entering the half-sized shopping mall on the street, surprisingly, there were quite a few people gathered here. Under the sign of this shopping mall called Mingsheng, there is a glass platform of about 10 square meters, which can block the rain. In this small area, at least 10 people were squeezed. Some carried luggage, some did not. There were families of 3, young couples, young people, and middle-aged men who looked like they didn't have much money. These people should be outsiders, who were trapped here due to traffic paralysis. It may be because they have no cash, and can't stay in the hotel. It may also be because the hotel is full, and they have money but no place to stay. Liang Shuyu glanced at them, shook off the rain on his body, and protected the two women into the mall. Chapter 15. It was raining heavily outside, and the vision was already dim. There was only a few candlelights in the mall, and it was almost impossible to see anything. The three of them went in. There was only one working counter among the 3 cashiers. The entrance and exit were blocked by a horizontal line, leaving only a narrow entrance and exit. They were asked to take off their raincoats and coats. Because they were soaked, they were also given a cold look by the ant. When they went in to shop, the ant also held a candle and kept staring at them. This is understandable. The three of them were all normal. They took rice, noodles and pickles according to Liang Shuyu's list, and of course candles, but the candles were limited, and each unit could only buy 5. In addition, they bought some paper towels and disinfectants. This was for water purification considerations. If the water tank was used up and the water was still cut off, they would have to use rainwater or lake water. There were no water purification tablets here, so Liang Shuyu brought 2 buckets of disinfectant. There was no ginger tea. This was not a fresh supermarket, and there was no ginger, so they had to give up for the time being. In addition to them, there was another couple in the mall, who looked to be in their 30s. Liang Shuyu was surprised to see that they took a lot of garbage bags. What can garbage bags be used for in this situation? Liang Shuyu thought about it. In addition to being used to hold garbage, garbage bags should also be used to pack items independently. The weather is very humid, and the things in the closet have become moist. Underwear will not dry directly, and will smell after washing. If clean clothes are placed in independent packaging, it should be possible to avoid moisture. In addition, rice and food are also easy to get damp, especially rice, whose bags are not completely closed, and water vapor can easily enter. If he didn't want the rice to get damp, it would be best to take them out and pack them separately and tightly. So Liang Shuyu also went to get a lot of garbage bags. By the way, there were tin foil, plastic wrap, disposable chopsticks, etc. on the shelf. He felt that they might be useful, so he took some of them. Apart from that, they didn't buy anything else. In fact, they were quite cunning. Because people who don't know the reason will definitely rush to the instant noodles area first. When they walked past the instant noodles area, the shelf was already visibly empty, so they didn't buy instant noodles at all, but only bought a handful of noodles. The 250 jean bags of rice alone are enough to last for 2 months, and the remaining instant noodles in the entire mall may not last that long. They also bought a lot of pickles, and the pickles on the shelf were almost cleared out. The cashier was a younger aunt. There was no cash register system or calculator. She was calculating with some effort on draft paper. In addition, the biggest drawback of such a mall is that the cashiers don't know the price of the goods at all. Some large items have price tags, but those without price tags have to be estimated. Although Liang Shuyu had taken out 20,000 yuan in cash beforehand, he still negotiated a price with her and removed a few yuan in change. This situation was a bit primitive, and it dispelled a lot of the horror just now. Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing's expressions finally recovered a little. Pack up everything. The three stuffed small items into Liang Shuyu's backpack. Liang Wenjing was responsible for carrying the shopping bags. Liang Shuyu carried a bag of rice, and Liang Ying carried a bag of rice. There is a buffer channel when you walk out of the mall. There were some goods on the shelves on the left and right, but now they have all been cleared, leaving only empty shelves. When Liang Shuyu was walking in this 2-meter-long passage, he saw a woman sitting at the door and looking around. Liang Shuyu cautiously pulled Liang Wenjing to the middle and walked on the side close to the woman. The woman's plan failed. She hesitated for a moment, but finally stood up with her child. She pulled a boy about 5 or 6 years old to greet Liang Shuyu and the other two, and her eyes first looked at Liang Ying. "Come, call auntie." The child was timid and didn't dare to call. The woman said flatteringly and embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, there is really no way. We passed by here from other places, but we got separated from the child's father, and now we don't even have a place to live. I just saw that you bought a lot of things. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to ask you to lend me a few hundred yuan for the sake of the child. I can give you my ID card and mobile phone as collateral. Please do me a favor. The child hasn't eaten for several days." When she spoke, the other people sitting at the door were also looking over here. Liang Shuyu noticed that most of the people sitting at the door had no money. Of course, they were not poor, but they had no cash. So when the woman talked about borrowing money, some of them showed hope in their eyes. A penny can make a farmer miserable. This is what it means. I wonder if there are any big bosses with a net worth of tens of millions, who are starving to death in some corner of this city. Sorry, we have used all our cash to buy these things. Liang Shuyu interrupted the woman in advance. The woman looked a little ugly. Liang Shuyu continued stiffly, "This rain won't last for a few days. I believe someone will come to help you soon." The woman saw that Liang Shuyu and his friends had bought so many things, but now he was unwilling to give them a little help, and tears fell down. "It's really too difficult. My mobile phone is completely broken, and I can't withdraw money from the bank. I'm really desperate. The child has a cold, and I can't even afford medicine." Liang Wenjing looked at this poor woman, and her eyes were wet. Liang Shuyu said, "I want to help you, but we can't. Why don't you ask the store owner for credit? He should be willing to help you." "Sorry." He took the two women away. The middle-aged woman cried even harder. She twisted the child's arm and made him hug Liang Shuyu's thigh. The woman suddenly burst into tears. "Please, I really have no other way. I can't let the child starve. Otherwise, give us some food so that the child can survive for 2 days, otherwise he will starve to death." Liang Shuyu looked down at the child coldly. "Son, and this woman who was throwing a tantrum in the street, if you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude. But we have no choice. Are you going to watch us starve to death? He is still a child, he is so young, let me starve to death. Don't let him starve to death. Please be kind and help us." Liang Shuyu knew that these people were not good people. He found out when he entered the mall. There was a 2-meter-long buffer passage at the entrance of the mall. It was originally used to display goods. Now it has been cleaned up. There are only 2 reasons. The first is that the boss specially cleaned it out for these homeless people to live in. Because there is a rolling door outside the buffer passage, there is no hard reason to clean it up. The stains and garbage left in the buffer passage also show that people did live there. And these people are now driven out of the door, which means that they had conflicts with the store owner and were driven out. This is the second reason. Chapter 16. So Liang Shuyu took out the sharp fruit knife he had just bought from his trouser pocket and held it in front of her. Let go. When the woman saw the knife, her expression changed immediately. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. The woman's face changed quickly enough. She pulled the child back and shrank back. The tears were squeezed out in half a second like a valve with a switch installed. She looked at Liang Shuyu and his men away unwillingly. Liang Wenjing looked back reluctantly, and tears fell. It was not that she sympathized with the woman and the child, but that this situation made her empathy burst out, and she felt very sad. This sadness was like a cruel hand, grabbing her chest. Liang Wenjing pouted and looked at Liang Shuyu. He looked too fierce just now. Liang Shuyu hit her head. What are you crying for? Liang Wenjing felt very wronged. Actually, you can help a little bit. Liang Shuyu said. Do you think you are only helping her? Liang Wenjing knew. So she said the word help with a guilty conscience. She was an adult, not a child who didn't understand the situation. She knew what Liang Shuyu was worried about, and she also knew why Liang Ying let Liang Shuyu do what he wanted. But moral sense and rational sense are two different things. If a person with a little moral sense walks on a clean street and throws garbage on the roadside at will, he may be condemned by his own morality within the next 2 days. But this is a small matter after all, and he will forget it quickly. But if one day you pass by the water and see children swimming in it, you have an idea, but then you think it's just a stranger child who I don't know, and he may not listen to me, and when you come back you find that they have drowned. Then for many years to come, the thought will linger in your mind. Why didn't you stop them? This doesn't mean that you are a very kind person, but morality will constantly condemn you and torture you. When Liang Wenjing thought of this, her heart was in pain. Would the woman and the child die of cold? Would they starve to death? So she kept wiping away tears, not for the two people, but for herself. Why should she be tortured by her conscience because of two strangers? They walked along the wall for a distance, and were about to turn, when they suddenly heard the middle-aged woman start to curse them loudly. How can you be so cruel to such a young child? You will go to hell. You will definitely go to hell. The middle-aged woman shouted vicious curses at their departing backs. Liang Wenjing was still sad about this, but she couldn't help but get angry when she heard these words. She picked up a stone from the ground and threw it in their direction. F***ku. She cursed so hard that her chest rose and fell. Her expression was angry and aggrieved, but she soon let it go. Now she didn't have to be constrained by the conscience of these two strangers. Liang Shuyu smiled and sighed. Tsk, naive child. Let mom tell you about the dangers of society. Liang Ying was amused by Liang Wenjing's angry look, and she really told one or two accidents about the dangers of society. One example was when she had just earned some money to buy a car. Her driving skills were not very good, and she was hit by a tricycle a few days after she went on the road. The other party suddenly rushed out from the alley. If she had better skills, she might have avoided it. The road was very clean at that time, but she was too nervous at the time. The other party was a laborer who looked honest and tanned. Seeing such a beautiful new car, he was so scared that he even apologized to her in a humble manner. At that time, her car insurance had not been paid yet, but seeing such an honest man, she let it go. She also saw that one of the other party's wheels was not crooked, and thought that such an honest man would have no money to replace the wheel, and he would definitely be distressed for a while. She softened her heart, and gave the other party 500 yuan. Everyone can guess what happened next. It happened that 2 traffic police cruised by, and the honest man turned into a victim, and cried that it was Liang Ying who hit him. The 500 yuan was evidence. There was no surveillance in that place, so Liang Ying paid another 2,000 yuan to settle the matter. Liang Ying would not be so bitter and resentful for such a small matter, but she believed that people should not be judged by appearance. Those who look more pitiful may be more hateful and evil. When a person makes a mistake, he cries pitifully, even kneeling down to beg you, and he tells you the bitterness behind his words word by word. The more truthful he speaks, the more false it becomes. All the pitiful sentences and prayers are just tools for them to gain sympathy. The truly pitiful people only have tears. They are ashamed to confess themselves to strangers because they still have self-esteem. They respect themselves and therefore respect others. Those who abandon their self-esteem make their embarrassing things public to gain benefits and trample on their dignity. How much dignity they abandon is how much ambition they have. He will definitely get it back 100 times or 1,000 times in the future. Even regard the help they once received as a shame. It is obvious that he has lost his dignity, but he thinks that others are humiliating him. So such people have no morals. Helping them is considered as humiliating them. Although they are humiliating themselves, they don't think they are wrong, but others are wrong. Back home, Liang Wenjing still enjoys the stories Liang Ying told her, and sighs that society is really dangerous. Fortunately, I haven't really stepped into society yet. After all, she has been writing at home since graduation and has never worked outside. And the security where we live is pretty good. Although it is not a community, the neighbors are easy to get along with. Because they talked about the news that a girl rented a house alone and was almost violated by her neighbors. Liang Shuyu, who was silently taking off his raincoat, glanced at his sister. That's because you didn't encounter it. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. I know everyone around me, and I've never listened to books. Liang Shuyu threw the raincoat he took off on her head and said unhappily, "Go change your clothes quickly." Then he rushed into the room. "You are so annoying." Liang Wenjing was furious. In the room, Liang Shuyu quickly took off his soaked clothes, wiped them with a towel and put on clean ones. The wet clothes he took off would not dry. If the rain continued, they would soon run out of clothes. They had to go out less often. After changing his clothes, he walked to the window. His window faced the small second floor of Yu Shifeng's house. At this time, there was a small light in the window, indicating that someone was living inside. He lit a cigarette in a distracted state, watching the heavy rain hitting the windowsill fiercely. His thoughts flew to who knows where. When he came to his senses again, the cigarette had burned out. He took out the fruit knife and played with it for a while. To be precise, it was not a fruit knife. It should be something similar to a kitchen knife in Western kitchenware. It was relatively small, but larger than a fruit knife. Therefore, there was no scabbard, so he thought about finding a leather coat or Liang Wenjing's leather bag to make a scabbard by himself. Later, he drank some ginger soup and cold granules, wiped his body with hot water, and ate instant noodles in the evening. Everyone didn't want to move after being caught in the rain today. Chapter 17. After dinner, they repacked the rice. The rice packaging is not completely sealed, so some moisture can enter. To prevent moisture, it is best to pack it in garbage bags. In addition, they also wrapped dried chili peppers and star anise in paper towels. Liang Ying said it can prevent insects. This time, they bought mostly durable food. 2 bags of rice are enough for the 3 of them to eat for more than 2 months, but Liang Shuyu thinks it is still not enough. So they have to go out again in a few days. By the way, buy 2 more gas cans for backup. And candles, which are consumed too quickly. It seems that the rain will not stop. It has been raining for so many days in a row, and it is still so heavy. The stairwell has become a water curtain cave, and the alley road has almost become a turbulent river, rushing down, flooding the village chief's pond. I heard from the neighbor's grandmother that a fish jumped out yesterday morning, and was picked up by Luo Wei's family living downstairs. The village chief kept scolding him, but Luo Wei pretended not to know, and cooked fish head soup that night. This rain is falling non-stop. The voice came from Wei Yochi's house. It was the voice of the old lady. She came to visit again. Is it morning already? Liang Shuyu has not slept all night again. What day is it today? What day of the week? What time is it now? Old Liang, come down and play cards. Wei Yochi's voice. Their only entertainment activity now is playing cards. Liang Shuyu was too lazy to reply. What's the point of playing cards? It's too boring. He wanted to take a nap, but he was too energetic. It might be because he slept too much during this period, and his daily routine was completely messed up. He had no choice but to get up and go to the bathroom. When he opened the bedroom door, he saw Liang Ying walking into Liang Wenjing's room with a strange look on his face. Liang Shuyu realized that Liang Wenjing had a fever and nightmares last night. Liang Ying had taken care of her for half the night. Are your limbs sore? Liang Shuyu touched her forehead, which was a little hot, and searched for medicine at home, but there was no antiviral cold medicine or fever patch. No, just cough and runny nose. Liang Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's not bad. If it was viral influenza, it would be troublesome if there was no antiviral cold medicine. Not bad? What's good? Liang Wenjing shouted weakly with a red face. Liang Ying said, it should be just a cold from shock, nothing bad. She had also looked for antiviral medicine a long time ago, but couldn't find any. Well, I go out again in the next 2 days, and buy some medicine back. Liang Shuyu said. It seems that although he bought a lot of medicine last time, he still missed something important. He has to count the medicines. Fortunately, Liang Wenjing was really just frightened and feverish. She also drank cold granules when she came back that night. It is estimated that it has some preventive effect. Her cold was cured in 2 days. But Liang Shuyu's heart was in his throat, because he suddenly remembered a piece of news about the power outage in Europe last year. It was said that most of the deaths were caused by colds and diarrhea. Colds can heal themselves, but influenza can hardly do so, because influenza is a viral cold. This made Liang Shuyu dare not let Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying go out with him again, because the rain kept falling, and he couldn't guarantee whether there were criminals with ill intentions outside, or a rotten corpse suddenly appeared like last time. October 3, 2032, heavy rain. The 11th day of the power outage. The rain fell crazily, as if it would never stop. Liang Shuyu was about to go out on the 9th day, but the police suddenly appeared on the street to maintain order and asked them to wait at home and not go out, because there will be a super typhoon and heavy rain in the next 2 days. In addition, Liang Wenjing's cold has recovered, and medicine and gas are not so urgent, so Liang Shuyu did not go out. With the appearance of the police uncle, the rumors on the street finally decreased a lot. They learned from the police uncle, who was parading that most of the police force was withdrawn to rescue the floods and disaster relief. Most of the houses in the downstream area have been submerged, and many people have died in the floods. The police uncles were very busy, warning all civilians to stay in the house, and not to go out and cause trouble. However, Liang Shuyu did not learn from him the specific area of the solar storm disaster area, because he was not a policeman, he was a temporary civil servant, and he was also a local resident, and he didn't even know the situation outside. But I heard that their senior management can use radio. Although the situation is chaotic at present, it has not reached the level of collapse. The country has not given up on them, and many relevant personnel are working hard in invisible places. This is what Liang Shuyu thinks, and it is also what the neighbors think. If the sky falls, there will be a tall person to support it. So people are not afraid, and social order has not collapsed. At least for now, a good social order is still maintained. However, the water and electricity have been cut off for nearly half a month. Many families who were not prepared at the beginning were caught off guard and faced such a miserable situation. No natural gas, no fire. No candles, no lighting. No food, no stomach. But the most important thing is that without cash, you can't buy food. Some people don't know what these things mean. In a very simple and clear way, imagine that you are trapped at home, and your home is without water, electricity, and gas. Is the food you originally stored at home enough for you to eat for half a month? Without natural gas, rice is useless. If you are lucky, you may have gas or solid fuel, alcohol lamp, portable gas stove, etc. at home to survive for a while, but how long can it last? Without electricity, rice cookers, induction cookers, and kettles are all scrapped, which means no food and no hot water. Maybe you are a little luckier, like Liang Wenjing, who bought a set of flower tea sets at home, and also had a box and a half of tea candles, which is very lucky. You can light up and drink hot tea at the same time. Before the power outage, people seem to have the illusion that the things in the refrigerator exist automatically, because if they are empty, someone will buy them to fill them. Now a naked reality is in front of you. You have a lot of money in your bank card, you may be a multimillionaire, but you can't even take out a Mao Zedong note. So An Xiaoping said a few days ago that many people have nothing to eat, and they take out all kinds of things to exchange for food, but they can't take out cash. It's not poverty, it's cashlessness. Liang Shuyu advised her to close the store and stop selling. Maybe the power outage will last for a long time. She didn't listen, so Liang Shuyu had to persuade Wei Youqi. Wei Youqi hid the rice and flour at home, so Liang Shuyu felt a little relieved. It was very uncomfortable not to drink hot water. Few people could last 10 days without hot food. Even if they didn't drink hot water, the food they ate was hot. It wasn't like this. Eating dry biscuits or bread, the stomach was dry, the mouth and tongue would be sore, the whole person seemed to be soaked in cold water, and seemed to be dried. Liang Shuyu didn't have the opportunity to try it. His family had gas and candles. He heard from the neighbors downstairs that the gas in that family just ran out, and didn't have time to change it. There wasn't much cash at home. I came to Fatty Wei's house, and spent 10 yuan to buy a few cups of hot water. Since the power outage, it seems that all kinds of strange things have popped up. All kinds of problems that I never paid attention to before have become extremely important now. What was very important before has become unimportant now. Chapter 18. Especially time. What day is it today? What day of the week? What time is it now? There are almost no people on this street, who can answer this question accurately, because no family has a mechanical watch, and almost everyone's mobile phone, alarm clock, and watch are scrapped. Everyone lives a life without time. They sleep when they are tired and get up when they wake up. There is no sun, only heavy rain. Noon? Night? What's the difference? Anyway, it's all the same. The second is physiological hygiene. It's troublesome for women to wash their hair because they have to save gas and hot water. Liang Wenjing is considering whether to cut off her long and beautiful hair and be a capable woman. It's also troublesome for women to change underwear. It is said that they change it every day, but the weather is humid now. The clothes are not dry after being washed. On the third day, they stink directly. There are molds on them, and they can't be worn. If they are infected with serious gynecological diseases, it will be even more troublesome. Can't you use sanitary pads? The ignorant Liang Xiu once asked this. That's uncomfortable. That's what Liang Wenjing said. Why? The ignorant Liang Xiu asked curiously. Then he was glared at. Okay. Liang Xiu smacked his lips. He asked the wrong question. Also, girls have to wash their butts every day. Liang Xiu didn't pay much attention to this. He just knew that Liang Wenjing would boil 2 pots of hot water every day, and the remaining candlelight was used to make tea. There was another thing I heard from a neighbor. It was said that a child living downstairs had a cold and diarrhea. He went to buy medicine, but it didn't work. He couldn't find a doctor, so he was sent to the hospital, but there were too many dead people in the hospital, and no one cared about them. The child was dying. It is not clear whether it is true or not. Anyway, people who heard the news said that there were corpses everywhere in the hospital, and it was crowded and horrible. There should be some exaggeration in it, but the news that many people died in the hospital is probably not fabricated. There is also a particularly embarrassing thing. The toilet can't flush. At first, this thing was not discovered by Liang Xiu's family, but by Luo Wei's family, who lived a little below. They lived on the first floor. It is said that they suddenly felt very smelly in the middle of the night, and woke up to find that the squat toilet was spraying shit. Really spraying shit? I heard that it was because of the power outage and flood that caused some pump failure. In short, the sewage system also needs electricity, and this electricity is used to drain water. The power outage lasted for nearly half a month, and the sewage system officially GG. Liang Xiu and his family can only solve physiological problems in the wild from now on. So from then on, Liang Xiu had an additional task every morning, emptying the chamber pot. The village chief said that Luo Wei was retribution. Who told him to eat his fish? The village chief's house is next to Liang Xiu's. It's a small 2-story house with a pond and a solar water heater. Of course, although the water heater is solar-powered, it also relies on electricity to generate power. Not to mention that there is no sun now. Even if there is, it won't work. The village chief is an old widower whose wife has died. He has a son named Zhang Run, who is a bachelor who can't find a wife. Basically every morning these people will go to Fatty Wei's house to gather for a while, and everyone will exchange useless information, which is basically hearsay from other neighbors. Liang Xiu has never mixed with them. But even so, the neighbors who seemed familiar before have become really familiar with each other now. Even though Liang Xiu did not participate, he heard from Wei Youqi that the village chief's wife was not dead, but ran away with someone. Zhang Run had a girlfriend before, but she also ran away with someone. The father and son were both married, and they lived a bachelor's life together. Yu Shifeng's wife seemed to have run away with someone across the street. He was disheartened and accompanied his daughter to attend college here. Liang Xiu had met his daughter twice. She was also very pretty, but she looked difficult to approach and a little cold. And the old lady, an old woman living alone. It is said that her children are all abroad, and she has a mixed-race grandson who is very rich. She was just left here as an old woman. Then there is Luo Wei's family. Fortunately, his wife did not run away with someone, but died of dystocia. Luo Wei is a very famous person in the neighborhood, because he has never remarried and is loyal. His son is called Luo Junxian. He had a good relationship with Liang Xiu when he was young, but later they faded. And then, there is Old Chen's house on the 2nd floor. Old Chen's nickname is Lame Chen. He used to work in the same factory as Fatty Wei. This is the first time Liang Xiu knows about this, because Fatty Wei and Old Chen don't often interact with each other. Old Chen's leg was broken in a truck accident. Old Chen has a bad reputation. He is a domestic abuser, beats his wife and daughter, gambles, and is addicted to alcohol. It is said that he developed these bad habits because of his mental breakdown after the car accident. If it weren't for him paying the rent on time every time, Liang Ying would not have planned to rent to him. Another thing is that Liang Ying said that old Chen was a very good person in the past, and helped her a lot. Liang Shuyu also has some impressions. In his memory, the young old Chen looked very elegant, and Chen Bao looked like him. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable. Once people have free time, they can't do without gossip. Liang Shuyu refused at first, but gradually he became interested. It's fun to listen to other people's gossip on boring days. Of course, when neighbors get to know each other, trouble begins. There are 2 7-story commercial houses at the entrance of the alley, almost all of which are occupied by beautiful women who work in nearby KTV hotels. Although these people are quite rich, they don't seem to have a sense of crisis and often go to Fatty Wei's house to buy things. Fatty Wei's instant noodles are not in stock, and they have hidden some of them, so the ones outside are sold out quickly. These beauties don't want to go out in the rain, so they pay Fatty Wei to buy for them. What kind of person is Fatty Wei? He is a person who always says 1 step back, the sky is wide, 1 step forward, everything is empty. Although he looks enthusiastic and optimistic, he is also a very open-minded person. He won't run errands for others in the wind and rain for such a small amount of money. Saving people is one thing, and making money is another. He refused without even thinking about it. The beauties were a little unhappy, of course, and there were men willing to pay for it. For example, Lao Lu, who lived downstairs, was short of cash at home, not to mention that he was happy to help run errands to make the beauties smile. But Lao Lu's wife was not happy. The beauty came over again that day, and was beaten by Lao Lu's wife, who was waiting. Why did she beat her? I don't know. The contradictions were not limited to this. The water storage barrel in Liang Shuyu's house was shared by 3 families many years ago, and the water was often cut off at that time. Later, after the water was no longer cut off, Liang Ying stopped using the water barrel with them. The water barrel was only used for normal water storage. Occasionally, when the water was cut off due to typhoons, and they had no water, she would let them use it. The water supply had been cut off for more than 10 days, and Lao Chen's family had run out of purified water, so they wanted Liang Ying to open the water storage barrel because they wanted to take a bath. Liang Shuyu was furious when he heard this. They couldn't even afford to use water to take a shower at home, so why did they give water to the old Chen family on the 2nd floor? It had been raining for half a month. Did they think it was just ordinary rain and ordinary wind? Liang Shuyu didn't even bother to say no to them, and just ignored them. So Liang Shuyu began to worry about another problem. The old Chen family had almost no food in stock. They had bought food and drinks from Fatty Wei's house these days. Although Liang Shuyu had advised Aunt Xiaoping and Fatty Wei countless times not to sell anymore, the two didn't listen. People will have less and less cash in their hands. If this continues, people will definitely run out of cash. Without money, they can't buy anything, and without food, it's raining heavily, traffic is paralyzed, and there is a lack of police force. What will happen to the city? Chapter 19. On the morning of the 12th day, the sky was still dim. Liang Shuyu, who was sleeping in front of the French window in the living room, suddenly felt a strong and dazzling light. There is a light? Could it be that the power is on? Liang Shuyu, who was sleeping, had woken up, but his body was a little heavy, and he was trapped in a nightmare and couldn't wake up. But his mind was spinning fast. Could it really be that the power was on? That would be great. Liang Shuyu had never been so happy since the power outage. He realized that he was so eager for the power to come back, and so eager for this disaster to leave quickly. Although he had been acting very rationally since the power outage, and had prepared for a rainy day, and had not worried too much about the future. But at this moment, he realized that it was not that he was rational enough, but that those emotions had been suppressed in his heart and never came out. Mom. The first moment he opened his eyes, he instinctively called Liang Ying, perhaps wanting to share joy, or perhaps wanting to seek comfort. Mom, is there a call? Liang Shuyu finally opened his eyes. He looked at the source of the light, outside the window, and felt a sudden loss in his heart. It was not a call, but a moving beam of light that appeared in the gloomy rain. This beam of light cleared the clouds, and swept away the haze of nearly half a month. Liang Shuyu jumped up from the sofa, and leaned on the French window with a little dizziness to look into the distance. This beam of light suddenly appeared. It must be sent by the authorities, maybe to convey some information to the people. He had to go and take a look. Are you sure? What if it's just Jing who caught a cold? Liang Ying has been conservative since then, hoping that they will go out less. Liang Shuyu put on his backpack and put on a raincoat. If it's a mall, I buy something by the way. This time, Wei Youqi and I will go together, so you should stay at home. Liang Wenjing was still frightened by what happened last time, But it didn't mean that she was a timid girl. You two are so skinny that you can be blown away easily by the wind. Let's go together. Where can we get so many clothes? Liang Shuyu disagreed. Continuous heavy rain caused the temperature to drop sharply. It was too cold outside, so you had to wear thick clothes when going out. However, thick clothes were not more than summer clothes, and they could not withstand the stinking of one set after another. This reason was sufficient, and Liang Wenjing really couldn't find a better excuse to refute it. If it was not necessary, they really needed to reduce the consumption of clothes. Get relief food with your ID card. Get relief food with your ID card. At this moment, the place where the light source came from suddenly shouted such a sentence. It might be that a large broadcast was used, so the sound could be clearly transmitted here from such a distance. When the three heard this voice, they stopped arguing and, leaning down to the large French window, he looked in that direction. Because he wanted to hear more clearly, Liang Wenjing opened the French window a little, but suddenly a strong wind blew up in the room, like a demon coming to catch Tang Monk, almost knocking Liang Wenjing over. The three of them had to work very hard to close the French window again, and inevitably a large amount of rain remained where the window was opened. But they didn't have time to care about the rain at this moment. Relief food, it seems that the streets have been cleared. Has the traffic been restored? If the traffic is not restored, the food outside cannot come in. Not necessarily, maybe only some areas have been cleared, and there are grain depots locally. Liang Shuyu said. Liang Wenjing said happily, that's good, it means they have been working hard. It seems we won't be trapped for half a year. This is good news. Yeah. Liang Shuyu agreed. Liang Ying said, but it's still too dangerous for you to go alone, I go with you. Liang Shuyu shook his head. There will be many people going together, more people will be safer, you don't have to worry. Liang Ying didn't object. Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing helped him put on his raincoat, and the three of them went downstairs. The sound of the big broadcast attracted a large number of people. It has to be said that it caused some visual impact. In fact, people living in the city have an illusion that when you hear that the city has a permanent population of 13 million, you can obviously understand how huge this number is, but you can't fully understand what it means. Normally, most people walking on the street don't give people the feeling of overcrowding, unless they squeeze into the subway or visit the amusement park during peak hours or holidays. After the power outage, the typhoon continued to blow, and people hid in their houses. In the few times Liang Shuyu went out, the streets were always almost empty. But with a loud broadcast, Liang Shuyu realized that there were so many people living on this street. The sudden appearance of a bunch of people under the two commercial houses at the entrance of the alley was enough to cause traffic congestion in this narrow alley. He always thought that people in the two buildings had no sense of crisis, but now he found that only a few people had gone to Fatty Wei's house to buy things, and he had never seen many people go out. After such a comparison, he really couldn't imagine that if everyone in every household in a community with more than 10 30-story high-rise buildings came out, they would probably burst the community greening, right? Go get relief food. Is it true? The neighbors' discussion drowned out the heavy rain, and even Chen Baoyi, who usually stayed at home, went out. Chen Baoyi is the daughter of old Chen, 2 years older than Liang Shuyu, thin and beautiful. However, Liang Shuyu has never been familiar with her, because this woman's sharp mouth is as amazing as her appearance. In short, Liang Shuyu has never heard anything good from her. Therefore, Liang Shuyu ignored her and looked at her more. The family of three squeezed into Wei Youqi's convenience store. Wei Youqi saw Liang Shuyu and immediately said, Old Liang, let's go over and take a look. Liang Shuyu came to do this job, and the two hit it off. And Xiaoping was very worried. Since the first day of the power outage, when Fatty Wei failed to save the person on the electric pole, and Xiaoping has been a little worried and hesitant. Especially when the man was hung on the power line for a few days, and then disappeared by the wind, and Xiaoping had a strong bad premonition in her heart, like a huge black stone pressing on her chest. It's raining too hard, let's not go out. And Xiaoping stopped Fatty Wei, who wanted to go out with her. Their family had just received a batch of goods before the power outage. Although most of them were daily necessities, they were definitely enough for food and daily necessities. There was no need to take the risk. At this time, Liang Shuyu did not interrupt. Wei Youqi said, we have to go and find out the news. The typhoon has been blowing for almost half a month. Isn't this strange? Fat Wei agreed this time. That's right, food is not the most important thing. We have to go and ask what's going on. Wei Youqi. Qin Baoyi outside the door suddenly poked her head and shouted, are you going to collect relief food? Or bring it to me by the way. As she said this, she had already taken out 3 ID cards and handed them over. Wei Yoqi hesitated and looked at Liang Shuyu. He was not interested in Chen Baoyi. Although she was beautiful, he had no interest in her at all. Liang Shuyu stopped him. We don't know what the relief food is yet. The Typhoon is strong. If it is rice, it may be very heavy. Wei Yoqi said quickly. Yes, what if we can't carry it away? Chen Baoyi said, there are 3 of you. How can you not carry these few portions? Chapter 20. Fatty Wei felt a little embarrassed. He thought that the other party was a little girl. He knew Lao Chen's temper. He probably wanted Chen Baoyi, a little girl, to go out. As an elder, how could he watch such a thing happen? However, Aunt Xiaoping was not a pushover. She didn't get along well with the second floor. Seeing this situation, she found an excuse to quickly send Fatty Wei away. Liang Wenjing took Liang Ying to look at the goods on the side. It seemed that there was something to buy. So Liang Shuyu, Wei Yoqi, and Chen Baoyi were left staring blankly. Wei Yoqi looked up at the sky innocently, pretending not to see. He didn't want to help in this way. Chen Baoyi was not a good person. She might not thank him even if he helped. Liang Shuyu didn't pretend to be innocent. He was always cold to Chen Baoyi. He just looked at her straight, without any intention of backing down. Chen Baoyi was furious. We are neighbors after all, you are so mean. She stamped her feet in anger. I don't even have a raincoat. How can I go out in this weather? It's so annoying. No one paid attention to her. The radio in the distance was still repeating that sentence. Almost every household on the street sent 1 or 2 people to go out together. Everyone was wearing a heavy raincoat, and those without raincoats held umbrellas. But in this weather condition, it didn't matter whether they held an umbrella or not. People living downstream also came up one after another. Because they were all neighbors who had lived nearby for more than 10 years, Liang Shuyu didn't know most of their names, but he seemed to have heard their gossip. For example, the man who just walked by seemed to have an affair with someone's wife. Yu Shifeng, who lived opposite, also went out. He was wearing a thin jacket and a lady's hat on his head, which could barely block the heavy rain. His outfit was very practical, because even if he wore a raincoat, he would definitely get soaked after going out. A hat to cover his eyes was enough. Yu Shifeng saw Liang Shuyu and the other 2 standing in the small door of the convenience store, thinking that the 3 of them were going out together. Where is Lao Wei? Why did you 3 little kids run errands? Chen Baoyi's eyes lit up. Uncle, I don't have a raincoat at home and can't go out. Can you help me bring it? Yu Shifeng was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he didn't know Chen Baoyi at all, but he still agreed. Okay, bring your ID card. Chen Baoyi hurriedly handed over the 3 ID cards. Thank you, uncle. Turned around and said to Liang Shuyu, got into the big iron gate, and disappeared. Wei Yoqi sneered at him, but after all, it was Yu Shifeng who agreed, so he was embarrassed to say anything. After exchanging glances with Liang Shuyu, Wei Yoqi quietly gave the middle finger in the direction where Chen Baoyi disappeared, thinking that her behavior was hateful. Yu Shifeng has become familiar with Fatty Wei during this period. The 2 hit it off and became good friends. Yu Shifeng's family moved here less than a year ago because his daughter went to college. It is said that Yu Shifeng knows martial arts and works as a special security guard in a high-end place. He is tall and strong. He is a very upright and enthusiastic good man, and he gets along well with Fatty Wei. The 4 of them went out together, so Aunt Xiaoping felt more at ease. Liang Ying and the others seemed to have bought some women's products. Before leaving, the old lady came over again. Now Fatty Wei had no reason to refuse. After all, the old lady was so old, and it was hard to refuse when she came to ask for your help. Fatty Wei wanted to bring one for the old lady. The typhoon was still strong, and the street was almost full of people, so the wind seemed insignificant. People were not very indifferent to each other. When Wei Yoqi walked through a wind outlet, he was almost blown over by the wind, but the 2 men next to him helped him. Putting aside the gloomy sky, so many people walking on the street at the same time actually gave people a feeling that normal order had been restored. As they walked, they met with the neighbors around them. In fact, it was a tacit understanding they deliberately formed. After all, so many people went out together, and they knew many people on the road, and they might take care of each other. The village chief's family, and his son Zhang Run. Luo Wei, who lived a little below, and his son Luo Junqian. Behind them were the old Lu family, the light bulb Chen family, and Xiao Zhao, and his group of commercial housing. Xiao Zhao was not familiar with him, but the 5 or 6 beauties he brought with him were familiar with him, and they often went to Fatty Wei's house to buy things. Luo Junqian and Liang Shuyu were good friends when they were young, before Wei Yoqi moved in. Later, they became estranged because of some things. Luo Junqian was a man of few words, and he hardly spoke to him again. Today, Luo Junxian glanced at Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu did not say hello to him, and the two passed by each other like strangers. The location of the light column is called Washing Shopping Center, which is not very far, but it takes a long way to walk. After they went out, in addition to Washing Shopping Center, other places farther away also had light columns. In this way, these people are even less worried, which means that the relevant departments have freed up their hands and are concerned about their food problems. Maybe the rain will stop. When they arrived at the outskirts of Washing Shopping Center, the crowd had surrounded the place, and Liang Shuyu and his friends could only look inside through the crowd. Unfortunately, except for the sound of the loudspeaker constantly reminding people to queue up, they could not see anything. They followed the crowd in line obediently. With so many people, it was unknown how long the line would end. Liang Shuyu and his friends wanted to take the opportunity to inquire about the news, but they were not the only ones who had such an idea. The person in front of them, who was queuing to receive relief food, was asking, and the rescuer holding a loudspeaker answered him, so everyone present could hear it. This solar storm was even larger than the power outage in Europe last year. At present, at least 9 provinces have been hit by a total power outage, including the coastal areas of Guangdong, Fujian, Zhejiang, Anhui Xian, Guizhou, the 2 lakes, and the 3 islands of Haikai and Hong Kong, and the island countries near the border. Sichuan, Chongqing, Shaanxi, Jiangsu and other provinces have not had power outages, and are currently providing full support to neighboring provinces. Since Shillong City is located at the edge of the disaster, they have to prepare for a power outage of at least 2 months. Next, there will be cars coming to distribute relief food every day. In order to ensure that everyone gets food, the rescuers call on those who still have a lot of food in their homes not to queue up, and leave the opportunity to those who are more in need. There are 2 kinds of lights on the relief car, one red and one white. Now it is white. When the light of the relief vehicle turns red, people can use their ID cards to collect the second relief food. In addition, each ID card can only be used once. Please do not queue up repeatedly to avoid wasting other people's time. Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi's families are considered to have surplus food. But Fatty Wei still wants to help the old lady to collect a portion, and Yu Shifeng is accompanying them. Since they have already queued, they might as well collect one portion and not come next time. This is the greatest kindness Liang Shuyu can do. After getting the exact information, everyone felt relieved. Chapter 21. Especially Liang Shuyu, he was the one who was most worried. He had already planned to make a plan based on a half-year power outage, but now it seems that he thought too much. It would be enough to stock up on supplies for 2 months. Zika is indeed a hype. If a power outage of this size can be called the beginning of hell, then what is the real hell? Global power outage. Now, Liang Shuyu's family has enough gas and medicine, and only needs to buy some antiviral cold medicine. There is enough water and food at home. Just looking at supplies, Liang Shuyu is now a wealthy man. Of course, if you look at cash alone, he is also very rich. In this situation, maybe some millionaires and billionaires can't even take out a Mao Zedong note. Of course, many big company bosses must have cash reserves, but there must be rich people who can't take out cash. It seems quite interesting to think that the guys who usually spend hundreds of thousands of dollars suddenly can't afford to buy 2 yuan of mineral water. The queue in the shopping mall did not decrease as time went by, but gathered more and more people. It was still raining heavily, but there were so many people that the wind was no longer the main threat except for the rain. The cold and dampness enveloped the crowd, the gloomy weather, the boring rain, the dark and noisy streets. The scene was very strange, but reasonable. Liang Shuyu was a worried person. Feeling the dampness from his clothes, he calculated the probability that these people would catch a cold and get sick immediately after returning. He should drink a dose of cold granules before coming back. It was too cold. The neighbors gathered together to chat after waiting in line for too long. Do you have enough food at home? Not enough. Light Bulbchan said. There is no water at home, so I can't cook. The village chief replied, I have plenty of water at home. You can exchange it with something. When the village chief said this, others looked over, and the village chief said proudly, I connected the water pipe of the pond to the water purifier, and I can get as much purified water as you want. You can exchange it with food. Anything is fine. Why should I exchange it with you? I just came here and saw that the store was open. One person retorted. Do you have money? The man was so angry that his face turned red. What the hell is the power outage? If it wasn't for my broken phone, I wouldn't be able to take out 200 yuan. You can go to the bank to apply for purchasing currency, don't you know? Suddenly a stranger interrupted. What the hell? Light Bulbchan was stunned. It turned out to be like this. Due to the solar storm, the bank's internal network and equipment were severely damaged. Even if there were generators and cash, they could not process cash withdrawals for the household owners. However, this incident happened suddenly, and there were too many people waiting to use cash. A bank happened to have a batch of special commemorative coins that had not been issued. After communicating with the upper and lower departments, the commemorative coins were used as purchase on behalf coins. Each denomination was marked with 100 yuan. Citizens could apply for borrowing purchase on behalf coins through their ID cards. Each ID card was limited to 3, with a total denomination of 300 yuan. They could purchase items in designated shopping malls. After the power was restored, the bank redeemed the purchase on behalf coins from the shopping mall, and the borrowing business was automatically converted to personal credit loans. Special operations in special times, I have to say that this bank is a blockhouse. It not only solved the cash flow problem, allowing the big shopping mall to take over this glaring big pot, but also avoided the technical problem of bank equipment damage, and also attracted a lot of credit business with one stone. However, Liang Shuyu's family has plenty of cash, so he is not worried about the cash problem. I have to thank Lu Xiaopeng for this. I don't know what happened to Lu Xiaopeng. His family seems to have stored a lot of food. His father would not scold him if he saw this situation, and he would probably worship him as his own grandfather. That guy is really... He was right. Why didn't Liang Wenjing come? Liang Shuyu was lost in thought, and didn't notice that Zhang Run suddenly came to him. Zhang Run is the only son of the village chief. He has a big square face, and his complexion is always pale. People often wonder if he is a drug addict, but it is said that he has a disease that makes his face pale. Rumor has it that it is kidney deficiency. His expression is obscene and his eyes are pointed, which makes Liang Shuyu frown and glance at him coldly. Zhang Run laughed twice and deliberately made a creepy look. Liang Shuyu touched the sharp knife in his clothes. Zhang Run's mental state has always been a bit problematic. He looks like a normal person, but anyone who has come into contact with him knows that he has problems. Maybe his girlfriend ran away with someone, causing his mind to be twisted. No, his girlfriend was not necessarily normal before she ran away. Liang Shuyu thought with disgust, and glanced at him coldly, ignoring him. Zhang Run didn't get too entangled, licking his tongue and hiding behind the village chief, his eyes still staring at the side. Liang Shuyu thought he was looking at him at first, so he ignored him. Then he found that Zhang Run was looking at another person through him, so Liang Shuyu turned around and saw a gentle man wearing glasses standing behind him, and smiling at him. Liang Shuyu tightened his hand, holding the handle of the knife, and subconsciously glanced at Luo Junxian, who was more than 10 people away. Luo Junxian was staring at the ground and didn't notice this. Liang Jiayu looked back indifferently, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Unexpectedly, during a power outage, he saw all the people he wanted to see and shouldn't see. Xiaoyu, long time no see. Are you in the second year of high school? The gentle man with glasses said. Wei Youqi was dozing off while hugging Liang Shuyu's arm. When he heard this, he looked up and saw that it was him. He said happily, Uncle Gu, long time no see. Why are you here too? The man surnamed Gu said, just like you, aren't we all here to collect relief food? Oh! Wei Youqi was stunned for a moment. He was half asleep. Wei Youqi liked the man surnamed Gu quite a lot, because he was very gentle and polite, and he had the impression that Uncle Gu would treat him to ice cream every time he came to his house. Of course, it was bought at his house, but it was Uncle Gu's money. But it was a pity that Uncle Gu moved away later, and he never saw him again. The relief food was just a bag of biscuits, a can of 8 treasure porridge, and a bottle of mineral water tied together with transparent tape. One ID card could get one. It was a car with an unknown name. They had a generator, and a device that could temporarily count the ID cards. After receiving the relief food, everyone went back together. The man surnamed Gu had left early, and the team that came back was only Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, and the village chief's family. As the exact area of power outage and relief food were obtained, even the air became relaxed and there were smiles. This beam of light really cleared the clouds and brought definite good news. Even Liang Shuyu, who was always cautious, showed a light smile. Things were going in a smooth direction. This major power outage would return to normal within a month or two, just like the power outage in Europe. There would be some sacrifices and deaths, but most people could get back on track. At that time, he could still go to school, and still complain about the heavy schoolwork and not having enough time to play games. Such busy days were happy. Let's go to the vegetable market tomorrow. I haven't eaten vegetables for half a month. The speaker was Yushifeng. The village chief said, "The vegetable market is gone." It was flooded. They didn't know this news. The vegetable market was at the bottom of lane 27. It was a bit low. It seemed normal to be flooded after half a month of continuous rain. Chapter 22. The village chief said again, "Many houses over there are flooded, and there is no place to live." Village chief is actually just a title. There is no village in lane 27 now. He was the village chief of this area in his early years. Later, he retired, and village chief became his title. As for his name, few people know it. Anyway, everyone calls him village chief. Fattiway said, "This little relief food is not enough for 2 meals. I should not have come to queue up earlier. I was blowing in the cold wind for half a day. It's good enough to send it to you." The village chief said. They talked about the purchase currency again. Several adults discussed going to a nearby bank to check the situation. If it is true, they will also apply for some purchase currency to spend. After all, the rescuer said that the power outage will last at least 2 months, so they should prepare themselves. It is always safe to have a few hundred cash at home. So the group took a detour to Bank A. The adults were talking about adult matters. Liang Shuyu and Wei Yochi did not participate. Zhang Run was neither an adult nor a child, and his brain was still problematic. He approached Liang Shuyu and said in an ambiguous way, "Ask Liang Wenjing to come out and play. You have such a long vacation, just play." Even Wei Yochi could hear the ill intention in it and whispered, "Are you sick?" Liang Shuyu squinted at him and sneered, "How do you want to play?" Wei Yochi did not know what Liang Shuyu was up to, but felt that Liang Shuyu would not easily joke with Liang Wenjing, so he did not speak and waited for Liang Shuyu's next move. Zhang Run laughed and said, "Let's play." Liang Shuyu glanced at the adults walking in front of him, and suddenly pulled out a sharp knife and put it against Zhang Run's neck. Seeing this, Wei Yochi quickly cooperated with Liang Shuyu to hold Zhang Run, and the two of them dragged him to a corner. Zhang Run had been caught by Wei Yochi with both hands, and a sharp knife was on his neck. His legs were also stepped on by Liang Shuyu, leaving him no room for resistance. Liang Shuyu grabbed his hair and pulled it back, with the blade against his exposed neck, and threatened fiercely, "If I hear my sister's name from your dirty mouth again, I will kill you, understand?" Hee hee. Hee hee. Just a joke. Zhang Run admitted his cowardice. Joke? Liang Shuyu is not joking now. From the moment he saw the surname Gu, Liang Shuyu realized, there will never be a better opportunity than now. "Do you think I am joking with you now?" Liang Shuyu's voice was full of danger, and Wei Yochi couldn't help but look at him, thinking that Lao Liang was quite good at scaring people. Fortunately, this trick was still useful for Zhang Run, and he was indeed a little scared. This guy is a bully who only fears the strong and bullies the weak. Liang Shuyu avoided him in the past because Liang Shuyu was too young, only 17 years old this year, but Zhang Run is already a 30-year-old adult. "I know. I was wrong, isn't it okay? I won't say it again." Zhang Run begged for mercy. Liang Shuyu knew that he was not really afraid, but just gave in verbally. He thought Zhang Run was not so brave, and usually just talked a little. Today's threat was just to relieve Liang Shuyu's years of dissatisfaction. He had wanted to get rid of this idiot for a long time. But this kind of guy is still a disaster. Who knows if he will do something when his brain goes crazy one day? People with brain problems never make sense. Liang Shuyu would not let him go. But at this time Liang Shuyu still let him go, and took back the knife. Zhang Run was able to relax his restrained hands and feet. He was surrounded by Liang Shuyu and Wei Yochi, and did not dare to make any extraordinary movements. Until Liang Shuyu looked up at him, "You can go." Zhang Run then hunched his back and left the corner. Liang Shuyu and Wei Yochi came out later. Wei Yochi was about to make a joke, but they walked through an alleyway and a huge gust of wind was blown out. Zhang Run was walking in front, and was instantly blown away sideways. His body was even lifted up by the strong wind. Before losing the last gravity, Liang Shuyu grabbed Wei Yochi's belt. The two were swept by the wind and flew along the ground. They could not see anything. There was only the sky spinning, and the screams of Fatty Wei flashed by their ears, loud noises, and the screams of the gust of wind like a woman. When Liang Shuyu grabbed something to stabilize himself, his hand holding Wei Yochi's belt felt stiff and painful, and they were blown to another road. Liang Shuyu grabbed a trash can embedded in the ground. The dirty yellow water was flowing rapidly on the ground, at least 10 centimeters deep. The road had turned into a river, which merged into a larger river. Zhang Run was holding on to a street lamp pole close to the intersection of the river and the road. Such a fast-moving river, even if it was shallow, would make it difficult for Liang Shuyu to stand. If he was not careful, he would be washed into the river. By then, let alone standing up, he would not know where he would be washed to in the end. Grab the trash can. Liang Shuyu wanted to free his hands. His hands were stiff from holding Wei Youqi. Wei Youqi followed Liang Shuyu's command and climbed up along his body. It was not very strenuous. After Wei Youqi squatted steadily, he also pulled Liang Shuyu up. The two carefully moved to the edge of the water flow. As long as you stand firm, it is not dangerous in such a river. However, Zhang Run was not so lucky. He was close to the river. To put it bluntly, if he let go, he would be washed away in an instant. In order to resist this huge impact, his face was twisted and pale. The wind was strong, and the rain was heavy. The water was dirty, and people were in danger. Liang Shuyu approached Zhang Run from the corner, and saw him trying desperately to save himself. Suddenly, a fierce feeling rose in his heart. This guy is a disaster if he is alive. Liang Shuyu knew more about Zhang Run than the neighbors, and even Zhang Run's father. How did his girlfriend run away? Zhang Run introduced her. What Zhang Run didn't expect was that he didn't get the money and lost the person. Others escaped happily, and he himself was swept away with part of his savings. As the saying goes, you lose both the wife and the army, so your brain becomes more sick. Especially some of the bad things Zhang Run said. This idiot who had the intention of stealing but not the courage of stealing always made dirty jokes about Liang Wenjing in front of him. Liang Shuyu felt sick when he saw this face. So Liang Shuyu raised one foot and stepped on the white hands that were tightly holding the light pole, rubbing the sole of his shoe hard. You? What are you going to do? Zhang Run's eyes were filled with horror. Liang Shuyu didn't say anything, and didn't even look at Zhang Run's face, because he had already guessed what Zhang Run's expression would be, and there was nothing to see. He only stared at the hands that were stepped on by him, and it seemed that they were holding tighter, so he stepped harder. Wei Youqi looked at Liang Shuyu's actions with some surprise, and the words to stop him came to his throat, but he didn't say them. Hey! I know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, don't do this. Zhang Run said in a panic. Please, I really know I'm wrong. I promise I won't say Liang Wenjing's name again. Ah! After Zhang Run screamed in pain twice, one of his hands was broken and bleeding after being stepped on by Liang Shuyu, and he slipped out without strength, leaving only the other hand still firmly holding on, and his body was blown away by the huge water flow. Youqi. Shuyu. It was Fatty Wei's voice. For Zhang Run, this voice was a life-saving straw, because the moment Liang Shuyu heard this voice, his feet retracted reflexively, and his expression changed drastically, showing a look of astonishment. Zhang Run knew that this kid was not so brave. Still want to take the opportunity to harm him. Humph. Just wait. Chapter 23. Help, help. Zhang Run immediately opened his mouth and shouted. When he got up, he would definitely kill this crazy little bastard. Trick his sister out, yes. Liang Wenjing is a pretty girl, let's do it together. But Zhang Run didn't get proud for 2 seconds. The knife that threatened him just now was on his neck again. The cold touch was colder than water, making Zhang Run cold from head to toe, and his face turned pale instantly. Liang Shuyu's eyes were as cold as the stagnant water in his pond, dark and gloomy, staring at him threateningly, and he felt a chill on his back after just a quick glance. You shout again? Liang Shuyu's voice was also full of cruelty. It seemed that if he made any more noise, Liang Shuyu would immediately stab the knife into his neck. Damn it! How did this little bastard become like this? Wasn't he easy to bully before? When did he become like this? Zhang Run still couldn't figure out the situation, but he just had a problem with his brain. Not that stupid, He pursed his lips, and shook his head desperately, not daring to say a word. He thought Liang Shuyu might be crazy. Liang Shuyu snorted coldly from his nose, and Zhang Run felt that he was lifted out of the water by a strong force. When he was glad that he was still alive, he found that his father, Fatty Wei, Yu Shifeng and others were all here. Zhang Run knew that he was still alive thanks to these people. Otherwise, Liang Shuyu would definitely attack him. This little bastard. After being rescued, Zhang Run covered his injured hand with heartache, secretly looked at Liang Shuyu, and calculated when to take revenge. But Liang Shuyu seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly looked over, frightening Zhang Run so much that he almost fell into the river again. Zhang Run shuddered all over. Forget it, I find a chance later. Just now, a very strong wind blew Liang Shuyu and Fatty Wei away. Fortunately everyone was safe and sound. But there were also unfortunate people. The strong wind blew a piece of iron sheet, and neatly cut off the heads of a couple walking in front. Fatty Wei's scream came when he saw that scene. When Fatty Wei and his friends found their way back, the couple's heads had been blown away, leaving only the man's body stuck in the corner of the trash can, instantly dyeing the dirty flood on the ground red. Silence was the only thing they could do now, and the mood that had just been relaxed sank to the bottom again, because they had just walked across a road and saw a body in a corner again. This is a society ruled by law. In the past, any serious car accident would be discussed for a long time, but now the bodies are lying randomly on the streets? What happened? Has this city become a living hell? Phone couldn't help it. I go to the police station to contact them. We can't let them lie on the streets. The village chief said, they are very busy now. Even if you go, they can't spare any manpower. Phone knew that what the village chief said was true, but he couldn't just watch these people die so tragically and lie on the streets. What if the police can only spare their hands after 2 months, then the bodies will be rotten? Fatty Wei said, let's go, at least help them prepare a case. When they can spare their hands is their business. Don't mind your own business. The village chief didn't quite agree, and Zhang Ran was soaked and his hands were still bleeding. He felt distressed when he saw it. He didn't want to be outside now. It was too scary. Then you go. I take Zhang Ran back first. His hands are bleeding. The village chief said. Fong and Fatty Wei both understood. They were about to separate when they suddenly heard a woman's cry, which was very tragic. Fong acted quickly and rushed out before others could react. Fatty Wei also rushed over. The village chief looked anxious. He wanted to leave, but how could he leave now? He could only stomp his feet and follow. Liang Shuyu and Wei Yoqi were still standing in the same place. Zhang Ran was very obedient for the time being and didn't dare to make any random plans. Liang Shuyu stared at his back coldly and only moved away after he felt that Zhang Ran was extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Ran didn't want to stay with the two of them. What if Liang Shuyu attacked him again? He also ran away. Wei Yoqi looked around. Should we go over and take a look? Liang Shuyu didn't want to go. The lesson from last time was still fresh in his mind. He didn't save the person, and his mood was affected, so he wasn't interested. I want to go home first, Liang Shuyu said. Wei Yoqi was stunned for a moment. We are going to the bank later, and we probably have to go to the police station, and we can also go to get some information. A little tired, Liang Shuyu said. Oh. Wei Yoqi blinked, and felt that Liang Shuyu was a little depressed, so he wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Old Liang, I didn't realize you are so good at scaring people. Zhang Ran was scared like a grandson by you. Amazing. Liang Shuyu glanced at him sideways, and Wei Yoqi was a little flustered for some reason. When he was about to avoid it, Liang Shuyu laughed. That's all you can do? Wei Yoqi instantly realized that he was fooled by Liang Shuyu. Liang Xiaoyu, you're dead. The two chased each other in the alley. Wind. Liang Shuyu shouted. Wei Yoqi said, blow your grandson to death. The two crossed half of the alley. I talked to my dad, or we can go back first. Liang Shuyu said okay. The two went to find Fatty Wei and the others. The people had been rescued by Fong. They were just almost washed away by the water. The more difficult thing was that the bag was washed away. The bag contained relief food and ID card. The woman cried and prayed to God, and Fong softened his heart and gave her the 2 relief food he received from his family. The woman looked at the few portions in the bag and stared at it greedily. Fong had to explain the whole story, and the woman gave up. Liang Shuyu watched coldly. After they greeted Fatty Wei, they went back. Fong and Fatty Wei still had to go to the bank and the police station. We returned to lane 27 without incident. Several beauties gathered in front of the Weiwei convenience store. They were Xiao Zhao and his maidens, who had traveled with Liang Shuyu and his friends in the morning. He brought so many beauties out in the morning, which attracted many envious and jealous eyes. His expression was extremely proud. Xiao Zhao bought some melted ice cream in the store, and was bargaining. If it hadn't melted, it wouldn't be sold so cheaply. It's already very cheap, Aunt Xiaoping said. Xiao Zhao had a flat head, and looked to be in his 20s. He had 4 or 5 silver earrings on his ears. Judging from his appearance, he should be someone who hangs out in bars and KTVs all year round. I didn't expect that he would bargain. Cheaper, all for 5 yuan. 5 yuan? Aunt Xiaoping was obviously shocked by the price. Boss lady, please make it cheaper. If it weren't for us, who would buy ice cream now? A blonde-haired beauty said coquettishly. Xiao Zhao, a young man with a flat head, squeezed her thigh with his hand under the freezer. That's right, no one is buying. Aunt Xiaoping was helpless. The ice cream was supposed to be thrown away, so she could sell it for 5 yuan. She had no choice but to give it to them. 5 or 6 people happily left with a pile of ice cream. Chapter 24. After the group left, Aunt Xiaoping saw the 2 people coming back wet. "Why are you so wet?" She was so scared that her face changed, and she quickly pulled Wei Youqi into the house. Liang Shuyu said goodbye, and Aunt Xiaoping said a few words to him and didn't stop him. She also asked him to go back and take a hot bath. When Liang Shuyu arrived at the convenience store, Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying upstairs had already noticed it, so when he got home, clean clothes and hot cold medicine were ready. "Hurry up and change your clothes. Drink the medicine first." "Yes, go take a hot bath quickly, the water is already boiled. It's rainwater, it should be okay to use it for bathing." The 2 women were busy taking care of everything for him. As soon as he changed and took off his shirt, Liang Wenjing was already holding a towel to help him wipe his hair and back. Liang Shuyu said helplessly, "Where can I change my pants?" Liang Wenjing turned and went into the kitchen. "Let me see the water." Liang Ying stood still, and did not say that she would let Liang Shuyu go back to the bedroom. Liang Shuyu had to cough. Liang Ying said seriously, "It's not." "Mom." Liang Ying had to say, "Okay, hurry up. Don't catch a cold." Only then did he avoid it. Liang Shuyu hurriedly changed his pants and took a hot bath. He breathed a sigh of relief after feeling that the coldness in his body was relieved from the hot water. It had been raining for half a month since the power outage, and the house was so damp that it was almost uninhabitable. Liang Jiayu's window sills were moldy, and even the bed board had some mold, which had to be wiped every day. Otherwise, he was worried that he would get sick if he accidentally got it into his stomach. People feel uncomfortable in such extremely humid conditions. The body becomes very heavy and feels heavy. "I don't know when the rain will stop. I forgot to ask when I went out to collect food today." Coastal cities have never had such a long continuous rain day and night. Why is the rain so strange this time? Could it be that the solar storm will also affect the rain? I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. After taking a shower, today's meal is ready. Because I don't know the exact time, I don't know if it is lunch or dinner. Anyway, everyone is hungry. There are a lot of instant noodles and biscuits at home, but they are a little tired of eating instant noodles these days. Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying have developed many energy-saving cooking methods at home. They usually cook only twice a day, in the morning and about in the afternoon, to ensure that they can eat 2 hot meals a day. In the morning, they first use a pressure cooker to cook a large pot of rice with a tripod inside. Then wrap some oil, pickles, canned fish, or noodles soaked in cold water in tin foil, put them on the rack to steam and bake, and take the dishes out of the pot after the rice is cooked. The taste is particularly good. The second meal uses cold rice. Sometimes you can wrap rice balls, also wrapped in tin foil, and put them in hot water to heat. The tin foil is clean, and the water can still be drunk. If you don't drink it, you can also use it for bathing. They now only use 1 tea candle every day, and 1 tea candle can burn for nearly 4 hours and boil 5.5 pots of water. When it is burning, people must watch it next to them, and once the water is hot enough, replace it with new water to recycle the heat of the pot. If you grasp the time well when boiling the last pot, sometimes you can boil 6 pots of water. Although the flower teapot is small, it can be boiled every day and put into the thermos, which is enough for the whole family to drink all day. Let the ladies wash their butts by the way. Now the most important thing in a day is to eat hot meals. The second is to take a bath, take a hot bath. The feeling of having no food to eat at home is very uncomfortable. It is exactly the same as the feeling of a woman having a lot of clothes in her closet, but feeling that she has nothing to wear. Their family now has sufficient supplies, but they can only eat instant noodles, rice and pickles. So there is a feeling that there is a lot of food but nothing to eat. Bread is no longer a snack, but a supply. Although Liang Wenjing is greedy, she can't eat it for fun like she did at the beginning. Her daily activities at home now, in addition to staring at the boiling water and sighing in a daze, are to type on draft paper. She types crazily, and it seems that she has also written a power outage diary, but she doesn't show it to Liang Shuyu. In the past, Liang Wenjing thought that as long as she didn't go to work or class and had nothing to do, she could stay at home and play every day. But when it really happened, she found that it was not the case at all. At first, she was very excited about the holiday caused by the power outage. She played cards and go with Wei Youqi every day. The neighbors who lived a little lower were also excited to get together every day to play mahjong and gossip. But less than a week after the power outage, these people lost interest. Boredom, and anxiety filled everyone's heart. They gradually found that no matter how interesting the entertainment activities were, they could not get rid of the anxiety and boredom in their hearts. So they began to crave electronic games, mobile phones, and TV series. But the desire was useless, because everyone understood that even if there was a TV in front of them now, it would lose its novelty after 3 days. People can't sit still. No one can sit still. This is the reality. After half a month of suspension, some people began to hope to resume work. It was dark long after dinner, and Fatty Way and Use Your Phone came back with news. According to them, the police station is really busy now, and no one responded to their report, so they had to turn back. I went to the bank again. Now everyone can only apply for one purchase in currency, and the procedures are very complicated, and the review is very strict. Anyone with any bad credit record cannot apply. Although Liang Shuyu didn't know how the bank checked other people's credit records when the internal network was damaged, he didn't want to queue for so long for 100 yuan. Because Yu Shifeng and his team couldn't get close to the bank, there were so many people there, and the people queuing to get the money surrounded the area of hundreds of meters around it, and even the typhoon couldn't blow in, let alone them. Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing also breathed a sigh of relief when they learned about the power outage area. Compared to their own guesses, it would be much safer and more reliable if they could get accurate information from the relevant personnel. As long as there is room for improvement, there is nothing to be afraid of. Although the typhoon was very strange this time, it blew for half a month. But the solar storm appeared. So what's strange about the typhoon? Due to the power outage and the lack of entertainment activities, the neighbors have resumed their good work and rest time. After it got a little dark, there was no sound except the sound of rain. Although screams and screams were occasionally heard in the middle of the night, which were particularly harsh in this quiet city, usually no one would pay attention. Only on the next day would you hear various versions of rumors from various people. There were all kinds of speculations, such as those who were caught having an affair at night, those who were robbed, those who committed suicide, and those who jumped off the building. In the warm quilt, Liang Shuyu took out the sharp, cold knife that had been washed clean. Liang Wenjing had used a leather bag to make an ugly scabbard for it, and there was a special mark left by Liang Wenjing with needle and thread on it. It was said to be a lotus, but it looked like a chrysanthemum, and it was a broken one. Liang Shuyu pulled out the knife, and the blade reflected a silver-cold light in the dark room. Liang Shuyu touched it lightly with his fingertips. The cold touch made Liang Shuyu's fingers tremble. Liang Shuyu stared at it in a daze, and it didn't know how long it took before he tried to lick it with his tongue. It didn't have any taste, just cold. Chapter 25. On October 11, 2032, there was a heavy rainstorm. The 20th day of the power outage. This city seemed to be abandoned by the sun. Since September 23rd, the sun has never risen again after its set. Every day there is endless heavy rain, strong winds and heavy rain. It feels like there is a sea in the sky, leaking water continuously, and I don't know where all this water comes from. The last time I received relief food was 8 days ago, on the 12th day of the power outage. The rescuers on the food truck said that when the light turns red, citizens can use their ID cards to receive the second portion. But the relief food disappeared after only 3 days of distribution. Even the light that pushed away the clouds and fog, the light that symbolizes light and hope, disappeared forever in this endless darkness. Not all power equipment was damaged after the solar storm. Some of the more fortunate power equipment can still be used, provided that it can always have electricity. There are several flashlights that can be lit in lane 27. It is said that they are placed in the trunk of the car, forming a natural Faraday cage. So they were fortunately preserved. But after a few days of use, there was no electricity. At the beginning of the power outage, traces of electric lights could still be seen in the city. There were shopping malls that generated electricity, some public service facilities that were not completely damaged, and some families still had undamaged power equipment. But later, the night was gradually eroded by candlelight, and electronic light seemed to become history, gradually withdrawing from the stage. Without various short videos, TV series, movies, animations, variety shows, games, and other entertainment activities, people's main energy was all focused on mahjong, poker, gossip, cursing, sleeping, and even skipping rope. People now have absolutely enough time to observe the changes in the city. At first, during the first few nights when the power was cut off, people could still be heard laughing and talking. Later, the rain lasted too long and the atmosphere became dull. After the relief food truck arrived, the laughter and talking returned. But after the food truck suddenly disappeared, the whole city suddenly fell into a dull, powerless and desperate struggle. Worse than before. There were more and more bodies visible on the streets, the weather was getting colder, and more people were catching colds, fevers, and diarrhea. There was no food and no cash. Liang Shuyu had a low fever the day after he came back from receiving relief food. Fortunately, there was enough cold medicine at home, and he was in good health. He got better after half a day of fever. So going out became a more cautious thing. Neighbors said that there were several children and elderly people nearby who were suffering from colds and fevers, and they might not live long. The hospital didn't admit people, and they were simply too busy. The clinic was closed, and even the health station was closed. A child was almost burned to death, and the parents took the child to the health center. The health center refused to open the door to treat the child, so the parents smashed the shutter door of the health center directly. The two groups fought, and the child was killed on the spot. No one knew who smashed the child, so the two sides started fighting and 3 people died. 2 were staff members of the health center, one was an old Chinese doctor, and the other was his student and son-in-law. Later, the health center was robbed at night, and all the medicines inside were washed out. The bodies of the 2 people in the health center are still lying inside. It is said that the daughter and grandson happened to go out of town and were stranded by the power outage. Perhaps by the time she knew the bad news, the bodies of the 2 had already rotted away. Shuyu, help me bring a bucket of water down. Liang Ying, who was busy in the kitchen, said. Liang Shuyu's family had 3 floors and a rooftop. Since the water supply was cut off, all the buckets in their family had been thrown on the rooftop to collect water. Later, Wei Yochi's family also brought more than a dozen buckets up there. Wei Yochi's family didn't have much else, just a pile of trash cans, buckets, brooms, and mops. Therefore, the rooftop was full of buckets. However, this rainwater cannot be used directly after it is collected. There are a lot of stains and garbage in it. The full buckets must be brought to the stairwell and left to stand for a few days before they can be brought over for simple filtration and boiling for bathing and washing hair. Every time a bucket of water is taken from the stairwell, a new bucket must be put in from the rooftop to stand. This is the tacit understanding of the 3 families. The second floor also uses water here. Their family has a bucket, but the other 2 families don't bother with them over such idle resources. Another point is that there are many buckets on the rooftop. Although water can be collected every day, it cannot be left on the rooftop all the time. Every few days, the extra buckets must be dumped, cleaned, and refilled with new rainwater. Otherwise, a lot of garbage will settle in the buckets, and even a lot of bacteria will be produced, which increases the difficulty of filtering and disinfection. Liang Shuyu carefully carried a bucket of clean water through the living room to the balcony. As soon as the balcony door was opened, a huge thrust rushed in. It was a bit like the feeling of the drain hole of a swimming pool being suddenly opened, and Liang Shuyu was in the hole. When the balcony door was closed, the wind force became much smaller. The wind is like this. If you give it a channel, it will blow harder. If it encounters a wall without gaps, it is just a headless fly and can do nothing. Liang Shuyu wanted to filter and disinfect the water on the balcony. Last time they went to the mall, they didn't buy water purification tablets, but they bought 2 barrels of disinfectant, which they use now. Liang Ying's stockings were used for filtering. Liang Wenjing also had stockings, but hers were cheap ones that cost only a few dozen yuan. His mother's stockings all started at 200 or 300 yuan, and the difference between the 2 was quite big. From the naked eye, Liang Ying's stockings were reflective, and the workmanship was precise and delicate. Even if you pulled hard, they would not pull the threads or penetrate the flesh, which was perfect for filtering. After filtering a bucket of water, it had changed from a slightly turbid appearance to a clear and visible transparency. Then drop a few drops of disinfectant and stir to sterilize it, and let it stand until tonight before it can be used. Today's water is for drinking, and the water for bathing usually only needs to be simply filtered. Liang Shuyu has never used the water in the water storage barrel out of caution. So after the water in the water storage tank at home was used up, he thought about using rainwater. It would be nice if there was a water purifier, but unfortunately this is an old house, and they have never installed one. The water is ready, Liang Shuyu said. Get ready to eat. Liang Ying came out of the kitchen with a pot. They only cooked white rice today, and the side dishes were a can of moldy tofu and tin-foil baked ham. The moldy tofu and ham sausage were both from Liang Shuyu's call to Jing's bedroom a few days ago. Liang Wenjing was lying on the desk writing on draft paper. She didn't seem to hear it, and Liang Shuyu quietly stretched his head to peek. October 11th, 2032, heavy rain, 20th day of power outage. I wanted to have a poop last night, and it seems that someone saw me. Woo woo woo, I'm going to the uncle. Liang Shuyu, I'm writing a diary. Chapter 26. After the toilet could not be flushed, they had to relieve themselves in the chamber pot. It was called a chamber pot, but it was just a trash can with a lid that Wei Yochi got from his house. But the feces were very difficult to clean up, and the smell was particularly strong. Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying felt sorry for him, so they each decided to relieve themselves in a trash bag, tied it up, and threw it outside after use. Anyway, they had a lot of trash bags at home. But Liang Wenjing was more clean, and she didn't want to defecate in her bedroom. But the toilet became particularly smelly, since it could not be flushed, and it has been closed for a long time, so she waited until midnight. Go to a more secluded place downstairs to relieve herself. In fact, she could have relieved herself in the stairwell on the rooftop of the 4th floor, but there was a lot of water that was standing there, and might be used for drinking. How could she feel at ease to relieve herself in that place? It just so happened that there was a wasteland behind the Weiwei convenience store downstairs, and no one could see it, but who knew? Woo-woo. Goddesses also have to solve physiological problems. This is really an embarrassing and realistic thing. Ahem, let's eat. Liang Wenjing was feeling sad, and was suddenly interrupted. She subconsciously covered her diary with her hands. What did you see? She had a fierce look in her eyes. Ah? What? Liang Shuyu's stupidity was just right. Liang Wenjing looked at him, and it seemed that he didn't see it. Very good, spare his life. Well, let's eat. She nodded in a condescending manner, put the diary in the deepest part of the drawer, and watched Liang Shuyu walk out of her bedroom before she slowly walked out. Today's lunch is very rich. White rice with moldy tofu and tinfoil baked ham. Liang Shuyu went out to buy moldy tofu a few days ago. This is what happened. On the 12th day of the power outage, they went to collect relief food. On that day, they learned the exact area of the power outage, and after everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the grain truck did not appear again on the 4th day. On the 5th day, there was still no trace of the grain truck. Originally, the rescuer of the grain truck said that the light had 2 colors, and when the second color was on, the second relief food could be collected. Liang Shuyu and his team did not care about the relief food, but only cared about an attitude. This attitude does not refer to the government's attitude towards the people, but refers to an explanation. If the grain truck has been distributing, it means that the relevant department personnel are working hard to rescue and help the people through the difficulties. And the grain truck suddenly disappeared. What does it mean? Does it mean that the relevant departments can no longer control the disaster? Or is it that the subsequent supply cannot keep up? Or is there a major error in a certain link? Liang Shuyu is a person who makes decisions when necessary. This typhoon is weird, and the solar storm is also weird. Theoretically, since the solar storm in Europe last year, countries have paid so much attention to solar storms that it is impossible not to make predictions and preparations. The formation of solar storms does not seem to happen in an instant. Could it be that the relevant units cannot observe it? Assuming they have observed it, why didn't they inform the public in advance to make precautions? If it is just because they don't want to cause panic among the public, it is unreasonable. Assuming that the relevant units did not observe it, this is a sudden solar activity. Is this possibility high? Liang Shuyu is not a professional and cannot judge which possibility is higher. But there must be something abnormal about this solar storm. Perhaps he should make more preparations. Instead of planning for 2 months, we should plan for half a year or a year. Oh! You are overthinking this. Fatty Wei listened to Liang Shuyu's analysis and didn't care. And Xiaoping also said, I think I am overthinking this. Didn't they say that only 7 or 8 provinces had power outages? It seems to be similar to the situation last year. She also heard it from hearsay, and didn't know the details. The power outage area is larger than the power outage area in Europe last year. Fatty Wei recalled. Mainly because Europe is vast and sparsely populated, the affected area was actually larger last year, but the affected area was much smaller when converted to disaster area. But it's okay to be safe. Liang Wenjing thought there was nothing wrong with storing more food. At worst, they could eat it slowly later. She supported Liang Shuyu's idea anyway. Wei Yochi also said, I think Lao Liang's guess makes sense. Although our coastal provinces have big typhoons every year, they have never been like this time for more than half a month. Before the power outage, there was a plane crash. Maybe there were many things that we didn't know about. After all, we are now completely disconnected from the outside world. Or the Yellowstone volcano has already erupted due to the solar storm, and half of the Gale country has been destroyed, but we don't know about it yet? And Xiaoping knocked him on the head with a chestnut. What nonsense are you talking about? A volcanic eruption will kill many people. Wei Youqi pouted. I am happy to hear it. And Xiaoping finally poured the hot water for Liang Shuyu, Liang Wenjing, and Liang Ying, saying, even if it erupts, it's okay. The people in their country have moved away. Huh? Wei Youqi looked at his mother in surprise. Mom, how did you know that? And Xiaoping said with a little pride, I found it by watching videos. Do you think I am ignorant every day? Fatty Wei became interested. What is it? Liang Shuyu really didn't know about this matter, and he also pricked up his ears to listen. I don't know the details. It seems that the volcanic activity is a bit abnormal, so many people migrated. That's probably it. Liang Shuyu asked, when did it happen? After the solar storm last year. I don't know. Wei Youqi pouted. Can the things on Zion be trusted? It's best not to believe them all. Liang Wenjing said. Will solar storms cause volcanic eruptions? It seems that there is no direct connection between the two. Liang Shuyu came here just to ask Wei Youqi's family if they want to go out shopping with him, but he didn't have the intention of persuading them to go together. But the conversation went off topic, so he had to bring the topic back. Uncle Wei, are you not going to buy anything for the time being? Liang Shuyu asked. Before Fatty Wei could answer, Aunt Xiaoping said, what is there to buy for our convenience store? She looked at Liang Ying with a slightly harsh tone. Why do you let these kids mess around all day? Haven't you already bought so many things? If they don't have enough to eat in the end, my store will be enough for you. Why bother to spend that money to buy things and put them at home? Liang Ying smiled, but did not blame Liang Shuyu for it. Instead, she said calmly, he is more than half an adult, and he should have some thoughts of his own. Liang Wenjing snorted softly. It's not a mess. It's called preparing for a rainy day. It's better than being flustered at the end. Liang Shuyu stood up. Then I'm going to get ready to go out. You guys play for a while. The latter half of the sentence was said to Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing. Liang Wenjing pouted with an unhappy look on her face. I'm going back to write. She was writing on a draft paper now. Liang Ying also stood up. Go upstairs and put on a coat before going out. Lao Liang, I go too. Why are you going to join in the fun? It's so windy outside. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Chapter 27. Wei Youqi looked at his father with a bitter face and pleading eyes. It's dangerous for old Liang to go out alone. Go ahead. Although Fatty Wei did not agree with Liang Shuyu's hoarding of items, he felt that Liang Shuyu's idea was quite cautious. And it's so dangerous for such a small child to go out alone. Andy Xiaoping glared at Fatty Wei when she heard that. Fatty Wei blinked and pretended not to see. While the two were fighting eye to eye, Yu Shifeng came over to buy some soy sauce and rice. As soon as he heard that Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi were going out, he hurriedly joined. So on the 5th day, which was the 16th day of the power outage, Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng went out together to purchase items at the large shopping mall where they had visited with Liang Wenjing last time. It rained heavily on the road, but there was no danger. Entering the mall, it has only been more than half a month since I last came, but it actually gave me a feeling of vicissitudes of life. The muddy water and dirty tile floor were almost untouchable. Walking into the mall, almost every shop on the left and right was closed, and some were violently smashed, with broken iron sheets protruding in the aisles. There were blood stains on them. Dilapidated, dirty, and shocking were the first impressions of this big mall. Where did the prosperous and clean memories of the past disappear? This place seemed to be visited by the god of decay, and the stench of dirt and decay was everywhere. However, there were still people working in the mall, and the emergency lights were still on inside the mall. At the entrance of the mall, there was only one passage left, and all the rest were sealed. There was only one cashier counter, and an aunt who was proficient in mental arithmetic was in charge of the cashier. A slightly fierce-looking auntie was responsible for checking everyone's backpack, belt, and coat. There were also 2 aunties, who were responsible for running errands. What were they doing? Checking the prices. The cashier asked, "What's the price of XX?" The auntie who was running errands rushed to the shelf swiftly and said, "XX yuan." Well, every time she paid a bill, this auntie had to run about 7 or 8 times, even though she had memorized many prices. It was a little bit comical, but it was also reasonable and expected. Most of the shelves in the mall were empty. Especially instant noodles, bread, biscuits, chocolate, canned food, etc. Almost nothing was left, but these things were not Liang Shuyu's primary target this time. In fact, Liang Shuyu was not completely ignorant of survival knowledge, because Lu Xiaoping often talked about it in front of him before. However, it was precisely because of his knowledge of survival that Liang Shuyu realized after experiencing the 20-day power outage that survivalism is just an imagination, and many concepts need to be combined with reality. He has heard of some survival concepts such as EDC, SK, SHTF, etc. EDC means things that must be carried every day. Everyone's EDC is different. Liang Shuyu remembers that Lu Xiaopeng's EDC has a knife, a windproof lighter, a compass, and a small flashlight. He doesn't remember what else it has. SK refers to a small box that contains a variety of tools to help escape. Liang Shuyu is not sure what is inside. In addition, there is a concept of Bob or AOA on SK. He can't remember what it is, and what it does. SHTF means a terrible event, but the worst event that survivalists desire most is definitely zombie mutation, alien invasion, nuclear war, etc. However, since the probability of these things happening is too low, SHTF is often understood as anarchy, which means a state where there are no relevant departments and personnel to serve citizens. The real anarchy is extremely terrifying. The reason why shopping malls, banks, and hospitals are still operating today is because the government is still controlling them. If the relevant departments do not intervene, the shopping malls may have been closed long ago. If the shopping malls are closed, people cannot buy food, and violent robberies will definitely occur. Society will fall into collapse in a short period of time. But the current situation is also a semi-anarchy. Social public service facilities are almost all paralyzed, that is, shopping malls and banks are forced to open, giving them a glimmer of hope and comfort. Don't they have to be self-sufficient at other times? This is a bit far-fetched. The reason why Liang Shuyu thinks that the knowledge of survivalists is not practical is in food. Lu Xiaopeng once said that the materials that survivalists must store include rice, instant noodles, canned food, salt, sugar, oil, wine, and other important materials. Especially instant noodles and canned food are two major misunderstandings. Liang Shuyu has calculated that instant noodles are not durable. Its biggest disadvantage is that it is not durable. As for canned food, Liang Shuyu was influenced by Lu Xiaopeng and always thought that canned food with tin packaging and a unit price of more than 15 yuan was called canned food. In fact, it was not. Maybe the packaging method was introduced from foreign countries? The varieties are mostly luncheon meat, sweet corn, beef, etc., and the taste is very ordinary. The only delicious canned fish seems to be purely domestic, because it contains fermented black beans, which foreigners should not eat. In other words, these canned foods are not only expensive, but also not delicious and not durable. The only thing is that Liang Shuyu does not need canned food with such a long shelf life. In terms of cost performance, these canned foods with foreign flavors are far less cheap and diverse than pickles, moldy tofu, pickled mustard greens, bacon, sausages, salted eggs, preserved eggs, flour, etc. Of course, the concept of survivalism is imported from abroad, and Westerners don't eat pickles, moldy tofu, and bacon. This is understandable. Food list for October 11th. 22 bottles of Master Kong mineral water. 48 bottles of Nongfu spring mineral water. 14 bottles of milk. 65 bottles of large bottles of cola. 43 bottles of large bottles of orange juice. 2 cans of mail-in luncheon meat. 6 cans of Gulong instant luncheon meat. 13 cans of moldy tofu. 21 cans of Pengsheng clove fish. 13 cans of Pengsheng pickled mustard greens. Bulk bread, about 42 pieces. 8 bags of various flavors of instant noodles, 25 packs, 73 large boxes of Maxwell original coffee, 2 large bags of West wheat instant oatmeal, 12 bags of corn-flavored compressed biscuits, 24 bags of 50 caddies of rice, various flavored bag pickles, 49 packs, 65 ham sausages, 48 crispy sausages, 45 preserved eggs, 33 salted eggs, 26 Cantonese sausages, 11 packs of beef jerky, 51 tea lights, 10 regular candles, 28 tissues, 18 bottles of 84 disinfectant, 16 handfuls of noodles, 270 garbage bags, 4 rolls of tin foil, 5 rolls of plastic wrap, 200 disposable chopsticks, 500 disposable underwear, 3 large bags of flour, 1 bag of glutinous rice flour. In addition to preserved eggs, salted eggs and clove fish, he also bought Cantonese sausages. TSK. It's really too bad. It's very greasy and sweet. He also prepared a lot of soy sauce, salt, sugar, cooking oil, etc., but he didn't organize them on the list. Some miscellaneous snacks were not organized. Chapter 28. After buying food, Liang Shuyu went to the pharmacy. He bought some antiviral cold medicine. It was really only a little, because the current cold medicines are sold by the pill. Yu Shifeng's family did not have extra medicines in stock, and he did not have extra money. So Liang Shuyu lent him 500 yuan without him having to pay it back, but there was a condition that Yu Shifeng had to teach him some practical self-defense skills. Because Yu Shifeng knew several kinds of boxing, including Muay Thai, Tai Chi, grappling, and even Bajiquan. He used to run a boxing gym, and after coming to Shilin City, he has been working as a special security guard. Liang Shuyu wanted to learn some hand skills to keep himself safe, just in case. And because they went out to buy things, they also attracted the attention of the neighbors around them. This is how society works. Maybe you don't care and don't need it, but if everyone is buying it, you can't help but think, what if I don't buy it, won't I be at a disadvantage? So Liang Shuyu and his friends' actions inspired the neighbors around them, and many people went out to buy things and spent the cash in their hands. The old Chen family on the second floor didn't have any cash, and they wanted to borrow from Fatty Wei, but Fatty Wei didn't have any extra. And Aunt Xiaoping didn't agree. So the old Chen's wife came to Liang Ying to borrow. Liang Shuyu still remembers that morning. He heard a knock on the door outside. It was on the second floor. He only opened the aluminum door inside, and the big iron door outside was still closed. Through the gap in the iron door, he saw the old Chen's wife with a pale and purple face. Her eye bags were as black as ink, and her eyes were swollen like light bulbs. I was embarrassed, ashamed and guilty to borrow 500 yuan from their family. Liang Shuyu thought of many years ago, when Lao Chen was still a very elegant man. He was not the lame drunkard and gambler of today. Lao Chen's wife was also a gentle, soft-spoken woman. She was very good at making fermented glutinous rice wine, and she would bring up a bowl of the freshest fermented glutinous rice wine every time. At that time, she would wear a very fashionable printed long skirt, with a slim waist, and walk gracefully in the alleys of the suburbs, attracting countless people's attention and turning heads. Now she has become like this. Liang Shuyu lent her 500 yuan, and asked her not to tell anyone. She left with great gratitude. Lending money was not out of sympathy. Liang Shuyu was not that kind of person. Even though Liang Shuyu didn't like the people on the second floor, they now lived in the same building. In another sense, they were on the same boat. If Lao Chen's family was so hungry that they couldn't even afford to eat, it would be a great trouble for Liang Shuyu's family. In order to avoid trouble, Liang Shuyu lent her money. He just didn't want their family to starve to death. In addition to cold medicine, Liang Shuyu also bought some antibiotics and 4 or 5 bottles of cleaning agents for women. Liang Ying and her family did a good job of hygiene every day, but the weather was too humid, which had a very adverse effect on women's gynecology. And Liang Shuyu was not very good in that aspect because she often didn't take a bath. Drop this thing into hot water and dilute it, and use it to wipe the whole body, which can also play a role in sterilization and prevention of skin diseases. There is also the problem of women's underwear. It rained continuously, and even underwear didn't dry. Anything that has been soaked in water will inevitably stink on the third day, full of invisible mold and bacteria. Before noticing this problem, Liang Shuyu got some old underwear from Wei Youqi's house for the two ladies. Later, he went to the mall and found disposable underwear, and bought a lot of them at once. He himself had no underwear to wear for a long time, and he had to go out several times without underwear. Women's underwear needs to be changed every day, and disposable underwear is much more convenient. However, they still prefer their own private underwear, which is more comfortable to wear because of the menstrual cycle. So they also stocked up a lot of sanitary napkins. These are all things Liang Shuyu didn't consider at the beginning. Fortunately, the mall was open, otherwise it would be a big problem. Life after the power outage is thrifty and meticulous, like an old woman. October 11th medication sorting list. 999 Gaimao granules 5 boxes 9, 38 bags. Cold medicine Lianhua Qingwen capsules 2 boxes 24, 31 capsules. Cold medicine Maylin ibuprofen suspension 100 L. Children's cold and fever antiviral oral liquid 2 bottles. Influenza antiviral granules 8 bags. Influenza tacrolimus ointment 2 bottles. Atopic dermatitis, psoriatic dermatitis, psoriasis moss ointment by Yunshin erythromycin ointment 3 bottles. Skin abscess, scabies pustule, suppurative skin disease, ulcer Lishingwai. 5 boxes of vitamin C tablets 100, 473 tablets, 3 boxes of Lishing vitamin B complex tablets 100, 285 tablets, 18 bags of Huashan brand Morodin. Stomach pain, bloating, heartburn, stomach nourishment, belching, hiccups 100 tablets of Labajinglu pills. Anti-diarrhea, stomach bloating, diarrhea 2 bottles of amikacin lotion. For severe traumatic infection caused by sensitive bacteria, antibacterial drug 10 tablets of Huang Shanqing pills. Clearing heat, purging fire and detoxification, headache, sore throat, mouth and tongue sores 3 bottles of Jingdu Shui. Kafu iodine disinfection. 28 bottles of venom. 65 bottles of alcohol spray. 20 capsules of levofloxacin hydrochloride capsules. Acute and chronic bronchitis, norfloxacin tonsillitis, urinary tract infection 48 tablets of fenbutylin anti-inflammatory tablets. Pharyngitis, tonsillitis, anti-inflammatory and swelling, heat-clearing and detoxifying drugs 120 capsules of amoxicillin capsules. Upper respiratory tract, urinary tract and reproductive tract infection, otitis media, sinusitis, pharyngitis, tonsillitis, pneumonia anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics 36 tablets of penicillin V potassium tablets. Bronchitis, pharyngitis, tonsils, sinuses. Inflammation, otitis media 6 capsules of Ceftonir. Cephalexin, an oral broad-spectrum cephalosporin antibiotic anti-inflammatory drug 8 capsules of Cefixime. Streptococcus, pneumococcus, Neisseria gonorrhoeae, Branhamelica oralis, etc. 42 bottles of Sephora flavescens wash solution. 10 bags of 20 disposable masks, 189 pieces. 10 bags of 20 sanitary cotton swabs, 192 pieces. 10 rolls of elastic bandages. 96 pieces of band-aids. It is really hard to buy antiviral cold medicine. Liang Shuyu went to 3 pharmacies to buy this little. From the 13th day of the power outage, their family began to supplement vitamin C and B. 1 capsule a day, because they have not eaten fresh vegetables for too long. After lunch, Liang Shuyu no longer participated in Liang Wenjing's entertainment activities, and went to the stone dam of Yu Shifeng's house with Wei Youqi to practice grappling. Yu Shifeng knows a lot of things. The easiest one to learn is Muay Thai. Of course, the most powerful one is Bejiquan. Yu Shifeng claims that his Bejiquan is only average because Bejiquan is more about internal skills. Liang Shuyu chose the grappling hand after careful consideration. If they have a physical conflict with anyone, Liang Shuyu's goal is to remove the cold weapons or weapons that hurt people in the hands of the opponent, rather than to fight them to a victory or defeat. As long as the opponent's weapons and equipment can be removed quickly, the danger can be reduced. The practice of grappling hands does not need to be complicated. The most important basic training is to practice wrist strength and finger strength. Liang Shuyu's fingers have gradually hurt after 3 or 4 days of continuous practice. Although it is not obvious at present, Yu Shifeng said that these things must be accumulated over time to gradually show their effects. Chapter 29. At this time, Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi were practicing Tai Chi push hands. Tai Chi push hands is not as soft and weak as it looks on the surface. It seems to be playing, but in fact it contains the art of mechanics. The simpler things seem, the more they can exert unimaginable power after persistent practice. Is your sister at home? Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi were practicing vigorously, and a beautiful girl with short hair walked out of the house. She was tall and thin, and her Korean-style slightly curly short hair made her look neat and tidy. Her eyes were not big, but they were bright, and seemed to penetrate your heart when she looked at people. Her facial features were pretty and beautiful, with smooth lines, a pointed chin, and 2 very delicate and cute dimples when she smiled. Of course, Liang Shuyu almost never saw her smile. The dimples at the corners of her mouth were also discovered because she needed to make certain sounds when she spoke. Her expression always gave people a cold and indifferent feeling, especially when she said to Liang Shuyu, "Is your sister at home?" Liang Shuyu always had the illusion that she was not going to play with Liang Wenjing, but to cause trouble for Liang Wenjing. "Yes, I should be free," Liang Shuyu said after looking at the dartboard in her hand. Yumin was very good at darts, and she also learned some martial arts from Yu Shifeng. After Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng dealt with each other, Yumin became familiar with Liang Wenjing. The two seemed to have met too late, and they soon played together. Yumin also taught Liang Wenjing to practice darts, and the two would stay together for a long time every afternoon. Liang Wenjing used to play with Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi, but now that Yumin came, the two of them were mixed together, and there was nothing for the 2 boys. Liang Wenjing really needs a female friend. After all, girls always have a lot of private topics. After practicing Tai Chi push hands, it is the basic physical training. Squats, push-ups, high jumps, etc., mainly train flexibility, reaction speed, etc., to avoid the fastest reaction when encountering danger. Anti-strike training is unnecessary. What they have to do now is to defeat the enemy quickly and take the initiative. However, if the solar storm passes and the call comes, Liang Shuyu does have to consider learning some martial arts. Now it is necessary to practice some things that can be used immediately. It's your ice cream that caused it. What do you say? I'm going to collapse. What do you say? Liang Shuyu and Wei Yochi were doing sit-ups when they suddenly heard a quarrel coming from the direction of the convenience store. He also heard Aunt Xiaoping say, "When you bought it, I told you that it was melted ice cream, and it's been so long since you bought it." He and Wei Yochi quickly got up, held an umbrella, and crossed the road to go back. What's wrong? As soon as they arrived at the door of the convenience store, they found that there were many people gathered here. 6 or 7 women and 2 men. One of them had a flat head and was called Xiao Xiao. Liang Shuyu had seen him before. The other man was unknown, but his face was terribly pale, and he sat on the ground with a weak face, looking sick. That Xiao Xiao didn't say anything, but 2 of the women he brought were very fierce. If it weren't for the fact that Fatty Wei was tall, the spit of the 2 women would have flown to Aunt Xiaoping's face. Liang Shuyu only heard a few words and understood what was going on. Blackmail, extortion, and fraud. A bunch of melted ice cream that I bought for 5 yuan many days ago. It was said that the man had diarrhea after eating it, and he is still not well now, so he came to ask for an explanation. You can tell what they want with your toes. They are just out of money, and come here to extort money. Since no one can explain it clearly, let's call the police. Let the police handle it. Liang Shuyu interrupted forcefully from the outside. Among the 2 fierce women, one has short yellow hair, is slightly fat, and has thick lips and nose. It is obvious that she is not a woman to be messed with. The other woman looks skinny, probably less than 1.5 meters tall, with no flesh on her face. She is thin-skinned and can make people feel headaches with just a few words. Why can't you explain it clearly? Now it's very clear, your ice cream caused my friend to have diarrhea. You must give us an explanation now. Liang Shuyu smiled. We sold ice cream? Where is the evidence? Where is the receipt? Do you still have the ice cream? Take it out and ask the hospital to identify whether it is caused by the ice cream. If you don't have any evidence, how can you say that his diarrhea is related to this store? The skinny girl stared at her round eyes and said, You didn't give a receipt at all. Oh, then where is the ice cream? The ice cream was eaten a long time ago. Why are you asking questions? Are you an idiot? The thick-lipped man said. Since you can't produce any evidence, how can you say that it is related to this store? The 2 women were speechless and didn't react for a long time. Among the other women, there was a black-haired woman without makeup, who probably knew the purpose of their visit. She looked at Liang Shuyu and then at Xiao Xiao with a guilty look and said tentatively and timidly, So you don't want to admit it? The woman with thick lips interrupted her, and the thin woman of 1.5 meters glared at her. The woman with black hair and no makeup immediately shrank aside and dared not say anything. Anyone who wants evidence, you bought things for so many days, and you suddenly said it was related to us, no matter how you look at it, it seems. Aunt Xiaoping, who was hiding behind Fatty Wei, was interrupted by the thin woman before she finished speaking. Oh, do you mean we are scamming? I don't mean that, I mean. Anyway, you don't want to admit it now, right? The woman with thick lips said. Yes. They don't want to admit it at all, and they even want to say we are scamming? Do we need that little money? We scam. The thin woman with thin lips said, as if she was angry out of shame. Not only did they not give us an explanation, but they also bid us back. Another woman said. These women spoke too fast, so fast that they didn't give anyone room to interrupt. Indeed, maybe the purpose of their trip was just like this, just to extort some money. They didn't really come to seek justice, but they were in large numbers and had nothing to fear. They were talking so much that even Liang Shuyu couldn't get a word in. In the midst of the chaos, someone shouted, Let's smash the store. Do we need that little money? So 2 women rushed up and grabbed Fatty Wei and beat him. Fatty Wei was a man, so how could he fight against 2 vicious women? His fighting power was not as strong as Aunt Xiaoping's. Another woman and Xiao Xiao started to smash the store, and 2 other women blocked the door to stop Liang Shuyu, Wei Yochi, and Yu Shifeng who came. The 2 women pushed their chests forward, and Yu Shifeng wanted to grab them away, but how could he, a gentleman, do that to 2 women? Fatty Wei was entangled by a woman and couldn't turn over, while Aunt Xiaoping could barely fight back, but it was only for a short time. Xiao Xiao took the opportunity to kick her over. Aunt Xiaoping fell to the ground and was immediately pinched by the 2 women, pulling her hair and shoulders. Fatty Wei was so distressed that he had to resist forcefully, but as soon as he protected Aunt Xiaoping, the 3 women rushed up together, hitting, scratching and biting him, extremely fiercely. Chapter 30. Yusherfong outside couldn't do it. He watched Fatty Wei being beaten and screaming. His voice was so strong and powerful that it was deafening. Stop! Stop! But no one listened to him. However, Wei Yochi didn't care. It was his father and mother who were beaten. Wei Yochi was so angry that he kicked a woman at the door and rushed in to save his parents. Another woman who was blocking the door tried to catch him, but Liang Shuyu grabbed her hair and threw her on the road. Liang Shuyu never had any sympathy for women, especially such vicious women. Stop! This sentence was shouted by Wei Yochi. The three women who beat his parents had been kicked by him and slapped to the side. Liang Shuyu took advantage of this and grabbed the heads of several women who were knocked unconscious and threw them all out. The two of them cooperated perfectly. The upright gentleman Yusherfong looked at the two children with admiration, silently gave a thumbs up in his heart, but still said to Xiao Zhao with a cold face, "Why don't you get out of here quickly? Are you waiting for us to send you away?" Xiao Zhao showed resentment in his eyes, and reluctantly dragged the exhausted guy out of the small door. Liang Shuyu looked at his expression, and guessed that this person should be the planner of this action. They did not achieve their goal this time, and they will definitely come again next time. Wei Yochi's store had an accident, and Liang Shuyu's family would also be affected. Liang Shuyu did not like to keep such hidden dangers. So Liang Shuyu touched the knife he carried with him, stared at Xiao Zhao, and left the convenience store step by step. Those women, the one with thick lips was beaten black and blue. They said they were smashing the store, but 3 of the women had bulges on their bodies. It was just robbery. They may have achieved some of their goals, but they lost their momentum completely. People can fight for nothing in their life, but only for a breath of air. They can even kill and set fire for this invisible breath of air, so they cursed as badly as they wanted. However, the boy who was touching the knife at the door of the store looked at them coldly, and also looked at Xiao Zhao, who was silent and resentful. The black sheath in his hand showed a little gap, revealing the silver light of the knife. Compared with the boy's cold and gloomy eyes, people felt cold on their backs and lost their confidence. So they stopped cursing, because the boy was still motionless, staring at them coldly. Recalling the situation when he grabbed her hair and threw her out just now, he must not be a guy who sympathizes with women. The women pushed and retreated further and further away, and finally simply pulled Xiao Zhao and said, "I will never let you go." Then they ran away together. Although they didn't get the money, at least they got something by the way. It wasn't too lost. Liang Shuyu kept staring at their backs as they left, and only looked away after they completely disappeared into the gate of the commercial building for a long time. The room was in a mess. Yusherfong helped check the wounds. They were just some skin injuries and bruises. They could be cured by applying some iodine. It was nothing serious. But the couple looked quite embarrassed. Their clothes were torn, their hair was messy, their bodies were wrinkled and bloodstained, and their faces were also covered with red marks. Those women were really cruel. Damn it! Wei Yochi cursed with heartache and anger, and his eyes were red. Liang Shuyu said, "First, boil some hot water for your parents to wipe them. Don't open the store next time. I'm worried that they will come back for revenge." Although Liang Shuyu deliberately threatened them, he didn't know whether this group of people would really have some taboos or just go all out to cause trouble again. In short, he was more inclined to think that such people would not easily give up. So it's better to be safe. "Yeah," Wei Yochi responded and hurried to boil water. The couple rested on the chairs, and they hadn't completely recovered yet. Liang Shuyu thanked Yusherfong, and then the two of them helped to reorganize the things that were smashed in the store. The pile of items left in the convenience store are almost all daily necessities. Since the power outage for 20 days, food and snacks have basically been sold out. Of course, Fatty Wei's family is not stupid, and there are still a lot of things in the back room. It's just that they don't put them out to sell. So the things that the women just took away were just some snacks that couldn't be sold, which were neither expensive nor durable. Although the money was not lost much, the people were hurt, which was the biggest loss. After they put their things away, Yusherfong asked the two if they had any pain. He went home to get his own medicine and bone-setting medicine to help Fatty Wei rub his sprained hands and feet. Only then did they say goodbye. Liang Shuyu chatted with Fatty Wei for a while. Those people may not give up. To be on the safe side, it is better to move the valuable materials at home so that we can avoid them in case of trouble. Liang Shuyu was most worried that they would bring weapons with them. Maybe they didn't have sharp knives, but they definitely had 2 kitchen knives. In this situation, if anyone is accidentally stabbed, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Perhaps most people will reflect on themselves only after they encounter real guns and bullets. Before that, They would rather turn a blind eye to reality and deceive themselves than listen to other people's opinions. At this time, Fatty Wei finally listened to Liang Shuyu's opinion. Okay, if we move everything inside. The store will not be open for the time being. The scratches on Fatty Wei's face were still bleeding. It's not safe inside. They are just testing this time. If there is a next time, it will be a real robbery. Call the police. Let's call the police. I don't believe that the police can't deal with them. They broke into the house and robbed in broad daylight. They will be sentenced to 10 years at least. And Xiaoping cried angrily. Wei Youqi in the kitchen angrily retorted, What time is it now? Are they still talking about the police? Aren't they just relying on the current special situation to be so arrogant? I told you not to open a store to sell things a long time ago, but you still don't believe it. Wei Youqi was also a little annoyed. What time is it now? You are still talking about these useless things? And Xiaoping was already beaten, and her own son said this. She lost all her dignity. Angry and aggrieved, she cried loudly, What do you mean by useless? If I don't open a store, what will you eat? You eat air? Wei Youqi was very angry, but he also knew that now was not the time to argue with her. His mother was just a housewife with little knowledge. She couldn't change her inertial thinking, and he was too lazy to talk to her. Lao Liang, why don't we move the things to your house first? Wei Youqi said. Okay, that's what I was planning. You can just leave a few items in the inner room. If you encounter robbers again, just let them think that the store has been robbed. This will be much safer for you. This is a good idea. Liang Shuyu discussed some details with Fatty Wei and Wei Youqi. Chapter 31. And, Uncle, you guys should have a good rest. You can pack up tomorrow. If you need anything, you can yell. Okay. Fatty Wei watched Liang Shuyu leave gratefully. Today, thanks to Liang Shuyu and Yushifeng for their help. Otherwise, he would have no idea how it would end. This little guy is quite loyal. Liang Shuyu helped them close the small door on the roller shutter door, and then entered the stairwell from the big iron door next to it. He locked the big iron door with his backhand, and then went upstairs. Passing the second floor, the door opened a crack. What's going on? Is someone robbing? It was Lao Chen's wife. Ever since Liang Shuyu lent her money, she began to appear occasionally. Not like before, hiding in the house for 10 days or half a month. Of course, it could also be that after the power outage, Lao Chen went to the mahjong parlor downstairs to play mahjong every day, and often stayed out all night. She finally had a relaxed and free life and dared to come out. That's about it, Liang Shuyu said. Old Chen's wife took a breath of cold air. Then, Liang Shuyu interrupted her, but nothing happened. They were all driven away. Liang Shuyu went upstairs after saying that, and after a while, she heard the sound of her closing the door. Liang Shuyu had just reached the door, and before he raised his hand, Liang Ying opened the door and pulled Liang Shuyu in. Are you not injured? She checked Liang Shuyu up and down. Before she breathed a sigh of relief, her expression seemed a little scared and a little self-blaming. At this time Yumin came over. I guess those people will not give up. Be careful next time. I'm going back first. Liang Shuyu made way for her, and she went back with her dartboard. After Yumin left, Liang Ying closed the big iron door and locked the aluminum door inside. The family of 3 sat on the sofa, and Liang Wenjing spoke first. We wanted to go down and take a look, but Minmin said that it's better for women not to go out and show up, so that you won't have to take care of us if something happens. I think there is some truth in that, but I'm also worried. Now it's good that nothing happened. What do those people want to do? Robbery? She said a lot in one breath. Liang Shuyu answered one by one. They just found an excuse to hit the porcelain, and took away some small things. It's hard to say what they will do for the time being. She's right. You are not allowed to go down in this situation in the future unless I ask you to help. Stay at home as much as possible. Liang Ying agreed with Yumin's words, and after what happened just now, she realized that the days to come might be worse. It might get more chaotic as time goes on. Well, if everyone has no money, they will find ways to get things without breaking a sweat, Liang Shuyu said. The 3 of them were silent. Although they know that the relevant departments are still working hard, local chaos will continue to occur. Today it is the convenience store downstairs, and tomorrow it will be the turn of the shopping mall on the street. As long as people have no money and no food, and without rescue, they will definitely find ways to survive. And the only way is to plunder those resources visible to the naked eye. In addition, Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng were going to buy 2 more gas cans 2 days ago, but unfortunately he and Yu Shifeng found that all the houses in that area were flooded when they arrived at the vegetable market. There are 2 gas cans in the vegetable market. Now the store location is flooded, and they may have moved away. But after asking the neighbors around, no one knew where they had moved to. So Liang Shuyu returned empty-handed. Liang Shuyu also observed the water level in the vegetable market, and found that if the rain continued, the water might flood their upstream in another month and a half. The place where they lived was not low. The lower places were flooded after 2 or 3 days of power outage. In other words, if the rain continued, Liang Shuyu's house would also be flooded. There were wolves in front and tigers behind, and life was getting harder and harder. The nights these days were getting more and more sad. There would be screams and screams from the outside from time to time. Sometimes it was hard to tell which direction they were coming from, but they sounded very creepy. And after listening to them more, you could also hear what happened roughly from different sounds. If it was a woman, like the kind of screams that were urgent and shrill, they were mostly robbed. After the power outage, the city was terribly quiet, so any slightly louder noise outside could be heard. If such screams are accompanied by the sound of smashing and smashing, then it is undoubtedly a burglary. Such cases are mostly not impulsive, and may be committed by acquaintances. Because there are relatively few residential areas near Liang Shuyu and his family, it is a cheap rental area. Therefore, most of the people living in this area live alone, and various workers who share a house. Some beautiful women may have been noticed a long time ago, but after the power outage, some people were ready to make a move, and gradually some people suffered. There is another typical sound at night, which is called a thump, which is mostly jumping from a building. Liang Shuyu has heard this sound at least 5 times. Another kind is the sound of an accident explosion, in a high-rise building nearly 1,000 meters away from Liang Shuyu's home. One night, there was an explosion, and then a big fire. Although it was raining heavily at the time, the rain did not turn and pour into his house. With the center of that house, almost all the neighbors nearby were in danger. There was no fire truck, no ambulance, and no rescue. A few days later, I heard that a family of 4 was burnt. 2 neighbors nearby also died, suffocated to death. No one went to deal with the body, but the neighbors pooled some money and asked the property management to take it away and move it to the police station. However, there are rumors that the property management casually threw the body into a large pit filled with water outside the community. From then on, as long as there were bodies nearby that needed to be dealt with, they were thrown into that big pit. It piled up more and more. In a society ruled by law, the world people see is covered with a filter, and it is difficult to distinguish even if there are vicious criminals living around. In a collapsing society, even the guys who were once as cowardly as shit suddenly became aggressive. The demons have all surfaced, and the filter has disappeared. Some people also threw the bodies of their relatives in there, not because they are indifferent. But the bodies can't be left at home or randomly placed on the street, so it's better to throw them together and wait for the power outage to be handled together. Now the police station and the hospital don't accept the bodies, if they are specially transported there. They were also packed in bags and piled on the road. Since they are also thrown outside, why go to the trouble of moving them there? Maybe most people think so. The next day, Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng helped Fatty Wei move things. The roller shutter door of the convenience store on the first floor has been completely lowered, but there is an iron door in Fatty Wei's house that leads directly to the stairwell, so Liang Shuyu and his men moved very quietly. As long as they don't walk outside, the people inside won't attract attention no matter how they move. Fatty Wei's house has a lot of rice, and the number of various condiments, daily necessities, and disposable items is amazing. There is also a lot of mineral water in stock, more than 12 boxes. After all, it's a convenience store, and these things are always in stock. Half of Liang Shuyu's living room was filled with them. We also need to deal with the place where we moved, so that no one can see the traces of the piled goods. Liang Shuyu reminded. Chapter 32. The reason why he said that was not entirely because of Xiao Xiao and those women. Almost everyone living nearby knew that there was a convenience store here, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would have the idea of robbing it. If the convenience store was really robbed one day, they could still sacrifice the car to save themselves, so that people would not see that there were many supplies in the convenience store. Yu Shifeng agreed very much. I didn't expect you to be so cautious. I really underestimated this guy, who looked gentle and polite. Fatty Wei responded, okay, I go clean it up now. So they were busy for another day or 2. The rain was still falling, and it was still unknown when it would stop. It had been raining for 22 days, and it had not stopped even once in the middle of the night. The wind had also been blowing for 22 days. Was it caused by the solar storm? Or was this typhoon so long? In the evening, Liang Shuyu did some physical training, practicing wrist and finger strength, and fell into a deep sleep after being sweaty and tired. Since he started training with Yu Shifeng, his body has gradually returned to the state before the power outage. On a wet rainy day, the idle work and rest is too harmful to the body. He had been feeling a little heavy in the past few days, and it was not until these few days of training that he recovered a little. So he urged Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing to do some exercise, and sweat every day, and he also had higher requirements for himself. Spontaneous training in the morning and evening plus intensive training in the afternoon. Most of the day was spent on training. Late at night, there seemed to be a huge knock on the door. Liang Shuyu frowned in his sleep, turned over and went back to sleep. Such sounds were not uncommon in the middle of the night, and he was just afraid of being disturbed. But gradually, the voice seemed a little wrong. It sounded familiar. Liang Shuyu suddenly woke up. F*****KU. Get out. It was Wei Youqi's voice. When Liang Shuyu woke up, Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing had also woken up. He quickly put on a coat, and pulled out the knife from under the pillow, and held it in his hand. Liang Shuyu opened the bedroom door, and said, "Don't go down." Liang Ying nodded and said, "Look at the situation, be careful, and run directly if something happens." "Yeah." Liang Shuyu responded, and quickly opened the 2 doors, and looked down from the window in the stairwell. 4 women and 3 men were using tools to smash the rolling door of the convenience store. Just as Liang Shuyu looked at it, they had already smashed the small door, and several men and women rushed in. Liang Shuyu quickly retracted his gaze and walked down. Arriving on the first floor, the door of Wei Youqi's house was closed. Liang Shuyu had no choice but to open the big iron door and close it with his backhand. He stood outside the small door that was broken by the axe. Wei Youqi inside was screaming. Liang Shuyu hesitated for 2 seconds and went in. As soon as he entered, he saw Wei Youqi being beaten by 2 men and 2 women. Fatty Wei and Xiao Xiao, who was holding an axe, were confronting each other. The rest of the people were looking for useful things in the chaotic convenience store, and there was another person smashing the cash register. And Xiaoping was nowhere to be seen. She should be hiding in the back room. They really did a fraud last time, and they really broke into the house and robbed it this time. But it seems that they may not intend to hurt anyone, or they have not made the decision to kill anyone. Beating Wei Youqi was just to vent their anger. Liang Shuyu hid the knife and stepped forward to pull the 2 men who were holding Wei Youqi apart. His joining made everyone in the room turn their attention to him. Both men were strangers. It was not easy to break up a fight. If you were not careful, you would just divert the firepower to yourself. The 2 men almost hit Liang Shuyu without thinking. Liang Shuyu did not fight back. He just shook them off and looked at them coldly. Liang Shuyu did not want to have a conflict with them because these people had an axe, 2 iron pipes, and 2 kitchen knives. Liang Shuyu's meaning was very clear: you take yours, but don't hit anyone. The 2 men probably understood, snorted twice, and turned around to search for things in a swagger. After all, they had no grudge against Wei Youqi and Liang Shuyu. They beat Wei Youqi just because the 2 women wanted to beat him, and Wei Youqi kept resisting. The remaining 2 women who pressed on Wei Youqi were the 2 fierce women 2 days ago. They came here for revenge. They still remember the 2 slaps and kicks Wei Youqi gave them last time, and seeing Liang Shuyu suddenly appear, they were naturally more arrogant with weapons in their hands. The thick-lipped woman cursed Liang Shuyu with a few ugly words, rushed towards Liang Shuyu, and raised her hand to slap Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu reacted quickly, intercepted her wrist, and held it hard. "Get out of here after you take it. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude," Liang Shuyu warned coldly. The woman felt that her wrist was almost broken. "Let go. Do you believe it or not, I will kill you." She was full of dirty words, but Liang Shuyu couldn't beat her. After all, this woman didn't come alone. It was very sad that there were 7 people on the other side. If Liang Shuyu accidentally annoyed them, they would be cruel enough to raise the kitchen knife and chop him a few times. Not to mention killing someone. Even a scratch would be fatal. People should distinguish between reality and imagination. He shook off the thick-lipped woman, and Wei Youqi also broke free from the shackles and stood up from the ground, with scratches all over his face and blood flowing from his nose. It was bright red like a bright rose printed on his white t-shirt, which was particularly scary. Liang Shuyu hurriedly took a tissue to help him stop the bleeding. Seeing this, the thick-lipped and thin-lipped women did not entangle anymore, although the thick-lipped woman wanted to make trouble for Liang Shuyu, preferably slap him a few times. But she always felt that Liang Shuyu had a cold face under his gentle appearance, so she thought about it and let it go. The 2 women had vented their anger, and were proud and arrogant, and it was time to do the real thing they came for this time. Wei Youqi was indignant, and when he was stopping the bleeding, he used his eyes to signal Liang Shuyu to get help. Liang Shuyu did not agree to him. What if he called Yu Shifeng in this situation? Fight with these people? What if he got injured? The hospital has been occupied, and didn't you hear that the health station was smashed? Now getting injured will only lead to death. What if he wins the fight? There is no guarantee that these people will not come back again. Unless they can kill all 7 people, they can eliminate the trouble forever. Otherwise, just pretend to be a grandson. Wei Youqi saw Liang Shuyu's compromise, and angrily slapped the hand that was wiping his nosebleed away. Last time, his parents were beaten, and this time he was beaten. He couldn't swallow this breath, and in the chaotic house, there was a strange harmony at this time. The intruders were rummaging around, and Liang Shuyu, Fatty Wei, and others were watching coldly. Found the money. The man who smashed the cash register searched the table for a long time, and finally found a pile of change, paper, and a small pile of coins. He counted happily, and found that there were less than 200 yuan. Why is there only so little? Where can I get cash now? A woman answered, and seemed satisfied with the amount. Indeed, they were not without money. They just couldn't withdraw it. Seeing that they found the money, Fatty Wei's expression suddenly changed, and he pleaded in a tone, "This is the only money in our family. If you take it all, what will our family eat next?" However, Fatty Wei was just acting. Chapter 33. Because Liang Shuyu suggested hiding the money in the cash register, most of the food in the store was emptied. If they couldn't even find the cash, how could the robbers let them go easily? But the play had to be played out, and these people couldn't be made to think that they were still hiding things. "It's none of our business if you don't have food, we haven't eaten yet." The person who got the money mocked. "You were so arrogant a few days ago, but now you're scared?" "Ha." A woman who was weighing a kitchen knife said. Fatty Wei smiled bitterly, and begged them a few more times. However, the money had been collected and put away by them, and it was obviously impossible for them to let go of the money just because of a few pleas for mercy. Even the coins were collected without leaving a single one. These people almost turned the store upside down, and found a small pile of snacks, which were all unsold inventory. They found half a box of mineral water, and a lot of drinks. They couldn't take them away, so they packed them in plastic bags. There were 6 or 7 big bags, most of which were drinks and beer. Fatty Wei looked at the big bags and begged for mercy again. "Those are the only purified water left in our family. Why don't you leave 2 bottles for us? Otherwise, we can only drink rainwater." "Shut up." The thick-lipped woman cursed and pointed the iron rod at Fatty Wei. "If you say another word, I smash your head." Fat Wei shut up. The thick-lipped woman smiled smugly and looked around the house. There was nothing left to take away. "Then go back," she said. Several men and women stopped, and suddenly, Xiao Zhao pointed his axe at the inner room. There must be something inside. The group finally looked at the small door hidden behind the shelf, and then they reacted. "No wonder we didn't find anything. It turned out to be hidden inside." Fatty Wei hurriedly blocked the door. "Only my wife is inside." "Get out of the way." Xiao Zhao's axe hit Fatty Wei's neck, and the sharp blade cut Fatty Wei's skin. Warm blood instantly flowed down his collar. Fatty Wei was most afraid of blood. Just now, he could act calmly in front of these guys. After finding that he was bleeding, he trembled and trembled. "Don't. Your axe." "Dad." Wei Youqi shouted. "Humph." Xiao Zhao snorted coldly, pushed Fatty Wei to Wei Youqi, and was about to walk into the small door. Liang Shuyu took a step in front of him. "Leave a way for others. If you really push us into a corner, it will not benefit anyone," he said. Xiao Zhao was skinny, slightly shorter than Liang Shuyu, dressed very fashionably, and wore silver earrings on his ears. If we only look at his facial features, he should be the type that girls would like. Unfortunately, he is too short, so he has to tilt his head to look directly at Liang Shuyu. "Ha." Xiao Zhao laughed arrogantly as if he was acting on TV. He probably thought he was invincible. His expression management was so bad, just like the crooked-mouthed villain in the TV series. Ugly as hell. "Just you? Little bastard." Even the tone of his voice was like that. Liang Shuyu always thought that the actor's acting skills were too exaggerated, but it turns out that this is really the face when they are proud. "You can try," Liang Shuyu said coldly, "but I advise you to take the things and leave." I'm bleeding. On the side, Fatty Wei was mumbling in panic. He was particularly afraid of getting hurt and bleeding, which Wei Youqi knew very well. So Wei Youqi quickly found a tissue to help him cover the wound first. It's okay, it's not much." Wei Youqi cried to comfort him, but in fact, he was still bleeding from his nose, and every time he spoke, his nose bled. The blood flowed onto Fatty Wei's body, and it looked like a pool of blood. It was extremely creepy. Fatty Wei rolled his eyes while mumbling, "Dad! Dad!" Wei Youqi shouted loudly. Aunt Xiaoping in the inner room had been listening to the noise outside. When she heard Wei Youqi screaming so shrilly, she thought something big had happened outside, and she could no longer control herself and rushed out. As soon as she came out, she saw this scene. Fatty Wei rolled his eyes, and fell at a pool of blood. The white tissue on his neck was stained, and Wei Youqi's face was covered with blood. "Fatty! What have you done? I'm going to fight you!" Aunt Xiaoping screamed heartbreakingly and rushed out, but was stopped by Liang Shuyu, who hugged her waist. The scene became chaotic. Seeing this, the thick-lipped woman rushed up and slapped Aunt Xiaoping in the face. "Let's fight!" she yelled. This slap was so heavy that Aunt Xiaoping almost saw stars. The second slap from the thick-lipped woman was about to come down, so Liang Shuyu had to let Aunt Xiaoping go. He freed one hand to slap the thick-lipped woman away, and Aunt Xiaoping finally rushed out and grabbed Xiao Zhao's hair and tore it. Liang Shuyu could no longer control the situation. When Liang Shuyu wanted to pull Aunt Xiaoping back, he heard the thick-lipped woman's cold roar from behind. "You fucking die." Once the situation became intense, it was out of control. When Liang Shuyu's peripheral vision swept over the sharp kitchen knife, he used the reaction he had practiced day and night, and simulated hundreds of times in his mind without even thinking about it. He knocked down the opponent's weapon, pulled out the knife, and stabbed it into the opponent's heart with the help of the rotation force of his body. In one go, without thinking, the white knife went in and the red knife came out. Although that moment was extremely short, Liang Shuyu had already figured out the next plan in his mind, either to completely shock this group of people, or to kill them all. Squeak! It was the sound of something breaking. The thick-lipped woman's body was pushed back 7 or 8 steps by inertia. She was shocked and looked at her hands full of blood in disbelief. She finally looked at her chest, the bloody hole. She leaned back, her hands grasping the shelf. Her expression had become fragile and twitching. She struggled slowly, and sat on the ground. Blood was all over the floor, and she seemed to have struck a silent blow. Her chest rose and fell, her eyes stared at Liang Shuyu helplessly and eagerly, her chin was unable to close, her lips slightly parted, and then she shed 2 long tears. Her face gradually turned pale, and the rise and fall of her chest visibly flattened, only the muscles around her lips were still twitching. Liang Shuyu held his knife, and slowly turned around. The movements in the room stopped, and everyone looked at him. But it was only about 10 seconds, and everyone who reacted all let out a huge roar, and then rushed towards him with their weapons raised, but it was just a bluff. They were all afraid of the knife, that was still steaming. Liang Shuyu just moved his body slightly, and then grabbed Xiao Zhao's hair from behind. The steaming blade was pressed against Xiao Zhao's neck, and Liang Shuyu felt Xiao Zhao tremble all over. The axe in his hand also fell to the ground weakly. There was a bang, like an alarm bell, reminding the rest of the people that they were in danger. Everyone stopped moving again, seemingly worried about Xiao Zhao's safety, but from their shaking hands, they were just scared. Liang Shuyu glanced at them one by one, then retracted his gaze, and wiped the blood on Xiao Zhao's neck. Liang Shuyu said slowly, "Do you know what happens when your throat is cut?" Xiao Zhao's muscles were twitching all over his body. He didn't dare to speak, and cried in his throat. Liang Shuyu said, "I heard that it can spray 2 feet high. Do you think it's true or false?" Chapter 34. Xiao Zhao's facial expression was completely distorted, uglier than crying. He wanted to speak for mercy, but the great fear made him unable to speak. He could only make a sound similar to sobbing. He thought that his heart was strong enough, but it turned out that he was still so cowardly. The sticky thing on his neck seemed to have temperature. It was boiling hot. When he thought of the fresh blood of the dead on his neck, and someone was thinking about whether to cut his throat, he felt desperate and terrified. He sobbed. "Will you come back?" Liang Shuyu asked. He shook his head quickly, desperately. "How can I believe you?" Xiao Zhao tried his best but couldn't say a complete sentence, but instead his face was full of tears. "I don't dare anymore." Finally, he managed to squeeze out a complete sentence, but at the same time he felt a warm sensation in his lower body, and he peed. Liang Shuyu laughed coldly. To Xiao Zhao, this laugh was extremely perverted and terrifying. Liang Shuyu let him go and finally said, "Take your things and get out." Xiao Zhao and others fled here in a hurry, as if they had been pardoned. A man even wanted to come over to pick up the axe. Liang Shuyu stepped on the handle and suddenly said, "Wait." The man who was picking up the things was so scared that he sat down on the ground when he heard this, and the other people who were fleeing also froze, reluctantly, but had to turn around. Liang Shuyu pointed at the weapons in their hands. "Leave this one, take the rest." "What does it mean?" The few people didn't react, and the thin-lipped woman tentatively picked up a bag of drinks. Seeing that Liang Shuyu didn't stop her, she quickly threw down her weapon and fled with the bag. The rest of the people followed suit, throwing down their weapons and taking away the looted supplies. In less than 10 seconds, they all disappeared, leaving a pile of urine and blood. As soon as they left, Aunt Xiaoping, who had been holding on and holding back, collapsed on the ground and burst into tragic tears. Fatty Wei had woken up after being pinched by Wei Youqi. He saw the woman under the shelf over there, and Liang Shuyu's knife. Now, he was expressionless, and stared blankly at the front. "Old Liang." Wei Youqi stepped over and hugged Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu was tightly hugged by his shoulders, and his low and forbearing cry came to his ears. Suddenly, Liang Shuyu hugged Wei Youqi, patted his head, and said as calmly as possible, "It's okay, it's all resolved." "Yeah." Wei Youqi's hands grabbed the clothes on his back, and couldn't stop crying. "They broke into the house and robbed. I was just defending myself." Liang Shuyu replied. Fatty Wei understood what Liang Shuyu meant. "Okay, since you have decided to turn yourself in, I will go with you tomorrow." The wound on Fatty Wei's neck was very light, and he applied iodine and put on a few band-aids. There were tears in his eyes, and he felt a lot of self-blame, guilt and reluctance. He scratched his knees again and suddenly cried, "I was wrong, I was not good, I was useless." If he was useful, he would not let a half-grown child bear this kind of thing. He thought he would live a carefree life for the rest of his life, without fighting or competing. In fact, he was just a coward. Why is this happening? What sin have we committed? It was Aunt Xiaoping who was crying. "You go back and rest first, I clean up here." Wei Youqi came over and whispered to Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu thought about it. Wei Youqi sent him out of the roller shutter door. It was completely dark outside, it should be dawn. Wei Youqi sent him to the iron gate. "Have you really decided to surrender? What if they detain you?" Liang Shuyu smiled and said, "Then their detention center should not be enough." Now he still has the mood to tell jokes to tease him. Wei Youqi felt a pain in his heart when he looked at his smile. "Old Liang, thank you." As he said that, tears began to flow, not crying, but just flowing, and he couldn't stop it. "Thank you." "Okay." Liang Shuyu patted his back. "Go back and comfort your parents first, I'm fine." "Yeah." Wei Youqi wiped his tears. The two parted ways. Back home, Liang Shuyu said nothing, and Liang Ying asked nothing. She boiled some hot water, and took out a set of clean clothes. Liang Shuyu wiped his body casually. The blood-stained clothes had been disposed of by Liang Ying when he came out. Liang Wenjing had been lying by the window for a long time. The rain was still pouring down the street below. The narrow alley was gurgling with water, and as a broom was used, the color of the rain became darker in the dark night. Then Wei Youqi dragged a woman out of the door, and the dark rain under her flowed out in two streams. She was casually placed outside the convenience store. "I'm a little sleepy, take a break." The two women looked at him cautiously. Liang Wenjing's eyes were red. "It's okay," Liang Shuyu said to her. "After dawn, Fatty Wei and I will go to the police station, but they should not have time to deal with these trivial matters. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be back in the afternoon. It's a trivial matter. The woman who broke into the house and robbed was killed by a minor in self-defense. Compared with other murders that are being performed in full swing in this city, it is naturally not a big deal." "Okay," Liang Ying said, "go and rest. No more words or questions." Liang Shuyu is indeed a little tired now, and he feels relaxed when he lies on the bed. It's just that he thought he could fall asleep as soon as he touched the bed, but he became more and more awake after tossing and turning. What, is he feeling some psychological discomfort? Liang Shuyu carefully recalled all the details that just happened. First, Wei Youqi was beaten, and he pulled the two men apart. Someone took out the change they had prepared in advance. According to the subsequent development, it should be that Fatty Wei half-heartedly let those people break into the house, pretending that everything in the house was robbed by them. Right. Who knew that Fatty Wei suddenly lost the line? Aunt Xiaoping rushed out, the scene became chaotic, and the woman suddenly wanted to kill him. So he subconsciously resisted. Then he took advantage of the situation to threaten and intimidate the thin and short man. After success, he confiscated the weapons and let them go. Aunt Xiaoping began to cry loudly. What did Xiaoping say? Liang Shuyu recalled. It seemed to be what a sin. What should I do? How could this happen? Why do you kill people? Something like that. His chest rose and fell. Liang Shuyu turned over and took out a cigarette from the bedside table and lit it. He took a puff and felt that it was meaningless. He put it out and leaned against the bedside in a daze. The dark room had white walls and white ceilings. There is a diamond-shaped ceiling lamp with patterns on it, a lotus pattern with pink, purple, and blue overlapping and changing. There are also a few inconspicuous black spots on the lamp. They should be the corpses of insects. On the left is a two-door wardrobe, separated by a desk, on which is a high-end computer that he saved up for a long time to buy. It is a 27-inch monitor, and it took a long time to choose before buying it. Liang Shuyu remembers how much the graphics card cost. 3,001? 3,003? Forgot. Anyway, this computer is scrapped, and I don't know if it can be turned on again after the power comes back. Chapter 35. There are also light brown tiles in the corner. This reminded Liang Shuyu of something. At that time, Yu Shifeng's family was a family of 3, and they had a son. Liang Shuyu called him Stingy Brother. He had forgotten how the name came about. Once, Liang Shuyu and Luo Junxian came back from school, and Stingy Brother said he would take them to play hide-and-seek. Stingy Brother's house was very big, 2 floors, with a total of 5 or 6 rooms, all made of high-grade wood and very good sound insulation. He hid under a bed and fell asleep unknowingly, and no one found him. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that victory finally belonged to him. Stingy Brother suddenly came into the room, and the bed shook, and Stingy Brother also made a sound. He didn't know what they were doing, but he counted the bricks in the corner of Stingy Brother's house. If he stayed on a brick for 10 seconds, then Stingy Brother would shout for 37 minutes. Later, he went home and was beaten because his sister had been looking for him outside for 2 hours and almost called the police. Liang Shuyu tossed and turned, but still couldn't fall asleep. But he was very sleepy. His hand touched the cleaned and open knife under the pillow. Liang Shuyu took it out. The cold light overflowed from her beautiful body, like a crescent moon, emitting charming white light in the dark night. Liang Shuyu licked her, and there was still no smell, no blood, and no smell of death. The knife is pure, and only people can be stained with blood. No matter how many people a knife kills, she is purely just a knife, and she will never change. Bringing the tissue closer, Liang Shuyu put his hand back into the quilt. The knife seemed to have a strange charm. By licking it, one could gain mysterious power. The rain outside the window was pattering. Sometimes it was slow, like a gentle hand, sometimes it was fierce, hitting the ground crazily, sometimes it was swept by the strong wind without any warning, pouring all over the glass window, then it slid down decadently along the water column and merged into a larger stream. After that, Liang Shuyu fell into a deep sleep. He was hardly affected by the noise from the outside world. When he woke up refreshed, it was about afternoon. The rice was ready. Today's side dish was pickled vegetables and ham, steamed and baked in tin foil. It had a unique taste and looked delicious. The rice was a little dry, probably because I didn't add a little water today. Why are you chewing on one side? Liang Wenjing suddenly asked while eating. Liang Shuyu thought to himself, can you tell from this? I accidentally bit it yesterday. Actually, I didn't pay attention last night and accidentally cut it. Liang Wenjing raised one eyebrow. Are you stupid? Liang Shuyu, Forget it, the more you talk, the stupider you get. She patted Liang Shuyu's head like a dog. By the way, I've recently conceived a new book. It's super interesting. Do you want to read it? She spoke briskly, with a faint smile on her face. Liang Shuyu felt a little scared for some reason. It's not something weird, is it? It's just fantasy. What are you thinking about? No. Liang Shuyu quickly denied. If there is a book to read, it would be great. That's right. That's right. Liang Shuyu also smiled at her. Liang Wenjing seemed to be in a good mood, and said, it's raining so hard outside, many places must be flooded. Try not to step on water when you go out. What if there is a pit below? When walking, it's best for everyone to keep a certain distance, for safety. Okay. Liang Shuyu said. Oh, by the way, it's better not to touch the telephone pole. Yeah. And there's more. She took out a modified small bag from the bedroom, slightly larger than a palm, just 2 pieces of canvas, sewn together with simple needle and thread. There was also her exclusive mark lotus on it, although it looked like a withered chrysanthemum. In this bag, I put band-aids, masks, cold and headache medicine, and a bottle of alcohol spray. Everything is wrapped in plastic wrap so that it won't get wet, just in case you need it. In addition, I think it's best to put a bottle of mineral water and a piece of compressed biscuit in your bag. If you accidentally get trapped somewhere, it can at least last 2 or 3 days. She chattered like an old mother, stuffing mineral water into Liang Shuyu's backpack while talking. The small thing she transformed into a waist bag has also been hung on Liang Shuyu's waist. This must be the legendary EDC, Liang Wenjing said with a sense of accomplishment, looking at her waist bag and touching her chin. Liang Shuyu mentioned it to her, and she remembered it. It should be, Liang Shuyu said. Also, she took out a handmade calendar from somewhere. Today is October 16th, Saturday. It should be between 2 and 5 p.m. now. If you don't go out, they will be off work. Liang Shuyu smiled. They should be very busy. Is there a saying of off work? Who knows? Maybe they are more relaxed than you think and are sleeping. After putting on the backpack and raincoat, Liang Shuyu said hello to Liang Ying and was about to go out. Be careful on the road, Liang Ying said, having washed the dishes with filtered rainwater and disinfecting them with alcohol spray. Okay, I'm going out. Liang Shuyu went downstairs and went to the police station with Wei Youqi, Fatty Wei, who had been waiting for him, and Yu Shifeng, who learned the news later, to report the case and turn himself in. Yu Shifeng only learned the news in the morning. Liang Shuyu knew that their house had very good sound insulation. But Yu Shifeng was very embarrassed because he didn't hear such a big thing last night. He didn't expect Liang Shuyu to. But he didn't say too much. He knew Liang Shuyu needed to digest it himself. 2 adults protected 2 children, walking on the road with turbulent water in the pouring rain. The police station was a certain distance away from here, but Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei had been there last time, so they were familiar with the road. There were more people on the road than usual, and many families were on the verge of collapse. Not everyone was as lucky as Liang Shuyu. He had enough cash, and a friend who was a survivalist reminded him to stock up enough supplies. Many families only realized that they should stock up supplies when relief food was distributed. So when they went out to buy things again, they found that they did not have enough cash, and that the things in the mall were almost sold out. As of now, most of the small supermarkets and small malls on the street have their doors closed. One reason is that the things are almost sold out, and they dare not sell them anymore. Another reason is that they are afraid of being robbed. After walking along Nanmen West Street, Liang Shuyu suddenly stopped at the end of the street. What's wrong? Wei Youqi asked. Then, they all looked in the direction of Liang Shuyu's site, at the intersection of a chain of small malls called Mingsheng. There were actually 4 or 5 bodies parked. The rolling shutter door that should have been closed was damaged, and the iron hole could accommodate 2 or 3 people. Looking inside the dark hole, although it was pitch black inside, nothing could be seen clearly. But everyone knows that there must be nothing there. The body was lying at the gate. The rain washed away the stains, leaving no trace. But their eyes seemed to be able to see through time, those clearly visible bloodstains. It seemed to still be imprinted there. Chapter 36. That woman and child got separated from her husband. They are from other places, Liang Shuyu said. Do you know them? Yu Shifeng's voice was cold. Liang Shuyu shook his head. I've seen them. Let's go, he said. Everyone continued to move forward with a heavy heart. If they had discovered the cruelty of this city the last time they went out, now they saw it again, and found that they were just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, and had never seen the world. The dilapidated and depressed streets, the closed doors of shops, the pairs of vigilant and inquiring eyes hiding behind the security nets, the heavy rain, and the sound of running water mixed together in the ears, the corpses piled up in the corners of the city, it was so dazzling, it made people feel expected weird. There was a shouting sound coming from the alley. Yu Shifeng subconsciously wanted to see what was going on, but was pulled away by Fatty Wei, and the 4 of them hurried away from there. Let's not meddle in other people's business, said Fatty Wei. Yu Shifeng clenched his fist and fell silent. Be careful not to walk in the alleys in the future, said Liang Shuyu. The alleys are narrow and cramped, and people are easily hidden in the corners. Some houses are in special locations. If someone throws a stone from above, it may hit them with one hit. The main road is still safer. Go to the police station. There were hundreds of people inside and outside. Liang Shuyu and his team heard the noise before they arrived, and guessed that the situation in the police station must not be good. However, they were still shocked by the scene when they arrived. Although the sliding chain door at the door was closed, people entering and leaving did not take it seriously at all. There was no one on duty in the security booth, and the in and out valves were useless. The hall was full of people, shouting, clamoring, crying, police horns, whistles, and the sound of rain all mixed together. The scene was simply chaotic. Where to stay? Find a hotel, a homestay, or at worst, just find a big shopping mall to stay for a few days. It's useless for you to make trouble with me here. If you don't have money, go to the bank. Do we have money here? Can I give you money? I don't have any money myself. Those who report the case, fill out the registration form yourself, write down the address and phone number, and notify and handle it one by one after the call. Insufficient police force. I've said that the police force is insufficient. How many times do I need to say it? Corpses? Deal with the corpses yourself. Carry it to the hospital. If you have this time, you might as well go to the bank to queue up to withdraw money. Don't interfere with my official duties here. How many times have I said that the police force is insufficient? All those who make trouble again, go and squat inside. Stay at home. Everyone stay at home. Don't go out. Wei Youqi's mouth twitched. It hurt. Then we go and fill it out ourselves? Liang Xiyu had guessed this situation a long time ago. Well, this is the only way. They walked in. Just as they got closer to the crowd, Liang Xiyu suddenly stopped. Many people are coughing. Let's put on masks. No one who went out wore a mask except him. But Liang Wenjing only prepared 3 masks for him. Yu Shifeng said, I'm in good health, so I don't need to wear it. Liang Xiyu said, Uncle Yu is waiting for us at the door. The current environment is prone to breeding bacteria, so it's better to be cautious. That's fine. Yu Shifeng felt that what Liang Xiyu said made sense. On a humid rainy day, people's resistance would be reduced if they didn't work for a long time. Although he thought he was strong, it didn't mean he was not easily infected. So Liang Xiyu, Fatty Wei, and Wei Youqi all put on masks, and Yu Shifeng returned to the security booth to wait for them. After filling out the record, Liang Xiyu and his team left without even saying a few words to the police officer on duty. It was too busy. The man was talking dryly with a loudspeaker, but there were still people below who kept making noises, asking for money, and crying, and the police on duty were almost going crazy. There were only 2 police officers guarding the huge police station, and the rest were all transferred to rescue floods and disasters. In this long typhoon weather, others could lie at home and sleep peacefully, play cards, but they were fighting on the front line of life and death. The men and other families were trying every means to protect their families, but they left their wives and children behind, and came here to fight for other people's families. After leaving the police station, Liang Xiyu and his team were going to go to the nearby large shopping mall to see if they could buy anything, or go around the surrounding area. One trip will cost you a set of clothes, so you have to make the best use of them. There are still many people queuing outside the bank. Nearby supermarkets and shops are almost all closed, but pharmacies are almost all open, but the medicines are limited. Common cold medicines have been sold out long ago, and other related medicines need to be sold by pills and packages. Is there any medicine for external injuries? After what happened yesterday, Liang Xiyu realized that there was no medicine for external injuries at home. It was negligence before. There are actually 5 or 6 people on duty in this pharmacy. They should be a family. So many people are standing at the front desk. They are afraid of being robbed. Centella Asiatica tablets, 2 yuan per tablet. By tablet? Fatty Wei was reading the instructions. This medicine can promote wound healing and is used to treat trauma, surgical trauma, burns, etc. 2 tablets at a time, 3 times a day. A normal course of treatment is 5 days, at least 30 tablets. No way, no pharmacy can get the goods now, and these things are sold 1 less tablet. Didn't the grain truck come in before, and the traffic is not open yet? Wei Youqi said. The person in the pharmacy said, only some areas in the city are open, and the highway is still blocked. We can't get out, and others can't get in. So what if we get out? Several coastal provinces have all lost power, and other provinces and cities have insufficient supplies, so how can they give us more? Another person in the pharmacy said. A bottle of Centella Asiatica tablets contains 100 tablets. Minor injuries don't need to take this, and major wounds are almost difficult to heal in 10 days or half a month. In other words, a bottle of Centella Asiatica tablets is used sparingly, and it is only for 2 injured people to take a course of treatment. Liang Xiyu planned to buy a bottle, but he didn't show any expression. It's too expensive. What kind of medicine is used for external injuries? The medicine seller looked at the wound on Wei Youqi's face. This one, Jinchuanglingsen, but this can only be sold by the bottle. Only 12 G is left, 300. Liang Xiyu also wanted to buy this. Yu Shifeng's family has Polito, but it can only deal with minor injuries. With these 2 things, he will have some confidence when encountering major wounds. But he can't let the people in the pharmacy see that he has money. I want this, uncle. How about we discuss it? Liang Xiu looked at Fatty Wei and Yu Shifeng in a negotiating tone. Yu Shifeng, who was a straightforward person, had not yet reacted to what Liang Xiu meant. After all, Liang Xiu was the richest among the four of them. Fatty Wei reacted quickly and agreed. I don't have much either, I give you some first. As they talked, the three of them were pulled outside the pharmacy by Liang Xiu. The four of them formed a closed circle. Liang Xiu pretended to borrow money from them, but he took out 500 yuan from two places in his backpack, 200 yuan, 350 yuan, and the rest were 10 yuan, 20 yuan, and even 1 yuan. Chapter 37. These were all the ones he had deliberately exchanged for when he bought something before. He squeezed them until they were wrinkled. At this time, the four of them returned to the pharmacy together. Liang Xiu said, why don't we just buy both bottles together? But we only have 483 yuan. Is that okay? How can that be possible? Do you know how important these medicines are now? Liang Xiu looked embarrassed. This is all the money we can afford. The man was angry for a moment and glanced at a man at the cashier. Forget it. But these things will become more and more expensive in the future. It will be impossible for you to buy them cheaply in the future. Thank you. After handing over the money and the goods, Liang Xiu collected the medicines, and the four of them left the pharmacy. Someone is watching us, hurry up. Yu Shifeng suddenly pushed them forward gently, and walked forward quickly with them in his arms. Wei Youqi was surprised. How many people are there? I didn't expect that someone would be watching them just for buying medicine. Could they be guarding outside the pharmacy all the time? At least 3 men. Yu Shifeng said. The four of them walked very fast. According to their original plan, they would go to other big pharmacies and big stores to buy some things. Now they just had to see if they could get rid of those who followed them. After crossing several roads and taking a shortcut through an alley to get rid of their sight, the four of them ran fast. After running 2 or 3 more roads, Yu Shifeng was sure that the people behind them had not caught up, and the four of them stopped by the roadside to rest. They were all panting heavily. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous outside. Fatty Wei frowned. Liang Xiu said, it seems that we have to be more careful when buying things in the future. The police station is so chaotic. If there is no call, anarchy is probably not far away. Yu Shifeng thought for a long time before he understood what anarchy meant. After he figured it out, his face changed instantly. If it is anarchy, shops, banks, and pharmacies will not be open. Yes, Liang Xiu affirmed, especially shopping malls and banks. And the staff of the shopping mall will be the first to steal and move all the things in the mall home. Then the mall will be occupied by thugs and all the supplies will be looted. By the way, Wei Youqi thought of the provinces and cities that had power outages. Is our city the farthest from the rescue? Shilin City's neighbors are also the disaster-stricken areas this time. The rescue from the southwest will definitely reach the 2 provinces of Hubei and Guizhou first. In addition, Shilin City has been raining for more than 20 days in a row. Isn't it the most difficult? If it is sunny, the power outage will not be so uncomfortable. Yes, Liang Xiu affirmed, and then poured a basin of cold water. But not only that, if the relevant departments want to rescue us, is there only one way by land? Have you seen an airplane since the power outage? No. Wei Youqi was shocked. So it's very strange, Liang Xiu said. Maybe it's because the typhoon is too strong and the satellite signal is damaged, so there has been no plane to come in for rescue. Fatty Wei analyzed. There is such a possibility, so I can't be completely sure of this guess. In short, we'd better make longer-term preparations, Liang Xiu said. Yu Shifeng nodded, then let's stock up more supplies to be prepared. Old Wei, you should also be careful about your convenience store. The four of them discussed and searched for nearby shopping malls and pharmacies that were still open. Liang Xiu and his friends found another big mall a few kilometers away that was still open, but most of the things inside were sold out, and Liang Xiu was just picking up bargains. Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei's family didn't have much money, so they could only buy some small things. In short, they bought whatever was available in the mall. Liang Xiu's family didn't lack staple food, so he bought more things that could be used as dishes, all kinds of unsold, all kinds of messy condiments, small items, small cans, etc., stuffed a full school bag. After leaving the store, they walked further away. There was also a pharmacy over there, which Yu Shifeng had seen while driving, and it might still be open. To get to this pharmacy, you need to cross a small bridge. There was a lot of wind and rain on the bridge, and the water was like a waterfall, which had completely covered the stone steps. It looked like an artificial waterfall, and it didn't look like it originally. Let's take a detour. This bridge is too dangerous. Survivalist judged. The crowd took a detour. There was a flowing river under the bridge. The detour was not short. When they came to a road that could be crossed, they found that the lower reaches of the river had been completely flooded. This area has become a small lake. Most of the houses built in the area are only 2 or 3 stories high. Now only heads can be seen. Many residents are trapped on the roofs of the houses, and it seems that they have been trapped for some time. Moreover, the water flow here is turbulent. If the trapped people risk going into the water, those who can't swim are likely to be washed away by the water. However, at a glance, there are at least 7 or 8 houses with people on the roofs, most of them with their families, and the youngest children are still in swaddling clothes, which makes it even more difficult to escape on their own. There were still 2 or 3 families stranded in some houses. Some of them didn't even have umbrellas. They used buckets and bags to cover their heads. Who knows how long they have been in the rain? Fortunately, there were 4 or 5 people in uniforms rescuing them. However, they only had 1 kayak, and it was very dangerous to rescue people in such a turbulent river. "I go help." Survivalist took off his backpack and threw it on Fatty Wei, and was about to rush out. Liang Xiu grabbed him in one step. "It's too dangerous." Survivalist said with a firm brow, "I have won the city swimming championship, you can rest assured. In such heavy rain, these people will lose one day if they are trapped for one more day. I can't turn a blind eye. Someone is already rescuing them. You are not a professional, so why are you showing off? If something happens to you, how can we explain to your daughter when we go back? Humph, you are the same as my girl. Selfish." He didn't say those 2 words. "I have made up my mind." Survivalist seemed to have thought of something. "If you are in danger, I will also help. I am sorry that I did not help you last night. So today, the matter is in front of me, and I will not sit idly by." Hearing the word again, Liang Xiu withdrew his hand. "Okay, you have to be responsible for your actions. Old you, what are you doing? You can't be a hero in the current situation. No one will praise you if you win, and no one will collect your body if you lose." Fatty Wei also advised. "I thought you would stand on my side," Survivalist said. Fatty Wei shook his head. "I still have children and family, I can't take risks with them. We are not young anymore, and the burden on our shoulders is heavy. I understand you, but don't persuade me anymore. If I don't do something, I will be unworthy of my conscience," Survivalist said as he rushed out. Fatty Wei smiled bitterly at his receding back. Survivalist went to save people, but Liang Xiu did not leave. He and Wei Youqi found a place to shelter from the rain nearby, and waited for him. Chapter 38. Fatty Wei kept watching Survivalist take off his shoes and jump into the turbulent water, saving a family of 3 on the roof of the nearest house. His swimming skills were indeed not exaggerated. In such a turbulent water, he could actually swim back and forth with a person. The uniformed rescuers over there saw that someone was participating in the rescue, and their morale was boosted. They worked harder and cooperated with Survivalist to rescue the remaining people. The water must have rushed down overnight, otherwise so many people would not be trapped on it. Could it be that the sluice gate somewhere upstream was broken? Liang Xiu didn't know much about the waterways in the city. He took out a cigarette from his backpack and lit it. Fatty Wei opened his eyes wide when he saw it. "Why are you smoking cigarettes at such a young age? Throw it away quickly." But Liang Xiu ignored him at all. Fatty Wei turned over a few ellipses in his mind. Forget it. It seems that he has no right to control Liang Xiu. Besides, Liang Xiu must have been under a lot of pressure last night. With a deep sigh, Fatty Wei was troubled. Alas, if he hadn't been so useless, Liang Xiu wouldn't have been the one to take the brunt of the situation yesterday. The child must have been scared. Although he didn't say anything or make a fuss, he must have been traumatized. The more Fatty Wei thought about it, the more he felt guilty. "I take him to see a psychologist after the call comes in, because I'm worried that he has psychological problems if he takes care of this alone." Well, thinking this way finally made Fatty Wei feel better. Looking back at the 2 children curled up under the eaves, Wei Youqi's face was covered with scratches and bruises, while Liang Xiu had a deep look on his face, and Fatty Wei's heart tightened again. Both children were affected. This damn solar storm, this damn rain, when will it stop? Fatty Wei gradually developed a feeling of resentment, and then looked at those lonely people trapped on the roof, and the child who was shivering in the arms of his parents. They did nothing wrong. Why should they endure such torture? Even if these people were rescued, they would be homeless, right? Where would they live? How to make up for the economic and mental losses they suffered in this disaster? The more Fatty Wei thought about it, the more he felt upset, And he also thought of many details that he had deliberately ignored and didn't care about before. He was sweating a lot from thinking about it. It turned out that he was such an ignorant person in the past. It turned out that Liang Shuyu had advised him several times not to open the door again, but he turned a deaf ear to it. I even thought that Liang Shuyu was overthinking and was so shocked. In the end, something went wrong, but it was this half-grown child who helped him to handle it and did what an adult should do. The moral and conscience questioning made Fatty Wei suffer a lot. When he woke up again, he suddenly took out 2 ropes from his backpack and tied them together tightly. He rushed to the water's edge and said to Yu Shifeng, who was almost exhausted, "Old Yu, tie the ropes to them, I pull it here. Tie it tighter, this rope is slippery." Yu Shifeng, who was pushing the kayak in the water, looked happy and smiled. "Okay." Under the eaves, Liang Shuyu had finished smoking 1 cigarette and lit up the second one. "Give me one too," Wei Youqi said suddenly. "What are you smoking, little brat?" Wei Youqi, It was already late at night after rescuing everyone. The rescuers, including Yu Shifeng, Fatty Wei, and Wei Youqi, were all exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Wei Youqi went to help pull the rope later, and Liang Shuyu sat there without moving. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have finished fishing today," the leader of the rescue team said. "They are from the nearby fire brigade. They have been fighting floods and waterlogging outside since the power outage. Currently, there is no superior to dispatch them. They are one team at a time and go wherever they see a need. Today, they just finished a gas explosion and found that it was flooded. The people on the roof had even been trapped for more than 24 hours, so they dragged their tired bodies and did not have time to rest before they were thrown into the intense rescue work. What should we do? Our home is gone. Where will we live in the future?" Several firefighters were talking to Yu Shifeng here, and some of the people who were rescued over there had not dispersed. Some of those who had relatives may have left, and the rest were all people who had nowhere to go. The leading firefighter said, "Just find a place to take shelter from the rain, and come back when the rain stops and the flood subsides. Those people may be frightened and unstable, with resentful faces. This rain has been falling for more than 20 days. When will it stop? If it continues like this, the whole city will be flooded." The firefighter said, "How should I know? I'm not from the Meteorological Bureau." It seems that he is a veteran. Saving people is his job. As for how to comfort the spiritual level of those affected by the disaster, it is not within his authority. These days, he has been fighting floods and disaster relief outside, and has seen many people. He has no mood or time to deal with those who are full of resentment. He accepts the thanks and ignores the complaints. What's your tone? Is this how you police serve the people? The person who spoke wore glasses and looked angry. I'm not a policeman, I'm just a firefighter, and that's how I speak. You don't like it? How about you go back and I take you a kayak? The man was speechless after being scolded, snorted coldly, and turned his face away. The firefighter also snorted coldly, and continued to rest under the eaves. His strength had been used up long ago, and his body was so weak that he couldn't stand up at all. The only breath left was used up just now, because of scolding people, and he was so angry. The rescued people also dispersed one after another. They were not people who had just come out of the cave, and everyone knew what was going on outside. Seeing that the firefighters could not get any benefit here, although some people said at least send the Buddha to the west, they finally left with a smile. "Liang Shuyu?" A female voice suddenly called out tentatively. Someone here actually knew Liang Shuyu? Wei Youqi looked over in surprise. Xiaowen? Their junior high school classmate. And with Liang Shuyu. It can't be such a coincidence. Wei Youqi looked at Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu held the cigarette, but that was about to burn out, and slowly glanced at the girl and her mother, who were soaked all over. No words. Wei Youqi? It's really you. Xiaowen cried with joy, but it was probably because she had experienced the accident and suddenly saw a classmate she knew, which made her feel touched for a while. Do you know each other? Her mother said hoarsely. Yes, junior high school classmate, we used to be in the same class. The mother and daughter talked. Wei Youqi raised his eyebrows and looked at Liang Shuyu, but Liang Shuyu ignored him. Junior high school classmates, so what? Liang Shuyu didn't want to get involved in troublesome things. The mother and daughter were still standing there. Meeting someone they knew was just a small episode. Her mother suppressed the grief in her heart and still spoke. This firefighter, I wonder if you saw a man in a blue jacket, about 45 years old, the child's father. Yesterday. He was washed away by the water in order to save us. Her voice was extremely hoarse with grief, and there was a sob tone in her sentence. Perhaps she used up all her strength to say a complete sentence. The firefighter raised one eye. I didn't see it. Chapter 39. If I had known this would be the outcome, I would have asked one more question because I was unwilling to accept it. If the child's father was still alive, how could he leave them and their daughter to be exposed to the rain for a whole day? When the two heard the bad news, they could no longer control themselves and burst into tears. Life is unpredictable, and disasters will not befall anyone. Whoever falls on them will have to bear it. Those who know it clearly will either face it head-on or bear it honestly. If there are those who are listless, they will definitely learn a lesson. So, people should know the current affairs, and those who don't know the current affairs will always die quickly. Their crying is very contagious, making those who hear it feel distressed, and the firefighters and their brows also frown deeper with the crying. Fatty Wei wiped his tears, and even Wei Yochi cried. After all, they are people he knows, and they are more contagious than strangers who are not familiar with him. Then do you have a place to go? Wei Yochi asked. The mother and daughter both shook their heads when they heard this. We are not locals, and we have no relatives here. Wei Yochi smacked his lips dryly. He had nowhere to go, and he had no choice. So why ask? It would just make people sad. For the first time, Wei Yochi felt that he was really talkative. Let's go! Liang Shuyu suddenly stood up. They had been out for too long, and their family would be worried. Wei Yochi hesitated. Just left like that? Liang Shuyu looked at him. What? Do you really want to send the Buddha to the west? Wei Yochi lowered his eyes helplessly and glanced at the mother and daughter who were looking at him with hope. Did they really have to watch them become homeless like this? Fatty Wei stepped forward and pulled him away. We can't do anything about it. Let's go! Although they had enough surplus food, they couldn't take it out to feed two strangers, let alone two homeless strangers. Wei Yochi understood, but he just felt guilty. Liang Shuyu strode ahead, and Fatty Wei pulled Wei Yochi to catch up. Yu Shifeng sighed fiercely. He couldn't help with this anyway. After all, his family's food rations could only feed two people at most. The four left. Liang Shuyu. Xia Wen looked at the back that she had secretly seen many times. She just wanted to see it again. Liang Shuyu didn't look back. The firefighter couldn't stand it anymore. He cursed, cursing himself, and looked at the other partners. One of them staggered when he looked at him. Boss, you come again? I don't have any more. Switch with you, the firefighter said. The man made a bitter face, took out a small piece of something tightly wrapped in a garbage bag from his underwear pocket, opened it layer by layer, and took out 30 yuan from the innermost layer of the garbage bag. This is the most. He had no more than 50 yuan in it. The firefighter took it and squeezed it in his palm, and the others stood up with him. A group of people walked over, and the firefighter quickly stuffed the money into Xia Wen's mother's hands, leaving her almost without a chance to refuse. It's enough for a meal. He left this sentence. The night was so quiet, like a bloody mouth, swallowing people into the darkness and gradually merging with it. Liang Shuyu walked between the overlapping houses. Such heavy rain hitting his body seemed to be unable to shake his thin body at all. Seeing him walking so calmly, Wei Yochi took a deep breath and still caught up. Wei Yochi turned his head to look at his expression. This guy seemed to be deliberately pretending to be cool. His face actually had an expression that he had envied when he was a child, belonging to an adult, the kind of expression that seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes of life, and was particularly manly at first glance. Hey, don't pretend to be so cool. Wei Yochi was a little unhappy. Liang Shuyu was thinking about the lack of supplies at home and didn't react. Huh? Oh, forget it. Wei Yochi resigned himself to putting his arm on Liang Shuyu's shoulder. I understand you. Old Liang is not ruthless, but too sentimental. It's just that this guy is only sentimental to those in his own protection circle. So he was talking about what happened to Xia Wen just now. Liang Shuyu smiled. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need others' understanding. He just needs to stick to his principles and try not to compromise as much as possible. They returned home. It was almost dawn. Not to mention Aunt Xiaoping. Even a calm person like Yumin was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, fearing that these people would encounter any accidents when they went out. Liang Ying was most worried about whether Liang Shuyu's deed was not well defined, so he was delayed in the police station. When they came back, they found out that they were delayed because of saving people. Aunt Xiaoping cried on the spot. You didn't even come back to tell us if there was anything wrong, which made us worry for so long. If something happened to you, we could help you in time. Okay. This time it happened suddenly. You don't know how pitiful those people are. Fatty Wei comforted with sweat on his forehead, thinking that saving people was not as difficult as it is now. Liang Shuyu was better. Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing were most worried that he would be detained. Now that things are like this, they just feel lucky and relieved. Liang Shuyu was hugged by Liang Ying's shoulders. Just come back. But don't delay for so long in the future, we are too worried. I dare not go out to find you. Yes, even if I go, I don't know where to find you. Liang Wenjing hugged Liang Shuyu's arm, buried her face in his shoulder, and cried. In fact, she herself didn't know why she was crying. It was obviously just a false alarm. But the most terrible thing was also a false alarm. It seemed that she became sentimental after the power outage. She just cried secretly in the quilt before. Why couldn't she hold it back today? However, the person with the ugliest face at the scene should be Yu Min. Her eyes seemed to be able to kill people. From just now to now, she may have killed Yu Shifeng more than 100 times. Yu Shifeng was ashamed. The three families almost cried with their heads in their arms. Yu Shifeng was still good outside, but he had to suffer after returning home. Can you not be so willful? Willful. This word is a bit when used on Yu Shifeng's old face, but Yu Shifeng was justified this time. I can't just stand by and watch you die. Heh. Yu Min sneered. Who do you think you are, a great saint? A savior? Just you? You girl, how can you talk to your elders like that? Yu Shifeng muttered as he walked to the bathroom. He didn't know where this girl learned her personality from. She was neither like him nor her mother. Stop. Yu Min's voice turned cold. You hide in the toilet as soon as I tell you. When will you be able to answer my questions directly? Yu Shifeng's back froze. Why am I hiding? Can't I go to the toilet? The toilet is blocked. Yu Shifeng's head hurt. You can't be like this. If you have the ability but don't do it, won't your conscience condemn you? Minmin, I have taught you a long time ago. I won't. The rest of Yu Shifeng's words were like a pepper shell stuck on the upper palate, neither up nor down. You can't scratch it off, and you can't swallow it. And you clearly heard it last night, but didn't call me. Aren't you close to Liang Shuyu's sister? Are you going to watch Liang Shuyu get beaten up? Is your relationship with Liang Wenjing this good? Minmin, how can you be like this? Because he couldn't find anything else to refute, Yu Shifeng had to bring up the old matter again. Yu Min's expression froze for a moment. It seemed these words had worked. Chapter 40. Yu Shifeng suddenly felt a little relieved. If Liang Shuyu is really injured, his sister must be very sad. How will you face her then? Minmin, we can't be too individualistic sometimes. Friends, even if they are not friends, can't shirk the responsibility of doing what is right. Besides, I have the ability, why don't I do it? Just when he thought he had persuaded her, Yu Min suddenly raised her eyelids. If you are so capable, why did your wife run away with someone else? Yu Shifeng, October 17th, sort out the shopping list. Centella Asiatica tablets 100 tablets. Trauma, burns, surgery, etc. Jinchuangling powder 12G. External use for trauma, burns, etc. Jinhua Qing'an granules 1 bag. For soothing wind, clearing lungs, clearing heat, and detoxifying simple influenza era QE potato chips 8 boxes. Rainbow candy 16 small bags. Alps QQ candy 9 bags. Alps lollipops 37 pieces. Fruit knife hard candy 13 boxes. Cartoon Kingdom rocket candy 4 pieces. Bulk jelly. Bulk candy. Golden Sister ginger candy 1 bag. Curry powder 3 boxes. White jelly 5 boxes. Seaweed 6 bags. 3 bags. 7 bags of spicy strips of various flavors. Small bags of dried tofu of various flavors 15 bags. Licorice olive 3 boxes. 9 processed plums 5 boxes. Top grade plums 2 boxes. Use it in 6 boxes. Chip it in 6 boxes. Hawthorn 5 boxes. Mustard 3 boxes. 13 spices 2 boxes. 13 spices 2 boxes. Cinnamon soup 2 boxes. White pepper 3 boxes. Cumin powder 2 boxes. Wet wipe 6 bags, 60 pieces the next day. Heavy rain. The 25th day of power outage. Liang Shuyu and his friends went to the store yesterday, and nearly 80% of the large items visible to the naked eye, such as milk, mineral water, bread, biscuits, instant noodles, rice and noodles, were sold. Although there were some left, Liang Shuyu did not take any big things. He took all the small things, whether they were useful or not, and stored them. The biggest gain from his trip this time was the bag of ginger candy he found in the corner, in addition to the 2 bottles of trauma medicine. I don't know how much ginger is in it, but I wonder if chewing 2 slices every day will have the effect of dispelling the cold. The rest are snacks, which can be given to Liang Wenjing as snacks. All for me. Yes, Put it in your room, eat it as you like. Wow. Isn't it too extravagant? Liang Wenjing hasn't eaten snacks for a long time. She has to think twice before eating half a piece of bread at home. She doesn't dare to drink coffee casually. She only opens half a loaf when she is really greedy. Many families probably can't even drink a sip of hot water now, but she still has so many snacks to eat. I will continue to go out to buy things during this period, so you can eat them without worry. Liang Wenjing was puzzled. Liang Shuyu said, the situation outside is getting more and more serious now. The public security system is overloaded, and the banks purchasing currency should be almost exhausted. The mall will collapse sooner or later without a supply channel. Once the mall and the bank can't hold on, the social order will be completely unsustainable. Will someone rob the mall? Of course. Liang Shuyu said, robbery has already begun, but only a few. As long as the mall is about to sell out, the crowd will not be able to hold on. Then the monetary system will collapse, so we need to spend all the money in advance. Ah! Liang Wenjing just thought of this, yes. If everyone starts robbing, money can't be traded. Yeah, you just thought of it. Liang Shuyu poked her forehead. Liang Wenjing covered her head. I don't often go out. How do I know how much money do we have left? More than 14,000. Liang Shuyu divided the money in his hand into 2 piles. The EDC you made yesterday is quite useful. I used up the mask. Please prepare another one for me. Okay, no problem. I tell you when you need it. Liang Wenjing went to get the masks. This time she put 4 masks in, and each mask was individually wrapped with plastic wrap. Do you want to pack some jinchongling powder in it? It can be used in case of injury. Is it easy to pack? It's powder after all. If you want to pack it, there will always be a way. After sorting out the things, Liang Shuyu went downstairs to talk to Wei Pengzi and Yu Shifeng. He had thought carefully about the content of the conversation last night. The group met in the living room on the first floor of Yu Shifeng's house. The participants also included Liang Ying, Liang Wenjing, Wei Youqi, Yu Min, and Aunt Xiaoping. As I said just now, once the collapse, the currency will be useless. This money will be scrapped if it is not spent. Yu Shifeng took a deep breath. How can this be? After all, this is your family's money. How can our family take your money for no reason? Liang Shuyu said, it's not for no reason. I believe you have understood after the last burglary that there is strength in numbers. The more people we have, the safer we are. The more united we are, the greater the strength. If the other party had not had 7 people last time, but only 2 or 3, even if they were armed, Liang Shuyu and his men would not have pretended to be cowardly at the beginning. So, when there are more people, the other party will be psychologically timid first. When the criminals want to act, they will first pick the weak ones with fewer people. In addition, Uncle Wei's family has a lot of rice and mineral water. Now these things can no longer be bought outside. When necessary, we can exchange them internally. This is also one of the important resources. Although your family does not have much supplies, you know martial arts, which can not only protect us, but also teach us defense skills. These are all useful resources. Although my money looks a lot, the purchasing power is very different from before. In fact, it can't buy too many things. If you are willing, the 3 of us can each contribute to survive this disaster together. Banks and shopping malls will collapse sooner or later. At that time, the social order will be far more chaotic than it is now, and our cooperation will be safer. But I also have some prerequisites. I do this to protect my family and myself. I hope you think so too. Every decision is based on your own. And the safety of my family. I am a selfish person. In this case, I will never use my life to save irrelevant people. I hope you can understand this. Yu Shifeng's eyes flashed when he heard this. You kid, I just wanted to praise you for your generosity. Helping others is my own business. No matter when, I will definitely not endanger you. You can rest assured about this. Liang Shuyu said, if Uncle Yu is willing to join me, your life will no longer be your life alone. If Uncle Yu is unwilling to join me, your life can only be your own with Yu Min's consent. Yu Shifeng felt a headache after hearing this. Why did this kid say exactly the same thing as his girl? Yu Min's eyes also drifted towards him, as if she was gloating a little. It feels bad to be taught a lesson by the younger generation. There must be a limit to helping others, and there are times. Chapter 41. Yes, old Yu. The situation yesterday was indeed too dangerous. Although you can protect yourself, you still can't do such risky things in the future. Everyone talked back and forth, and finally Yu Shifeng's face turned red. Okay, I get it. I won't be so stubborn in the future. He hung his head. He was taught a lesson by Yu Min all night yesterday, and today he was taught a lesson by the neighbors, including Liang Shuyu, an underage kid. He was so embarrassed. Forget it, he has thought it through. Things like bravery should be saved for peaceful times. Minmin and Liang Shuyu are both right. In this case, if he is injured for bravery, there will be no reporters or police to reward him with a big red flower and send him to the hospital. If he gets injured, he can only bear it by himself, and he will also have to implicate his relatives and friends. Well, I can't do this again before the call comes. Since Uncle Yu has figured it out, I wonder if you two are willing to join me, and our three families can get through this together. Yu Shifeng said, "That's good. But my family doesn't have much in the way of supplies. Unlike the Old Wei family, which has a lot of food, I don't have anything to show off. Knowing how to fight is also an important resource." Wei Yochi said, "Yes, Uncle Yu, you know martial arts. For me and Lao Liang, we can protect ourselves and our families by learning it. For my parents, learning a little can also strengthen their bodies. In today's weather, health is very important." "Okay, then I be your bodyguard." Liang Shuyu asked Fatty Wei again, "What about Uncle Wei's family? Do I need to tell you about my family? Even if you don't tell me, I be on the same page with you." Fatty Wei smiled. "Okay." Liang Shuyu nodded, "It's my honor to be with you. In fact, I don't have anything else in my hand except this cash. With the current purchasing power, this money may not buy too many things, so you are the one who suffers." "Don't say that, kid." Yu Shifeng patted Liang Shuyu on the shoulder, "Just based on your brain, we will rely on you in many places in the future." Yu Shifeng was not complimenting, and as an elder, he didn't need to compliment a junior. He just spoke more directly, and what he thought in his heart came out without beating around the bush. He had been in contact with Liang Shuyu for so many days, and found that Liang Shuyu was calm, rational, and smart. While preparing for a rainy day, he was also particularly able to distinguish the importance of things. When the convenience store was robbed, he turned the tide with his own strength, not only killing one person, but also completely shocking and scaring away the others. As for the murder, Yu Shifeng thought it was an accident. It should be Liang Shuyu's conditioned reflex of self-defense. So he didn't think much of this. After all, since those people came to rob, they should be prepared for this kind of fate. Of course, there are two things that Liang Shuyu admires the most. One is that Liang Shuyu can always deal with various events very calmly, and he will arrange for them to go out to purchase in advance. Another thing is that yesterday, even Wei Yochi finally helped to pull the rope, but Liang Shuyu still sat still. This is what Yu Shifeng admires most about him. This guy actually sticks to his principles to an outrageous degree. Not being moved by external things is simply not a quality that a child of this age should have. So what Yu Shifeng said about relying on him is true. Yu Shifeng's biggest shortcoming is that he is too easily touched. He just needs someone like Liang Shuyu, who is calm, rational, principled, and unshakable to occasionally remind him. Fatty Wei also agreed with Yu Shifeng's words. The incident at the convenience store is still vivid in his mind. Even if it is Fatty Wei who has experienced it once at this moment, he dare not guarantee that he can deal with it as well as Liang Shuyu on the spot. "You are more than enough to contribute yourself," Fatty Wei said. Liang Wenjing smiled, "Then everyone with money will contribute money, and those with strength will contribute strength. We are united. As long as there are more people, safety will be guaranteed." "That's right," Wei Yochi said. "Have you confirmed that the power outage will last for more than 2 months?" Yumin said. Liang Shuyu said, "Not sure. But there are many strange things. So we better make long-term plans. Even if the call proves that we were just a false alarm, we won't lose money." Yumin nodded. And Xiaoping hesitated and said, "I understand. The situation outside is very serious. But do we have to be so serious?" She didn't object to Liang Shuyu being so cautious. After the last incident, she had clearly realized the seriousness of the matter. But sometimes, it may be inertial thinking that is at work. When people face things they have never experienced, not everyone can quickly change their thinking, especially for those housewives who have never seen much of the world. Deep in their hearts, they want life to remain the same, so they don't believe that life will suddenly slide into other tracks. Liang Ying patted her hand. "Even if the power comes back in 2 months, it will only cost tens of thousands of yuan. But if the power does not come back, our preparation today can save our lives." "Yeah." And Xiaoping nodded, "That's true. Also, take this list. When we go out, we must bring at least 3 days of food and water to avoid being trapped outside." After Liang Shuyu finished speaking, Liang Wenjing took out 2 lists and handed them to Yu Shifeng and Wei Pengzi. "This is a good idea. It's rare that you think so carefully." Yu Shifeng looked through the items on the list and admired Liang Shuyu again in his heart. Yumin also looked at the list and said, I have a lot of hot packs at home. You may need them when you go out. Liang Wenjing said happily, This is good. Fatty Wei said, But I don't have much medicine stored at home. Before he went shopping with Liang Shuyu and others, he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and only stored a little cold medicine. He didn't have headache medicine and antibiotics on the list at home. In addition to the medicines that need to be carried daily, the list also lists the basic medicines that must be available at home, which are all compiled by Liang Wenjing based on the medicines at home. Yu Shifeng said, Don't worry about the medicine. Suyu's family has a lot of medicines. I bought 2 bottles of trauma medicine yesterday. And I have a lot of trauma medicines at home. When necessary, we can exchange them internally. I suggest that the 3 families make a list of what they have in abundance at home, compare the lists of the 3 families, and mainly by what the 3 families don't have when they go out to purchase this time. Yumin said. Okay. Liang Shuyu agreed with this idea. So the 3 families went back to sort out their own lists. Food. Although Liang Shuyu's family had enough food, it was only enough for his family to eat for more than 2 months. That is, there were many things that could be used as dishes in their family, which made Fatty Wei drool. Fatty Wei's family had the largest amount of food, with more than a dozen bags of rice, some of which were 20 kilograms, and some were 50 kilograms. Even if the 3 families ate together, it would be enough for nearly a year. Chapter 42. The food in Yu Shifeng's family is only enough for 2 people in his family to eat for less than 2 months. But with the reserves of Wei Pengzi's family, the 3 families don't have to worry about the staple food. Assuming that they need to purchase more, it is enough to purchase some things that can be used as dishes. Wei Pengzi's family also has a lot of reserves of oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and various seasonings. But unfortunately snacks, canned food and other foods are almost sold out, and there are not as many as Liang Shuyu's reserves. In terms of water sources, Wei Pengzi's family has a lot of mineral water, beverages, and milk, not including the part that was robbed by Xiao Zhao and others. These resources are enough for them to eat for half a year. Yu Shifeng and Liang Shuyu's families both have a large water storage barrel and a water storage tank. The water in the tank is also almost finished. The difference is that Liang Shuyu's family began to consume rainwater, and Yu Shifeng's family began to use water in the water storage barrel. So, they discussed it and decided to cook a big pot of rice directly in the future, and the 3 families would eat together, so as to save and utilize water and fuel to the greatest extent. Regarding the distribution of cooking, they do not intend to share their own resources directly, but each person contributes a part, and after it is used up, the 3 families will add together, so that conflicts are not likely to arise. Currently, Liang Shuyu's family contributes money, giving them the opportunity to go out and buy items that are still scarce in their own family. Then Fatty Wei's family contributes rice, which guarantees 2 months of staple food. The remaining Yu Shifeng's family contributes water and gas, and you bring your own vegetables. Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping are mainly responsible for cooking, so you will eat at Yu Shifeng's house in the future. In terms of fuel, Liang Shuyu's family has 2.5 tanks of gas, Fatty Wei's family has 1.5 tanks of gas, and Yu Shifeng's family has 2.5 tanks of gas, a total of 4.5 tanks. In terms of fuel, their fuel reserves are very scarce. Even if the 3 families share it, it can only last for 3 to 4 months at most. They need more fuel. In terms of medicine, Liang Shuyu's family has the most complete medicines, almost all of which are covered, including several kinds of antibiotics, stomach medicine, trauma medicine, headache medicine, cold medicine, vitamins, etc. Yu Shifeng's family originally had a lot of trauma medicine and trauma medicine in stock. Last time Liang Shuyu lent him 500 yuan, he only bought a little cold medicine, and the rest was all used to buy food. Therefore, his family has very few medicines except trauma medicine. Fatty Wei's family only has the usual cold medicine, antipyretic medicine, stomach medicine, and Fatty Wei's own high blood pressure medicine, etc., and the medicine reserves are even less. Therefore, in terms of medicine, they mainly focus on cold medicine, antibiotics, stomach medicine, diarrhea medicine, etc., buy them when they come across them, and get as much as possible. Except for Yumin, who has half a bottle of vitamin C, Liang Shuyu's family is the only one that has vitamins in stock. He had a lot of vitamins in reserve, 500 tablets in total, so he gave 100 tablets to Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi's family respectively. In an environment where fruits and vegetables are not available, long-term vitamin deficiency will affect mood, skin diseases, and other chain reactions, so it is natural to supplement if conditions permit. In terms of consumables, Fatty Wei's family has a very rich reserve of soap, perfumed soap, sanitary napkins, paper towels, disposable bowls and chopsticks, disposable cups, plastic wrap, garbage bags, shower gel, and other daily necessities. Therefore, in terms of consumables, they have enough resources. Liang Shuyu also bought 500 disposable underwear before, and Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei also bought some when he bought them, so in terms of hygiene, they basically have no shortage of items. The other two families don't have much stock of cleaning agents for ladies. But that's something women discuss in private. Liang Shuyu didn't bring it up on the table. There are also disinfectants, which can filter rainwater. Fatty Wei's family also has disinfectants, although it's not 84 disinfectant, but it should be useful. Spiritual food. There are three major categories: cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. Fatty Wei's family has a lot of cigarettes and alcohol. The total stock of cigarettes is about 10 cartons, and most of the alcohol is unknown brand white wine, Jinjiu, etc., and there are also some ordinary unknown brand red wine. There are also 3 or 4 bottles of beer. Liang Shuyu's family has dozens of coffee cartons, and there is not much tea. The total stock of tea from the three families is less than 1 pound. Betel nut, many people in coastal cities like to eat this. Fatty Wei's family also has a lot of reserves. They sold a lot some time ago, but now there are probably 2 boxes, each box has 20 bags, which is a lot. These are the categories that can be sorted out at present, and there must be some details that they have not noticed. In other words, what they lack most at present is fuel for cooking and heating, followed by medicine, and the least lacking is water and staple food. In addition to gas, they can also buy solid alcohol, butane, etc. Fatty Wei knows where the largest wholesale market nearby is, so they decided to try their luck there first to see if they can buy suitable fuel. There was originally a wholesale market at the bottom of lane 27, but unfortunately it was located at a low position and was flooded a long time ago. There are also 2 stores that specialize in selling canned gas there. Liang Shuyu and his friends went there last time, but they didn't know where they moved to, and they didn't find out later. Originally, the location of this market was not low compared to other places in the city, but it was because the rain lasted too long. Fatty Wei was talking about another wholesale market, which takes about an hour and a half to drive to. It is the largest wholesale market in Shenlan City. They decided to try their luck there. I suddenly had an idea. Wei Yoqi said, the 2 gas stores were flooded, but a can of gas should be very heavy, right? Even if he used a tricycle to transport it, he couldn't move so much gas in a short time. Would there be gas under there? Oh, and the flooded area is a mixture of vegetable markets and wholesale markets. There must be many people who didn't have time to move everything away, so there should be a lot of things left under the water, right? Wei Yoqi's words reminded Liang Shuyu and the others. Because the wholesale market that Fatty Wei mentioned takes an hour and a half to drive to, and it takes a detour to walk there in typhoon and rainstorm weather, plus the roads are flooded, and many places may have to take a detour, and it may take half a day to walk. If there are still supplies under the flooded wholesale market, can they dive directly? List of fishing on October 18th. Canned gas 2. List of items to slack off on October 19th. Canned gas 3. Bottled water 2. On October 18th, 2 swimming goggles were found at Wei Yoqi's house. They were simple clothes and came to the flooded vegetable market. This place was originally more than 800 meters away from Liang Shuyu's house, but now it is only more than 500 meters away due to the gradual rise in the water level. The houses here are no more than 5 stories high, and the short ones, such as the vegetable market, have only a roof, which has long been submerged without any trace. From a distance, it is just a turbid yellow water with not so rapid ripples on it, garbage and waste floating on the water, and only the head of the house is exposed outside, and there is no trace of people inside. Chapter 43. Different from the environment where they rescued people 2 days ago, the water flow here seems much gentler despite the flooding. However, diving in such an environment is still extremely dangerous. You can't see this kind of water even with glasses, it's too dangerous. Liang Shuyu judged. Yu Shifeng said, I can try it, I have to try it to know. Fatty Wei is relatively conservative. There may be undercurrents underwater, or we should go to the wholesale market. Wei Yoqi said, we can find the building that sells gas first, and diving down along the building should reduce the danger. But the biggest obstacle is that it may have locked the door, so we have to break it down. What kind of door is theirs? Once there was no gas at home, and the phone couldn't get through, Liang Shuyu went to a store to order gas. If I remember correctly, rolling door. Rolling door is easy. Yushifeng said, forget about the big iron door, it's hard to deal with it in the water. The last time they robbed a convenience store, they confiscated an axe, which might come in handy now. So it was agreed, and they tied ropes around themselves, connecting the 4 of them in a chain. Yushifeng led the way, and Wei Yoqi was the last. Because Liang Shuyu and Fatty Wei didn't know how to swim, especially Fatty Wei. Wei Yoqi had participated in swimming training and diving training when he was young. Although it happened many years ago, he was much better than Liang Shuyu, who developed in the wild. They had a swimming ring, which belonged to Wei Yoqi. The 4 of them moved forward slowly around the swimming ring. As soon as they got into the water, they felt icy cold. There was a lot of debris and garbage in the water, and the buoyancy was slightly greater than that of a swimming pool. Although the garbage in the water affected their floating a little, there were houses on both sides that had not been completely submerged. With the help of swimming rings and houses, they were able to wade through smoothly by holding on to the edge. The more thrilling part was swimming through the gaps between the houses. There were no houses blocking the way, the water flow was very turbulent, and there was an undercurrent at the bottom. Yushifeng had to swim over first, and he held the rope on the opposite side, so that the people on this side could barely swim over. The turbid yellow water exuded a foul smell. To swim through this area of houses, you had to cross a road about 10 meters wide. Across the road was the vegetable market, and behind the vegetable market was the wholesale market. The first floor shop on the 5th building across the wholesale market was selling gas. However, the vegetable market was a low shed, and now it was flooded. Liang Shuyu and the others could only see a vast expanse of yellow water. From their current location to the building selling gas, it was at least 50 meters away. The water flow on the road was very turbulent. Let the rope go longer, I swim over first. They had 2 ropes in total. Yushifeng untied the one he was wearing and tied the other long one to his belt. He put on his glasses and jumped into the water with a bang. The current here is not too turbulent, and Yushifeng is an experienced person. Besides, the environment last time was more difficult, and he didn't even have glasses. This time at least he has glasses, which can protect his nose and allow him to take a breath in the water. He took a breath and rushed diagonally upwards with the inertia of kicking his legs just now. When he arrived at the end, the deviation direction was much less than he expected, indicating that the impact of the water had not reached his judgment. Yushifeng held the anti-theft iron railing of a building, and the rope on his body was stretched straight. The rope was only 25 meters, and it seemed that this distance was just about 25 meters. On this side, Liang Shuyu tied the other end of the rope to the anti-theft net, and the remaining 3 people grabbed the swimming ring and swam along the rope to the other side. Everything went smoothly. This building was not far from the 5th building they were going to reach, and it didn't take them long to reach the 5th building again. Next, Yushifeng and Wei Yoqi, who were good at swimming, went into the water to explore the situation below. Follow my instructions underwater. If you feel you can't hold on any longer, come up immediately. Don't insist. Understood, Wei Yoqi said. The 2 of them first did a dozen ear pressure balances at 1 or 2 meters underwater. After they felt that they were almost adapted to the underwater environment, they dived down along the body of the house. The remaining rope was tied to Yushifeng and Wei Yoqi at both ends, with Liang Shuyu and Fatty Wei holding one end each. If they pulled the rope twice underwater, Liang Shuyu would quickly pull the rope up. Before going into the water, everyone confirmed the hand gestures and secret codes in the water again. Once in the water, it was pitch black in front of them, and they couldn't see anything at all. The water pressure came from all directions, and Wei Yoqi could only judge his position by touch. The first thing he touched was the cement wall outside the house. He kept going down and stepped on a piece of iron sheet. He guessed that it was something on the anti-theft window to block the rain. He continued to go down and really touched the anti-theft guardrail. He could no longer hear any sound in his ears, only the indescribable sound of urn. His eyes were dark. Fear and the unknown were instinctive. The sense of touch of his hands was magnified. Wei Yoqi touched the rough cement wall and stepped on the second piece of iron sheet again. His slow thinking judged that he should have reached the first floor. But his swimming goggles did not cover his nose, and he could not breathe in the middle. He began to feel dizzy. The pressure on his ears and chest made him uncomfortable. He no longer insisted and touched Yushifeng next to him. He gently punched Yushifeng on the shoulder, stretched out 2 fingers and knocked again. Wei Yoqi signaled that he was going up. Without waiting for Yushifeng's response, Wei Yoqi stomped his feet hard and rose to the water. After coming out of the water, Wei Yoqi breathed a sigh of relief. It's too dark, I can't see anything. Are there any foreign objects? Liang Xiu said. No, the surroundings should be quite clean. Wei Youqi took off his glasses, wiped his face with dirty water, and gently shook his ears. This water stinks. About a minute later, Yu Shifeng also came up. The rolling door is closed. There is a lock. The axe can't be used. It's best to pry it open with a steel pipe. They brought an axe and a steel pipe, both of which were weapons left by Xiao Zhao last time. The steel pipe was round, and Yu Shifeng flattened it a little with the back of the axe, and dived down to pry the lock first. This time Yu Shifeng went into the water alone. Underwater, Yu Shifeng first dived to the road and touched a stone, put it on the outside of the door lock, and inserted the steel pipe near the lock. Yu Shifeng used all his strength to press the steel pipe. After about 3 or 4 times, he heard a sound from the door lock. He pressed it 4 or 5 times again. He could feel that the gap of the door lock had become larger, but there was still a certain distance from completely prying the door lock. He took a breath in the water, and a thick layer of fog formed on his glasses. There was not enough air here, so he took another breath. Yu Shifeng simply held the steel pipe, raised one foot, and stepped on it hard, but the force he stepped on was not as good as his hand. He changed his hand again and pressed again. After a sound, his upper body almost fell down. After checking again, he found that the steel pipe was bent. Yu Shifeng didn't think too much, and floated to the surface of the water with his feet. How is it? Fatty Wei asked. Yu Shifeng took off his eye mask and took a breath. The steel pipe is bent. I try again. It should be safe this time. He cut off the bent section of the steel pipe with an axe, and went into the water for the second time. With the experience from last time, Yu Shifeng didn't waste much time and finally pried open the door lock. He floated up again, and went into the water with Wei Youqi to pull the door. Chapter 44. Wei Youqi couldn't stay underwater for too long, so Yu Shifeng used his experience to pull him quickly to the outside of the rolling door, and gave a position to Wei Youqi. Yu Shifeng touched the side, and the two worked together to pull the rolling door up. The rolling door was pulled up a little, and Wei Youqi felt a small force rushing into the rolling door. But he had been prepared, and was not carried away by this small force. But being able to pull the rolling door was already his limit. After pulling it, he quickly said hello to Yu Shifeng and floated up quickly. As soon as he came out of the water, Wei Youqi choked on a large mouthful of water. Underwater, the rolling door was pulled over a gap of 20 centimeters. After taking a breath, Yu Shifeng finally pulled the rolling door out of a space that one person could pass through. He came out of the water to take a breath, and then came down again. He entered the door, and groped around the long space. There were a lot of debris in the room. He bumped into things several times. After removing a piece of cloth, he finally touched 2 or 3 tin cans piled together. Yu Shifeng first lifted its weight in the water, but unfortunately, he couldn't tell whether it was empty or full of gas. There was no other way, so he pulled it up first. Tie one end of the rope to it. Yu Shifeng first cleared the foreign objects around it, and floated up. The 3 of them worked together on the water to pull the gas tank up, and bumped it on the water surface. It's full, Fatty Wei said. Is the water flow in the room strong? Liang Xiu asked. Not strong. I try in the water, Liang Xiu said. You haven't dived before. It's too dangerous, so don't do it, Wei Youqi said hurriedly. There's always a first time. Give me Uncle Yu's glasses. If I can't hold on, I pull the rope. Just hurry up, Liang Xiu said. Since he insisted, the others didn't say anything. In this situation, it's a good thing to master one more skill. Liang Xiu put on his glasses, hung one end of the rope on his body, and tied the other end to his wrist. According to Yu Shifeng's instructions, he first adapted to the underwater environment, and did more than a dozen ear pressure balances before trying to go down the room. The first time, he couldn't hold on until the 2nd floor. This pair of glasses can be used to breathe once, but he had no experience in diving for the first time, so he was a little flustered when breathing through the glasses. In addition, the water pressure was heavy underwater, so he couldn't hold it, and floated up after just 2 seconds of breathing. After the 2nd and 3rd attempts, Liang Xiu finally entered the rolling door. According to Yu Shifeng's memory instructions, he touched a can of gas. After untying the rope on his hand and tying it to the gas tank, Liang Xiu dragged the gas tank out of the rolling door, kicked his feet, and floated to the surface with ease. Next, the 4 of them worked together to transport the 2 gas cans back. When they passed the 20-meter wide road ahead, with the help of swimming rings and ropes, the transportation of gas was not particularly difficult. Just one more trip back and forth. Wei Youqi's sudden idea allowed them to obtain 2 cans of the most scarce fuel. On the way back, They carefully avoided the prying eyes of the surrounding houses and transported the gas cans to Yu Shifeng's house first. Is there really gas down there? Liang Wenjing was surprised, and it was still full. Yes, it's mostly empty inside. These should be what the owner hasn't had time to transport away, Liang Shuyu said. There are probably 5 or 6 cans in there, Yu Shifeng said. Everyone looked at each other, and all showed joy on their faces. It's good news. In the evening, we cooked at Yu Shifeng's house, fried pickled vegetables and ham, and boiled a few salted eggs. Everyone had a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, Liang Shuyu and other people who went out had to practice sweating to avoid catching a cold. Liang Wenjing was practicing darts in the living room. Liang Shuyu said, I asked my mother to boil some hot water for you. You and you men can take a bath. Yu Shifeng's house has an old wooden barrel, which was left by the original owner and has never been used. They found it in a room when they were putting gas in. Liang Shuyu had just cleaned it. Wow! Is it so luxurious? Isn't it a waste of gas? Can she still take a bath in the weather of power outage and water shortage? She is so happy. Go! Liang Wenjing was overjoyed and dropped the darts to find Yumin. Yumin was reading the new chapter Liang Wenjing wrote in the daytime in the room. Take a bath, Liang Wenjing said. Yumin's calm eyes also brightened up after hearing this. Is it okay? Yes, the water is ready, let's go. The two happily packed their clothes and looked at the big bucket of steaming water. Liang Wenjing even went home to get some rose tea and threw it in. The dried roses bloomed under the nourishment of hot water. After a while, the water gradually turned into a clear yellow. The two took off their clothes and went in. Roses dotted their white arms and floated with the waves. In order to make the water not so easy to get cold, Liang Ying also prepared a raincoat for them to cover it. Liang Wenjing and Yumin sat at one end and were steamed by the hot water for a while. Their cheeks flushed and they felt happy. Ah, it's so comfortable. Liang Wenjing couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy it. Yumin also smiled sincerely. Since the power outage and water outage, the most luxurious thing is to wash the body with a small basin of hot water. It is really a sense of happiness that I feel like I am in another world. Yumin couldn't help but sigh. It's great to have a mother. Huh? Liang Wenjing was stunned. No, it should be my brother. To tell you the truth, my mother is a careless person. Yumin said. Why? I tell you secretly, my mother can't wash clothes cleanly, can't wash dishes cleanly, and her cooking is not delicious. Now I think it's delicious because of the power outage. My brother is the best cook in our family. He has been in charge of our family's meals since he was 10 years old. Yumin was a little surprised. What about you? Liang Wenjing coughed. My cooking is not delicious either. He added, but I think it's still. It's okay, I can eat what I cook myself, but they don't think it's very tasty. Alas. Maybe I didn't inherit that gene? Yumin couldn't help laughing. My cooking is not good either. Ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed. Although my brother looks unreliable, he is sometimes very careful. Yumin said, he looks okay. Really? Liang Wenjing pouted. That's because you have known each other for too short a time. You haven't seen his true nature. Liang Wenjing began to list all the evil deeds of Liang Shuyu when he was a child, doing all kinds of evil. He is simply a big devil with a bad record. Now, he looks like a decent person, but he is completely pretending in front of others. For example, when he was a child, he wet the bed himself, and was afraid of being scolded by his mother, so he deliberately poured water on Liang Wenjing's bed, and said something like sister wet the bed too. But Liang Wenjing was already in junior high school at that time. Such lies are so easy to expose. Chapter 45. The most annoying thing is that he always hides the garbage bag under Liang Wenjing's bed after eating snacks, which makes her mother scold her every time. But she also eats snacks secretly, so she is not sure whether it was accidentally dropped. If she hadn't found a guy sneaking into her room in the middle of the night, she would never know. Harm. Isn't it just eating snacks? At most, you can collect the garbage bags and throw them outside. Who knows, Liang Shuyu said. I heard that eating junk food will harm your body, but if you hide the garbage bag under someone else's bed, it won't harm your body. Liang Wenjing at that time. Question mark. Damn! What kind of logic is this? Then why don't you throw it under your mother's bed? Liang Wenjing asked. Liang Shuyu said seriously, I don't want my mother to be ill, I will feel guilty. Then will you feel at ease if you put it under my bed? Liang Shuyu said with a serious look. I am also uneasy, but I heard that sloppy girls are more likely to be liked by others. Maybe my sister will be pursued by a rich and domineering president. Then my sister will be very happy in the future. Although this sentence is illogical and full of loopholes, and does not answer Liang Wenjing's question at all, Liang Wenjing was still moved by the little Liang Shuyu. And at that time, she was a fan of domineering presidents, so she accepted this blessing and let this little bastard go. Who knew that she found in the little bastard's diary the next day, "Fortunately, I was smart and escaped from the hands of that old woman." Liang Wenjing? That night, a beating was made to let Liang Shuyu feel the power of the old woman, Ba, and the beautiful girl's anger. Yumin covered her lips. Splashing water, she said. "When did you stop fighting?" Liang Wenjing thought seriously. After he was 14 years old. But it seems that they would occasionally quarrel, maybe after he went to high school. After listening, Yumin propped up her chin with the back of her hand. "The two of you are quite fun." Liang Wenjing smiled, combed her long hair with her hands, wrapped the fallen hair around her fingers, and rubbed it into a ball, and said, "Well, it's okay. I think every lifestyle has its own uniqueness. The environment is given and tailored for everyone. Countless small events have contributed to who I am now, so no matter what situation I encounter, it is a kind of luck." "It seems to make sense," Yumin said. Hee. Liang Wenjing smiled. "I want to cut my hair. It's too long and not convenient to wash. I find a pair of scissors for you later. Can you cut it?" "No," Yumin said simply. "It's okay, just give me a couple of cuts. I won't blame you if I cut it too badly." "You can try," Yumin agreed. After the bath, Yumin found a pair of scissors. Although she didn't know how to cut hair, Yumin still imitated the way others cut hair in her memory, and cut Liang Wenjing's hair into a neat short hair. Soon, Liang Wenjing felt that her head became much lighter. She washed her head with the hot water in the bucket. When the two of them cleaned up the hair on the ground, it was dark outside. Liang Shuyu sat on the mahogany sofa in the living room on the first floor and waited for her. Holding an old martial arts book in his hand, it belonged to Yumin's family. Put it on the bookshelf in the living room, he picked it up and opened it. I was reading it with great interest. When I looked up, I saw that Liang Wenjing's long hair was gone. Instead, there was a wet short hair hanging on her head, so wet that I couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. "Why don't you dry your hair?" "How can I dry it without a hair dryer?" Liang Wenjing pursed her lips, and took the dry towel handed over by Yumin to continue wiping her hair. Yumin went back to her room, and Liang Wenjing followed her in. The two talked in the room for a while. When Liang Wenjing felt that her hair was almost half dry, she came out. "Why haven't you left yet? How dare you say that? You wrote a book, and there is not even a physical copy at home. No wonder it is a failure." Liang Wenjing was angry. "You say I am a failure again?" Liang Shuyu held back his laughter and turned the book. "You are not. I said it wrong." Liang Wenjing, "What are you laughing at? How dare you make fun of me? If you fall to the ground, you have no human rights. There's water on your hair." Liang Shuyu pushed Liang Wenjing aside with disdain, and patted off the water stains on the pages of the book. Liang Wenjing felt very aggrieved. "You disdain me?" "I don't." "You do." The expression just now was indeed true. It's a pity that she even said good things about him to Yumin, although there were more bad things. Closing the book, "Go back?" Liang Wenjing threw the towel on Liang Shuyu's face, and stomped her feet out angrily. Liang Shuyu picked up the half-wet towel resignedly, took out a big umbrella from behind the door, wrapped the towel around Liang Wenjing's head, stood in front of the wind, and covered her whole body with the umbrella. "It's cold outside, don't blow your hair after washing it. Do you want to catch a cold? There's no extra cold medicine for you at home." The two crossed the road with umbrellas, about 5 meters away, less than half a minute, and walked over with half of their pants wet. It shows how heavy the rain was. "You are too nosy, okay." The next day, Liang Shuyu and others continued to go out to the vegetable market to fish. And Liang Shuyu was lucky. After entering the water, he encountered an undercurrent, and was accidentally washed into the next store. He raised his hand, and touched a bottle of mineral water. So the next day, they brought back 2 barrels of mineral water. Liang Shuyu's original plan was to spend all the money on him, and buy everything he could. But now that they can get supplies in the water, and it is a wholesale market, can't they get more things there? Of course they can. It's just that their ability is limited, and they can't stay underwater for enough time. If they have equipment that can breathe underwater, they can get more supplies. Then use all the money in their hands to buy medicine, and the rest of the day will be safe. They only have 1 anti-choking glasses that can protect their noses. If they have suitable equipment, they should be able to modify this thing. Liang Shuyu told the others about his proposal. "We can make a hole in the lens, and connect a large mineral water bottle. Using adhesive tape at the connection should ensure the seal, right? Wei Yochi suggested. It may be loose. We can look for 502 glue. Do you have glue at home? Liang Xiu asked. It seems that there is no. Use glass glue. Fatty Wei suddenly said. What is glass glue? Seeing the two children's confused look, Fatty Wei snorted. Of course you haven't used it. It is a glue specially used to stick to glass. It is very airtight. This is easy. They can use the hose for pumping water on the coffee table and connect it to a large mineral water bottle to make a simple breathing device. Yu Shifeng's family has a hose, and now they only lack glass glue. On October 20th, they went out and found a nearby hardware store that was closed. After knocking for a long time, they spent a little more money to buy glass glue. After buying glass glue, they did not rush back. There was no swimming activity today, so they had to use all the cash they had to go to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Buy as much as you can. Chapter 46. There are 5 pharmacies, 2 health stations, 2 dental hospitals, a people's hospital, and a traditional Chinese medicine hospital near Lane 27. These are relatively close. The health station that is close has never been open, and the one that is far away is the one where the murder took place, and it has long been robbed. One of the 2 dental hospitals is a street clinic that has never been open. One is a national chain, on the 4th floor of Quanah Plaza. Liang Xiu and his friends have never been there, and the chance of it being open is not high. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital is relatively close. Liang Xiu passed by once, and there were already corpses parked outside. Private hospital. The People's Hospital is relatively far away, and Fatty Wei and Yu Shifeng have been there, and the situation is similar. There were still people working when they went there last time, but the situation is unknown now. But it is definitely impossible to buy medicine there. Liang Xiu and his friends have been to all the remaining 5 pharmacies, and the cold medicines in these pharmacies are almost sold out. But Liang Xiu and his friends don't care about money at the moment, and believe that as long as they have enough money, they can buy it. They were in a group of 2. Liang Xiu and Fatty Wei went to buy. Yu Shifeng and Wei Yochi were on the lookout outside. Last time, they came to buy medicine and were targeted, so they couldn't be so careless this time. This pharmacy was not the one Liang Xiu went to last time. The people watching the store were an elderly aunt, an old man, and a middle-aged man. They should be 2 generations of relatives. The shutter door of this pharmacy was closed, leaving only a small door, and a heavy table was blocked behind the door. The people in the pharmacy stood behind the table. There was a couple in front of the store. The woman didn't know what strange disease she had. Her face was sallow, her legs were swollen, and she couldn't even put down her trouser legs. Liang Xiu wanted to wait until they finished shopping before going, but the couple kept hustling in front of the gatehouse, and showed no signs of leaving. The woman said, "Please help me find out what's going on. There's a child at home who is also like this and can't pee." The older aunt didn't even look at them. It's useless to take medicine. You can only go to the hospital in this situation. There's no one on duty at the hospital right now. We've been there, the man said. When the situation in the hospital was mentioned, Liang Xiu pricked up his ears and listened. How could there be no one on duty in the hospital? The woman said, "No one is on duty. It seems that many people went to see the doctor, and the hospital staff were too busy to handle it, so they were beaten. Some people even killed doctors in the hospital. Those doctors were afraid of death, and all ran back home. Now there is no one in the hospital, and all the medicines have been snatched away. Is the hospital so chaotic?" The pharmacy aunt's eyes also showed shock. Killing doctors? Yes, there are patients' family members, and some simply rushed in to kill people. It seems that there is a grudge. It's clearly a medical dispute. These people are lawless. The pharmacy aunt said angrily, her eyes moist. If it weren't for the force regulations from above, she wouldn't have to open the door here in fear. Everyone knows how chaotic it is outside now. Screams are often heard in the middle of the night. If it weren't for their cleverness a few times, their pharmacy would have been robbed long ago. When there are benefits, it's not their turn, but when something goes wrong, they are forced to open the business. What is this? What do you want to buy? Hurry up. The couple then noticed Liang Xiu and Fatty Wei behind them. However, seeing that both of them were wearing masks, the couple was afraid that they had some disease, so they stepped back. Boss lady, please help me see what medicine I need. The pharmacy aunt then glanced at her and asked her, "Does your family have a genetic history?" The woman seemed to think for a while. "My father has high blood pressure, my mother has breast cancer, and..." Suddenly, she thought of something and covered her mouth with both hands. "My second uncle died of uremia." The woman burst into tears. The man hugged her swollen body from behind held her swollen and fat face in his palm, and comforted her. It's not that bad, it may not be, don't cry. Husband, what about our son? The woman threw herself into the man's arms and cried. It can be seen that before she got sick, she should have been a woman with good looks. The pharmacy aunt was knowledgeable, sighed and retracted her gaze to ask Liang Shuyu, what do you want? Liang Shuyu only looked at them for a while. Fatty Wei was in tears, and had already wiped away his tears quietly. After the power outage, it seemed that everyone became more sentimental. Cold medicine, diarrhea, trauma, mask, iodine, bandage. Liang Shuyu said a long list at once. The pharmacy aunt looked at him in surprise, then looked at Fatty Wei who was wiping away tears. These things are not cheap now, more than 10 times the usual price. Do you have so much money? Fatty Wei was a little distracted. Just ask him. The pharmacy aunt then looked at Liang Shuyu, who nodded, just take whatever you see. She didn't say anything. She took a bunch of medicines according to Liang Shuyu's request, but almost every medicine was sold separately, so Liang Shuyu was not given too much. Only those with a large stock were given a little more. In the end, it cost more than 6,000 yuan in total, and it was just enough to fill Liang Shuyu's backpack. Last time, Liang Shuyu bought twice as much with more than 1,000 yuan. After buying at this pharmacy, Liang Shuyu and Fatty Wei left, and went to another pharmacy. The sick woman and her man continued to sit in front of the pharmacy and cry. Liang Shuyu went into a small alley with a full backpack, and Yu Shifeng followed him in. When he came out again, Liang Shuyu's backpack was empty again, and Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi followed him from a distance, keeping a distance. Liang Shuyu didn't plan to go to too many pharmacies. It would be better to get it done in 2 or 3 pharmacies without splashing too much water. The second pharmacy was the one Liang Shuyu had been to before the power outage. Liang Shuyu also came to her during the trip. He bought the antiviral cold medicine from her last time. This auntie's surname is Lu, and she is already in her 50s. Andy, get some medicine. Liang Shuyu said straight to the point. She was the only one in the pharmacy, but her pharmacy had a glass door, one of which was closed at this time, and the other was open. People can walk in as usual. Andy Lu saw that it was him and smiled. What medicine do you want? Take all that can be used now, for backup. You young people are too cautious. She turned around and went to get medicine for Liang Shuyu. Seeing her pharmacy open with the door wide open, and her being the only one watching over the store, Liang Shuyu couldn't help but say, there are already many robberies outside. I heard that even the hospital has no one on duty. Aunt Lu, is it unsafe to keep your store open like this? What's there to be afraid of? She took some medicine from the shelf. The medicines on the shelf, and in the glass cabinet were visibly reduced by at least half compared to before. Pile upon pile of scattered medicines were piled on the table. Aunt Lu bent down, and took out a heavy long knife from underneath, and weighed it in her hand. Am I afraid of them? She looked sharp. Chapter 47. Liang Shuyu was really surprised. Fatty Wei looked at the knife. Real knife or fake knife? Of course it's real. My grandma can also do the 18 dragon subduing palms. A clear child's voice came from inside the shelf. I couldn't see where the person was talking. After a while, I saw a small head popping out from behind the glass cabinet. Looking at the expression on her face, it seemed that she was still a little tired to climb the stool. Very powerful. What are you doing here? Go back quickly. Auntie Lu scolded her. No, I want to watch the store here. The little girl was acting coquettishly with her front teeth bared. Fatty Wei reached out and pinched her round little face. Seeing such a cute child, he couldn't help but take action. It's amazing that you can watch the store at such a young age. Of course, I will also learn the 18 dragon subduing palms in the future, be invincible in the world, and dominate the world from now on. Fatty Wei was amused by her cute actions. Aunt Lu quickly carried her down and sent her to the inner room. It's so noisy. Oh, I need to look after the store. Go in, go in. The little girl was placed inside, and Aunt Lu came to settle the bill with Liang Shuyu. 3,000 yuan. She said readily. Okay. Liang Shuyu said nothing, and counted out 3,000 yuan in cash to her. Today, I bought 2 doses of medicine, and spent 10,000 yuan directly. And Aunt Lu obviously gave him a discount. Although the pile of medicine at the back is not as much as the front, it is not much less. Thank you, Aunt Lu. But I still suggest that you close the store door, and leave a small window, like the one next to it. Okay, I got it. I asked my old man to get up and do it. Liang Shuyu said goodbye. These 2 trips today were enough. So Liang Shuyu and Fatty Wei went home. Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi followed them from a distance. Although the streets were still windy and rainy, Liang Shuyu and his friends were immune enough to come and go freely in the wind and rain. There were pedestrians in 2s and 3s on the street, and there were more people near the open shops. Unlike before when there were almost no people on the street. It sounded like someone was running fast in the alley. Liang Shuyu judged that the direction of the sound was exactly the exit of the alley he was about to pass. Out of caution, he pulled Fatty way to the side and took 2 steps. In this weather condition, he was still sprinting in the alley. Who knows what happened? Sure enough, within 2 seconds, a middle-aged man with an anxious and frightened face rushed out of the alley. He saw Liang Shuyu and Fatty Wei run. When these 2 words fell, he had already crossed the road and entered the alley on the other side and disappeared. Liang Shuyu heard his warning and quickly pulled Fatty Wei back. At the same time, 3 men with kitchen knives rushed out of the alley. They looked ferocious, scanning the surroundings as if searching for prey, and their eyes quickly focused on Liang Shuyu and Fatty Wei. The kitchen knives in their hands were still bloody. The middle-aged man in the lead showed a morbidly excited smile to Liang Shuyu. The other 2 were slightly younger, like his followers. And the strangest thing was that all 3 of them had a black ribbon tied around their left wrists, which looked like the symbol of some organization. Liang Shuyu pulled Fatty Wei and turned around and ran. Behind Liang Shuyu, there were 2 or 3 people passing by. Liang Shuyu also told them to run, but they did not react as quickly as Liang Shuyu, because Liang Shuyu had made some preparations when he heard the sprinting sound, but these people were confused. Time waits for no one. Among the 3 passers-by, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was the slowest. When he figured out what was going on, a kitchen knife had already chopped his neck without any explanation. Instantly, blood splattered. The head tilted down in an unnatural way, and the separated end happened to face upwards. Like a piece of what? A cut ham sausage? Or what? A piece of Wang crushed ice that was broken from the middle? What a vivid imagination. Wei Youqi actually had time to think about these things at this time. Go! It was Yu Shifeng. He came to pull Fatty Wei. The 4 people, and the other 2 innocent passers-by ran forward frantically. Are those people crazy? Why do they chop people on the street? Brother! A younger middle-aged man ran and cried. The one who was chopped on the neck by a kitchen knife was his eldest brother, but although he was sad, he didn't dare to stop and find the 3 people to settle the score. He could only flee quickly with Liang Shuyu and the other 4. Liang Shuyu's original intention was to escape for a distance first, and then find a suitable opportunity to fight back if necessary. Because he had seen that the other party might not be seeking revenge or acting on impulse, but might be a thug who took advantage of the social chaos to cause trouble. At that time, the other party suddenly rushed out, and Liang Shuyu and others were at a disadvantage. Even with Yu Shifeng, he didn't dare to take risks casually. However, they didn't know which alley they ran into during their escape, and they ran into a dead end after many twists and turns. The 6 people turned back, and the sound of pursuit behind them was getting closer. Go up. Liang Shuyu pointed to the houses on the left and right of the alley. These houses are equipped with anti-theft nets and air conditioner racks, which are easy to climb. So, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng and others did not hesitate, and followed Liang Shuyu's footsteps, climbing up along the anti-theft windows and balcony anti-theft railings of the building, almost climbing to the anti-theft window on the 2nd floor, stepping on the air conditioner rack, holding the anti-theft window with one hand and holding a weapon with the other hand. The other 2 people saw the 4 of them doing this and climbed up. As soon as they stood firm, 3 people with black ribbons quickly chased here. When Liang Shuyu went to the 2nd floor, he also saw clearly that the other end of the dead-end wall seemed to be a courtyard, with a car parked under the wall, and the gate of the courtyard was closed, and it was unclear whether anyone lived there. But if these 3 people were desperate, they could just jump into the courtyard wall. The wall is more than 3 meters high, so it should be safe to jump on the car. Liang Shuyu moved towards the courtyard wall. The 3 people who followed saw that all 6 people were hanging on the wall. The oldest one smiled curiously at first. Why are you hanging so high? Are you playing games? Liang Shuyu and others did not speak. Only the man whose eldest brother was killed stared at him hatefully. Hee. What's that expression on your face? I just cut it with a decisive knife, and it didn't hurt at all. The other 2 also laughed. You beast, scum! The middle-aged man cursed with red eyes. There was also a passerby who looked only 25 or 26, with a round face and a little fat. He felt angry and cruel when he saw that these 3 people were so evil and not ashamed, but complacent. Why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid of legal sanctions in the future? Don't think you can do whatever you want without surveillance. You can't get away with it. Oh, I almost forgot if you didn't say it. The middle-aged man holding the kitchen knife glanced at the six of them. It seems I can't let you leave me. The round-faced young man choked and stared at them with gritted teeth. Chapter 48. The leading middle-aged man chuckled a few more times, and then asked the other two young men to stare at Liang Xiu and the others, and he went back to find a few stones under the corner. As he picked them up, he showed a self-intoxicated expression. This is how society is, don't you understand? The strong prey on the weak. I may not be as good as you in the past, but now, I am your master. He weighed the stone in his palm, and his eyes fell on the face of the round-faced young man. Judging from your clothes, you should be quite rich. What brand are your clothes? The round-faced young man also sneered. A brand you can't afford. You don't need to irritate me. In this world, anything you do is ineffective to me. Suddenly, he threw the stone in his hand hard at Liang Xiu, who was standing aside, and the round-faced young man thought he was going to hit him, so he dodged reflexively and almost fell. However, Liang Xiu had been on guard against this move, so he dodged quickly. The stone hit the security net and fell down, without hurting Liang Xiu at all. TSK. You reacted quickly. The middle-aged man's eyes met Liang Xiu's. So that's how it is. Liang Xiu didn't know what he saw in his eyes, but the other party actually showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Then he lowered his head, muttered something to himself, and suddenly turned around and left with a kitchen knife. I come again next time. He looked back at Liang Xiu and showed a weird, indescribable smile. Liang Xiu only felt that smile was creepy, and when he came back to his senses, the three people had disappeared. The round-faced young man naturally didn't believe that they would let him go just like that, so he just walked away. There must be some conspiracy. Liang Xiu thought so too. After waiting for a while, he didn't see them come back, but he didn't plan to go down from here. Let's go this way. Jump into the yard. Liang Xiu said as he moved towards the wall, and the others followed. The 3-meter-high wall was inlaid with glass shards. Liang Xiu stepped on it carefully, looking at the blackout below. After thinking about it, he didn't jump on it. He jumped lightly and landed carefully beside it. Although he was mentally prepared, the high wall and gravity still made his feet numb. After several people jumped down, Liang Xiu felt a few eyes cast from the windows of the yard. Sorry, I'm just passing by. After Liang Xiu finished speaking, everyone opened the big mahogany door in the yard and dispersed. The three people really left, without ambushing nearby, and no longer chasing them. It was strange. This time, it was a close call, although later on, I didn't know why that person left for no apparent reason, and left Liang Xiu with a creepy and weird expression. Liang Xiu was sure that he didn't know this person, nor had he seen this person. Why? In a society without order, everyone is on the same starting line, and class, money, power, etc. are all reshuffled. A boss with a net worth of tens of millions may live worse than a dog, and a scumbag at the bottom of society may suddenly become a nightmare for some people. So, the upper-class people all hope for a stable and peaceful society, while the lower-class people long for a world in chaos. In the next few days, Liang Xiu and his team modified the glasses and sealed them with glass glue. Glass glue needs a certain amount of time to dry and solidify. Half a day is enough on weekdays, but it takes longer in humid weather. Liang Xiu and his team rested for 2 days, and came to the vegetable market behind lane 27 again. The rope tied in the middle of the road was not untied. They floated along the rope to the last place. Yu Shifeng wore the modified swimming goggles. After testing it at 2 meters underwater, he dived into the water again. They found a total of 8 gas cans in this gas store, and 13 barrels of tap water in the mineral water company next door. Then, they shifted their targets to other nearby shops. Liang Xiu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng took turns to go into the water. The mineral water bottles used were empty bottles that cost 3 yuan a barrel, and were tied to their waists. Liang Xiu has completely adapted to the underwater environment. Although the water is too turbid and the light source is dark, even if he opens his eyes, he can't see anything. But with the experience of these days, Liang Xiu can almost do it with ease. His target this time is a food wholesale store. It is a roller shutter door, and they came in after Yu Shifeng pried it open. Most of the things inside have been moved away, and after being washed by water, the shelves here are all over the place, so you have to be extra careful. But fortunately, it is underwater, and Liang Xiu can leap over. Where are the snacks hidden? Usually on the ceiling. Many food bags contain air. Liang Xiu only needs to shake the shelves from below, and after a while, he will fly to every corner of the ceiling and pick up a lot of things. As for other places under the shelf, Liang Shuyu simply gave up and didn't explore. If he accidentally got entangled or tripped by something, it would be more trouble than gain, so there was no need. After cleaning the four corners of the ceiling, Liang Shuyu suddenly felt a crack along the wall. Following the crack, it turned out to be a door. Finally found a door. Should it be a warehouse? Or where the owner of the store lives? The door handle is round and not locked. The lower door gap is wider. There must be water inside, which can eliminate the risk. Liang Shuyu turned the handle and opened it slowly with force. As soon as the door was opened, he could feel the two water flows with different temperatures, as well as some water flow and the floating of surrounding materials. After waiting for a long time, Liang Shuyu slowly dived along the wall after feeling that the water on both sides was stable. On the left, there is a wooden cabinet. The things on the cabinet either floated into the water or drifted everywhere. Therefore, except for the particularly heavy things on the cabinet, most of them have been moved away from their original positions. The scene underwater is very wonderful, because you can't see anything, you can only touch with your hands. This feeling is something Liang Shuyu has never tried before. When he first put on these glasses and went into the water, for big words suddenly appeared in his mind, wonderful. The underwater world is completely different from the real world where Liang Shuyu lives. Although it is dirty, filthy, and smelly, it is very mysterious and 100 times more novel. Therefore, most of the time when Liang Shuyu goes into the water, he is not completely searching for supplies, but exploring this mysterious and novel new world. At this moment, Liang Shuyu is wrapped in turbid and warm water, and the surrounding hearing is the only quietness that belongs to underwater. All his senses are concentrated on his hands, and his hands are stroking this strange wooden shelf. The texture on the shelf rubs against his fingertips, and the shelf tells Liang Shuyu its history and traces. Liang Shuyu touched a glass jar. Shake it, there is liquid in it. Maybe it's canned fruit? Liang Shuyu put it into his school bag and reached out to the side again. A soft and rotten touch came to his hand. Liang Shuyu gently pulled the thing and revealed the contents. It was also a glass can. It was a box of glass cans. In this warehouse, Liang Shuyu harvested a lot of things, all boxes of glass cans, and also tin cans, which seemed to be a treasure porridge. If it was these things, he would have harvested a lot this time. Chapter 49. Pushing open the door of Yu Shifeng's house, Feng Yu and 4 men with smiles squeezed in together. The house was filled with the fragrance and warmth of food. 4 sets of clean clothes and towels were neatly folded on the table. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the people in the kitchen knew that they were back, and Liang Ying's voice came. I boiled some hot water for you. Wipe yourself and change clothes. As she said that, she came out with a pot of hot water and put it in the bathroom. Liang Shuyu put down his wet school bag and other things, took clean towels and clothes, and the 4 squeezed in. There were 2.5 buckets of clean cold water in the bathroom, and Fatty Wei added hot water in them. Don't delay, be careful of catching a cold, he said. Anyway, they are all men, so no one minds. The 4 people stripped off their clothes and wet the towels. Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng shared a bucket. The 4 took a simple bath with hot water and hot towels and changed into clean clothes again. When they came out, Wei Youqi and Fatty Wei went out first. Liang Shuyu saw that Yu Shifeng had obviously finished washing, but he didn't move, so he kept an eye on him. He pretended to go out and stood outside the door for half a minute. Then Liang Shuyu suddenly pushed the door open again. Then he saw Yu Shifeng hiding by the bathroom sink, hiding the things in his hand in a panic. You scared me. Liang Shuyu laughed. Why are you hiding to smoke a cigarette? That's not. Yu Shifeng wanted to say that it wasn't you men who stopped him from smoking, but he felt embarrassed. Liang Shuyu walked over to see that Yu Shifeng had hidden the cigarettes and lighter in a bag taped together under the sink. This technique is quite mature. He looks like an experienced driver. Liang Shuyu snatched a cigarette from him, lit it, and said jokingly, men are the most miserable in the world. Before marriage, they are controlled by their mothers. After marriage, they are controlled by their wives. And after having children, they are controlled by their daughters. It's simply unfair. That's right. Yu Shifeng felt that it made sense. But when he turned around, he saw Liang Shuyu skillfully smoking the cigarettes he had hidden for a long time. He felt a little pain and wanted to discipline him. What are you smoking, kid? He smoked the cigarettes he had hidden for a long time. It was too much. Liang Shuyu was in a good mood today, and his words were also a little childish. You are under a lot of pressure. Are you going to relieve it? Yu Shifeng originally wanted to say that the little kid didn't even have a waist, so where did the pressure come from? But this was inertial thinking. When he reacted to the current environment and what Liang Xiu had experienced in the next second, he also felt a little stressed. Of course, he didn't know that Liang Xiu was just making it up. Seeing Liang Xiu's eyes become more loving, the two of them hid behind the sink and smoked a cigarette in a lewd manner before slowly walking out of the bathroom. Liang Xiu was wiping his hair, while Liang Wenjing and Yu Min were squatting at the door to sort out the backpacks they brought back. Canned oranges. A treasure porridge. The two girls exclaimed, there are fruits to eat. God knows how long they haven't eaten fruits. This time the harvest is too rich, and they actually brought back so many canned fruits. Liang Xiu sat on the mahogany sofa. I only brought back a part today. There are still a lot. You can eat as you like. Liang Wenjing's eyes seemed to be glowing, looking at Liang Xiu with sparkling eyes. She moved to Liang Xiu's feet like a crab, raised her face, and said excitedly, really? Yeah. Wow, so happy. Liang Wenjing held 2 cans of oranges in her hands and rubbed her face on them. Her round head was like a well-fed kitten, rubbing Liang Xiu's knees, and she was almost rolling on the ground in happiness. Dear brother, did you drop the orange kale on the left or the orange kale on the right? Neither of them was dropped by me. I give them both to you. Ha ha ha. Okay, stop making trouble. Come and eat. Andy Liangying and Xiaoping brought the food to the table, and saw Liang Wenjing sitting on the ground without any ladle-like image and laughed. What's wrong with you? Don't sit on the ground. Get up quickly. In addition to the pickled vegetables and ham, today's meal also includes fermented glutinous rice noodles and canned fruits. They have enough fuel, so they can naturally spend a little more gas to make something that everyone likes to eat. The fermented glutinous rice was also caught in the water 2 days ago, and it is delicious when cooked with noodles. Originally, according to the original plan, the meal was cooked at Yu Shifeng's house, but each family brought their own dishes. I remember the first time I ate a big pot meal. Wei Youqi's family brought Beijing roast duck. Well, spicy strips. This can also be eaten with rice. And Xiaoping used it and mixed it with luncheon meat and fried it, which was especially delicious. But today's version was not fried, and it is also good to eat it as beef jerky. Liang Wenjing brought half a can of fermented bean curd, half a can of pickled mustard greens, and half a can of clove fish. Although everyone said they were eating together, they had already prepared themselves mentally to only eat their own food. This was the courtesy of adults. However, when they saw Liang Wenjing bringing so many delicious foods, especially Yu Min, looking at the box of dried biscuits in her hand as a dish, they instantly felt that it was not fragrant. The dishes were put together. Liang Wenjing first poured some oil from the can of cloves on the rice, and then picked up half a piece of fermented bean curd, mixed the oil and rice, and said, it's super delicious when mixed like this, you can try it. Yu Min's hometown doesn't eat fermented bean curd, but she couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she smelled the fragrance, and said stubbornly, that must be made of mold. Liang Wenjing had already rushed a few chopsticks into her mouth. Well, moldy tofu. Ah, good, everyone, don't be polite. Fatty Wei saw this and unceremoniously picked up a piece and mixed it in the bowl. This thing is still good with rice. If I had known there would be a power outage, I would have bought more Lao Gan Ma. Alas, the stock at home has been eaten up. And Xiaoping lowered her head when she heard this, but in fact, she had sold a lot of it. Yu Min finally picked up half a piece and tasted it. Her delicate eyebrows wrinkled together. What a strange taste. Ha ha ha. Wei Youqi laughed. Sister Minmin, are you a little silly? This thing has to be mixed with rice to eat. It feels like you are a bit like foreigners eating preserved eggs. Yeah. Liang Wenjing nodded wildly. I make preserved eggs for you tonight. You still have preserved eggs at home? And Xiaoping was surprised. Liang Wenjing nodded yes. Didn't you buy any? She thought that Liang Xiu and the others went out to buy together, and the 3 families would buy similar things. She didn't know that Yu Shifeng specialized in buying instant noodles, biscuits and bread, while Fatty Wei was obsessed with buying wine, because Fatty Wei thought that wine would become particularly precious. Although Liang Xiu reminded them to buy more miscellaneous food, after all, each family's storage situation is different. Yu Shifeng didn't have so much spare money to buy miscellaneous food, so he could only turn to staple food. Fatty Wei had enough staple food and miscellaneous food, so he bought spiritual consumables. Of course, Fatty Wei later discovered that his family didn't have many miscellaneous foods. While they were chatting, Yu Min silently picked up the clove fish. This thing is really delicious with rice. So Yu Min is used to scenes like today. After the power outage, they always thought they would have to live on dry food. Since Liang Xiu's family moved into their home, the food has been greatly improved. The fermented glutinous rice dumplings, like today, are just average, But the simple version hand-pulled pancakes made by Liang Ying yesterday are really delicious. I just don't know why Liang Wenjing said that her mother's cooking skills are average. Chapter 50. It was almost dark after dinner, so they simply sorted out their harvest today. They put it in a room specially vacated by Yu Shifeng for storage. Liang Shuyu took Liang Wenjing's newly written manuscript back to the room to appreciate. Liang Wenjing is an online writer who has loved writing since childhood. When she was in elementary school, she watched a magic anime and started to create with her classmates out of interest. From today's perspective, that is called fan fiction. Later, when she was in school, she experienced the flu pandemic. From then on, she didn't know why she became fascinated with suspense and horror, and rewrote a lot of short horror stories. She also asked Liang Shuyu, who was not even 10 years old, to force her to appreciate it. Liang Shuyu estimated that his courage was developed at that time. But Liang Wenjing was a girl who only got excited for a short time. Those who wrote with her were listed on the 12 Kings list, and even earned 1,000,000 yuan a month. She was still a loser. During the power outage, she conceived 2 books, one of which was a traditional fantasy, and Liang Shuyu had already finished reading it. I am urging for more updates. The other one is a realistic diary, which seems to be about writing down the daily life after the power outage. It is quite interesting. Liang Shuyu appreciates the details of life in the power outage diary, and reads it with great interest. Liang Wenjing will not go home to sleep tonight. With Yumin. Yumin's house is a small rectangular 2-story house, with a long corridor on the 2nd floor near the alley. If you sit on the window, you can avoid the rain and enjoy the scenery. So since Liang Wenjing knew that there was such a place in her house, she often came here to sit and play. While it was not dark yet, she pulled Yumin here to sit and blow the wind. At the same time, she saw Liang Shuyu, who was watching her work with a candle in the window opposite. Here. Liang Wenjing took out a bag of QQ candy from her pocket. Yumin refused. I don't eat these very much. Surprised. There are girls who don't eat snacks. Liang Wenjing was shocked. Don't you like QQ candy? So she took out a bag of rainbow candy from another pocket. Then this is for you. Yumin said in distress. Why do you have so many snacks in your family? I don't know, my brother bought a bunch of messy things back. Liang Wenjing tapped her feet. I tell you, he used to be stingy. He often snatched my snacks, and he ate them secretly outside when he had pocket money. It's so hateful. Yumin smiled. Well, you said it last time. Oh, it seems so, ha ha ha. Every time I can't help but say bad things about Liang Shuyu. Try it, the sweetness can relieve stress. Liang Wenjing handed over the QQ candy again. Yumin glanced at the bright packaging bag, but still picked up 2 fingers and put one in her mouth. Liang Wenjing said, let's go to the archery hall after the call comes, and you can help me win a doll. I have never won before, and it will definitely be done if you are here. You can try. I hope the call comes earlier, or the sunny day comes soon, otherwise I will get moldy. I really want to go shopping and watch a movie. Yumin smiled again, and she felt that such a day was not bad. Liang Shuyu. Liang Wenjing suddenly shouted at the window across the alley. They were facing the window of Liang Shuyu's room. After shouting twice, the window opposite opened, and a head appeared behind the security window. Why don't you come over and play chess? Minmin's family has chess. Fine, Wei Yochi. I'm not going. Wei Yochi's voice came from the 1st floor opposite. Then he saw half a head sticking out of the broken roller shutter door of their house. I don't know how to play chess. How about playing landlord? But there are 4 of us. Liang Wenjing said. Golden flower? Wei Yochi said. I won't come. Liang Shuyu said. If you want to play, play something exciting. Compare points. How about truth or dare? Liang Wenjing suddenly had an idea. This is good. Wei Yochi stretched his head back, and soon heard knocks on the door from the opposite side, so Liang Shuyu had to open the door. The 2 stood in the window together. Liang Wenjing also went to get a deck of cards and shared half of the cards with Yumin. We agreed not to cheat. If you cheat, you won't get food tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I'm the kind of person who cheats. Wei Yochi raised his eyebrows. Even if I cheat, I won't let you see it. Are you stupid? Then let's start. In the first round, Liang Shuyu had the highest points, 9 points, and Liang Wenjing had the lowest points, only 1 point. Tell the truth. Liang Wenjing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why was she the first one to suffer? Liang Shuyu really couldn't get interested. The other party was his biological sister. Although Liang Wenjing was considered a half-goddess in front of others, she looked good, had a good figure, big eyes, and good skin. Her face was a little chubby, and she looked very energetic. However, for a man who has seen her constipated expression, Liang Shuyu really has no mysterious expectations for her. Who is your last crush? Liang Shuyu asked casually. Woo! Wei Youqi excitedly howled, tell me. Liang Wenjing opened her eyes. Will I have a crush on someone? Am I the type who secretly has a crush on someone? I have never had a crush on anyone in my life. They all have a crush on me and pursue me, okay. Who was the last person who pursued you? Wei Youqi gossiped while the iron was hot. Liang Wenjing really looked up at the sky and tried to recall. Yumin reminded, this is the second question. Liang Wenjing, shock. Yes, this is the second question. Next round. In the second round, Wei Youqi had the highest score, and Yumin had the lowest score. Liang Wenjing's gossip spirit was ignited. Minmin would definitely not have a crush on someone, but there must be a lot of people pursuing her. Ask how many times you've been in a relationship. Liang Wenjing winked at Wei Youqi frantically. Wei Youqi choked and said, Sister Minmin has never been in a relationship. Why do you even need to ask? Huh? Really? Liang Wenjing looked at Yumin. Yumin smiled and shook her head, really not. Ah. So that's it. Liang Wenjing drooped her head. She wanted to ask Yumin for experience, but it turned out that she was also a virgin solo. Missed. Then here comes my question. Wei Youqi's mouth twisted, and he showed a sly smile. Have you ever seen a porn movie? Liang Wenjing covered her mouth. Your question is really bad. But she also looked at Yumin curiously. Yumin was not surprised and asked, does a pop-up window count? Wei Youqi raised his eyebrows. Of course not. I'm asking if you've watched the whole thing. Huh? Trying to get away with it. Impossible. Yumin blushed. Liang Wenjing coughed and said seriously, girls are also human beings, and everyone is curious. So you've seen it. Wei Youqi said. This? Liang Wenjing also blushed. Hey, aren't you a little premature to discuss these things with an older sister as a minor? Liang Shuyu interrupted them at the right time. Okay, next round. TSK. It turns out that you girls also watch these things. Even I haven't seen it. I didn't expect that you girls are less pure than me. Liang Shuyu turned his head in surprise. You haven't seen it? No, where can I see it? Wei Youqi reacted after speaking. Damn, among the 4 people, he is the only one with the purest feelings. You guys. Wei Youqi scratched his cheek speechlessly. That's too mean. You don't even share it. Chapter 51. Wei Youqi never expected that he, who looked the least serious among the 4 people, was actually the purest. It was not clear whether he should feel proud or sad. Life after the power outage was mostly boring, but there were so many of them. At first, it was just a game played by Liang Shuyu and the other 4 young people. Unexpectedly, Fatty Wei heard that they were having fun. He also wanted to join in. At this time, the male owner of the house next door, that is, the house to the right of Liang Shuyu, also wanted to join in. To the left of Liang Shuyu's house was the village chief's house. Since Zhang Run did not dare to go out and act wild after being taught a lesson last time, he had not seen them for a long time. And to the left of Yu Shifeng's house was Luo Wei's house. The 2 father and son had always lived in seclusion, and did not have a close relationship with their neighbors. To the right of Yu Shifeng was the single-family house with a small garden of the old lady's house. The old lady liked to join in the fun, play mahjong and gossip, but she had no topics to talk about with young people like Liang Shuyu. And morning was her active time. On the right are the 2 rental houses. Since the incident with Xiao Xiao, no one who comes in and out of that house has seen a familiar face. 8 is the biggest, 2 is the smallest, I win haha. The speaker is the new male owner. His last name is Xiaoguiji, about 60 years old, and he moved to this street with his wife after retiring from the company. He has always given Liang Shuyu the impression of an old naughty boy, a weird uncle who likes to play with children. Even his wife is very strict in what she does and says, and few people on the street dare to provoke her, so everyone is not very familiar with Lao Zhao. What question do I want to ask? Lao Zhao and Fatty Wei are both sitting on the stone dam of Yu Shifeng's house. Lao Zhao is sitting with his legs crossed, and his hair is gray. But his eyes were bright and sharp as he scanned Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi in the windows on the 3rd floor opposite. So, may I ask? What are the benefits of black hair? Liang Shuyu was the loser in this round. He was caught off guard by this question. What are the benefits of black hair? What about the truth or dare game? Why did it become a brain teaser? Won't it fade? Liang Shuyu asked tentatively. No. Lao Zhao waved his hands, his mouth like a bitter melon. Means that the kidneys are healthy? Is there a direct connection? My kidneys are fine. Lao Jiao touched his white hair. Looks good? Liang Wenjing said upstairs. That's not right either. Everyone thought of 7 or 8 reasons, but in the end, they really couldn't think of any. Even Fatty Wei couldn't figure it out, so what's the benefit? Old Zhao said to Fatty Wei with a "why are you so stupid" expression. You can't get tanned. Fatty Wei, Liang Shuyu, ? Ahem, next round. Should you live here? As they were talking, 2 men came in from the alley. As they walked, they asked. Walking to the bottom of Weiwei convenience store, they saw the shabby sign, should it be here? One of the men pointed at the convenience store, and pretended to knock on the door. Fatty Wei, who was sitting opposite, was hesitating whether to speak, but old Zhao had already said first, looking for old Wei? Here. The 2 men turned around when they heard the voice, and saw Fatty Wei sitting on the long bench. Brother Wei. I finally found you. The 2 men were one fat and one thin. The taller one had a huge beer belly, and his transparent raincoat was bulging high. Wearing a pointed straw hat, he walked towards Fatty Wei with a smile. The thin one also wore a pointed straw hat, with long, dull black hair tied into a bun and covered in the hat, and wore a black Wudong Taoist robe. His face was long, covered with black pockmarks or freckles. If these 2 people walked on the road, they would look like knights walking in the rivers and lakes. And they were the kind from the island of knights. Is it Lao Zhou? Fatty Wei looked at him for half a second before saying the other person's last name. Yes. I thought you forgot about me. The fat one slapped his thigh, and sat down on another bench in the field. He also moved the bench closer to Fatty Wei. Where have you been making money recently? I haven't seen you for a long time, and you don't come out to get together with the brothers. Lao Zhou and Fatty Wei are old acquaintances. They used to work in the same factory. When Fatty Wei wanted to be promoted to director, he was plotted against. Old Zhou helped him to run around many places. At that time, Fatty Wei was also young and hot-tempered. He felt that the factory director did not trust him. He quit his job in anger. In fact, if he had bowed his head a little, the matter would have been over. What a pity! When you are young, how can you think so far ahead? After leaving the factory, Fatty Wei and his wife opened this convenience store with the savings they earned in the factory. In the first few years, old Zhou came to see them, but later they drifted apart. Why did you come here suddenly? Fatty Wei is not a fool. No matter how old their friendship was, it would have faded. At this time, he would not come to reminisce about the past. But Fatty Wei is also a kind-hearted person, although some thoughts flashed through his mind. But the 3 words begging for money had not even appeared in his mind. Missing you, brother. Let me introduce you first. This is Lao Fan, a senior member of the Shilin City Wushu Association. I specially invited this brother to escort me today to find you. The situation outside is too chaotic. If it weren't for coming to find you, I wouldn't dare to walk so far. When Fatty Wei heard that he was a member of the Wushu Association, and the other party was wearing a light Taoist robe, he showed more respect. Hello, Brother Fan. He introduced Lao Zhao to him. At this time, Yu Shifeng walked out of the door. Liang Wenjing and you men on the 2nd floor were also lying on the corridor to inquire about the purpose of the 2 uninvited guests. Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi in the windows on the 3rd floor opposite were even more frowning, and the 2 came down from the 3rd floor. After passing through the big iron door inside, and reaching the roller shutter door of Fatty Wei's house. The weapons in his hands were also ready. Fatty Wei introduced Yu Shifeng to the 2. Old Fan saw at a glance that Yu Shifeng was also a martial artist. Let's get rich. Please bow and say. Yu Shifeng didn't understand much about the Guangdong way of life, so he just said hello and stood aside to listen to what they talked about. At this time, several people sat down again. Lao Zhou smiled and said straight to the point, Brother Wei, given our friendship, I won't beat around the bush with you. I really don't come to you for no reason this time. Fatty Wei listened attentively. What do you say? Lao Zhao also interrupted. Yes, what do you say? Tell me quickly. Lao Zhou laughed twice and lowered his voice and said, Originally, this matter can only be participated by our internal personnel, but when I think about the current situation outside, I think of you, brother. Ah. Yes. Have you been out recently? I have seen corpses everywhere along the way. I was scared to death. Fatty Wei said, How can I go out in such a heavy rain? My store has been robbed. How dare I go out? Huh? Lao Zhou was stunned. Chapter 52. Fatty Wei pointed to the roller shutter door behind him that had been damaged and repaired. Look, the door is broken. Old Joe really didn't expect that the convenience store of Fatty Wei's family was robbed. Then he went there in vain? This. Brother Wei, are you okay? Fat Wei pointed to the scratches on his face that had not yet healed. No big deal. But the lucky ones haven't healed yet, look. Old Joe got closer, and saw that there were still a few visible scratches on Fatty Wei's fair face. It's simply lawless. There are so many rampant people when there is a power outage. Old Joe was heartbroken. What a pity, he said. Fatty Wei asked, why is it a pity? Although my things were stolen, I am still fine. It's a cause for celebration. Lao Zhou sighed and said, let me tell you this. Lao Fan's Martial Arts Association has established an internal association. Those who participate can be protected by the association. The association not only has martial arts masters, but also doctors. As long as you can become a member of the association, you can enjoy these resources first. When Lao Zhao heard that there was such a good thing, he hurriedly asked, do you have a personal bodyguard? Lao Zhou almost spit in his face. If the membership fee is enough, it's not easy to have a personal bodyguard. Lao Zhao hurriedly asked, how much? Lao Zhou just felt that Lao Zhao was sincerely trying to undermine him. When negotiating, how can you talk about money so quickly? Of course, you talk about friendship. So he didn't answer Lao Zhao's question. But he continued to talk to Fatty Wei. You can't imagine how chaotic the situation outside is. Robbery and murder are everywhere, and the legal system is completely ignored. That's why our association came into being, specifically to protect law-abiding people like you and me. There are martial arts masters, doctors, nurses, and almost all the urgently needed public resources in the association. For example, my wife's best friend's senior sister is a doctor, and has also joined the association. If the association members need it, they will come at any time. Of course, this is completely forced by the current environment. The hospital has collapsed. My neighbor's child died of illness. When he was sent to the hospital, there was no one there. There were corpses everywhere. It's terrifying. Who would have thought that this society would suddenly become like this? Fatty Wei also sighed. Old Joe walked through the wind and rain all the way, and said so much. Not to mention being wet and cold. Even his mouth and tongue were dry. Why don't we sit in your store and talk? The wind here is too cold. Fatty Wei thought that there was nothing in his store anyway, so he could just sit there. So he invited the two of them to go to the convenience store. Several people crossed the street, and Lao Zhao joined in the fun, and Yu Shifeng naturally followed. But Yu Shifeng was not the kind of person who was good at speaking, and Lao Zhou was a man of great eloquence, and only a half-businessman like Fatty Wei could talk to him. So Yu Shifeng consciously kept silent. When they got to the store, because only a small door was opened and there were no candles in the room, it was chilly and dark. When Lao Zhou came in, he almost bumped into Wei Youqi and Liang Shuyu, and was shocked. Your son is so tall? Lao Zhou looked at Liang Shuyu. Fatty Wei said vaguely, yes, the boy is growing up very fast. How come you have two sons and another one? Fatty Wei did not deny or confirm, and took out a few plastic stools and told him to sit down quickly. After Lao Zhou sat down, with the sporadic light, he finally saw the situation in the room clearly. The shelves were tilted, and the floor was wet and dirty, full of mud. And the only items on the shelves were all daily necessities, and the places where food was placed in the past were now empty. Did you really encounter robbery? That's right, twice. Fatty Wei emphasized. Lao Zhou sighed deeply again. Little Wei, pour some water for uncle, you are thirsty and hungry all the way, and you set out in the morning. Lao Zhou pointed at Liang Shuyu. Wei Youqi wanted to go, but Liang Shuyu patted him, then went into the inner room and found a few cups in the kitchen. There was also probably half a large bottle of mineral water that they hadn't finished. Liang Shuyu took out the cup and mineral water and put them on the cashier. The cup hadn't been used for a long time, and there were some stains on it. Liang Shuyu picked up the corner of his clothes to wipe the cup. Lao Zhou was talking to Fatty Wei about the association. Seeing this scene, oh, that's so unhygienic, no water? Liang Shuyu seemed to hesitate for a moment. Is rainwater okay? Lao Zhou, then, this will work. Wei Youqi was trying to hold back his laughter. Yu Shifeng saw everything, but he didn't understand what Liang Shuyu was doing. Liang Shuyu poured 2 half cups of cold mineral water for Lao Zhou and Lao Fan in Taoist robes. Uncle, drink some water. Old Zhou drank it all in one gulp, and said dissatisfiedly, why is it cold water? You can't even give me a cup of hot water. Brother Wei, your son doesn't know the rules very well. And how can you only pour half a cup of water? This stingy Barcelona look is not liking at all. Ing was very generous when he was young. Fatty Wei scratched his head embarrassedly. No way. The conditions are limited now. Let's get together formally after the call. Old Joe sighed a few more times, wondering if this trip would be in vain. So he said with regret on his face, there are so many good resources in the association, and I thought of you first. This time, I came to find you specifically because I want to bring you to join the association. We can only invite one person at most per member. Alas, if it was normal times, I would pay the membership fee for you, but unfortunately I can't even protect myself now. After talking for so long, how much is the membership fee? Old Zhao can't wait any longer. Is it a matter of money? If you are not invited by an internal staff, you can't get into such an association. Where can you find doctors, nurses, and people who know martial arts in this situation? They won't pay any attention to you. Old Zhao pouted again. How much materials do I have to pay? It's not a matter of money and materials, you know. You need internal recommendation, and the number of places is limited. Not everyone has this opportunity. Old Joe felt that this old man was here to ruin his career. Every word hit the point. It was really hateful. So how can I join the association? Liang Shuyu also came out to mess things up. Lao Zhou finally smiled knowingly. It's hard for others to say, but I am an old friend of the association president. As long as I say a word, it won't be a big problem. But it's just, hey, although we are old friends, we can't just join others and enjoy their resources, right? Liang Shuyu nodded suddenly. Then what should I give as a gift? It depends on your ability. Just a token of your appreciation. Of course, there are certain regulations in the association. There are junior, intermediate, and senior members. Of course, the higher the level the better. So how much do senior members have to pay? Liang Shuyu asked Lao Zhao's question in a different way. Chapter 53. The association has specific regulations for this. Those with technical skills can pay less. If you don't have them, you can pay tobacco, alcohol, rice, flour, coal, etc. according to the regulations of our association. The association has its own charter. You have to read it carefully to know the details. Of course, I will talk to the president, and it will be no problem for me to extend the time for you. Liang Shuyu said, but our family has been robbed, and we have nothing left. Can you give us some rice first? We have nothing to eat tonight. The last half bottle of water just now. Lao Zhou, ? Fatty Wei's eyelids twitched subconsciously when he heard this. This is the first time he has seen Shuyu's ability to talk nonsense. It's a shame for him to say such shameless words. Haha. Yu Shifeng finally understood. It seems that old Zhou and Taoist Fan got here by robbing in disguise. What association? They are so far away from home. Can they really fly over to help if something happens? Even if they can fly over, is this association reliable? Will they rob each other? How many members are there? If there are only 4 or 5, they are just cheating. But when did Liang Shuyu learn this acting skill? A little guy who usually looks calm, reserved and selfish, pretends to be innocent with a lot of details. Yu Shifeng touched his nose silently, and felt that Liang Shuyu was not an ordinary kid. This level of mental precocity is comparable to his girl. By the way, uncle, if we join the association, can you give us some cold medicine? Old Joe almost fell off the plastic bench, and even the cup in his hand that was empty, and not refilled was almost thrown out. Still want cold medicine? Do you know how hard it is to get that stuff? The total amount of cold medicine in the entire association is only enough for 2 people. Give it to you? Are you the king of heaven or my father? Why should I give it to you? Old Joe was madly complaining and cursing in his heart. He thought that he had been eating and drinking for half his life and had become thick-skinned, but he was almost surpassed by such a shameless, stinky boy. It's really a disaster. Ugh. He wants benefits before he has done anything yet. How can he be more shameless than him? But old Joe is a man who has lived in the world for a long time, and it is not so easy to break his skills. Hee hee. I can apply for you. Oh, then thank you, uncle, first. Thank you for nothing. Old Joe just felt like vomiting blood in his heart. I thought that the Ying family opened a convenience store. Even if they couldn't get into the association, they could get some resources from him to make money, and at least get a hot meal. Now it seems that these are all unrealistic fantasies. It was a pity that he rushed here right after dinner, and was almost washed away by the water on the way. Don't say how irritating it is. It's getting late. My wife at home will definitely be worried. I go back to the president and apply for you. Brother Wei, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't protect myself. Fatty Wei waved his hand. We have been brothers for so many years, and it's meaningless to say these polite words, right? Then remember to apply for me. Wei Yochi almost burst out laughing when he heard the last sentence. When did his father become so naughty? He used to be such a serious person, but he actually followed Lao Liang's words and practiced Tai Chi with others. He must have been led astray by Lao Liang. The smile on old Zhou's face was about to stop. Haha. That's a must. What kind of relationship do we have? Uncle, take care. Liang Xiu said at the right time. Old Zhou's smile was completely gone. He hadn't even stood up yet, and you told him to take care? Are you chasing him away? How could he have given birth to such a son? So unruly. And the old man in the Taoist robe couldn't hold his face anymore and took the lead to step out of the small door. His already long face became even longer, like a black horse with freckles. Old Zhou didn't dare to offend this Taoist who knew martial arts, and he didn't have time to blame Liang Xiu, so he hurriedly chased him out. But he was so angry in his heart. He came in and left with nothing. Where would his dignity be? So when he went out, he glanced at all the daily necessities inside the door, such as buckets, brooms, and mops. Brother Wei, you have a lot of buckets here, right? Liang Xiu said, there are not many buckets, but there are a lot of trash cans. Uncle Zhou wants one. Old Zhou felt that this little Wei finally got the point. The trash can is also good. It can also be used to collect rainwater. This is for trash. It can also be used for water. Old Zhou had already gone over and held 2 or 3 in his hands. It seems that he didn't get any bargains, but he wanted to take 2 trash cans back. A knight, if you don't take something back from the world, you are still a knight? That's for trash. Liang Xiu emphasized. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Old Zhou had already walked out the door with the trash can. A smile appeared on his face again, and he turned around and said, no need to send it. I will definitely apply for it for you when I go back, Brother Wei. Take care. Take care. Fatty Wei thought, this guy is really shameless. Old Zhou smiled and said goodbye to Old Fan, but he hadn't taken 2 steps. He was thinking about Liang Xiu's words rubbish again and again. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. That brat was not scolding him. That damn brat. Old Zhou was really angry. He wondered how a man of such a long experience could lose all his dignity and face because of a brat. Anyway, we won't meet again in the future, so I have to teach him a lesson. Brother Wei. Old Zhou turned back. Fatty Wei and others were about to close the small door. When they heard him shout, Fatty Wei leaned half of his body out of the door. So what? You son. Tell me. Old Zhou suddenly felt a bad smell around him, and sniffed it hard with his nose. I felt that the stench was even stronger. It seemed to have been brought by the gust of wind just now. Why is it so smelly? Fatty Wei didn't feel it at first, but then he smelled it, as if there was a stench. And it felt like... Oh no! Wei Yochi suddenly rushed out of the door, and ran to the wall. Last time, I cleaned up the body, and forgot to move her to another place. It must have rotted, right? I thought someone would come to take it away the next day. Will there be a lot of bacteria after the body rots? Wei Yochi asked. When Lao Zhou heard the words corpse, rot, and so on, his face changed. What corpse? Fatty Wei didn't see Lao Zhou's expression, but just followed his words and Wei Yochi's words and answered, it was accidentally injured during the robbery. There must be bacteria. We have to move her to another place quickly, or drag her to the intersection. Ah! The 3 trash cans in Lao Zhou's hand fell to the ground with a gurgle. The trash cans rolled far away in the wind. Fatty Wei then looked up at him. We have already gone to the Public Security Bureau to file a case, but they are too busy to take care of it. At this time, Wei Yochi was already thinking about how to get rid of the body. After reacting, Old Zhou felt that the faces of Fatty Wei, Wei Yochi, Liang Xiu, Yu Shifeng and others in front of him were all brutal, and they fled without even picking up the trash can. Wei, Brother Wei, I have something to do at home, so I leave first. Eh? Didn't you take the trash can with you? Chapter 54. After Old Zhou fled, Fatty Wei suddenly burst into laughter. Shuyu, you are amazing. Ha ha ha. Yu Shifeng also laughed. I didn't see that, I really didn't see that. Wei Yochi put his hands on his hips. Old Liang has always been very good at pretending, you just don't know. Old Zhao was also very funny, rubbing his hands, and said excitedly, it's more interesting than watching a movie. Little friend, I didn't expect you to be such a wonderful person. Liang Shuyu pursed his lips and said nothing. To be honest, he didn't expect the ending to be so funny. Old Zhou was scared away by the corpse by mistake, thanks to Wei Yochi's final performance, which was very exquisite. Liang Shuyu's initial plan was just to send this man away, but he didn't expect Fatty Wei and Wei Youqi to cooperate so well. It was unexpected. When Liang Wenjing and others came to ask about the situation, Fatty Wei and Wei Youqi were already laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. In the evening, we made a fuss in the convenience store of Fatty Wei's house. Seeing that it was completely dark, Lao Zhao did not disturb them anymore, and agreed with Yu Shifeng and others to come together tomorrow to help move the body. Then he said goodbye. Lao Zhao knew that Fatty Wei's house was robbed. The neighbors had basically heard about it from the old lady before. Therefore, these people were very wary of the people in the two commercial houses. After all, they were two rental houses, and most of the tenants were people who hung out in places such as KTV bars. Although there was no distinction between good and bad occupations, generally honest people would not want to have close contact with people working in such places. After something like this happened, it was normal to be wary of him. Fortunately, there were no moths in recent days. Therefore, Lao Zhao naturally supports Fatty Wei. They also agreed to come early tomorrow morning to help move the body to prevent bacteria from breeding and affecting living conditions, which would be bad for infection. In the morning, several adult men, including Yu Shifeng, Fatty Wei, Lao Zhao, etc., all wore masks and disposable gloves. The body was moved to the bottom of the farmland behind and abandoned. Fatty Wei was a generous person after all. After thinking about it, he dug a pit for her and buried it simply. The body had been slightly rotten, and even with a mask, the smell was not very good. Fatty Wei didn't eat much lunch that day, so the matter of going into the water was naturally delayed. In recent days, the robbery situation outside has become more and more serious, and it may not be far from the collapse that Liang Shuyu guessed. Liang Shuyu still had several thousand cash on him, and he was not short of things, so he simply did a favor. He planned to give 1,000 each to the Chen family and the Luowei family on the second floor. Liang Shuyu is definitely not the kind of good guy who will give money to others for free. He has his own considerations and concerns for doing so. Liang Shuyu knocked on the door of Lao Chen's house on the second floor with 1,000 yuan. Somewhat unexpectedly, it was Lao Chen who opened the door. Liang Shuyu hadn't seen Lao Chen for a long time. After the power outage, he had been playing mahjong in the mahjong hall downstairs and didn't come home at night for a long time. Today he was actually at home, and no one knew when he came back. Today Lao Chen was very depressed. His stubble seemed to have not been shaved for a month, and his face seemed to have not been washed. He smelled of alcohol, his eyes were cloudy and yellow, and there was eye mucus hanging. He wore a dark red, greasy, dirty coat, as if he had just crawled out of a pile of beggars, and it exuded a faint stench. Where did the handsome and elegant man in my memory go? That was a memory from many years ago. Uncle Chen. Liang Shuyu greeted him. Old Chen nodded and opened the door, as if to invite Liang Shuyu in, but Liang Shuyu didn't go in. You should know the recent situation, I won't say more. I have 1,000 yuan here, you can take it, go out and buy some food, drinks and medicine in the next few days, buy as much as you can. Liang Shuyu handed him the money. Old Chen didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand to take the money. Liang Shuyu said again, drugs are now a must-have reserve. You can still buy them now, buy them as soon as possible, maybe you can't buy them later. Old Chen's cloudy eyes didn't look at Liang Shuyu again, as if he had no focus, and he half lowered his head and said thank you. Liang Shuyu didn't want to thank him. Turned and said goodbye. I heard that Old Chen became like this because he broke his leg in a car accident and owed a lot of debts. Disasters and accidents are really powerful, they can torture a good person like this. Liang Shuyu thought, no matter what accidents he encountered, he must not wear down his will. Then Liang Shuyu knocked on Luo Wei's door again and gave him the money. The most profound impression Luo Wei left on Liang Shuyu was from a visit to his store. Luo Wei used to run a street computer store, mainly selling computer peripheral parts and printing supplies, office supplies, etc. Liang Shuyu was in the 6th grade at that time and went to his house to print test papers. At that time, a customer in the store wanted to buy a part for a printer. Because the part was relatively rare, Luo Wei helped him run through half of the computer malls and street stores in Shilin City before finding it. Liang Shuyu therefore waited for him in the store for 3 full hours. And by the way, he helped him look after the store. Liang Shuyu thought at the time that the item must be very expensive, otherwise it would not be worth Luo Wei's running for several hours. In the end, it was sold for 12 yuan, 12 yuan. After running for more than 3 hours, Luo Wei said that he did not make any money, because although the goods were only 2 yuan, the fare was 5 yuan. In other words, Luo Wei only made 5 yuan on this order, 3 hours to make 5 yuan, At that time, Liang Shuyu thought he was sick. It's no wonder that the store collapsed when the business was run like this. How can such a stingy small business make money? Liang Shuyu deeply despised him, thinking that Luo Wei, as an adult, could not figure out the truth that he, a child, could understand. What changed Liang Shuyu's opinion of Luo Wei happened half a year later. Once when buying breakfast, Luo Junxian had rice rolls with eggs and ham that morning. Soy sauce and seasonings were mixed on the white and glutinous rice rolls, steaming and fragrant. Liang Shuyu and Luo Junxian didn't have much contact at that time, but sometimes he envied Luo Junxian. He was already in junior high school, and his father still wanted to pick him up and drop him off at school every day. Even breakfast was bought and delivered to him. But he always looked cold and indifferent. Luo Wei also tried to please him like an old man. Therefore, Liang Shuyu often wondered if every father would be like this. After Luo Junxian finished eating and left, Luo Wei ate up the remaining soy sauce and rice roll residue on the plate, and even asked for half a cup of rice soup. He chased after his eldest son, who was as tall as him, and sent him to school. That was probably Luo Wei's breakfast. Liang Shuyu couldn't figure it out. If he wanted to eat breakfast for free, how could a cup of rice soup fill him up? If you want to save money, you can buy a rice noodle roll with toppings for 7 yuan. If you have the spare money, you can cook a pot of porridge and a few side dishes in the morning. Even a plate of peanuts is more filling and cheaper than this. He couldn't understand why there are parents who are irrational and want to satisfy their children. But he is indeed a good father anyway. It's a pity that he is not the kind that Liang Shuyu admits, so Liang Shuyu will never envy Luo Junxian again. Uncle Luo, take this 1,000 and go out to buy some supplies. Chapter 55. Luo Wei suddenly saw this bright red stack of money, his expression changed, and he waved his hand and said, "Hey! What is this for? Why? Why did he suddenly give money?" Liang Shuyu said, "Before the power outage, our family withdrew some cash. You take it first, go out to buy something, and put it at home, maybe you can't buy it later." Luo Wei pursed his lips and bit it for a while, seeing that Liang Shuyu was not joking at all. He then hesitated and took it. He folded it with both hands, squeezed it, and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his leather jacket after the money was squeezed tightly. Thank you so much." After Luo Wei put the money away, he looked outside. "Come in and sit for a while, and have a cup of hot water. I will find a way to pay you back after the call comes back. I can't get money anywhere now, it's very annoying." "No. I talk about paying you back after the call comes back. Now you should go shopping first, the sooner the better." "Yeah, okay. Luo Wei said yes with a smile on his face. Liang Shuyu was about to leave, but Luo Wei suddenly called him again. Luo Wei looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he stepped out half of his body and whispered to Liang Shuyu, "I see you often go to the vegetable market behind recently. Can you get any resources there?" In fact, he wanted to ask a long time ago. He once saw them moving gas. Gas? That is a very scarce fuel resource. But he felt that he was not familiar with Liang Shuyu and Fatty Wei, so he was embarrassed to ask. Moreover, at this time, these resources are so precious that he doesn't have the face to ask. Now Liang Shuyu gave him money for nothing, which shows that he still values him as a neighbor who he has known for many years. So he dared to ask. Liang Shuyu didn't want to deliberately hide it from him. After all, not everyone can do such a thing as diving. It depends on your ability. The wholesale market over there is flooded, and there are a lot of food underwater. We occasionally dive down and get some. So that's it, Luo Wei suddenly realized. "How deep is that water?" Luo Wei asked. "The deeper one is 7 or 8 meters. But there are undercurrents in it. If you are not a professional diver, it will be more dangerous." Hearing Liang Shuyu say this, Luo Wei remembered that Luo Junxian wanted to learn diving a few years ago, and he sent him to learn for a while, and spent a lot of money on buying equipment. Unfortunately, Luo Junxian gave up not long after learning. Although there are supplies under the water is dirty and smelly, and there are undercurrents. How dangerous it is, forget it. Forget it? This money is enough for a while, thank you. Liang Shuyu expressed his understanding, and then said goodbye. Luo Wei is next to Yu Shifeng's house, so the straight line distance to Liang Shuyu's house is only more than 20 meters. Liang Shuyu turned around and walked towards Yu Shifeng's house. He would not go into the water today. He wanted to train with Wei Youqi. However, before he reached the stone dam, he heard a quarrel from the second floor of his house, followed by a slamming door and Lao Chen's roar, but he didn't hear what he was scolding. Then he saw Chen Baoyu with messy hair coming out of the big iron door on the first floor. One side of her face was red and swollen. There were several scars on her wrists. Her red eyes looked a little embarrassed. But when she saw Liang Shu standing under the stone dam not far away and looking at her, she quickly tidied her clothes and hair, and her expression returned to her usual noble. Twisting her waist and stepping on the steps, she walked through the heavy rain and came to the stone dam of Yu Shifeng's house. There Yu Shifeng was instructing Wei Youqi in training. "Uncle, can you do me a favor?" Fortunately, her tone was soft and you could tell that she was asking for help. Otherwise, her expression would easily make people think that she had rejected a suitor in the past. Yu Shifeng heard the voice and turned to see Chen Baoyu with red and swollen cheeks and injured wrists, as if she had just had a fight. He frowned and softened his voice. "What's wrong?" "My mother is sick, and I want to buy her some medicine. But my father is not convenient to go out, so I want to ask you for help." Her voice was crisp and a little hoarse after crying. "What do you mean her father is not convenient?" "She doesn't want to go." Yu Shifeng probably heard some rumors about Lao Chen. "No problem. I go with you. Wait for me to change clothes." Yu Shifeng agreed without saying anything. He had already turned around and returned to the room. At this time, Liang Shu also arrived at the stone dam and sat on the bench next to him with Wei Youqi. Wei Youqi whispered in Liang Shu's ear, "I didn't realize that old Yu was a man who was kind and gentle to women. I thought he didn't understand romance." "Liang Shu, is this how you use this word?" "This is a generation gap. Liang Shu gave money to the old Chen family because he didn't want to have too much contact with the old Chen family. I didn't expect that old Chen was such a coward. He let his daughter go out to buy things in this situation? Don't you know that robbery and murder are common outside? Whatever. If Chen Baoyu was allowed to go alone, it would be even more against his original intention if something happened." Yu Shifeng went to get his raincoat and equipment, and saw Yu Min leaning on the railing when he entered the room. "Yu Shifeng, I'll be back soon." It's not easy to refuse such a thing, for such a little girl. Besides, accompanying her to buy something shouldn't be considered a life-threatening activity, right? But Yu Shifeng still felt a little guilty. He looked at Yu Min again. Seeing that Yu Min was just a little unhappy, but didn't explicitly stop him, he was relieved and went to get his raincoat. After putting on his equipment and coming out, he saw Chen Baoyu wearing only thin clothes, without even an umbrella. How could she go out like this? Yu Shifeng asked her if she didn't have a raincoat. "I'm on my period. Maybe it's not very convenient." Chen Baoyu lowered her head and said, "My period is on. It's really not very convenient to go out. This girl's period is the most important. If she gets cold, it will hurt the next time it comes, and it's not good for her ovaries and uterus." Wei Youqi wanted to hit someone after hearing this. "Is it a big deal to have your period? If you have the ability, go buy it yourself." "What do you mean by this? Do you think we are errand boys? We are not your flower protectors. You can find whoever you want. Don't act like a spoiled child here. How can you talk like that, you little brat?" After getting familiar with him, Yu Shifeng taught these two guys a lesson without any scruples. Wei Youqi curled his lips, as if he snorted in disdain, and rolled his eyes at Chen Baoyu. Liang Shu noticed something was wrong and asked in a low voice, "When did you have a grudge? The relationship didn't seem so bad before?" Wei Youqi snorted coldly, "The grudge is big." Liang Shu questioned with his eyes. Wei Youqi didn't say anything. Liang Shu asked again, and Wei Youqi lowered his voice and said, "Where do you think their family gets food and drinks?" "They are all given by my father. I can't stand her. She seems to be so great just because she has a good face." Wei Youqi was disappointed. He thought that Fatty Wei was seduced by Chen Baoyu's beauty, and secretly helped her family. Liang Shu didn't think so. Fatty Wei was a kind-hearted person. Even if Chen Baoyu was not very good-looking, he would consider helping her if she asked him for help. But there was a grudge between Wei Youqi and Chen Baoyu. This was several years ago, when Wei Youqi and Chen Baoyu had an ordinary relationship, but that was before he was beaten up by Chen Baoyu's admirer. Afterwards, it was very, very ordinary. Yu Shifeng over there had decided to help Chen Baoyu go out to buy things, and was asking for details of the things to buy. Liang Shu stood up and walked over. After all, if he hadn't given the money to the Chen family, Yu Shifeng wouldn't have had to make this trip. He was the source of the matter. Chen Baoyu couldn't let him get away with it. "Don't think you can order people around just by opening your mouth. Uncle Yu, we need to discuss this matter again." Liang Shu interrupted them. His eyes fell on Chen Baoyu's slightly swollen right face. "Robbery and murder are not uncommon outside. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone." Yu Shifeng heard that the tone was not to stop him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 56. "I asked your Uncle Wei to come with me, it's okay. That's not what I meant. I mean, if Miss Chin is not in a hurry, we are going out tomorrow, so you can help her bring some things back. Indeed. Every time you go out, you have to scrap a set of clothes. Tomorrow they are going to go into the water, so it doesn't matter if they can help Chin Baoyi bring some things back. Yu Shifeng thinks this is fine. But Chin Baoyi said, no. My mother's illness can't be delayed. She can't get out of bed. She is so seriously ill? Yu Shifeng asked hurriedly, what's wrong? I don't know. Chin Baoyi's eyes were red again. She has a cold, her body is swollen, and she can't eat. I'm afraid something will happen to her. Yu Shifeng and Liang Shuyu thought of the couple they saw outside the pharmacy that day. Yu Shifeng asked anxiously, is your face sallow? Is there a family history of disease? Chin Baoyi was stunned by the question. No. That's good. Yu Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. The woman seemed to have uremia that day. In the current medical and health environment, if she doesn't have electricity in the short term, she should be incurable. What medicine do you want to buy? Liang Shuyu said. I don't know. Can you ask a doctor to come back? Liang Shuyu actually helped her? This surprised Chin Baoyi a little. She thought Liang Shuyu was here to stop Yu Shifeng. She was worried just now. After all, Liang Shuyu had hardly taken the initiative to talk to her since she was sensible. Her beauty, which she was proud of, had never worked in front of Liang Shuyu. However, the money was originally given by Liang Shuyu. How could they stop it? Yu Shifeng was speechless. Where can we find a doctor in the current situation? They may not even have time to hide. You don't understand the situation outside. It's very chaotic now. What should we do? When Chin Baoyi heard this, tears flowed down like 2 lines of clear spring water. She had never cried in front of outsiders before. Yu Shifeng was fine, but Liang Shuyu, who didn't take her seriously, was there. That was even worse. She quickly turned her face away and wiped her tears with her palm. She turned around and wanted to talk again, but tears flowed out again. This time, she couldn't even wipe them. I think she's going to die. Yu Shifeng was shocked when he heard it. Why is she dying? She couldn't eat for several days, but since last night, she couldn't even drink porridge. After a thorough understanding, I found out that Chin Baoyi's mother had been ill for a long time. At first it was just a slight cold, then gradually gained weight, became swollen all over, and then couldn't eat. It took at least 10 days. A few days ago, after she couldn't get out of bed, Chin Baoyi went to the Mahjong Hall to find Lao Chen, but Lao Chen refused on the grounds that he couldn't work in the hospital, but Lao Chen still went home to see her the next day, and Chin Baoyi's mother could still get out of bed and talk. As a result, Lao Chen felt that Chin Baoyi was playing tricks on him, so he had a quarrel with the mother and daughter, and she became more swollen the next day. Can't get out of bed. Chin Baoyi continued to quarrel with him, asking him to buy medicine and go to the doctor, but he said he had no money. Today Liang Shuyu sent 1,000 yuan, and Chin Baoyi heard it in the room. Come out, ask him for money, he won't give it, saying he has to go to the Mahjong Hall to pay off his debts first. Chin Baoyi quarreled with him again, and was slapped twice, but she snatched 600 yuan from him and prepared to ask Yu Shifeng to help find a doctor. There is such a father who is not worthy of being a man in the world. Yu Shifeng was furious when he heard it. Especially the 600 yuan that Chin Baoyi took out was not only wrinkled, but 2 of them were torn. It shows how hard she worked to snatch these hundreds of yuan. What a bastard. I go to him and ask for justice. There is such a scumbag father who ignores his wife and children in the world. Yu Shifeng rolled up his sleeves and wanted to cross the road. Fortunately, Liang Shuyu stopped him quickly. And Wei Yochi also listened for a long time and understood the cause and effect, and temporarily put aside his personal grievances. He felt very disgusted with what Lao Chen did and was shameless. Uncle Yu, we can't be so impulsive. What's the point of asking him to judge? The most important thing for us now is how to take her mother to see a doctor. After Wei Yochi's reminder, Yu Shifeng calmed down. Yes, you are right. But where can we find a doctor now? It's difficult. Liang Shuyu commented bluntly. It seems that her illness cannot be cured by 3 or 5 days of medicine. Maybe it requires professional equipment, and more importantly, professional doctors and medical systems. Liang Shuyu is right. At this time, Yu Min's voice sounded behind several people. From the first day of the power outage to now, it has been nearly 40 days of heavy rain and typhoons. Have you ever seen the rain stop? Everyone didn't know why she changed the subject to this, but Wei Yochi still replied, no. Not once. Yes. Not once. Yu Min's voice was clear and calm. She was stating a fact. The rain was strange, the wind was strange, And the power outage was even stranger. The medical system has collapsed. Can you afford to save a person who doesn't know what disease he has? What do you mean? As soon as Yumin finished speaking, Qin Baoyi opened her eyes wide and questioned. Literally. Qin Baoyi's eyes were red. Do you want me to give up on her? She is not your mother. How can you say such a thing? Yu Shifeng hurriedly comforted. No, she didn't mean that. He grabbed Yumin's hand and pulled her into the house, whispering, how can you say that? It's too cruel. I think your brains are not clear. Just a reminder. Yumin snorted coldly. Minmin. Yu Shifeng suddenly felt very hurt. You can't be so cold-blooded and heartless. That's a person, not an object that can be ignored. A person's life cannot be judged by the price she paid. If that's the case, what's the difference between a person and an object? Didn't you hear a famous saying? People should live a valuable life. The person who said this has already equated himself with goods. So people have always been goods, and equal exchange is the only rule. Yu Shifeng was so angry that he had nothing to refute. That? Excuse me. Liang Wenjing suddenly stuck his head in. Uncle Yu, I think what Minmin said makes sense. The current situation is so bad that it is really difficult to save a person who doesn't know what disease he has. You are right, but we have to try. Liang Wenjing said, Uncle, for rich people, trying is just an investment. But for ordinary people, trying may be bankrupt. Are you going to do this? How can it be so exaggerated? If you find a doctor, and he is willing to treat you, but the fee is very high? Who will pay for it? Yu Shifeng was stunned for a moment, but you have to try it anyway, right? Liang Wenjing shrugged. Yu Shifeng had nothing to say. Chapter 57. Yu Shifeng stayed there for a while. Just when Liang Wenjing thought he was going to give up, Yu Shifeng suddenly said, yes, it is difficult to save a seriously ill person in this situation. But I still can't just watch him die. You must think I am pedantic and a pushover. But I choose to do this, not to get others' thanks, nor for anyone's goodwill. It's just because life has to go on, and I can't face myself doing nothing after the call. So now I can only choose to have a clear conscience. After Yu Shifeng finished speaking to the two girls, he turned and walked out. He said to Qin Baoyi outside the door, I will try my best to help your mother find a doctor. But if the other party asks for a high fee, I can only provide a limited part of my strength, and I can't help you anymore. Because I also have a family to survive. I hope you can understand. Then he said to Liang Shuyu, Shuyu, you don't have to persuade me. You have your choice, you have your persistence. But I also have my choice and my persistence. Yu Shifeng's eyes revealed stubbornness in his determination, and his involuntarily locked eyebrows seemed to tell of his stubborn and firm choice after entanglement. Yes. Everyone has his own choice and persistence. How can anyone influence another person's choice and persistence? Liang Shuyu is not qualified. The premise Liang Shuyu proposed to Yu Shifeng at the beginning was just that he didn't want Yu Shifeng to take the risk of his life and do something righteous. Because this would harm their overall interests. Okay. Liang Shuyu agreed. Under the circumstances that it does not affect our three families, Uncle Yu has the right to insist on himself. I understand. Yu Shifeng nodded. Even if it is my personal belongings, it will affect the three families, so I know my limits. Because even if it is his personal belongings, if too much is used to help others, when his own family is short of money, the other two families will not be able to not provide assistance. So it will still affect the other two families. Seeing that he has thought of this, Liang Shuyu is completely relieved. Okay. Everyone agreed, and Yu Shifeng went to see Qin Baoyi's mother first. After Yu Shifeng left, Liang Shuyu continued to train without being affected. Wei Youqi was a little discouraged. Liang Shuyu urged him, train, don't be lazy. Wei Youqi sat on the bench with his body slumped. I'm a little, how to say it, I can't say it. He looked up at the beams for a while, muttering, Old Liang, what do you think we should do after the call? After so many things have happened. Although killing is forced to protect oneself, going into the water, prying into people's shops, and a series of illegal things cannot be said to be completely forced. Of course, they can also compensate those shops after the call. But how to say it, after experiencing this series of events? Can he still live like before? What to do? Liang Shuyu has finished a set of training, sweating and squatting to take a breath. But it's not right. I always feel. Alas, I don't know how to say it. Wei Youqi's mind is full of thoughts, as if there are many thoughts, many worries, and many concerns. But it's like a messy ball of wool, and I can't find a clue. I can't tell what's going on. Liang Shuyu started the second set of training again, and said to him, You just have too little experience, You will get used to it after more experience. How can I have less experience? I'm only 2 months younger than you. Saying he has less experience? Lao Liang is indeed more mature and stable, but he's not bad. Although he is the kind of guy who seems to be jumpy and unreliable, he won't fall down at the critical moment. Okay. Liang Shuyu didn't argue with him. Training. Take a break today. Inside, Liang Wenjing and Yumin returned to the living room to continue practicing darts. After Yumin's training recently, Liang Wenjing's hit level has greatly improved. 5 or 6 times out of 10 can accurately hit near the center of the bull's eye. But she still urgently needs to practice dynamic hit rate. This is a big problem. Probably because of the distraction of what happened just now, Liang Wenjing missed several times after returning. She had to practice her wrist strength. But after practicing for a while, she found that Yumin was always looking at her. What's wrong? Liang Wenjing asked her. Did I practice wrong? No. Yumin smiled. Continue to practice. I will assign you a new task today. Great. In the kitchen, Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying were preparing dinner for everyone. They were preparing pancakes today. After the power outage, the dishes were reduced cellular-like, and they were the same things every day. After Aunt Xiaoping had the materials on hand, she began to make delicious dishes for them in different ways. Her skills were much more refined than Liang Ying's. After all, Liang Ying spent half of her life on her career. Her career was in the kitchen and family. This is not good enough, need it again. Aunt Xiaoping added a little flour to the dough and handed it to Liang Ying. Liang Ying followed her instructions and heard Aunt Xiaoping say, Has Lao Yu gone out? It's so late now. When will he come back for dinner? Liang Ying looked at the sky outside. It's about 4 o'clock. We should be able to make it in time if we go a little later. Aunt Xiaoping blinked. How do you tell the time? Liang Ying said, You will find a pattern if you watch it more. The sun is always there, but it is covered by dark clouds. The light outside still changes a little. Aunt Xiaoping put her eyes to the iron guardrail of the window and looked out. There was still heavy rain there. The sky was still as dark as when she got up in the morning, except that it would become darker at night. There was no change at all. Why can't I see it? Aunt Xiaoping retracted her head. You are too amazing. Liang Ying handed her the newly kneaded dough. Is it good enough? Yeah, almost. Aunt Xiaoping mixed the diced spicy strips, anchovies, and other spicy ingredients into a small dough she pinched out. Let's try spicy strip pancakes today. She had just kneaded a ball, and Fatty Wei, who had just woken up from lunch break, looked around but couldn't find Yu Shifeng, so he asked Liang Shuyu outside. Liang Shuyu told Fatty Wei what happened. Fat Wei thought about it, and went to the second floor opposite to find Yu Shifeng. But he still wore a mask. Yu Shifeng went to Qin Baoyu's house, and entered the door. The first thing he smelled was a bad smell. A damp, rotten, indescribable smell mixed with various things. But Qin Baoyu was there, and her biological father was lying on the sofa snoring unconscious. Yu Shifeng had no choice but to endure it, and went in to see her mother's condition. What caught his eye was a messy bed, with a pale and weak person lying in a messy and wet quilt. The slight movement made it hard to tell whether she was alive or dead. Her face was so swollen that her original appearance could not be seen, and her swollen eyelids were like a light bulb, making her eyes look like only a slit. I guess even if she opened her eyes hard, she couldn't see her pupils completely. It's already like this. Why don't you go out and find a doctor earlier? Chapter 58. She was sicker before, and she recovered on her own. But this time, Qin Baoyu lifted the damp and moldy quilt, revealing her mother, who was swollen and purple under the quilt. I don't know what to do. Can she be saved? Yu Shifeng just felt a headache. It was obvious that this disease was not formed in a few days. It is very likely that she was already in poor health, and the power outage caused various diseases to flare up. In the previous environment, it was already difficult to treat her. Not to mention now. You have to be mentally prepared. Yu Shifeng could only say so. A trace of hatred appeared in Qin Baoyu's beautiful eyes. She covered her face with her hands and cried in suppressed pain. Please help me. She is my mother. She can't die. But Yu Shifeng was powerless. Help her, get on my back. I carry her to the pharmacy to find someone to see what the disease is, and whether it can be cured. Qin Baoyu followed his words with tears. Yu Shifeng first took off his raincoat and put it on her mother, then found 2 ropes to secure her after carrying her on his back, to prevent her from being blown down when the wind was strong outside. When he walked out of the room with her on his back, old Chen was still sleeping soundly on the sofa. Yu Shifeng was so angry that he wanted to beat him up, but what's the point? There are such people in the world who are not worthy of being human beings' fathers. Or husbands. Giving birth but not raising, raising but not teaching, not only not teaching, but also biting back at their children. Others are dependent on their parents, but they are dependent on their children. Survivalist carried her on his back to the first floor and ran into Fatty Wei, who came to find him. When Fatty Wei saw the condition and smell of Chen Baoyi's mother, he quickly put a mask on Survivalist. Old you, this is your fault. When you help others, you should also consider yourself. Who knows if her disease is contagious? If you get infected, no one will care about you. What if you infect the child? Survivalist actually thought of this when he entered the room and smelled the odor, but Chen Baoyi was there at the time, so he couldn't act like that. At this time, he felt guilty. Okay, I pay attention next time. Well, are you going to carry her out to find a doctor? Let's go to the pharmacy first. They didn't know where the doctor was. Usually, we go to the hospital to find a doctor, so where can we find one now? We can only try our luck at the pharmacy to see if they know any doctors. Okay. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, so I go with you. Fatty Wei nodded. Survivalist said happily, okay. Finally someone is with him. He was right about Fatty Wei. But Fatty Wei had seen through Survivalis's thoughts and said, I heard about your lofty ambitions just now, but I am different from you, old you. I did this purely because of the friendship between me and old Chen many years ago, and it's not a big deal to take her to see a doctor. I don't have such great ambitions as you. Survivalist smiled bitterly. I don't have any ambitions. I just don't want to feel guilty. How much is conscience worth? Although he said so, Fatty Wei went back to change into a raincoat. He came out again and asked Chen Baoyi to wait at home. Survivalist took the wrinkled 600 yuan, carried her seriously ill mother on her back, and left lane 27 with Fatty Wei. When they left, the rice at home was cooked, and the delicious smell of rice wafted out. Chen Baoyi stood under the eaves, the water splashing on her instep. Her fair face looked elegant and clear in the rain. She just looked in that direction without saying a word. She looked pretty and quiet when she didn't speak. It was just because of her personality that she acted like an aggressive hedgehog most of the time. On the second floor of Survivalis's house, Liang Wenjing felt tired after training for a while, and was leaning against the window to secretly eat canned fruit. Min ah. Liang Wenjing stabbed one with a fork. Yumin retracted her gaze, and squatted under the window. She ate a slice of orange that Liang Wenjing fed her. At this rate, your family's stock will be gone in less than a month, right? Liang Wenjing stuck out her tongue. I won't eat tomorrow. Yumin said, in the past, people always said that no matter whether you are in adversity or prosperity, as long as you work hard and persevere, you can regain the dawn. But now I find that people's fate is born and cannot be chosen. Huh? Liang Wenjing didn't know why her mind suddenly jumped to the philosophy of life. Oh, I won't eat tomorrow. When it was already dark in the evening, Survivalist and Wei Pengzi returned home in the wind and rain. They put Chen Baoyi's mother back first, and then Lao Chen woke up. He found that his wife was carried out to see a doctor by the other two men. Survivalist and Wei Pengzi arrived at his house, and as soon as they put Chen Baoyi's mother down, Lao Chen scolded them for meddling in other people's business. Old Chen said, even if she is dead, my whole family is dead, and it is not your turn to take care of it. Fatty Wei looked at his former friend, and the fierce man, with a stubble on his face. He could not connect the elegant man with the man in front of him. Now we can't do anything, she's hopeless. Fatty Wei said mercilessly. Old Chen's cloudy eyes flickered. But soon they returned to normal. Oh. That's just right. This woman should have died long ago. You bastard. It's you who should die. It's you? Chen Baoyi, who was standing by, suddenly rushed to Old Chen like crazy, and slammed her white hands hard on Old Chen's worn-out, greasy body and face. Old Chen grabbed her wrist fiercely, and slapped her. Chen Baoyi's slender figure was instantly beaten over the sofa, and fell heavily to the ground. Where has Survivalist seen such a thing? That is not a human being, and he even beats his own daughter. Are you still a human being? You don't care about your wife's life or death, and you even kill your own daughter. I have never seen a scum like you. Survivalist cursed angrily, but he couldn't find a dirtier word. Suddenly, I realized that I was tongue-tied and couldn't even curse. Fatty Wei hurried to help Chen Baoyi up. Her face was swollen immediately. Heh. She wasn't mine in the first place. I have done my best to raise her. What else do you want from me? Want my life? Who do you think you are? You take her to see a doctor, and you are her adopted parents? What about me? I have raised a bastard for 18 years in vain. What else do you want from me? You are really meddling in other people's business. Hearing this, several people stayed where they were. And Chen Baoyu's expression changed from shock at the beginning to understanding. So that's it, she is not my biological daughter at all, so I have to torture her like this. Torture her mother? Fatty Wei didn't expect that it would be like this. He only knew that old Chen and his wife were in love freely, and had a good relationship. But Qin Yuqing's family conditions were good at that time, and his wife was from the countryside, so his family didn't agree. The two eloped despite their family's opposition, and came to the coastal cities to work. They got married and had children. When he first came to their factory, Qin Yuqing was still a gentle young man who spoke in a literary style, and occasionally uttered a few lines of poetry. His wife was also gentle, beautiful and virtuous, which made the bachelors in the factory envious. Chapter 59. Later, Fatty Wei resigned from the factory, and came here to open a convenience store. After the factory closed down, Qin Baoyu was just of school age. Qin Yuqing couldn't afford the original rent, so he found Fatty Wei, who introduced him to the upstairs of his house. Later, Qin Yuqing took a driver's license test and drove a truck. When he just made a little money, he had an accident. However, in order to save costs, the boss at that time did not buy insurance for the car and the goods. Qin Yuqing not only broke his leg, but also had a large debt. From then on, he was unable to recover and got into many bad habits. But Fatty Wei always thought that he lost his fighting spirit because of bad luck. It turned out that Qin Baoyu was not his biological child. Was Lao Chen's transformation related to this incident? Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei were so shocked by this amazing thing that they didn't know what to say. Qin Baoyu learned the truth, pushed Fatty Wei away, rushed into the bedroom, and slammed the door. It was as if they wanted to shut all this out. Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei were left looking at each other. These Chinese medicines are boiled into one bowl for 6 bowls, 1 pack a day, which can relieve some pain. Putting down the Chinese medicine, Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei could only say goodbye. They carried Qin Baoyu's mother to Aunt Lu's pharmacy. Aunt Lu took a look and said that there was no hope and there was no way to treat her now. But after they begged, Aunt Lu told them the contact information of an old Chinese doctor. As for whether the old Chinese doctor was willing to help them, she couldn't guarantee it. Later, Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei found the old Chinese doctor's residence again. The old Chinese doctor was very easy to talk to and prescribed Chinese medicine for them. He said that after 1 course of treatment, if she got better, she would get better. If she didn't get better, she would prepare for the funeral. He also didn't charge for the consultation. But Yu Shifeng gave them some canned fruit. It was the portion that each family got from the water. Qin Baoyu's 600 yuan was used to buy Chinese medicine. Fortunately, only Western medicine is in short supply now, and Chinese herbal medicine is not particularly scarce. The price of medicine must have risen, but Aunt Lu didn't deliberately charge them a high price. Qin Baoyu's matter came to an end, and no one from her family showed up for a long time. Then her mother died, and Qin Baoyu dragged her to the wasteland behind and buried her alone. But that was many days later. That night, Yu Shifeng and his family came back for dinner, and Luo Wei came again. My son said you might need this thing. It was a diving mask, which was more airtight than Wei Youqi's. Liang Xiu expressed his gratitude, and after discussing with Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei, decided to share some of the items found underwater with their family. But because they didn't send anyone, the amount they got was definitely less. No, this is to thank you for the 1,000 yuan you sent. It's just in time. Luo Wei said embarrassedly. But if you do have extra supplies, I would be very grateful if you could share a little bit. Luo Wei said goodbye. Then Liang Xiu and others modified the glasses, and with 2 glasses, they could take care of each other underwater. While the safety factor was much higher, they dared to try deeper waters. On November 1, 2032, there was a heavy rainstorm, and the power outage lasted for 40 days. This city has completely become a city of the dead. The gloomy sky has never cleared up, as if God was emphasizing that it was the end of the world. This is the end of the world. The sounds of smashing and screaming were heard every day, and every day was more intense than the day before. Many people rushed into shopping malls and banks with weapons. Just as Liang Xiu expected, order collapsed. This city is like a dead bird. Its heart has stopped beating long ago. Therefore, the meridians are dry, and the cells that cannot get blood supply are clamoring and rushing out frantically, ravaging its flesh and blood to feed itself. So the dead bird is visibly eroded and emaciated. The outbreak of the city is more violent than Liang Xiu imagined, and the quiet city seems to have regained its bustle overnight. It's a pity that people would rather endure the noise of industry and cars. They don't want to hear this terrifying bustle mixed with desperate shouts and shrill screams. The rain continued to fall, with no sign of stopping at all. People living downstream are in a terrible situation. The water level is getting higher and higher, submerging half of lane 27. The people downstream were homeless and gathered upstream to beg from door to door. Although the village chief was no longer the village chief, for the sake of his own safety, he still took the initiative to take out the keys of the 2 rental houses at the entrance. He contracted the 2 houses for rent, and most of them had home appliances. Currently only half of them are occupied, and now they are rented out to these homeless neighbors. It is better than these people being forced into a desperate situation and suddenly erupting. So many people moved upstream, causing the public security here to change instantly. Not to mention the various sounds at night. Most of the people living downstream are small vendors near the vegetable market, motorcycle drivers, factory workers, construction workers, and so on. After they came, the convenience store of Fatty Way was knocked on several times. They stopped after several explanations that the convenience store had been robbed. Some of them were difficult to deal with. Because the house was flooded, there was not enough food and no bedding or clothes to change. They asked this family and that family. The old lady next door to Yushirfeng was an enthusiastic old lady living alone. She couldn't stand so many women looking for her to chat. Since she lent them a few clothes, they ran to the old lady's house to chat every day. The old lady was a lively person, and she also liked to go to Yushirfeng's house to chat with Aunt Xiaoping. When they came, they brought all these women with them. For the first time, the chaos in 27 Lane was so overwhelming. It was late at night in the early morning of November 2nd. A gunshot kicked off the robbery. There was a lively sound of smashing, noise, insults, and shouting outside. Waves of people broke open the doors of shopping malls, banks, various shops, and supermarkets, swarmed in, and robbed with weapons. The people coming up from the downstream were so poor that their eyes were shining. Hearing this sound, it was like hungry ghosts seeing their own mothers, and they swarmed out of the house with 2 yohos. Liang Shuyu and other supplies at home have become richer than ever after fishing in the water during this period. However, if they sit back and do nothing, it will arouse others' suspicion and vigilance. There is a primary condition for survival in such a chaotic situation. That is, you have to do what others are doing. If others look very down and out, you'd better not look too neat and tidy. If everyone is hungry and skinny, but you are still fat and greasy, it's no wonder that people will look at you with hungry wolves. So they locked the door and left Fatty Wei to watch the house. Everyone gathered at Yushirfeng's house, leaving Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Yushirfeng to dress neatly and go out. Take a backpack, etc. emergency supplies, weapons and brains, and go out. Go out and meet Luo Wei and his son. Luo Junxian wears a cap with 2 or 3 layers of transparent plastic bags inside. His expression is stern and he says nothing. He is covered with a transparent raincoat, and his figure is slender and thin, a little taller than Liang Shuyu by half a head. Luo Wei is holding an umbrella, and he also has several layers of plastic bags on his head to keep out the rain, a pair of old blue slippers, and his trouser legs are rolled up high. Even if he stands straight, he always gives people a hunched back. Many people have gone. We have to hurry up, otherwise they will be robbed. Ever since Liang Shuyu sent his family 1,000 yuan, and gave them some supplies every time he was slacking off, he has become close to the 3 families. Chapter 60. After getting to know him, I found that Luo Wei was actually a very measured person. No matter how much supplies were given to him, he never asked for more. He would take what was given to him. His gratitude was overflowing. Occasionally, he could get fish, which were not from the village chief's pond. But I don't know where he got them. There were sewage fish and others, and he would bring them to Liang Shuyu and his friends. Thanks to him, Liang Shuyu and his friends had a few meals of fresh fish. Okay, let's talk about a few things before we set off. Our first priority is safety, and the second is supplies. Yushirfeng said. Sure. Luo Wei nodded. Everyone closed the door and set off. Fatty Wei, Yu Min and others in the house moved the marble dining table to block the door. This area has been too chaotic recently, so they have to be more careful. The people in lane 27 walked to the street in a mighty manner and merged into the big stream on the road. The last time there were so many people on the street was when the relief food was delivered. Although they both went out in groups, their purposes were completely different. Once they were filled with hope, and once they were filled with a mixture of hope and despair. Also different from the last time. Last time, the crowd was mostly scattered, without formation, with occasional discussions and noise. This time, they were small groups sticking together, keeping a vigilant distance from each other, and people were silent and did not talk to each other. There was only the sound of rain, wind and hurried footsteps. Almost all the shops on both sides of the street that had anything to do with food were broken. Even restaurants, fast food restaurants, milk tea shops, and other shops were affected. After all, for those who were about to starve to death, the frozen food left in the refrigerator of the restaurant was also a good way to fill their stomachs. The crowd gathered in the shopping mall closest to this block. When they were about to arrive, the small groups almost ran and rushed in quickly. The rest of the small shops that should have been robbed were robbed, and those that were not robbed were mostly large chain stores. In order to prevent such incidents, the relevant departments had armed forces to maintain order at the entrance of the mall. However, with a gunshot in the early morning last night, these last forces finally collapsed. I don't know whose gun broke its order first, but for most people who rushed in to buy supplies at this moment, they may feel fortunate and excited. A group of 5 people entered the mall. This is a large complex mall. The first floor is mainly clothing stores, jewelry, decorations, toys, etc. The second floor is a super large chain of affordable supermarkets. The third floor is some electrical appliances and electronic products. The fourth floor is a movie theater and an arcade. Liang Shuyu's target this time is the first floor. They are in urgent need of clothes now. If it weren't for the fact that one piece of clothing just dried today, I would have to wear women's clothing again. The crowd rushed into the smashed mall door, and the ground was full of glass shards, debris, dirt, and stains. The dirty and messy environment inside the mall showed that it was not the first time it was visited. Liang Shuyu and Luo Wei had different goals this time. Liang Shuyu's family lacked clothes, but not food. Although Luo Wei's family didn't lack food too much, it would be better if there was more. Liang Shuyu said, "Gather at the door after 1,000, don't delay." Luo Wei had never gone out with Liang Shuyu and others before, and didn't know what the rules were. Just count 1,000 times in your mind, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this. Wei Yoqi demonstrated the speed of counting to them. According to this speed, 1,000 times should take about 20 minutes, which is slower than a watch. Luo Wei finally understood. We have to separate. Liang Shuyu said, "We will get clothes on the first floor of the mall and leave after getting them. You should also be fast, don't delay, don't cause trouble." Yeah, okay. Luo Wei understood. Liang Shuyu and his 3 families are not short of food, and it seems that they will not go to the affordable mall on the second floor to buy. After parting with a few people, Luo Wei quickly took his son Luo Junxian to the second floor of the mall. The back of this middle-aged man, who is known for his turtle speed, looks like a clumsy penguin when he moves quickly in the crowd. He is the type that salesmen hate the most, because he can spend 2 hours to buy a small item of 30 yuan. He would look at the item over and over again. Although he would not ask the salesperson repeatedly, it would be annoying to stand in someone else's store and look at the same item for 2 hours. The only thing to be thankful for is that he would not keep asking questions. If he kept asking questions while buying things, he would definitely be blacklisted. So he was also long-winded when selling things, as long and smelly as an old woman's foot binding. This was the second most important reason why Liang Shuyu suspected that his store could not be opened. Liang Shuyu, Wei Yoqi, and Yu Shifeng entered the first floor of the mall. On this floor, there were expensive gold jewelry, cosmetics counters, brand clothing counters, and a series of high-value items. Many people rushed in with hammers and wrenches as their first target. Seeing their aggressive appearance, they must have planned this idea in advance. But the glass of the gold counter is not so easy to smash. Just like a funny video circulating on the internet, these people have been smashing since Liang Shuyu and his friends entered, and they haven't broken it open when Liang Shuyu and his friends took out their things. Most of the brand clothing stores on the first floor of the mall are women's clothing. But there is no way to take care of so many things now. It's good to have something to wear. Liang Shuyu's clothes are smelly today. Women's clothes are better than smelly and wet clothes. As long as you pick more trousers, t-shirts, jackets, coats, etc., and don't specifically pick shorts, miniskirts, or even suspender dresses, there won't be too much disobedience. After picking up clothes, pants, underwear, shoes, socks, and even towels, hats, scarves, and other daily necessities, Liang Shuyu and the other 2 returned to the mall gate without stopping. Clothes and other items have been packed in garbage bags, so there is no need to worry about getting wet. There are many people in the mall. As long as you don't deliberately compete with others, people's attention is on grabbing, so it is relatively safe and there are no obstacles. The time has passed, why haven't they come out yet? It was Yu Shifeng who said. Are they counting too slowly? Wei Yoqi was guessing the reason, when suddenly a loud gunshot was heard from inside the mall. Then came the crazy crowd fleeing. It's obvious that something happened in the mall. It was a gunshot that broke the tranquility since the power outage last night. Before that, people still had expectations for the city. And this gunshot completely wiped out people's illusory delusions. This city is facing collapse. Chapter 61. From the panic, looking around, and bewildered expressions of the fleeing crowd, Liang Shuyu judged that many people just followed the inertia of the crowd and ran out, and did not know what happened in the mall. Since the power outage, Liang Shuyu has been trying to improve his ability to survive, including staying calm when facing chaos, and trying to capture as much information as possible from the outside world to obtain more beneficial information for himself. By observing the facial expressions and body language of these people, Liang Shuyu quickly caught one of the people with a terrified look on his face. What happened inside? According to Liang Shuyu's judgment, this person may be a witness on the spot. And Liang Shuyu used certain language techniques. He asked what happened with a certain soothing tone, instead of asking what happened, so that the other party would be more willing to open his heart to a stranger like him. Kill someone. I don't know if he ran too fast or was too scared. He stuttered and was out of breath. There is a group of people in black clothes with guns. They kill anyone they see. The mall is full of blood. In his fragmented and unstructured expression, Liang Shuyu learned that it was a group of people in black clothes who were dressed in the same uniform, killing people indiscriminately in the affordable mall on the second floor. The leader had a gun, and it was very likely that he was the one who fired the gun last night. The rest of the people in black clothes did not have guns, but they all carried weapons, including knives, iron rods, hammers, large wooden sticks, kitchen knives, etc., and they confined the people in the mall. I don't know what they were doing. In short, he was on the periphery at the time, so he reacted faster and ran out. The remaining people in the mall were trapped inside. After learning the news, Liang Shuyu and the other two couldn't help but worry that Luo Wei and his son had not escaped from the mall so far. Could they be trapped inside? What should they do if such a thing happened? Let's wait here first. Maybe Luo Wei and his son were just a little slow, and they were not so unlucky to be trapped. The three of them moved to a higher place nearby, each of them staring at every person and every face at the exit of the mall, hoping to see the figures of Luo Wei and his son from there. What a pity! In the end, the crowd was almost gone, and Luo Wei and his son were not seen. Wei Youqi even wondered if they had already gone home, or maybe they had missed them. Then, what should we do now? Wei Youqi had no idea. Liang Shuyu hadn't spoken yet, but Yu Shifeng frowned, his eyes glued to the entrance of the mall. The broken glass there had been trampled to the sides by the crowd, revealing the dirty and smooth marble floor. We can't leave them behind, Yu Shifeng said. Rather than saying it, it was more like expressing an attitude. He said it to Liang Shuyu. Maybe he always thought that Liang Shuyu was a cold-blooded bad kid, so he wanted to emphasize his attitude. Let's go in and see if they are trapped in the mall first, and then decide based on the specific situation. Liang Shuyu made his decision. Okay. Although Yu Shifeng did not completely agree with this decision, he was satisfied. Liang Shuyu was simply expressing that if the situation was particularly critical, it was very likely that Luo Wei and his son would be left to solve it themselves. The outcome of not being able to solve it would naturally be. And what Yu Shifeng was thinking was that no matter what the situation was, they had to find a way to rescue Luo Wei and his son. The two had different ideas and each had their own persistence. But at this moment, the three of them quickly moved into the mall and sneaked towards the large affordable supermarket on the second floor. Before reaching the supermarket gate, the three people who were hiding had already seen two men in black with big knives at the entrance of the mall, standing guard there vigilantly. A supermarket has at least one exit and one entrance, but unfortunately both of these checkpoints were guarded. And the supermarket was so big that they couldn't find out what was going on inside through the checkpoints. Outside, they could only hear a very familiar background melody playing inside the supermarket, which was I Don't Go to Hell from Kung Fu, and other than that, there was only the sound of a man laughing and laughing wildly. But they couldn't hear clearly what he said. This kind of supermarket usually has an employee passage. Let's go and look for it, Liang Shuyu said. The entrance to the supermarket's employee passage should not be in the mall, but in a small door, elevator, or fire escape outside the mall, so they had to leave the mall first and look for it in an exit outside. This was not a small project, because the three had never done similar work and did not have enough experience to support them to quickly find the employee passage. But maybe they were lucky. They walked to the back of this big mall and found a freight elevator passage. The supermarket needed to purchase goods, and they would definitely find another entrance by going up this freight elevator. As expected, they went through the fire escape next to the freight elevator and directly arrived at a small entrance behind the supermarket. Inside was the supermarket's warehouse, which was not guarded by men in black. Going out of the warehouse was the first floor of the supermarket, but the warehouse of this large supermarket was special. It was connected together, like a moat surrounding the supermarket. Liang Shuyu and the other two quickly passed through the warehouse, and through the vents above the warehouse, they saw the scene inside the supermarket. The empty shelves were pushed to the sides, revealing an empty small platform, with about 30 to 50 people trapped in the middle of the platform. There were more than 20 young men, middle-aged or teenagers wearing black t-shirts, armed with weapons, and even a few big and strong women. Luo Wei and Luo Junxian were both inside. In addition, there were several familiar faces, some neighbors in Lane 27, and a man named Gu who had a one-time encounter with Liang Shuyu when he received relief food. In front of this group of innocent people, there were several bodies. Some were shot, some were hacked to death, and there was also a thin man who was injured but not dead, trembling and hesitating to ask for help. The middle-aged man with a gun in the lead was dancing to "I Won't Go to Hell" on the radio. That's right, he was holding a gun in one hand and dancing the Axe Gang dance very devotedly. The scene was a bit weird, as if he was imitating Stephen Chow's Kung Fu. But the blood was real, and the gun was real, and no one had the leisure to appreciate this awkward. Seeing this situation, Liang Shuyu's heart sank instantly. It is said that there are 3 types of people in the world that are the most difficult to mess with, namely artists, lunatics, and criminals. The man in front of him, wearing a black coat and a standard fat middle-parted hairstyle, who was dancing the Axe Gang dance, might be a performance artist, a lunatic, and a criminal. Haha, I'm sweating. The performance artist laughed loudly. His appearance did not belong to the type that people would associate with Big Brother at first glance. Many people in this world have completely opposite appearances and personalities. This performance artist has a delicate, monotonous face. He threw his coat away, hung his gun on his half-unzipped pants, and sat down on the chair prepared for him by his men. Then he smiled and glanced at the panicked and confused crowd in front of him, licked his tongue. Who will come next? You decide for yourselves. If I decide, it might be even worse. Chapter 62. What is he talking about? Isn't his purpose to rob or kill people? Of course not. Liang Shuyu even suspected that everything today was a trap set by this person. He deliberately killed people in the mall so that people would rush into the mall to buy goods, and then he could encircle and confine these people to achieve his own perverted behavior. To meet a certain situation that cannot be met in a legal society. In order to maintain order, the mall has always been guarded by armed forces assigned by relevant departments, but these so-called armed forces have no guns, only electric batons, iron rods, and the like. Even the knives are just to scare people, and no one has really been attacked. After all, these armed forces are temporary civil servants, not thugs. So they were easily hit by the dimensionality reduction. As the performance artist finished speaking, the people standing in the front row involuntarily retreated, but were threatened by the knife-wielding gangsters behind them, and they had no way to retreat. Since no one is willing to stand up, I choose. The performance artist pointed casually, and his 2 men rushed into the crowd and pulled out a man. The crowd was frightened by this series of actions, and the man who was pulled out screamed in panic. The performance artist looked at his appearance and laughed happily. Don't be afraid. He took out the gun and shook it above the man's head. You know the rules, right? I don't need to say it again. No, the man shook his head desperately, but his mouth was covered. Okay, then my question is, which one do you like, apple or banana? The man was so scared that he started crying. There is no answer to this question. The last person who answered this question was shot even though apple and banana had answered it. This person didn't want to let them go at all, he just wanted to torture them. The music on the radio was playing 9 Swords of Dugu, and the performance artist lost his patience. You are too slow, cut off one of his hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3rd subordinate came up with a kitchen knife, and cut off his arm without saying anything. The kitchen knife was not very sharp, and it took 7 or 8 times to break it. The wound was like the lines on the back of a millipede, scattered and segmented, and the scene was bloody and disgusting. Wei Yochi almost screamed with the crowd, but fortunately Liang Shuyu covered it early. Yu Shifeng's expression was as panicked as those people, and the look he gave Liang Shuyu was no longer as persistent as before. What else could they do when they met such a madman? Liang Shuyu grabbed Yu Shifeng's shoulder and squeezed it. It seemed to comfort him. There was one thing they were thankful for. At least the 3 of them were not there. In the middle of the supermarket, the man had his arm cut off, and he screamed with blood pouring out. But the performance artist didn't let him go. Your question hasn't been answered yet. Hurry up. Oh, you don't want your other arm either? No, no, no. The man shouted. You'd like to eat both of them. The man in front answered that he didn't like bananas, apples, and neither, so the only possibility left was that he liked both. In fact, the man guessed in his heart that no matter what he answered, it would be wrong, because this person didn't want to let anyone go. He is a psychopath. He enjoys torturing others. Wrong. As expected, there is no answer to this question. You still have a chance, the performance artist said. The man had no choice. What else could he say except to go along with what the man said? You don't like fruit at all. Ha ha ha. The performance artist laughed. Oh. You are too stupid. Bang. With a sound, the bullet flew into his head. The trapped crowd could no longer bear it. Although the other party had weapons and manpower, they had more people, and could not fight head-on. But was there no chance of escape? The crowd instantly broke free from the shackles of the black-clad men, and fled in all directions. Some people with weapons in their hands had already fought with them. And there were also unlucky guys who were targeted, and chopped down, by concentrated fire. This may be the first armed injury incident in this city. But in the days to come, such a situation will probably become more and more common. It was hard to tell whether these trapped people had the ability to break out. Because when they launched the breakout, footsteps were heard outside the supermarket, followed by loud roars. Don't move. Put down your weapons. Bang. 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 Liang Shuyu grabbed the two and hid behind a pile of goods nearby. Chaotic gunshots, fighting, screams, and cries were heard outside. Two gangs, a group of hostages, who will win, who will lose, who will finally escape, it's all fate. Pud pud. A deep and shallow footstep sounded in the warehouse. Liang Shuyu and the other two hid behind a square wooden frame and held their breath instantly. Squeak. Bang. It was the sound of the warehouse door being opened and then closed. Then, about 5 meters away from them, under the background music of men should be self-reliant. And gunshots and fighting, the sound of clothes rustling came. Well, dear, I want it. It was the performance artist. With whom? Ah. They finished very quickly, and almost only the performance artist made a sound. But Liang Shuyu still distinguished two other sounds from the chaotic background sound, one water-stained sound, and another low groan. It was a man. And a cripple. After the two finished, for footprints passed through the warehouse and left where Liang Shuyu and the others came in. And outside, there were still swords and sabers, and all the sounds ended after about 3,000 hits, which means that Liang Shuyu and the others hid here for at least an hour. Sitting until his butt was numb, Yu Shifeng's expression was also numb, and Wei Youqi's eyes were full of confusion. Liang Shuyu stood up first and checked the situation outside through the ventilation vent above the warehouse. After confirming that there was no one in his sight, he asked Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi to wait here first, and he went out to check the bodies on the ground to see if there were Luo Wei and his son. Fortunately, no. They should go back. Liang Shuyu called the two out, and threw the weapons he had just picked up from the ground to them. Wei Youqi was only confused for a moment. In fact, since the last supermarket was robbed and Liang Shuyu accidentally killed someone, he knew that this world was no longer the same as before. Now they are experiencing a brand new and cruel era that has not yet been recorded in history. Wei Youqi wiped off the tiny tears on his eyelashes, scraped off the backpack of a person on the ground and put it on his back. And after looking around and seeing no other valuable things, he stepped on the red marks on the ground and walked towards the exit. Yu Shifeng took off the coat of a corpse and covered the face of a civil servant in uniform. The three of them left the mall carefully. It was still raining heavily outside. The rain was still the same, but the color of the sky seemed to have become darker. On the way home, passing an intersection, Liang Shuyu saw Luo Junxian sitting alone on the steps at the intersection. Did Luo Wei have an accident? Chapter 63. Liang Shuyu and the other two hurried up, and Yu Shifeng had already asked hesitantly, "Where is your father?" Luo Junxian was wearing a black cap on his head, sitting on the steps like a waterfall, his eyes looking forward without emotion. Such an expression made Liang Shuyu and the other two feel depressed. "Go back first," he said. Huh, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Then what was he doing sitting here alone? The water was flowing, soaking Luo Junxian's clothes. Liang Shuyu saw the blood stains on Luo Junxian's raincoat that had not been washed clean, and said to Yu Shifeng and the other two, "You go back and report your safety first, and come out again after putting down all the things. We'd better take some things back while it's not too chaotic today. because there will be nothing in a day or two. He handed them his backpack. Yu Shifeng did not hesitate. In his opinion, Liang Shuyu was a very determined and calm person, and Liang Shuyu's behavior had certain reasons. Wei Youqi looked at Liang Shuyu and Luo Junxian hesitantly before leaving quickly with Yu Shifeng. Watching their figures disappear in the rain, Liang Shuyu followed the water flow on the ground and found the source along the two deeper branches. In this narrow intersection, at the corner, a twisted figure fell here. This figure, this pair of scratched hands, and this scratched face reminded Liang Shuyu of some forgotten images deep in his memory. He was still very young at that time, and Luo Junxian was also very young. They went to play games at the Stingy Brothers' house again, which is now Yu Shifeng's house. He remembered that once, he couldn't find Luo Junxian when he was halfway through playing a game. To the young boy, his Stingy Brothers' house was like a palace, with many rooms. He opened door after door, but couldn't find Luo Junxian. Later, he heard Luo Junxian crying, which didn't sound like crying, but a sound of struggle. He lay down at the crack of the door and listened. Just when he heard a little clue, the door suddenly opened, and the man surnamed Gu looked at him with a smile behind the door. "Uncle Gu, why are you here?" Young children always have countless likes for those elders who are generous, gentle, and humorous. "We are playing games. Do you want to come?" "What game?" Little Liang Shuyu was about to enter the door when Chen Yuqing's voice came from outside. "Shuyu." Chen Yuqing, wearing a white t-shirt and holding a bag of potato chips in his hand, walked to the stone dam like a faint cloud and asked Liang Shuyu, "Your sister Baoyi had a tooth pulled recently and can't eat potato chips. Can you help with this?" Liang Shuyu was instantly attracted. The man surnamed Gu slammed the door shut. Liang Shuyu only remembered after he finished eating potato chips that he forgot to say goodbye to Uncle Gu, so he felt so rude for several days. Maybe Uncle Gu would not like him in the future. He didn't remember what happened later. A few years later, Brother Stingy moved out, and the house was vacant for many years. A convenience store opened downstairs from his house. The owner of the store had a son of the same age as him, and he gradually drifted away from Luo Junxian, whose temper was getting more and more awkward. So many years later, he undoubtedly heard the neighbors gossiping that the sudden move of Brother Stingy's family seemed to be related to the young man surnamed Gu. It was said that the matter was a bit serious at the time, and the man surnamed Gu lost his job and moved away. The Stingy brother also went abroad. Liang Shuyu realized belatedly that there were dirty things hidden in his happy childhood, but the relationship between him and Luo Junxian had gone too far, and no one could go back to the past. Liang Shuyu also sat on the steps. No one spoke, just listening to the rotten sound of rain falling on the wet ground. Gusts of wind carried the rain and fell into the muddy puddle. Flowing down the waterway to a deeper area, the garbage swirled in the yellow water like a vortex, and then was swept into an unknown abyss, sinking deeper and deeper, never to see the light of day again. They are actually all innocent. It's just that the rain was too heavy, forming such a big puddle. The garbage has no eyes, no hands and feet, and it is hit wherever it is by the inertia of the water flow. They have no choice. No matter how noble they were before, or how lowly they were to be trampled under people's feet. But in this muddy puddle, they are all equal. Equal inferiority, equal fate. Destined to be swept by the current, rushing towards the abyss with no way back. Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi returned with empty school bags. As Liang Shuyu said, once the long-maintained order of society is broken, there will be no law or morality. People will first grab all the resources visible to the naked eye in the city, and now they will take more resources for themselves before many people in the city react. They are not short of food, they have already touched more underwater before. They are not short of water. What is still lacking is fuel and medicine, so Liang Shuyu and the other two will take the opportunity to go to the pharmacy to see if there is any bargain to be picked up. Luo Wei also came with Yu Shifeng. He was unwilling to leave first when Luo Junxian asked him to. After he went back and heard that Yu Shifeng and his group had seen Luo Junxian, he hurried over. In fact, he thought that Liang Shuyu had left them and fled first after the accident. Who knew that Yu Shifeng arrived home later than him? Although he had not had time to understand the detailed cause and effect, he now trusted Yu Shifeng and his group more. Let's go to the pharmacy. Although the supermarket group had escaped death, Luo Wei was more afraid of the environment without medicine. Facing a matter of life and death, he rarely compromised. In addition, being with a person like Yu Shifeng is much safer than trying to figure it out on their own. Let's go! Liang Shuyu responded, and the group of 5 hurried to the nearest pharmacy. There were many pedestrians on the road, and it was already the scene before the power outage. Perhaps because of the gunshots and fighting in the supermarket, there were more public servants on the street, which made the people walking feel more at ease. It seems that although the order in the city is collapsing, there are still relevant people working hard to maintain it. It's just that I don't know how long it can last. This time, public servants came forward to suppress the incident and disperse the gangsters. But what about the next time? No one knows. With this idea, although people feel a little more at ease, this little bit of peace of mind is not enough for them to give up the opportunity to rob, return home, and not cause trouble to society as before. When they arrived at the first big pharmacy, there were already many people outside. It seems that many people have the same idea as Liang Shuyu, and they come to the pharmacy to grab medicine after the incident. At this moment, there are 7 or 8 men in workers' clothes in the pharmacy holding nylon bags and putting all the medicines on the shelves in the pharmacy. The floor of the pharmacy is full of blood. Chapter 64. Liang Shuyu and his team arrived a step too late. The pharmacy had already been occupied by 7 or 8 workers. Even the other onlookers, who were jealous, did not dare to rush in to make a fortune. Those who arrived earlier saw the process of them robbing the pharmacy. These workers had almost no hesitation when they came, as if they had made plans in advance and just went to work. The male owner of the pharmacy was injured, and the blood on the ground was left by him. Seeing that they could not defend it, they hurriedly left with their family. Therefore, there was no greater conflict, and these workers took over the place effortlessly. Liang Shuyu stood outside the crowd and observed for a while. Even if they filled the nylon bags in their hands, they could not fill all the things in the pharmacy in one trip. So he asked Yu Shifeng and Wei Yoqi to stay here and see if they could get some bargains after these people left. Then he took Luo Wei and Luo Junxian to another nearby pharmacy. The reason why Yu Shifeng was left behind was that he was worried about conflicts. If Luo Wei and Luo Junxian were left behind, the safety issue could not be guaranteed, not to mention whether they could pick up the leaks. Liang Shuyu was gradually becoming the backbone. Luo Wei thought. Although there was still a strong wind outside, Liang Shuyu and his friends were already familiar with the road. When they arrived at the second pharmacy smoothly, Liang Shuyu had a bad feeling in his heart. Compared with the first pharmacy, the owner of the second pharmacy was half an acquaintance to Liang Shuyu. The first batch of medicine on the day of the power outage was bought in this pharmacy. Later, he visited it several times and met Aunt Lu's granddaughter. Arrived. As Liang Shuyu expected, the glass door of this pharmacy had been smashed. At this time, the shelves inside were already empty. 3 or 2 people were searching for things on the empty shelves. Luo Wei didn't know the story of this pharmacy. When he saw that it had been searched, he slapped his thigh in annoyance. I'm late again. Let's go and take a look next. Who knew that Liang Shuyu rushed in? Luo Wei wanted to say not to waste time. Because the outside world has already started to fight for it, the longer they delay here, the fewer opportunities they will have. Liang Shuyu ignored the few people who were rummaging through the cabinets outside, walked around the circular glass cabinet, and went to the inner room of the pharmacy. As soon as he walked in, he smelled a strong smell of blood. A young man was rummaging through the cabinets in the inner room. When he saw Liang Shuyu, he was startled and grabbed his self-defense weapon, and then he followed Liang Shuyu's gaze, and saw the bodies of the 2 grandfathers and grandsons lying on the ground. He quickly defended himself. It's not me, it has nothing to do with me, they were lying here when I came. The blood on the ground has changed color, and it seems that it has been some time. Liang Shuyu glanced at the inner room, and the young man pressed his back against the wall in a panic. The grandfather and granddaughter were lying in the corner. The grandfather hugged his granddaughter tightly, and the 2 of them curled up together, occupying less than a brick. There were footprints on the windowsills in the room, but Aunt Lu was nowhere to be seen. Either someone else was chasing her, or she was chasing someone else. Liang Shuyu sighed, perhaps because the gunfight in the morning left too deep an impression on him. Seeing 2 living corpses again at this moment, he had no other feelings except the impermanence of life. He left the inner room, and saw Luo Wei and Luo Junxian standing outside blankly, like 2 big penguins waiting for his command. Liang Shuyu knocked on the Chinese medicine cabinet beside him unhappily. Put in all the Chinese medicine that can be used, don't just stand there. Oh, okay. Luo Wei finally reacted. In fact, he was wondering why Liang Shuyu ran into a pharmacy without supplies to waste time when time was so tight. It turned out that he was too slow to react. In addition to Western medicine, there were also Chinese medicines in the pharmacy. The father and son went into the glass cabinet to get the Chinese medicine, and the other 2 people who had hardly found anything finally reacted and came together to pack the Chinese medicine. Liang Shuyu returned to the inner room again, grabbed a white coat from the wardrobe in the inner room, and put it on the upper body of the grandfather and grandson, covering their faces. Thinking that Luo Wei was not very reliable, he reminded them again, only take a little of each Chinese medicine, don't take too much, otherwise it won't fit. Luo Wei was thinking that these Chinese medicines took up a lot of space. Liang Shuyu was speechless for a while, thinking that Wei Youqi was more clever. At least, he didn't need to personally go down to command what to do. As for Luo Junxian, forget it, just pretend that this person doesn't exist. This rain is the arrows that Zhuge Liang borrowed from 10,000 rotten straw boats. It has flooded people to the point of being numb, and it is as common as breathing, and people don't notice it. At this time, it is still crackling, accompanying the robbers, who are rushing forward with excitement. Liang Shuyu is of course one of the robbers. He even robbed the store of acquaintances. Dengue, licorice, astragalus, angelica, mint. Codenopsis seems to be good. There is a word ginseng in it. I wonder what the difference is with ginseng. What are the effects? Liang Shuyu searched for a while, but didn't see ginseng. Instead, he found red ginseng. Remember that red ginseng can be directly soaked in water and drunk? As for the effects, I don't know at all. If there is Baidu or Baihu, I can at least check it online. Unfortunately, there is no electricity now, let alone internet access. Maybe I can take them back and ask the older people at home, and they will know their functions. Liang Shuyu stepped on the glass cabinet, and although he picked and chose, looking for those Chinese medicines whose names he had heard of, and whose effects he vaguely knew, he still filled a school bag quickly. Luo Wei was smart this time and ran to the inner room to search, but he still found nothing, and was frightened by the person in a white coat on the ground. However, he turned back to search under the glass cabinet, but bumped into another person at the bottom of the cash register. There is another person here. Luo Wei screamed in shock, and hurriedly retreated from the cash register without even having time to search the cabinet. He tightened the straps of his backpack, and stood in the middle of the hall. He thought that the cash register and other places that should be searched had been searched long ago, so it would not be his turn. It is said that running into dead people one after another will bring bad luck. After escaping death today, I don't know if I will get sick when I go back. I must boil a pot of hot water to take a bath after I get home. His exclamation was insignificant, but it made Liang Shuyu, who was opening the cabinet, freeze his hands. But it was only a moment. Life and death are unpredictable, especially in such a situation. God has no eyes, and when it is someone's turn to die, he will not consider anyone's face at all, nor will he care whether the other party is Liang Shuyu's acquaintance. So Liang Shuyu moved to the cashier without any psychological burden, and saw a man in uniform, and his heart was relieved, but also tense. He had seen this man's clothes before, and the 7 or 8 people who robbed the first pharmacy were dressed exactly the same as him. So did those people rob this pharmacy first, and then go to the next pharmacy, or was it just a factory employee who came out in batches to rob things? Chapter 65. This worker was wearing a gray worker's uniform. The material of the clothes was quite special, a kind of cloth that would not get wet. He looked like a worker from a chemical factory. There were many factories around Shenlan City. Most of these workers were migrant workers from other places, who came to the coastal areas to work. They usually lived in dormitories provided by the factories. If all the workers gathered together after the power outage, it would be a natural organization with clear class divisions. A slightly larger factory would have thousands of employees alone. Even if these people were not of the same mind, they would be divided into small groups of at least 20 to 30, or even 50 to 60 people. It would be easy for such laborers to flock to a society without a legal system to do something. Liang Shuyu recognized the 4 words Shenhua Chemical Industry embroidered with red silk thread on his gray uniform. His neck was cut open, and the wound looked like a blood orange with a piece of it cut off. This sword technique is definitely not the 18 dragons subduing palms, but it is at least at the level of the Duga 9 swords. It must be the work of Aunt Lu. It seems that she really knows Kung Fu, and it is also true that she escaped. I don't know whether she survived in the end, but looking at the miserable state of the grandfather and grandson, they didn't even have time to deal with their relatives. It is likely that they were in danger. The school bags were full, so Liang Shuyu and the other 2 had no more reason to stay. They quickly passed through the strong wind and heavy rain and arrived at the first pharmacy, as if walking on flat ground. It was empty. There was no sign of Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi. They should have gone back. Therefore, Liang Shuyu and the other 2 also tried their best to rush back, but when passing a fork in the road, Liang Shuyu saw several men in gray factory uniforms. These people must be a gang. Based on the lowest end small factories, their gangs must be at least 50 people. If they travel in batches at the same time, they can definitely gather a fortune that cannot be underestimated. Liang Xiyu made a prompt decision and asked Luo Wei and Luo Junqian to go back first with their school bags. He wanted to meet this chemical factory gang and see where their base was. It's better not to go. It's too dangerous. In an era without telephones and mobile phone networks, Liang Xiyu had to act alone, so he would naturally tell his companions all his plans and guesses, in order to avoid his companions running around in the dark when he showed up. Knowing that Liang Xiyu was going to follow several gangs that might be 50 people, Luo Wei dissuaded him before he had time to think. Don't worry, I know my limits. Don't you have enough stuff? I don't think we need to take this risk. But Liang Xiyu's consideration was not like this. No matter how many things there will always be something missing. This factory gang is the same. Even if they have a lot of supplies, there will always be something they can't take into account. They can't just go out and buy them when they are short of supplies. So it won't take long before they take out the existing supplies to trade for the missing supplies. They are a large supermarket for Liang Xiyu. Only by figuring out the location of this supermarket now can it be beneficial to the possibility of future transactions. Liang Xiyu has completely stretched the expectation of power outage to half a year, or even more than a year. Therefore, he doesn't want to miss any resources that may be useful. He didn't explain too much to Luo Wei, because explanations are useless and waste too much time. Moreover, after today's brief contact, Liang Xiyu has given up the possibility of traveling with Luo Wei and his son in the future. Luo Wei is not smart enough, he is too old and slow, and Liang Xiyu will need to take care of him if something unexpected happens. And Luo Junqian is even more so. He doesn't care about the outside world. If he can't breathe, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is a zombie. Indeed, everyone has different experiences, and these different experiences have caused their different personalities. But for the sake of safety, Liang Xiyu refuses to cooperate with such people. Of course, what Liang Xiyu is most worried about is that Luo Wei and Luo Junqian are father and son after all. If he and Luo Junqian are in trouble at the same time, it is obvious what choice Luo Wei will make as a father. This is equivalent to Luo Junqian getting 2 protections without doing anything, while Liang Xiyu has to make decisions and act as a shock soldier, but he doesn't even have one guarantee. So Liang Xiyu didn't explain too much to them. After throwing the backpack to them and informing them of his possible whereabouts, he followed the factory workers, who had already walked away. These workers were obviously not the ones who robbed the first pharmacy. They were carrying packages made of knotted clothes, which were bulging and could not be seen. But they must be useful supplies. It was windy and rainy, and there was a new market rush. There were many people coming and going on the street. Liang Xiyu followed them easily with deliberate concealment. Finally, their nest was determined to be in an industrial park about 4 kilometers away. It was a bit far, but the harvest was not small. Because this was a small and medium-sized factory, according to Liang Xiyu's rough estimate outside, there might be dozens of factories of different sizes in this industrial park, and the few people he followed were just one of them. In the more than 1,000 hours that Liang Xiyu observed across the street, he saw several groups of people from different factories carrying supplies into the park. Most of them committed crimes in groups. After noting the location here, Liang Xiyu returned along the original route. In Shilin City, there are many industrial parks of this size. If it is a food processing factory, there must be a large amount of edible materials inside. Unfortunately, the current situation is just a power outage, not a zombie siege or alien attack. Although there are a lot of materials in the factory waiting for diners to enjoy, these lovely girls will definitely be occupied first, and Liang Xiyu will not be able to take turns after a train. If it is just a zombie siege, it will be much easier. A lot of resources are well behaved in the houses of the dead, and there is no need to worry as much as now. It is even farther from the industrial park to lane 27. You have to cross more than a dozen intersections, and walk along the big road like a foot basin for half an hour. The eyes of pedestrians on the street are all sharp and full of unknown emotions. Liang Xiyu, who acts alone, can't help but be more careful. When passing through a park, a stimulating and sharp cry came from the bushes that were soaked and smelly by the rain. The wet bushes seemed to be broken, trembling and shaking off the snails that were sleeping soundly on them. It looked at Liang Xiyu, a passerby, with its tentacles open in confusion. Its blank expression seemed to be saying, "Earthquake? Let me go!" It was a woman's voice. "I have protected you for so many days, you should at least give me some benefits." A man's voice. "It's a man's world now. Do you think it's still the same as before? Another man's voice. Liang Shuyu, who was about to leave quickly, stopped and watched leisurely. Chapter 66. Rain always gives people a gentle and pleasant feeling. Back then, the song Rainy Day was popular all over the country. I don't know how many people fell in love with rain, especially the stake in the rain, which was criticized by people. Now, the beautiful scenery of applauding in the rain is really rare. If this scene was put in the past, Liang Shuyu would definitely cover his eyes and avoid it. But now the situation is very different. I experienced a gunfight in the morning and witnessed the death of an acquaintance on the spot in the afternoon. If there is no exciting food to eat in the evening, I always feel that the morning, noon and night of this day are not balanced enough. Even the environment of the park is too shabby. The flowers and plants are soaked and rotten. If you touch them casually, you will find the smelly leaves like seaweed mud. Not to mention the porcelain-like people rolling on them. The appearance can only be described as horrible. There is no beauty at all. And I am afraid of being infected with parasites. So Liang Shuyu only glanced for a while, and left in 2 steps. Finally arrived at lane 27, it was already half dark, like a layer of devil's filter. Liang Shuyu saw from afar 7 or 8 women trapped on the stone dam of Yu Shifeng's house. One woman was sitting on the ground, wailing like a pig being slaughtered. What happened? Liang Shuyu rushed over quickly. The person went with you, and didn't come back for a whole day. Who knows if he was killed by you? Wow! A good person was killed by you, murderer. The ant cried hard with her blood-spraying mouth, but her eyes were like crack fields that had been dry for more than 3 years, and she didn't squeeze out a single tear. Her face was covered with black spots like xiangfei bamboo, and she looked so ferocious that she wanted to eat Yu Shifeng and others alive, even chewing and swallowing bones. It was hard to believe that she came to seek justice. She was clearly blackmailing. Her voice was more lethal than that of the other party. Yu Min, who was always known for her calmness, felt her forehead throbbing. Her words of rebuttal were stuck in her chest. She wanted to throw them out, but felt that she didn't have enough strength to avoid being counterattacked by the other party. Liang Wenjing was also lying on the door frame, with a look of disgust, speechlessness, and disgust on her face. Others, such as Liang Ying and An Xiaoping, hid in the house and did not come out. Of course, Yu Shifeng, who was honest and tongue-tied, would not humiliate himself. He stood aside with his arms folded and watched coldly. However, the latecomer Lo was not so lucky. He ran into this woman not long after he came back. She was pacing back and forth on the stone dam, talking until her saliva was almost dried up. I've already said that it has nothing to do with us. We have all escaped death, so how can we have time to harm your husband? Get up quickly, don't sit here. It's so embarrassing for the neighbors to see. My husband is dead, what dignity do I need? You killed him, so of course you can say whatever you want. Poor me, a lonely woman, I can't live anymore. Ah! The woman bounced her Donald Duck-like short and thick feet like a dead fish. The huge feet were mostly covered by her swollen belly and buttocks. From a distance, it seemed as if there were no thighs, only calves. His body is still in the mall. You will know if we killed him when you go and see it. Luo Wei had explained many times, but the other party seemed to be determined to make a scene and was not here to hear the truth, so he didn't listen no matter how many times he said it. So if there is no fuss, he will definitely not go to the autopsy. Luo Wei had met that man a few times, so Luo Wei thought about it and kindly reminded him, I'm afraid you should go early. It will rot quickly in this weather. If you wait too long, it may rot completely. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes became more ferocious. You. And you still say it's not you who did it. Liang Shuyu, who had been listening from a distance for a long time, roughly figured out what happened. It should be a neighbor who went to the mall to buy in the morning and lost his life in the mall. His woman didn't see anyone, so she came to Yu Shifeng and others to ask for the person. No, to be precise, it was extortion in broad daylight under the pretext of asking for someone. Because Liang Shuyu had an impression of this woman. She lived downstream, and used to sell small items at the vegetable market. Liang Shuyu was very impressed by her, because of her face full of black spots. When she first moved here, she often went to the stone dam of Yu Shifeng's house to chat and talk because she was familiar with the old lady. Liang Shuyu was not happy about the arrival of the old lady and these women. But it was always raining outside. If people stayed at home for a long time, they would be no different from lying in the refrigerator waiting for the white steamed buns to mold. The only place outside that could hide from the rain and be convenient for blowing wind and chatting was the stone dam of Yu Shifeng's house. So even though Fatty Wei had sent them away many times, these people still came here to gather without changing their ways. This woman was even more outstanding among the women, because she praised Wei Yochi to the sky on the first day she came up, and then wanted to recognize him as her godson. So the next day, he went to his godson's house with a bag to beg for money. In Liang Wenjing's words, "If I couldn't buy coke, I would have sprayed her to death with a mouthful of salty soda." Liang Shuyu looked at the other 7 or 8 women who were watching. Except for the old lady, 4 of them were at least 50 years old, and the youngest one was probably in his 30s. They were all dressed simply, with calluses on their hands and faces full of vicissitudes of life. They were women who made a living by working. Only they would not stay at home to make a living in this situation, but liked to walk around the streets to listen to gossip and always want to get benefits from their neighbors. As if everyone else was a fool. "Auntie, tell me a piece of evidence." "Do you have any evidence?" "With your mouth, do you want us to compensate you for something?" Wei Yochi, who took a break and joined the battlefield again, said. "That's what I mean. How can we say that we harm people without evidence? We didn't even inspect the body." Luo Wei said. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this woman had ulterior motives. Her husband had died, but she didn't bother to collect the body and bury him. Instead, she came here to hold Yu Shifeng and the others accountable. "Wasn't Xiao Wu killed by you? What else can you say, murderer? Who is Xiao Wu?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and after 3 or 5 seconds, they remembered that it should be the thick-lipped woman who robbed the Weiwei convenience store and then died tragically. "Then you are quite courageous." Liang Shuyu's voice suddenly came from behind, and everyone turned their heads when they heard it. A young man came from the drizzling rain, stepped onto the steps of the stone dam, shook off the water on his body, then took off his raincoat and hung it on the railing beside him, opened his slightly damp coat, and sat on the red wooden bench in front of the woman. He smiled at her and said, "You know it, but you still threaten us?" His voice was slightly chilled by the rain. Chapter 67. As soon as Liang Shuyu came back, the atmosphere on the stone dam suddenly changed. If the woman was a shameless mountain king, then Liang Shuyu was a legitimate county magistrate. No matter how fierce the mountain king was, he was just a bandit. He would be scared when he saw a senior official. And Luo Wei, who was good-tongued, was a useless little master. Although he could talk a lot of truth, most of the time, the truth was not as solid as fists. After all, a slap would leave a mark. "Heh? When did I threaten you?" Although she was verbally showing off, the woman's momentum had already weakened by 1/3. Liang Shuyu, she knew that this guy had blood on his hands. The woman boasted that she had seen countless people. If she hadn't seen more people than salt, she would have seen 1/5 of them. Just looking at the eyelids of Liang Shuyu, the child, you can tell that he is not easy to mess with. Liang Shuyu's eyelids usually look the same as those of ordinary people. But if he looks at someone coldly, his eyelids droop down to cover half of his pupils. If he is suddenly stared at by such eyes, it is like being stared at by a vulture or a wild wolf. It's just that he is young and his temperament has not been fully tempered by the world, so most of the time it can't be seen. "Is she back?" Liang Ying's voice came from the house. Liang Shuyu turned around and asked, "Have you cooked?" "I'm hungry." "It's ready a long time ago," Liang Wenjing answered. Liang Shuyu said, as if to reprimand, "What are you doing out? Go back." After saying that, he looked at Yu Shifeng and Wei Yochi. "Let's eat." Then he waved to Luo Wei and Luo Junxian, completely ignored the woman, took the raincoat on the railing as if no one was around, and walked into the house. The people on the stone dam dispersed suddenly, and only the woman and other women who were watching were left. The old woman shook the wrinkles on her face at this time. Yes. The woman sitting on the ground realized that she was being stabbed. If she hadn't been distracted and didn't react just now, she would have grabbed Yu Shifeng and stopped him from leaving. Yu Shifeng was a thin-skinned and honest man, and he definitely couldn't fight her. But now the mahogany door was slammed shut. That kind of solid wood door, let alone hitting it with fists, kicking it with feet, even if you use a knife to cut it, it would take dozens or hundreds of knives to cut it open. She had planned for a long time, and still had several tricks to use, but now they were all useless. In the house, Liang Shuyu went to the bathroom, first to change into a clean set of clothes. It was a pair of women's black casual pants, and a light green off-shoulder t-shirt. Don't ask why she was dressed so femininely, just ask why she was poor. He put on the slightly damp coat outside, although the inside was still green, but it looked much better. When he went out to the toilet, Liang Wenjing brought him a bowl of golden hot soup. "What is this?" "Ganoderma lucidum boiled in water." Wei Yochi and the others brought it back. "I wonder if it has the effect of removing dampness." "Sure, I also got Ganoderma lucidum." Liang Shuyu was surprised, and poured the yellow soup into his mouth. It was slightly bitter, and had no special taste. The Ganoderma lucidum that can be obtained in the pharmacy should be artificially cultivated Ganoderma lucidum. It is said that Ganoderma lucidum has the effect of relieving cough and asthma, replenishing chi and calming the mind. Although the current situation most needs ginger, cooked seed, and other things that remove dampness and keep warm, Ganoderma lucidum may also have some uses. I also brought back some red ginseng, which seems to be able to be soaked in water. Liang Shuyu handed the bowl to Liang Wenjing after drinking it. Yeah. Yes, do you want to drink some too? Ganoderma lucidum was brought back by Wei Yoqi, and Yu Shifeng first, so she soaked it first. Red ginseng was brought back by Luo Wei and Luo Junxian later. It was important to bring back 3 backpacks. According to convention, they divided it on the first floor, but it has not been soaked yet. No need. The room was filled with the fragrance of rice, like the first bite of ice cream after exercise. Just smelling it makes people yearn for it. And all the gains Liang Shuyu and his team had obtained today had already been properly arranged by Liang Wenjing, Yu Min and others. All the clothes, underwear, shoes, and socks obtained in the mall, and the Chinese medicine obtained from the second trip to the pharmacy were all placed in the small storage room on the second floor as public supplies. Wei Yoqi and Yu Shifeng were guarding the first pharmacy. In addition to getting some Ganoderma lucidum, bulk ginseng, tangerine peel, and other dry goods, they also got some less useful medicines, which had been filtered by Liang Wenjing and temporarily placed in the small storage room. Liang Shuyu and other men were mainly responsible for things outside, and they didn't need to worry about trivial matters at home, so he didn't have to care about the specific details of those things. Liang Wenjing always felt that Liang Shuyu suffered outside, and wanted to help him share in all aspects. For example, now, Liang Wenjing was using a dry towel to wipe Liang Shuyu's hair. She also had to let Liang Shuyu sit on the wooden sofa, wipe it carefully with her soft hands, and asked, "Do you want to boil some hot water to take a bath? I've been out for a long time today." "No, I'm used to it. Taking a shower will make you more likely to catch a cold," Liang Shuyu replied. "Yeah, that's true." Liang Wenjing nodded in approval, and her hands moved more gently. If this scene had happened before the power outage, Liang Shuyu would never have thought about it. It's good that the top of his head has not been exposed. Now, Liang Wenjing is sensible. A lot. Bang! 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 Just when Liang Shuyu was enjoying it, there was a violent hitting sound from the security window behind him. Don't think you can just let it go like this. Killing people requires a price. Do you think you can get away with it now that the police are too busy? I can't let you go like this. You must give me an explanation. Just now, it was her negligence that let the person go, but since she came today, made a fuss, and did something, she would not go back without getting any benefits. Liang Wenjing curled her lips in disgust when she heard the sound, and glanced at the black-spotted woman outside the window, only to feel that her mind was as ugly as her appearance. Liang Shuyu did not intend to pay attention to her, but just patted the window and yelled twice. She likes. If she wants to shout, then let her shout. In the current environment, right and wrong are no longer important. Some people can be heartless for their own interests. When the power outage just started, they might still care about their face and so-called conscience. As the power outage lasted longer and the social order collapsed, they no longer had to hide their broken faces, and could finally show them without any scruples. If Liang Shuyu had to deal with every ill-intentioned person, then he might as well not live. There is a saying that goes, if you don't have morality, you won't be kidnapped. Is there any wire in the house? Liang Shuyu asked Liang de Zongwen beside him. Liang Wenjing thought for a while. It seems not. What do you need the wire for? The hardware store must have it. The hardware store we went to last time should sell it to us. At this point, Fatty Wei woke up and came down from upstairs. What do you need the wire for? Reinforce the house, Liang Shuyu said. Wei Yoqi, who had just finished reading Liang Wenjing's update, slapped his thigh and said, "Yes, I was thinking about it before. Foreigners use wooden boards, but we can't use wooden boards for cement walls like ours. We can definitely use iron wire to wrap it." Chapter 68. Since the 3 families started working together, Liang Shuyu and his friends have been spending most of their daily activities at Yu Shifeng's house. They only go back to their own houses at night. The rainwater downstream is piling up more and more, and it is about to flood Liang Shuyu's house. Perhaps in half a month, Fatty Wei's house will be uninhabitable. The shutter door of Fatty Wei's house was damaged before, so they simply moved to Yu Shifeng's house. So most of their activities are at Yu Shifeng's house, and the safety of this house is the top priority. This house is a small rectangular 2-story building, and there is a semi-open balcony on the second floor without a security net. People who are slightly more flexible can climb up the wall to the balcony on the second floor, which is a very dangerous hidden danger. But in addition to this house also has an advantage. All its doors are made of solid wood, which is very strong and soundproof. It was not the first time that Liang Shuyu had considered reinforcing the house. He had been thinking about it since the neighbors from the downstream moved into commercial houses, and many women liked to gather here to gossip. Almost everyone around knew that their family was relatively wealthy. It was not that they were exposed outside, but they went in and out early and late every day, and there was no way to hide it. Therefore, many people were plotting against them. In addition to reinforcing the house a little, Liang Shuyu also wanted to transfer some of the materials. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Transferring materials can avoid accidents and provide a second place to live. If the neighbors here are really difficult to get along with, they can also consider moving away directly. His mother's studio is the best second base, and there should be no one living in that building. But the details will be known after we go there to investigate the specific situation. He told everyone his thoughts and plans. Fatty Wei, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, Yu Min and others were all present in the living room. The dishes were just cooked, so everyone went to the table together to discuss this matter while eating. The portions of each dish on the table were not much, but there were 5 or 6 kinds of dishes, plus bowls, chopsticks and drinks, etc., which filled the entire table. Whenever he ate, Wei Youqi would draw the curtains because he was afraid that people outside would see too many dishes, and today was the same. But the only difference was that when he drew the curtains today, there was an annoying black toad outside. You must give me an explanation. Through the tightly closed glass window, she could still hear her very innocent shouting. Oops. Wei Youqi made a face at her and slammed the curtains to completely isolate that ugly face from outside. At this time, there were 5 or 6 small plates on the table. There was a plate of canned yellow peaches, which were pre-meal fruits. Everyone had to eat them whether they liked it or not. Fatty Wei hated this the most, but Aunt Xiaoping still used a spoon to give him 2 pieces, so Fatty Wei's expression was wrinkled like a dumpling. There was also a small plate of Laogan Ma mixed with soybeans. The golden beans were soaked until soft and sticky, and they were decorated with bright red Laogan Ma fermented black beans, with some vinegar and sugar. It was sweet and sour and very appetizing. The ingredients were all from the underwater market. A plate of Beijing roast duck mixed with Oreo biscuit crumbs, a plate of fried noodles with ham sausage, and a pot of seasonal vegetable and seaweed soup. Seasonal vegetables are actually the vegetable bags in instant noodles, and they look pretty good after being boiled. Nori was also fish from underwater, but only 2 plates were obtained, but 2 plates are enough to cook many soups. Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying stayed at home all day, racking their brains to think about how to make more nutritious and delicious food for others. Especially for Liang Ying, her usefulness is not in the kitchen. But given the chaotic situation outside, she can't go out and show her face, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. So she just stays at home and gives full play to her spare energy. In addition to these dishes, everyone has a drink. The drink is different every day. Sometimes it is hot milk, sometimes it is beer cocktail, sometimes it is green tea, black tea, etc. And today it is boiled Ganoderma lucidum water. Then we will go to the hardware store to buy wire and tools tomorrow, and we won't go out to make things. Wei Youqi frowned and drank a sip of Ganoderma lucidum water and said. Everyone at the table had just heard Liang Shuyu's plan, and they had no objection to Liang Shuyu's decision not to go out to collect supplies. After all, the things at home were relatively complete. After Liang Wenjing and Yu Min's statistics and calculations, they were at least enough for them to eat comfortably for 7 or 8 months. Assuming they used a frugal diet, it would be enough for a year. However, fuel would not last that long, and this was the only thing they lacked at the moment. There was only about 4 months of fuel. In the case of rain, there would be almost no shortage of water. But assuming the rain stopped, the water they had now could only be drunk for 4 to 5 months. There were lakes and rivers outside, so water would not be a big problem. The biggest problem is still the fuel for cooking. Liang Shuyu proposed to reinforce the house and transfer materials. In fact, Yu Shifeng and Wei Pongzi also thought about it. But they didn't find the right method in place. It's really unnecessary to get things. The current situation is really too dangerous. But if we go out every day at this time, others will think we are going out to get materials, and will not associate us with transferring materials. Liang Wenjing analyzed. Wei Pongzi nodded. Today I found someone wandering around us. It's really a bit of a big tree attracting wind. In this environment, the best way to survive is to keep a low profile. Unfortunately, they often go in and out, and every household in the house nearby is occupied, so it's hard for them not to leave traces. Who is it? Do you know him? Liang Shuyu caught the key point in Wei Pengzi's words, and couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and asked. Fatty Wei subconsciously frowned and shook his head. I don't know him. He looks very unfamiliar. In theory, he is the owner of a convenience store, and many people nearby have bought things in his store. At least they have some impression of him. This can only mean that the other party may not be from this area. Then go to the hardware store tomorrow to get wire and tools. After Liang Shuyu finished speaking, he looked at Liang Wenjing. Unless we come back, you should not open the door easily. If someone is fighting and making trouble downstairs, don't bother. Yeah. Liang Wenjing nodded. Today, that woman suddenly rushed over when she was staring at Luo Wei and the others coming back. You know Luo Wei, he can talk about something that has nothing to do with him. So he explained to the woman, and the explanation was endless. Yes, isn't his nickname Foot Binding Cloth? Wei Youqi suddenly said. Yumin burst into laughter and asked why. Wei Youqi said, he talks a lot and never stops. He can talk about things that are not related to him at all. Everyone laughed for a while, and Liang Shuyu said seriously, although Luo Wei is a sensible person, Luo Junxian is really useless. In the future, we should act alone and not get involved with him. Chapter 69. Liang Shuyu and Luo Junxian were actually very close when they were young, but their relationship faded due to some things. In addition, Luo Junxian himself came from a single-parent family. Unlike Liang Shuyu, Liang Ying was a very democratic parent, and Liang Shuyu had an older sister. Having a companion since childhood did not make Liang Shuyu develop a lonely personality. Luo Junxian was completely different. Luo Wei himself had a simple and kind nature like a farmer, but he also had a heart like an old mother who was always worried. He exuded a kind of meticulous woman-like meticulousness. He was the kind of person who would pick out each piece of melon seeds when buying bulk. And he took care of Luo Junxuan's life too much, so that he took on all the problems that should have belonged to Luo Junxian himself. Luo Junxian experienced some bad things when he was young, and he couldn't share them with anyone, which led to his increasingly dull and introverted personality. Everyone has their own personality, regardless of good or bad. It's just that Luo Junxuan's personality is not suitable for the current situation. He can be a temporary partner, but not a comrade in arms. Yu Shifeng, who had contact with Luo Junxian, nodded quickly and agreed with Liang Shuyu's opinion. It's okay to go alone with Luo Wei, but it's not okay to take his precious son with him. Everyone goes out with their lives and come back with their lives, so naturally they want to be safer. But it doesn't mean that Luo Wei will not be taken with them in the future. Because Luo Wei is a good person after all, and he knows his limits. It's just that they won't go alone and keep a little distance. Afterwards, Liang Shuyu told Yu Shifeng and others the specific address of the industrial park where the workers arrived today. How can it be like this? I was thinking that if the people in those big companies and factories unite, they will definitely be able to form a group. Isn't it too scary? The chance of forming a group in a company is a little smaller. After all, the relationship between colleagues is as weak as diluted boiled water, and many people have families, so it is difficult to form a group. It's different in factories, many of them are single. If there is a person with appeal, he can give an order at any time and anywhere, and the factory employees can directly turn into an organization in minutes. Yeah. So we have to be extra careful. After the social order is broken and jumped away, it will enter the initial chaos period like sand entering a water cup. Only in the chaos period can we fish in troubled waters. After the chaos period, the society will form a new order. At that time, we should try to reduce going out as much as possible. Liang Shuyu said. Does that mean you only have these few days? Liang Wenjing asked. Yumin glanced at Liang Shuyu and nodded. Indeed, only these few days are relatively safe. Although there are many people outside, everyone is busy grabbing things. When they can't grab anything, they will start to grab things from others. That's right. Fatty Wei nodded heavily. The atmosphere at the table became much duller, and everyone was worried about the future. The power outage has lasted for more than 40 days. With the gunshot yesterday, it was not only the social order that collapsed, but also the government, and the hearts of those who were looking forward to it. How long will the power outage last? The days will definitely become more and more difficult. After finishing dinner in silence, the sky outside was as dark as ink, and everything was quiet. There was only the sound of ruthless rain hitting the ground and brick walls, and the black-spotted woman who still refused to give up by the window. It's just that everyone ignored her. Tonight is not a day for bathing, so after washing the dishes, cleaning, and arranging tomorrow's travel plans, Liang Xiu and others did not plan to stay any longer. They all put on their raincoats and prepared to go back to their homes to rest. Then let's go back. Remember to lock the door. Liang Wenjing waved her hand. Wei Youqi was lying on the railing on the second floor. Sister Xiaojing, can you write 2 more chapters tomorrow? Your word count has reached the level of being put on the shelf. It's time to add more chapters. Ah! Liang Wenjing sprayed a 2-meter-long saliva on his face. It's good to have something to show you. How can you ask for more chapters? Wei Youqi then looked like a sad face. When they were about to leave, Yumin, who was wearing pajamas, suddenly ran down from upstairs, pulled Liang Wenjing aside, and whispered something in her ear. Ah? With a little surprise in her tone, Liang Wenjing whispered, Are you sure? Yumin nodded. Her expression seemed a little shy or something else, an indescribable emotion. Liang Wenjing hummed, then waved to her, and Yumin went back upstairs. Liang Xiu had already held up an umbrella and waited at the door. When Liang Wenjing came over, he took her and Lianging behind him. As soon as the big red wooden door opened, the cold wind mixed with damp rain, and dew blew violently on the 3 people, and the hair of the 3 people was immediately stained with tiny raindrops. It was rainy and dark on a rainy night, and it was as dark as a blind person, and nothing could be seen at all. 10 days ago, there were lights in the city at night. Or candlelight, or flashlight, generator or something else. In the end, all the lights went out. Maybe they were out of power, or maybe they wanted to save some fuel. Therefore, people who go out at night are like a stone that falls into ink, and after rolling twice, it is no different from darkness. The temperature has dropped again, Lianging said. Liang Wenjing felt it for a while. It seems to have dropped. The weather is getting colder. I hope there will be an ice age next time. She thought of the idea she had in the book. Liang Xiu held an umbrella, and Liang Wenjing and Lianging turned around to close the door. Yu Shifeng and Wei Pengzi inside quickly moved the solid wood sofa next to them to block the door, and then turned around and went back to their rooms to sleep. Maybe it was too cold after nightfall, and the Donald Duck woman, who had been shouting under the window before, disappeared. Liang Xiu and the other 2 quickly crossed the street less than 3 meters wide, skillfully touched the keyhole on the door, and quickly opened the door. A strong stream of water sprayed out of the door, but with the experience of the 3 people, they easily avoided it. After they got inside the house, they put away their umbrellas, and carefully carried their raincoats up the stairs. The stairwell looked like a small waterfall. After more than a month of moisture, many green spots had grown on the stairs, so they had to be extra careful. But fortunately, they all wore slippers and rolled up their trouser legs, so they just needed to prevent slipping. After they got to the 3rd floor, they fumbled to close the door. Liang Wenjing and Lianging now lived in the same room. After they went back to their rooms and locked the doors, Liang Xiu dried his feet with a towel and laid down in the quilt. But before that, he had to push the desiccant in the quilt under the pillow. Because it was too humid on rainy days, they each had quicklime in their rooms. This was an idea that Fatty Wei had come up with. This was how they used to prevent moisture in their factory. The quicklime was found in an unfinished construction site nearby. It wasn't too much effort, and it really came in handy. At dawn the next day, or in other words, after the outside world could finally see something clearly, they were all preparing to go out according to yesterday's arrangements. However, an uninvited guest came to the stone dam of Yu Shifeng's home. Chapter 70. It was just dawn, and Liang Xiu had completely woken up. He was still curled up in the quilt for warmth. Although he was awake, his eyelids were fighting, and his head was heavy, as if his body was soaking in a hot spring, but his head was stuck in a swamp. Liang Xiu knew that it was because of the continuous rain and the humid environment that he fell into an unknown subhealth. Although he exercised every day, sweated a lot, and rested enough, and never stayed up late, the discomfort when he got up every morning did not decrease. Sometimes he could even feel that all his organs had become heavy, like a heavy sponge full of water, which made him breathless. He knew that Lianging and Aunt Xiaoping had already shown signs of edema, and Liang Wenjing had acne on her face. Yumin might be in better physical condition, so there was no abnormality for the time being. Everyone has some minor problems with their bodies, but there is no way to solve them. He can only put up with it for now. I just hope the rain stops soon, and the phone calls come soon. Liang Xiu exhaled slightly in the quilt, feeling the tension between his eyebrows relax a little, then he stretched out a hand from the warm quilt, fetched a cigarette from the drawer of the bedside table, and lit it. The silvery white cigarette ash was shaken rhythmically into the water bottle, and Liang Xiu's pupils were printed with a little red and orange brilliance, but it was also dim, as if there was no color. The breath was like a crushed gardenia, and the heavy breath filled the closed room like the fragrance of flowers. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, Liang Shuyu felt that he should save a little, and put the cigarette box back before lighting the 4th one. After a while, Liang Shuyu suddenly threw away the quilt, jumped off the bed, stretched his body, took a deep breath to smile, and went to call Liang Wenjing to get up. Well, you don't have to go to work, so you can't stay in bed. Liang Wenjing shrank her head back. Liang Shuyu pulled her out again and bounced her head. Get up, exercise, don't be lazy. Liang Wenjing shouted in dissatisfaction. Liang Shuyu had no choice but to pull out the pink rabbit that was pressed flat on her neck. How is your dark practice going? How confident are you in killing people? Such an exciting question early in the morning. Is it for killing people? It's for self-protection. Can you say something nice? It makes me look like a killer. Liang Wenjing snatched the pink rabbit back and held it in her arms, like a hen protecting her chicks. Don't scare my little baby. So how is the practice going? Need I say? Of course it's invincible. Liang Wenjing put the pink rabbit in the quilt and covered it with the quilt, and finally got up. Master is very strong. How can I, the apprentice, be weak? Master, of course, refers to Yumin. In fact, before the power outage, Yumin's dart skills were only slightly better than those who had not been trained, and it was not a very professional ability. But after the power outage, after a long period of thinking and training, he can be called a very professional dart player. Shooting at moving targets, 7 out of 10 can hit. Liang Wenjing's level is not that strong, and she is still stuck at fixed targets. Liang Shuyu smiled and shook his head, barely admitting that she thinks she is invincible. He took out clean clothes and coats from the closet for her, and Liang Shuyu went to the hall to wait, and put on a raincoat by the way. When he just rolled up his trouser legs, Liang Wenjing also changed clothes and came out. Liang Shuyu helped her put on her raincoat again. Just as they were about to open the door and go downstairs, they heard knocks on the door, and a man shout, "Is Lao Wei here?" Liang Wenjing glanced at Liang Shuyu, who closed the door calmly. Let's go down and see first. It's not a good thing to come to call Fatty Wei early in the morning. The two of them quickly reached the first floor, and Liang Shuyu stood under the eaves and looked at the stone dam. At this time, there was a man on the stone dam looking in from the window, because he needed light in the morning, so the curtains were wide open. Unfortunately, he only saw the empty hall, which had nothing special except standard furniture. And there was indeed a charming smell of rice in the kitchen, which made him drool. Lao Wei, you haven't gotten up yet, have you? He shouted again. Liang Shuyu didn't rush over, but went around to the convenience store of Wei Youqi's house, found a small stool, and sat there with Liang Wenjing waiting. Liang Shuyu knew this man, and he watched Liang Shuyu grow up. His surname was Liu, and he lived a little lower down. He was Lao Chen's poker friend. Because he was familiar with Lao Chen, he would say hello when he passed by, but Liang Shuyu and him were just "Did you eat?" After they moved up, Lao Chen was completely free, and 3 or 5 people often gathered together to play mahjong. As far as Liang Shuyu knew, Lao Chen hadn't been home for many days, and he didn't know if his wife was still alive. After 2 more shouts, Fatty Wei didn't show up, but Yu Shifeng appeared behind the anti-theft window on the first floor. Where is Lao Wei? Didn't he move to your house? Seeing that the person coming was not Fatty Wei, Lao Lu's expression was slightly disappointed. Yu Shifeng shook his head with a stern face. He's still sleeping. Hey! Hurry up and wake him up. I have something important to discuss with him. It's a great thing for you. Lao Lu showed an expression of you are going to get a big bargain and deliberately showed off. Yu Shifeng remained calm. They had discussed it earlier. If someone came to find Fatty Wei, he would go out. If someone came to find him, Fatty Wei would go out. In short, we will fight against the enemy and cover the water. Don't think of extorting money from them. Just eat for free. Alas. Yu Shifeng sighed slightly sadly. He hasn't been in good health recently. What do you want to talk to him about? What's wrong? What's wrong? Lao Lu asked with concern. Yu Shifeng waved his hand, looking like he didn't know what to say. Lao Lu stayed there for a while, cursing in his heart. They are all drama queens, who doesn't know who? But he put on a polite smile on his face. That's fine, I can find you. Actually, I have a good business to discuss with you, which is absolutely profitable for you. Yu Shifeng and Lao Lu are just have you a dinner together, but he knows that Lao Lu is Lao Chen's poker partner, so he quickly classifies him and Lao Chen into the same category. People like this are certainly not worth making friends with, not worth dealing with, and not worth cooperating with. What kind of business can I do in the current world? It's good enough to survive. I'm not cut out for business. Yu Shifeng looked uninterested. Whether there is something to do, you must first understand it, right? The most taboo thing for us as human beings is to be complacent and confine ourselves to a certain area. At any time, we must try our best to absorb new knowledge from the outside world and keep up with the pace of the times. You must know that there is no era where you can't make money, only people who can't make money, don't you think so? Yu Shifeng was confused by his words, and didn't hear the main idea, but only heard the word making money. Cash should be useless now. Now cash can't buy anything outside. What's the point of making money? Chapter 71. Old Lu was choked by the question, not because he was refuted, but because the words coming out of Yu Shifeng's mouth had a kind of naive taste. Of course I'm not talking about making money. In fact, I'm talking about making supplies. Food, drink, fuel, these are the most lacking now. Why don't you come out? I talk to you in detail. You will definitely be interested after listening. As for going in for a cup of tea and chatting slowly, he would not say it. Old Lu is not such a shameless person who doesn't know the limit. Now a cup of hot water is so rare, purified water is so rare. Every household is saving and saving again. What's more, every household has a strict door, and asking to sit in someone else's house for no reason is the same as a man asking to sit in a woman's bed. I'm definitely not interested. Yu Shifeng shook his head, completely unmoved. You are definitely interested. Old Lu emphasized. No, I'm definitely not interested. No, I guarantee you're definitely interested. Yu Shifeng said, I'm going to eat. Old Lu, is this big guy a 3-year-old kid? Why does he talk like that? Seeing Yu Shifeng was about to leave, Old Lu couldn't continue to be mysterious. Old Yu, wait. Listen to me. Old Lu hurriedly said, actually it's like this. There are quite a few people on our street. I have discussed with a few brothers, and decided to set up a trading platform to facilitate the trading of goods between our neighbors. Now it's so chaotic outside, and there's no end in sight for the power outage. Who knows how long it will last? Shopping malls and banks have also been robbed. You see, no matter how much stuff you have stored at home, there will always be something missing, right? Why don't you cooperate with us? You take out your extra stuff and trade it with us for what you lack. Isn't it a win-win situation? Do you think your idea makes sense? Is it a sure win? Oh, it seems okay. Yu Shifeng thought. Liang Shuyu is really good at predicting things. What was just said at the dinner table yesterday? Someone took the initiative to come to the door today. Yesterday, Liang Shuyu said at the table that once the trade system collapsed, the city might return to the era of barter. At that time, there would be no need to worry about not being able to get things. If you can't get them, you can find someone to exchange them. Isn't it here? But Liang Shuyu also said that he would not exchange with neighbors, but would find a place far away to exchange. Yu Shifeng shook his head. I'd better go to eat first. No, listen to me. Old Lu hurriedly called him, and even stretched out a hand to the window to hold Yu Shifeng's sleeve, as if he was afraid that he would run away. It's not just a trading platform. We can also provide security services, or collect taxes on transactions. As long as you are willing to join us, we can do it together with a large number of people, and share the profits equally. Then everyone will live a comfortable life and enjoy a good life. Yu Shifeng twisted his arms, like a rhinoceros shaking off lice on his body, thinking that I already enjoy a good life every day, why should I bother with you guys? Just like the feeling of Jack Ma and Junijin, a poor household with a monthly income of 2,000 yuan. Asking a family like Yu Shifeng to cooperate with Lao Lu is not called cooperation, but poverty alleviation. I'm going to eat. Yu Shifeng said honestly, finally shaking off the big lice on his body, then closed the glass window and locked it. Old Lu was so frustrated that his face turned blue. He couldn't help but speak in a bad tone. You know that a tall tree attracts the wind? Do you understand what it means to be the target of public criticism? You have a lot of things stored up at home, right? The neighbors have eyes to see it clearly. It's not that we are jealous of your things. We have a good intention to get you to join us. As long as you are in our group, we will definitely help each other. If anyone wants to attack you, they must first pass us. Don't you understand the principle that unity is strength? Now we are competing for numbers. No one dares to provoke us if there are more people. If you had cooperated with us earlier, Lao Wei's convenience store would definitely not be targeted by others. Don't you think so? Liang Shuyu, who had seen enough in the Weiwei convenience store, stretched and stood up, and walked to the opposite side with Liang Wenjing. Old Lu was still persuading, but he didn't know if Yu Shifeng inside could hear it. Liang Shuyu guessed that he couldn't hear it, because the sound insulation of this house was very good. Hey Xiao Liang, go and persuade your uncle. Old Lu gave him a life-saving look. Liang Shuyu smiled perfunctorily, held Liang Wenjing by his side, stood in front of him, and knocked on the door, while casually asking, "Uncle Lu, do you know the woman with black spots on her face over there in the commercial housing?" Old Lu said, recalling, not very familiar with her. "Oh." Liang Shuyu nodded. "So he knew her? When the woman first moved here, she was just trying to get a bargain, but yesterday she suddenly became difficult to deal with, and even kept pestering Lu away and Yushifeng, and waited until it was completely dark before leaving. According to her willpower, morning is the time when Liang Shuyu and others have to go out, so how could she not go out and continue to pester them? It turned out that someone had instructed her." The door opened, and Liang Wenjing went in first. Old Lu stretched his neck to look inside, but was completely blocked by Liang Shuyu's tall and thin figure. "I'm going to eat too, Uncle Lu, you can do whatever you want." Old Lu saw their attitude and probably knew that this matter was hopeless. But his family was so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat, and he was very afraid of his life if he was asked to go out and rob. If he didn't get something here, his 2 sons would definitely starve to death. So no matter what, even if he couldn't get this group of people to join, he had to scrape a layer of fat from them. "Xiao Liang, Uncle is not afraid to tell you the truth. In fact, Uncle came here today not only to get you to join, but also to save your lives." "Oh, what do you mean?" Liang Shuyu closed the door, folded his hands in front of his chest, and listened with interest against the door. Old Lu was not afraid to talk to a half-grown boy like Liang Shuyu. After all, he had also inquired about it. It was said that this little Liang had a lot of say. "Before, you killed a friend of Xiao Xiao's group. Do you really think they will let it go? Don't be afraid to say that. Xiao Zhao is a smart person. Now, he has established a relationship with Brother San and Brother Pao. The things you have hoarded have long been targeted by others." Liang Shuyu never thought that Xiao Zhao and others would stop. He has never given up training during this period. He was just waiting for Xiao Zhao and others to come to him again and give them a complete defeat. Who is Brother Pao? He knew Brother San, who was also one of Lao Chen's poker friends. He was a man from northeast China with tattoos on his shoulders. He was big and strong, and looked stronger than Yushifeng. However, Liang Shuyu knew that this man was just a paper tiger. But he didn't know who Brother Pao was, which made Liang Shuyu inexplicably think of what Fatty Wei said, that there were strange faces wandering around nearby. Chapter 72. Old Lu is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 50s, but his actual age is obviously not that old. He just looks old. His cloudy eyes only shine when he is calculating others. That is, now, his eyes seem to have just been moistened by water, shining brightly, and even threatening. His wrinkled cheeks are covered with leopard-like age spots, and his hands are covered with calluses. They are definitely not caused by hard labor, but are completely caused by playing mahjong. Because Liang Shuyu remembers that he worked in a factory, and was a director or supervisor. He is well versed in how to communicate with people. He first failed to lure Yushifeng, then threatened him in anger, and finally threatened Liang Shuyu, obviously coming prepared. "Brother Pao is the boss of our area," he said, then shook his left eyebrow and smiled. "In the early years, I followed the #1 boss of Shalon City, and stayed there for 12 years. You know, people without ability can't make it there. I don't even know this person, but I heard that he is very shady. Uncle wants to advise you, don't make enemies with such people." Liang Shuyu laughed in his heart. Not to mention that Shalon City has been punishing evil for many years. Even if there are, those core figures who follow the so-called #1 boss would have died long ago. These so-called bosses are just self-proclaimed gimmicks. But Liang Shuyu does not underestimate this so-called Brother Pao. When a dog is desperate, it will jump over the wall, not to mention that a person will be fierce and desperate. He will not underestimate any potential enemy, but any potential enemy should not try to blackmail him. "Oh!" Liang Shuyu nodded to show that he understood. Then this Pao brother must be very powerful. Of course. Lao Lu looked around. He has dozens of people under him. He made the number 3 and tapped his palm a few times. "Uncle is not thinking about your family's things, but just want to remind you that there is strength in numbers, otherwise you can't keep it. Rather than losing things and losing your life, why bother?" Seeing Liang Shuyu laughing, Lao Lu thought he was a child who didn't know the fierceness outside, so he said, "Don't take it lightly. It's very chaotic outside now. Murder, arson, and all kinds of evil are committed. It's no longer the rule of law society we used to be. There was a gunfight in the mall yesterday, and more than a dozen people died. Those are real human lives, lying there alive, dead. More than a dozen living people, not just numbers, they really died there. Can you understand what death means? Lao Lu felt that Liang Xiu looked older, but in fact, children of this age don't know what death means or what the concept is. Only when you are really in your 30s or 40s and experience the feeling of life passing by in the blink of an eye, will you really fear death and understand the true meaning of death. Yes, I understand. Liang Xiu nodded seriously. Well, I'm glad you understand. In short, people only have one life. It doesn't matter if you don't cherish it, but you should think about your relatives and friends and think about them more. After saying this, Lao Lu suddenly remembered that Liang Xiu seemed to have killed someone. Although he heard that it was a self-defense manslaughter, looking at Liang Xiu's face with a faint smile at this time, he suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. So what do you think we should do, Uncle Lu? Although Liang Xiu was smiling, there was no smile in his eyes. They should have been a pair of bright eyes of a young man, but they gave people a dull and sharp feeling. Old Lu suddenly felt that he had come here a little rashly. He should have asked 2 people to come with him. If he failed to reach an agreement and angered the other party, would he be killed directly? Given the current social situation, it is not impossible to really anger the other party. Old Lu's heart suddenly throbbed. I think, that is, I suggest that you can find a few more people to cooperate with. More people means more strength. If everyone unites, we will not be afraid of being robbed. Oh, then who should we find? Well, Old Lu's idea was of course to find him, but he suddenly felt that he should not involve himself, at least not now. At least 2 more people should accompany him. Anyway, based on his premonition of many years in the workplace, he suddenly felt that Liang Xiu was a very difficult person to deal with, even more difficult to deal with than the big Dayusher Feng. We can discuss this later, Old Lu said conservatively. Well, Uncle Lu, will you think about it again? I'm going to eat. Oh, sorry, Xiao Liang, I'm sorry to have delayed your meal. Old Lu smiled. Liang Xiu nodded at him and went into the house. Old Lu felt a chill on his forehead, and his steps were a little weak. He felt that he was a little exaggerated. He was actually scared by a little kid. He turned around and hurried to his temporary residence. His steps were a little staggering, so that his shoulders trembled, like an old penguin who had just pushed his companion into the water and ran away to destroy the evidence. Liang Xiu came into the house. The table was already set with dishes and chopsticks. Everyone was sitting at the table, waiting for him. Today's breakfast was simple porridge and pickles, plus half a salted egg for each person. This breakfast was more abundant for Liang Xiu than before the power outage, because he often skipped breakfast. Why don't you eat first? The dishes are cold. Let's eat. Liang Xiu sat down. And Xiaoping said, the porridge is hot. It will be easier to eat after it cools down. In fact, the configuration of their small group is quite strange. The most opinionated leader. It turned out to be Liang Xiu, a little kid under 18 years old. There are only 2 adult men in their 3 families. Yu Shifeng is indeed powerful, but he is sometimes stubborn and stupid, not smart enough. He is a doer, not suitable to be a leader. Fatty Wei is actually a person with opinions, very enthusiastic and upright, but he is too timid and his physical fitness can't keep up. It's a bit unreliable to fail at a critical moment. Among the remaining people, Yu Min is actually the best candidate with both strong strength and intelligence, but it's not suitable for a girl to go out in this situation. She might be targeted by desperate lunatics before she finds supplies. Liang Ying is also very smart, experienced, smart, wise, and experienced. She is also restricted by her gender. She is not suitable to work outside at the moment, which is a bit unfair to her ability. That's why Liang Xiu took advantage of this loophole, at least Liang Xiu himself thinks so. Do you want to agree to cooperate with them? Liang Wenjing asked. How is it possible? Liang Xiu drank a mouthful of porridge, and everyone picked up chopsticks to eat. Fatty Wei answered for him. It's impossible to agree, we can only delay it ambiguously for a while. Yu Min hummed, if they say it firmly, they should take other actions. Chapter 73. Wei Youqi frowned, but we can't keep dragging it out. In their eyes, we are so rich that they may drag it out with us in the short term. When they are so poor, they will definitely take more drastic actions. Liang Ying also said, that's right. And Xiaoping could understand what they were discussing, but she knew that she had no decision-making in this regard, so she didn't listen seriously. She was just thinking about what delicious food to make for lunch to reward them. Mom, if we move to the studio, can we live there? Liang Xiu asked Liang Ying. Yes, there are more than 400 square meters there. But there is no bed, and the sleeping conditions will be a little simple. It doesn't matter. You don't have to live there all the time, unless this place has been lost. After eating, let's move some things over there to see the situation first. It was the same plan as yesterday, but more certain. Everyone responded, and the dishes and chopsticks rang crisply, and breakfast was quickly finished. Liang Ying and the other two cleaned up the table, while Liang Wenjing and Yumin quickly sorted out the things to be moved. There were 3 school bags in total, but they were not filled to the brim, only half filled, so that the school bags looked neither light nor heavy. In them were canned 8 treasure porridge and bread that could be eaten directly. There was no gas stove or fuel in the studio, so even if they moved rice and noodles over, they could not eat them. After putting the backpacks inside the raincoats to cover them, Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng put on clean socks and 3 layers of rainproof plastic bags on their feet, and then put on wet shoes specially used for going out. They often walked outside, and their feet were often wet, and after a long time, they became white and blistering. Putting on a plastic bag can not only make it waterproof, but also prevent moisture from entering the body from the feet, which may be healthier. But it is easy to slip, so be extra careful. Red ginseng water, drink it while it's hot. Before leaving, Liang Wenjing first gave each of them a bowl of hot red ginseng water. Regardless of whether it is Chinese medicine uses or not, it is very comfortable to drink hot water at this time. The 3 people were ready to go out, and Luo Wei also arrived at the stone dam. Seeing that the 3 people were all carrying backpacks and weapons, and looked like they were going out again, Luo Wei's expression was surprised at first, and then he said embarrassedly, "Are you going out today too?" Luo Wei came alone, and he was not dressed for going out. It seemed that he was not going to go out. The 3 nodded. Luo Wei said, "My roommate was a little scared yesterday. I want to stay at home and rest for 2 days. We are almost done with our things, so we won't go out." Liang Shuyu was thinking this way. If Luo Wei questioned that he wanted to go with them, he would not be able to refuse. After chatting casually for a few more words, the few people said goodbye and Luo Wei also returned to his home. After Liang Shuyu and the others left, the remaining Fatty Wei and the others moved the wooden sofa and blocked the big wooden door tightly, leaving Yumin and Liang Wenjing on the first floor to watch the wind and train by the way, and then he went upstairs to rest. Fatty Wei has 3 highs, and his heart is not very good. The weather is too humid, maybe it has caused some complications. He has not been in a good spirit recently. He slept for 15 or 16 hours out of the 24 hours. Even if he exercises, his spirits may not be improved. Everyone originally wanted to take him to see a doctor, but they happened to encounter a series of things caused by gunshots in the past 2 days, so it was too late. Today, Liang Shuyu and the other 2 will go to the studio first to explore the environment, and then come back to buy some wire and tools. When passing by the 2 commercial houses, Liang Shuyu looked up. Most of the houses that were idle before were now almost full. They were all vendors who moved up from downstream, workers, shop owners, etc. At this time, a few people came out from inside, all unfamiliar faces, because they had no raincoats, they just put plastic bags on their heads. Obviously, it is unwise to hold an umbrella for this kind of action. Will the woman from yesterday come to bother us again? Wei Youqi looked at the 2 buildings and said a little worriedly. Yu Shifeng also took a look, and his square face showed an anxious expression. She obviously wants to take advantage of the situation. She has nothing to do with us, but she chose to find us. If we let her continue like this, will it have an adverse impact on us? There will definitely be an impact. Wei Youqi said, "Effect, many people around here know that we are relatively wealthy. Maybe someone will take the opportunity to make trouble." "Are there other people in her family?" Liang Shuyu suddenly asked. Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Wei Youqi thought about it seriously. "I don't think I have seen it." Liang Shuyu nodded. Wei Youqi blinked and rubbed his thighs subconsciously. Since the power outage, Lao Liang's personality has changed a lot. He has become more and more sinister, and even this kind of idea is easy to come up with. That's good. If they all run to my house to make trouble, it will be too difficult to deal with. Yu Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was relieved. Eh? Wei Youqi was surprised. Is this the main point? Yu Shifeng stared at him with innocent eyes. Huh? Isn't that what you're worried about? Ahem. Wei Youqi cleared his throat. We're here. Then he pushed open the 2 heavy doors of the fire escape. Xiaofeng building has a total of 10 floors. Liang Ying's studio is on the 7th floor, and the fire door on the 1st floor is not locked. Liang Shuyu and his team were worried that it would be locked before they came, so they brought pliers with them. Fortunately, they don't need them now. As soon as they entered the fire escape, Wei Youqi's expression became solemn and serious, completely different from his usual slightly immature liveliness. Liang Shuyu didn't change much. He always looked more stable, but his hands were on the handle of the knife hanging on his thigh. Yu Shifeng walked in front, holding the axe tightly in his hand. His steps were steady and powerful. Wei Youqi was in the middle, with his back against the wall, and Liang Shuyu was behind. His eyes were also very cautious. This was already a tacit understanding between the three of them. There was no need to assign them separately. As long as they entered an unfamiliar area, they would be so cautious. Following the fire escape to the second floor, they successfully saw the locked fire door on the second floor. When they reached the third floor, there was no water stain on the steps, which at least showed that no one had been here in the past 1 or 2 days. Perhaps this building is temporarily empty and safe. In this way, they passed through the 6th floor step by step and arrived outside the fire door on the 7th floor. Liang Shuyu observed the chains on each fire door. Some were iron chains, some were U-shaped locks. The anti-theft locks on the 5th and 6th floors had signs of human damage, which means that outsiders had visited here but failed. On the 7th floor, the U-shaped lock on the fire door was the most damaged, with dozens of marks of being cut by a sharp blade. Although the lock was not completely cut open, who would climb to these floors specifically to try to open the lock? There are only small companies and studios in this building, and no restaurants or supermarkets. Chapter 74. Lao Liang, this lock has been tampered with. Wei Youqi exclaimed, and looked around more carefully. The knife in his hand had been pulled out, and it shone a terrifying silver light in the dim corridor. I saw it. Who could it be? Wei Youqi often came here with Liang Shuyu to play, and he knew the situation in this building. There was nothing to rob here. Who would come here to destroy the lock? Could it be an employee of Bisheng Huayuan? Why? Liang Shuyu did not answer him, but just got closer to observe the lock. The lock was a standard U-shaped anti-theft lock. The silver alloy was covered with a layer of old orange rubber, and at this time, the rubber had been cut intermittently, like a rotten intestine strung through the alloy. The silver alloy was also damaged to varying degrees, but the deepest cut was no more than 0.1 centimeters. The person who cut it might not have found the right tool. At the same time, judging from the uneven degree of the cut, it was not cut like this at one time. After observing this, Liang Shuyu's heart suddenly trembled, as if an electric current was flowing back from his heels, making the hairs on his body stand up, as if he was in a vast plain full of wind and lightning. It was Aunt Li. Is it her? Liang Shuyu's usually calm expression suddenly collapsed. After he escaped from the elevator that day, the electrician seemed to have said something like "Go home quickly. There is no need to be on duty." Did they not repair the elevator later? If the elevator was not repaired, then the only way to leave the building was this fire door. Although it was isolated in the rolling door of Bisheng Huayuan, it was not difficult to destroy a rolling door. But could it be that after Aunt Li destroyed the rolling door, she still couldn't saw off the anti-theft lock, so that? No, it's not necessarily the case. Maybe Aunt Li has left, and the marks on the anti-theft lock were left by someone else. Liang Shuyu's expression regained some calmness, and he stretched out his hand to push the tightly closed iron door open a little, preferably a crack, so that he could see clearly what was happening inside. But his hand was shaking slightly in the air uncontrollably, and the trembling fingertips transmitted the cold temperature to Liang Shuyu's heart, and he only felt a burst of paleness. Boom! Liang Shuyu finally pushed it open a crack. It stinks. A strong smell suddenly shot out from the crack that was pushed open, as if the black viscous liquid in the sewage ditch splashed and sprayed on the nose, and Wei Youqi almost vomited directly. Yu Shifeng's face also changed, and he quickly stepped back, took out 3 masks from his waist bag, threw them to Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi, put them on himself, and quickly opened the ventilation window at the entrance of the corridor. The cold wind from outside blew in, and finally diluted most of the rotten stench in the room. Be careful of infectious bacteria, Yu Shifeng said. Wei Youqi put on a mask and saw that Liang Shuyu was still standing there in a daze, not even wearing a mask, Lao Liang mask. He couldn't help but remind loudly. Liang Shuyu turned around and put one hand on the guardrail, like a person who was too hungry to stand and had to rely on the handrail to stand steadily. He frowned and closed his eyes, as if he was taking a deep breath. It took a while before he opened them. His eyes were already red, and the moist water was swirling in his eye sockets, but it didn't flow out. Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng both noticed something was wrong, but didn't dare to interrupt. After a while, Liang Shuyu stood up straight, raised his head, pursed his lips, and then calmly put on the mask. Turning around again, his expression had returned to normal. Smash it open. His voice was a little hoarse. Yeah. Yu Shifeng responded. Liang Shuyu and Wei Yochi gave up their positions, Yu Shifeng raised the axe high and smashed it hard on the U-shaped anti-theft lock. They had already considered the situation here before coming, so they also brought an anti-theft lock in their backpacks, which was the lock Liang Xiu used to lock his bicycle. Yu Shifeng smashed the anti-theft lock more than 20 times on the place where there were already cuts, and soon the lock was broken. After removing the broken lock, considering that there might be infectious bacteria inside, the three of them first took out towels from their backpacks and wrapped them outside the masks, opened the door for ventilation for 10 minutes, and then walked in carefully. Entering, the ground was not as dirty or messy as Liang Xiu imagined, but rather as clean as new. The off-white tile floor reflected white light. The shutter door between Bixing Huayuan and San Mikaiwi had been pulled up, and the elevator door outside the shutter door was also forcibly opened. There were still traces of tools on the door, and there were dried, inconspicuous bloody fingerprints along the edge of the elevator floor. Everything was normal outside, but what was abnormal was that the glass window facing the street inside San Mikaiwi was smashed. At this time, a strong wind was blowing, making the remaining window frame clang. But the bottom of this window was very clean except for the water stains, and there was no glass slag, as if it had been specially cleaned. The stench came from Sanma Finance, but looking through the two glass doors, the floor, the desks, and even the reception desk in front were all clean, without any trace of dirt or damage, which made people wonder if there was really a body trapped inside for more than 40 days, and emitting a foul smell. Maybe the toilet was broken, like the Low family, feces and urine sprayed out of the toilet, polluting the air environment. Is that so? Liang Xiu pushed open the unlocked glass door, and the stench became stronger. Even through a thick towel and a mask, it could be smelled clearly. This was the smell of a dead person. Liang Xiu had smelled it. The studio still maintained the appearance when Liang Xiu came that day, and it was even neater and cleaner. The floor was spotless, and there were a total of 7 desks in the hall, with documents neatly stacked on each desk. There was no sign of any corpse, but Liang Xiu had guessed where she would be. Office. There was only a foldable bed in the office, which could be folded down to rest when tired. When Liang Xiu was young, he often watched cartoons there, and Liang Wenjing would set up a small stool next to it, doing homework while peeking at Liang Xiu's screen. When Liang Xiu found out, he would immediately complain, so Liang Wenjing would be dragged out and go to the front desk to do homework. At that time, Aunt Li would say to Liang Wenjing, "There is nothing good about cartoons. It is something that children like to watch. A well-behaved girl like you should like reading more." But Liang Wenjing was already a teenager at that time. How could she not hear such perfunctory comfort? She would only say to Liang Xiu, "Next time you dare to complain, I will break your dog legs and put your toes in your mouth. If you don't believe me, try it." Chapter 75. At first, Liang Xiu was scared by her, and didn't dare to complain for a long time. Later, he found that Liang Wenjing didn't have the courage, and it was impossible for her to break his legs. As for putting her toes in his mouth, Liang Xiu had tried it before, and it was impossible, so he was not afraid of the unwarranted warning and continued to do what he wanted. There was another time when the two siblings fought in the studio. Aunt Li was trying to stop the fight and giggled at the same time. The reason was that Liang Xiu didn't stand firmly during the fight, and fell to the ground with a buttock. So Liang Xiu secretly hated her for a long time, and vowed never to eat the fruit she gave him again. The rest of the memory is blurred, but Aunt Li has always given people the impression of being a gentle person, who occasionally says some perfunctory and inappropriate words, but is very serious at work. Every few days at the beginning and end of the month, she is like an active volcano that may erupt at any time. Liang Xiu stood in front of the black door of the office. The smell was stronger. He was completely sure that the body was inside. But Liang Xiu did not hesitate. He put on transparent plastic disposable gloves and twisted the golden round doorknob. The door creaked and slowly opened, revealing the scene and smell inside. Inside and outside the door were two completely different worlds. Although the off-white tile floor was cleaned very clean, the floor inside the door was covered with black spots. Even the snow-white walls were not spared, radiating and blooming like ink splashes in the place where the corpses lived. The floor was also covered with paper stars and paper cranes, which were made of newspapers. Some paper cranes had stars, moons, and flowers drawn on their wings with red pins. They were very beautiful and lifelike, just like real flowers. No, it is more beautiful than real flowers. She didn't even dare to use the financial statements in the studio, and all of them were made of outdated newspapers and garbage pages. Maybe in the end, the red pen ran out, leaving some pale paper cranes without patterns. She gave herself a perfect and beautiful funeral. Liang Shuyu remembered that her favorite color was royal blue, because once she wore a royal blue dress. Liang Shuyu said it's so ugly. At that time, he hated her. She was in a good mood that day and said, "No, it's beautiful. My husband spent 2,000 yuan to buy it. It's my favorite color." But there was no royal blue pattern in the paper cranes. I think she was not satisfied with the blue water-based pen in the office. "Old Liang, look at this." At this time, Wei Yochi came from behind, holding a long rope made of different wires and fabrics tied together. All the wires of the electrical appliances have been cut off. This rope was found on the coffee table outside. This rope is only 7 or 8 meters long at most, and the rubber of the wire is slippery, so it is difficult to tie a knot. It takes a lot of length to tie it tightly, but even so, the knot still slips. Liang Shuyu suddenly realized the purpose of the smashed window. It was not used for suicide, but for escape. Everything here is shocking. Liang Shuyu stood there for a long time. Wei Yochi also saw the scene in the office. In an instant, Wei Yochi's tears that had been held back for a long time still flowed out. He cried like a loser. Obviously, he swore last time that he would never cry again, but he still couldn't be as calm as Liang Shuyu. After all, he has known Aunt Li for so long. Although he is not very familiar with her, he is still someone he knows. She died in a very dignified way. For a long time, Wei Yochi resisted wiping away his tears, because he was worried that bacteria on his hands would enter his body through his eyes. This thought lingered in his mind for a while, and he suddenly realized that he was very cruel. A person he knew died, but he was worried whether he would be infected with the disease. He seemed to have changed. Yu Shifeng came over and patted Wei Yochi on the shoulder, and asked Liang Shuyu in a very light voice, "Are the things still here?" "Yes." Liang Shuyu was no longer sad, and pulled the door of the office over. "Next time, come and put on the glass tape and seal this door. The body has been rotten beyond recognition, and even the maggots are dead. Of course, it is impossible to touch the body and move her away from here. The risk is too great. Only by completely sealing this door can the transmission of germs be prevented." According to the original plan, they hid the things in this studio. However, there are some skills to hide things. Of course, it is impossible to hide them in drawers or cabinets. Once someone visits, they will be robbed. In this case, there are not many places to hide things, including the inside of the vertical air conditioner. Just use a screwdriver to open the back baffle. There is also a lot of space inside the computer case, and many things can be hidden, which most people would not think of. And the hidden things are not just a few cans of 8 treasure porridge or canned fruit thrown in and placed, but Liang Wenjing and you men have carefully designed and packaged them after thinking, and divided them into portions. Liang Shuyu and his team carried out 6 portions today, each of which was packed in a separate plastic bag, including a bottle of mineral water, a can of 8 treasure porridge, biscuits or bread, sugar or chocolate. A portion contains at least water, sugar and something to fill the stomach. Such a single portion can provide 2 to 3 days of food and water supply. Most of the food at home is also packaged in this way. Some food is also packaged with medicines, which are separated by plastic bags of different colors for emergency use. However, the 6 supplies brought out today do not contain medicines. After hiding the things, Wei Yochi smelled the obvious rotten smell in the air. I guess the people in lane 27 will not give up easily. Since the environment here is not bad and there are no other threats, we might as well move here. Yu Shifeng nodded. "Well, I think it's okay." "Then do you want to open all the windows and ventilate first?" Liang Shuyu denied. "You can't open the windows. There must be people living in other buildings nearby. Suddenly opening the windows will attract other people's attention." Yu Shifeng's eyes lit up when he heard it. That makes sense. Amazing that Liang Shuyu was so thoughtful that he could even notice such details. It's a pity that such a talent doesn't become a scout. However, Yu Shifeng said in distress. Although there is no one else for the time being, the anti-theft locks on the 5th and 6th floors have been damaged, indicating that someone has set his sights on this place. No one else. Yu Shifeng wondered, but there are signs of damage on the 5th and 6th floors. Everything was hidden, the traces were erased, and even the line on the hose was plugged back in place, so that no one could see that it had been tampered with. Liang Shuyu and others walked out of Sanma Finance. Yu Shifeng hadn't figured out why Liang Shuyu said with certainty that there was no one else, so Wei Yochi pointed to the elevator, and the bloody fingerprints on the edge of the elevator floor for him to see. Oh! It turned out to be her. She climbed from the elevator shaft to the 5th and 6th floors, but still couldn't break the anti-theft locks outside? Chapter 76. After leaving Xiaofeng Building, They visited the hardware store where they had bought things last time. They exchanged 3 bags of biscuits, 2 bags of jelly, and a pack of cigarettes for a large amount of iron wire, pliers, and a saw. Biscuits and jellies are not very edible, but fortunately, cigarettes are more valuable, and men who smoke will not refuse. Hardware stores are not targets for robbery, and the stores generally have a full range of knives and various tools. Normal people will not be stupid enough to rob them. However, the boss was only willing to exchange unimportant hardware, knives and tools that can hurt people. Liang Shuyu and others refused to exchange them even after talking their mouths off. Luckily, they were not short of weapons. There were kitchen knives, small knives, hammers, axes, steel pipes, and even watermelon knives at home. The 3 men who went out had at least 3 knives hidden on them, so they were not short of weapons. Carrying the iron wire back to lane 27, they saw the black-spotted woman crying on the stone dam from a distance. But what was a little different today was that Lao Lu and the other 2 men were persuading her beside them. The women who were watching disappeared. Old Yu, you are finally back. Old Lu saw the 3 people returning from the wind and rain. Like a tadpole finally found its mother, she insisted on coming to your house to mourn. I really can't persuade her. This affects the rest of the neighbors. Rest? He is talking about rest? Even if there is no such woman crying here, can anyone sleep peacefully now? Yu Shifeng was a little annoyed with him. Even cockroaches knew that he was acting, but he pretended not to know and acted very hard. But Yu Shifeng knew that he was not good at talking, and he was afraid of being set up by the other party, so he had to say with a straight face, "Thank you for your hard work." Old Lu choked again. Why did he always feel that Yu Shifeng was talking back at him? Hee. No way. Old Lu laughed and stepped back to show the 2 people behind him to Yu Shifeng and Liang Shuyu. Let me introduce you. This is the 3rd brother, and this is Old Li. As he spoke, Old Li stepped forward while touching his bald head, smiling attentively and kindly. Just call me the light bulb. He stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yu Shifeng. Unexpectedly, Wei Yochi suddenly came forward, stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, I just touched a corpse that had been rotten for dozens of days. If Uncle Li doesn't mind. He was still wearing disposable gloves with unknown black stains on his hands. Bald Light Bulb's face changed when he heard this. He bounced back his right hand like a cat encountering a snake and shouted in disgust, Corpse? Or a corpse that has been rotten for dozens of days? I have heard that this family has 2 sets of tools for going into the water, and they often go to the vegetable market to touch things. Why are they not letting go of corpses now that they have touched the vegetable market? What can be touched in the corpse? Could the internal organs be used as food? This is impossible. Bald Li's smooth and shiny head is about to be twisted. Wei Yochi shrugged. Although Bald Li's reaction was a bit exaggerated, it was completely within his expectations. On the contrary, the 3rd brother seemed very calm, maybe a little difficult. Old Lu turned his eyes to Liang Shuyu. Did you go out to touch the corpse today? Obviously, he also found that Liang Shuyu should have the higher voice among the 3 people. Yu Shifeng is just a bodyguard. Liang Shuyu had no obligation to tell them about his actions. He ignored the 3 men and Lao Lu's call. He talked to Liang Wenjing in the room and asked her to throw out a bottle of alcohol spray. As for the black-spotted woman howling on the ground, she was not within his scope of concern. Liang Wenjing threw a bottle of alcohol spray from the window as he said, and Liang Shuyu and others put down the wire on their bodies, took off their raincoats and washed them in the rain, took off their shoes, and took a brush in the corner to clean the soles of their shoes. The head, face, trouser legs and soles were disinfected with alcohol spray, but the raincoats were not disinfected separately after washing, because the raincoats covered too much area. Then the raincoats were drained. After a series of actions, Lao Lu and the other 3 finally believed that they went out to touch the corpse. Otherwise, how could they disinfect so carefully? Alcohol spray was also scarce. Lao Lu's ambition, which had just been encouraged by the 3rd brother, was weakened again and again in the slow and calm actions of the 3 people, and finally disappeared completely. These people are all ruthless characters. Threaten them, and they will definitely kill them if they are angry. Lao Lu looked at the 3rd brother with a shrinking expression. The 3rd brother's expression was as resolute as ever, staring at him and asking him to proceed according to the original plan. Lao Lu shook his head at the 3rd brother in fear. No! He went to Xiao Zhao and others last night to find out. They said that Liang Shuyu was definitely a ruthless character, and it was heard that Yu Shifeng had opened a martial arts school and was very good at boxing and kicking. Do they have to target these people? Are these people able to hoard so many supplies just because they are more foresight and smart? Didn't they encounter any obstacles when they were collecting supplies outside? Who knows if they have killed people outside and done evil? Just because we don't know doesn't mean that others haven't done it. Old Lu was very conflicted. On the one hand, he was not the leader of this operation, but his third brother was. He was just more tactful, and was pushed out to be a pioneer. On the other hand, his family was really in dire straits, and he was timid and cherished his life very much. When his house was flooded, and he had just moved upstairs, he wanted to go out to get something, but he happened to run into a group of lunatics, and almost came back dead. He finally escaped from death, and stopped thinking about going out again. Fortunately, he was more tactful, and got some food and drink from others with his eloquence. At that time, they didn't know that the power outage would last so long. With our country's capabilities, they would have power in half a month at most, and it would never be like Europe. Besides, he was more willing to believe that even if there was no power, the country would definitely take countermeasures, and would not ignore them, the ordinary people. Who knew it would be the current situation? No civil servants came to rescue them. I heard that even flood relief work had stopped. Civil servants fled back home, because everyone has a family, and everyone has to protect their family because civil servants are also human beings. So, when he finally understood the 4 words no rescue, he would have to pay the price for his arrogance and stupidity. Under the repeated stares of his third brother, he thought of the 2 half-grown children at home, who had no next meal, hardened his heart and took a breath. Xiao Liang, have you thought about what your uncle told you yesterday? Rather than ending up with no good for everyone and both sides suffering, it would be better to cooperate with us. Wouldn't it be great if we could make money and enjoy happiness together? No matter how fierce you are, you only have these few people. We have as many people as we want. If we really don't fight, how many good things can you get? Chapter 77. Liang Shuyu couldn't directly and clearly reject Lao Lu. As Yumin said, to say something final is to force the other party to take the second path, which is not a wise approach. Lao Lu and his men want to get supplies from Liang Shuyu. To put it nicely, it's called cooperation, but to put it bluntly, it's blatant robbery. The reason why Lao Lu has this courage is not because Lao Lu himself is so strong, but because there are too many eyes on them in the commercial housing. If Lao Lu and his men are really forced into a corner, at a single order, perhaps a group of jealous people will come out to rob. They will not be true allies, but whether they succeed or not, Liang Shuyu will suffer the greatest loss. This is a game, not a business game, not a psychological game, but a game of life and death. The loser will pay the real price of his life. So Liang Shuyu has entered the game since yesterday. Just like he was disinfecting and washing shoes just now and deliberately ignored Lao Lu and others, it was not arrogance or pretense, but to create a psychological pressure and mystery for Lao Lu, making Lao Lu think that Liang Shuyu held some mysterious trump card. If Liang Shuyu received them as usual, or even treated them politely, then they would think that Liang Shuyu was afraid. But Liang Shuyu couldn't offend them, because if he accidentally made things worse and angered them, they could really gather a group of rabble, and Liang Shuyu couldn't win no matter whether he won or lost. We really can't get any good. Liang Shuyu put the drained raincoat on his arm, tilted his head slightly, and smiled, but you can't get any good either. At this time, Wei Youqi stood behind Liang Shuyu with his arms folded, while Yu Shifeng stood upright under the eaves. The turbulent rain floated on his shoulders, wetting his black coat. The breeze ruffled his long and messy hair that had not been cut for a long time, forming a stable triangle with Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi. Yu Shifeng had solid and hard arms and sharp and solid eyebrows, while Wei Youqi had a smart and active mind and fearless and courageous courage. Liang Shuyu was calm and cautious, with a thoughtful and calm temperament. The 3 of them stood like exquisite Luban wood, each piece fit tightly together, without any opportunity to take advantage of. The breeze blew through the 2 strands of hair on Lao Lu's head, making it chilly. Heh. The third brother, who had been silent but observing the 3 people from beginning to end, snorted coldly, "Are you guys going to drink a glass of wine and then drink a forfeit?" Old Lu hurriedly said, "It's not that serious yet, it's nothing." Acting as a mediator, Xiao Liang, "We really have no ill intentions. We just want to cooperate with you. You have to understand our good intentions. Don't lose the big picture because of the small details." Wei Youqi also snorted coldly, curling his lips. "Since you want to discuss cooperation with us, you have to show some sincerity, right? You threaten us at every turn, and you find a woman to come to your house to cry, which is too insincere. If they were really powerful, they would have attacked Liang Shuyu and others when they were out. It's just that they are looking ahead and behind, afraid of life and death." Old Lu raised his eyebrows, and quickly denied and explained, disassociating himself from the black-spotted woman, and tried his best to exaggerate that he was here to persuade her to go back. Liang Shuyu didn't want to listen to him talking about these things that were far away, and just said, "If you really want to cooperate, at least come up with a charter. You don't mean that cooperation is just asking us to provide supplies. Are you trying to rob us openly?" "No, how could that be?" Old Lu heard the looseness in Liang Shuyu's words, and looked at the third brother, asking him to make a decision. The third brother pondered for 2 seconds. "What conditions do you want? Just say it." "What you can give." Liang Shuyu smiled. The third brother's expression twitched, and Liang Shuyu knocked on the wooden door at this time. After a while, the door opened, and Liang Wenjing's big eyes appeared in the crack of the door. Liang Shuyu and the other two took the wire and raincoats in, and ignored the 3 people. Old Lu and the others stood there for a while, and then went back. It seems that Chu Jing and Yu Min took the raincoat and wire. Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping also gathered around. Aunt Xiaoping blinked her worried eyes, and asked anxiously, "Do we really want to cooperate with them? Does this count as trying to get the skin of a tiger?" "Mom, can you use idioms?" Wei Youqi said in surprise. Aunt Xiaoping's face fell. "I have studied in a technical secondary school. You look down on your mother too much." Liang Shuyu and the other two's clothes were not wet, but they still wiped them with a towel Liang Ying brought. Liang Ying said, "Are you going out again?" "At least 2 or 3 more trips. There are too few things that can be carried at a time. According to the current situation, they may not be able to live here for long." Aunt Xiaoping's idioms are correct. Cooperating with such people is really trying to get the skin of a tiger. No, to be precise, in this situation, cooperating with anyone is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Even if it is Lu Wei, there is no guarantee that he will not turn around and hurt himself in extreme circumstances. Except for his closest family members, no one can be trusted. Does this wire need to be processed? Is it the same as the wire mesh in the school? Just make a star on it? Liang Wenjing studied the heavy wires and said, "Yes, I will trouble you today. You twist the wires, and we will start tomorrow." Liang Shuyu said, "Where is Dad? Is he sleeping again?" Wei Youqi asked when he didn't see Fatty Wei. He said he was not energetic, and just lay on the bed. Yu Shifeng thought of Chen Baoyi's mother's serious illness. "I go up and take a look." Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi also hurried to follow. Fatty Wei's room was very simple, with a 1.5-meter bed, no tables, chairs or wardrobes, and things were piled on the floor, but they were neatly stacked and not messy. There were quicklime and linen bags in every corner of the room to prevent moisture. Therefore, the floor of the room was relatively dry, unlike the floor of the living room which was wet. "Old Wei, how are you?" Yu Shifeng patted the sleeping Fatty Wei, but Fatty Wei didn't wake up. He slept very softly, just like the first 10 minutes before getting up in the morning, when his willpower wanted to be awake, but his body was honestly sleepy. "Well, I'm very sleepy and tired." After finally waking him up, Fatty Wei's eyes were so sleepy that he couldn't open them, and they were slightly swollen. Liang Shuyu suddenly lifted the quilt at his feet, and found that the edema of Fatty Wei's legs was more serious. "This won't work. Let's take him to a Chinese medicine doctor today." It was the Chinese medicine doctor that Yu Shifeng took Chen Baoyi's mother to last time. "I'm really fine. I don't have any other pain except feeling tired and sleepy." Fatty Wei struggled. "You call this nothing?" Wei Youqi yelled angrily. He had always thought his father was just tired because he looked normal when eating. He never knew it was so serious. Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng worked together to drag Fatty Wei off the bed. Chapter 78. What's wrong? Seeing that Fatty Wei was carried down by Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng, Aunt Xiaoping thought something had happened and ran over to ask. "It's okay, we take him to see a Chinese doctor today." Liang Shuyu didn't want to say too much, so as not to worry them at home. Aunt Xiaoping nodded hurriedly, and quickly found a raincoat to put on Fatty Wei. Fatty Wei was so drowsy that he couldn't stand steadily. Several people were busy for a few minutes. Aunt Xiaoping was so scared that tears came out when she saw his condition. Leave one person at home. If even Fatty Wei went out, there would be no man at home, which was too dangerous. How many people were there in their house, what gender, and even what age, were all known clearly by the neighbors, so they couldn't just go out like this. "Youqi, you stay at home." Yu Shifeng was a force guarantee, and although Wei Youqi was smart, he was not calm enough. Liang Shuyu couldn't let him take Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei out alone. Wei Youqi understood and nodded. "Uncle Wei, we can't help you later, otherwise it will leave others with speculation. Can you walk by yourself?" "Yes, I can." Fatty Wei patted his face hard, and tried his best to open his eyes. Although his steps were still a little weak, his head was shaking, and his vision was slightly doubled. He should be able to walk. At most, he could walk slower. After doing all this, Liang Shuyu went out with Fatty Wei and Yu Shifeng. Just as he was about to go out, Liang Shuyu suddenly remembered, "Sister, give me a list of our Chinese medicine." The old Chinese doctor may not have a complete set of Chinese medicine. "Oh, the list." Liang Wenjing was helping Liang Shuyu tie his shoelaces again. Yumin said, "I get it." Her tall and thin figure went and came back quickly like a rabbit, with a piece of paper torn from the notebook in her hand. "Don't get it wet, otherwise Jingjing will have to check it again." They didn't have time to make a backup. "Okay." Liang Shuyu took it, folded it, put it in his arms, and set off. The three walked slowly, and Fatty Wei walked in the middle. Although he was a little shaky, he had no problem walking independently. The old Chinese doctor lived not too far away, in an old neighborhood. Only Yu Shifeng had been there, and Aunt Lu introduced him. Thinking of Aunt Lu, Liang Shuyu recalled the two bodies of the grandfather and grandson curled up in the pharmacy. I wonder if Aunt Lu is still alive. It seems that people who were still alive yesterday have been dead for a long time today. This kind of sadness of separation from life and death made Liang Shuyu's eyes stained with some sadness, thinking back to the influenza pandemic many years ago, when the official death toll finally settled at about 2 million. The like 200 plus at 10,000, these 4 simple bites, have engraved the history of blood, tears, and sorrow of countless families. From the gaps in these simple bites, a normal person can hardly see its cruelty and shocking. But if these 4 bites are replaced with your closest and most beloved people, childhood friends, best friends, acquaintances, or even strangers who talked to you yesterday now, assuming that all of them suddenly disappeared, then you can truly feel the meaning of these heavy 4 bites. They arrived at the old Chinese doctor's residence smoothly. On the way, many people in a hurry passed by them, but they were all busy robbing, and had no time to pay attention to them. Uncle Chen. Yu Shifeng stood downstairs, and shouted to the balcony on the 2nd floor. The houses in the old housing area here are generally 5 or 6 stories high and are relatively dilapidated, but precisely because of their dilapidation, the doors and windows of such houses are installed very well. In the early years, the security in the coastal areas was not good, and the doors were installed very firmly. Like Liang Shuyu's house, it is a typical old house, with a large iron door on the 1st floor and an iron door and aluminum door on the 3rd floor, which is very safe. So Yu Shifeng couldn't take people up directly, and could only shout downstairs. After just one shout, a little head appeared on the balcony and looked down. Yu Shifeng hurriedly said, "It's me, Xiao Yu, who was here last time." The child saw that it was someone he had seen before, so he went back to report to his parents. After a while, they heard footsteps coming from the stairwell, and a middle-aged man's face appeared behind the big green iron door on the 1st floor, asking them, "Who wants to see a doctor?" Yu Shifeng hurriedly helped Fatty Wei over. The middle-aged man stretched out a hand to feel Fatty Wei's pulse, looked at his eyes and tongue, and took out a stethoscope to listen to his chest and lungs. Liang Shuyu stood 1 meter away, and did not approach. Yu Shifeng had never seen this middle-aged man. "Where is Uncle Chen?" "He is resting. It is inconvenient for the old man to go up and down." "I can see him too," the middle-aged man added. The man did not say anything, and came up to see the doctor directly, without even mentioning any conditions. Yu Shifeng was very grateful, and of course, he could not blame him for anything. After a while, the middle-aged man had already taken out a pen and paper to write a prescription. He only asked Fatty Wei a few questions in the middle, and made a judgment. Spleen deficiency and dampness, the 3 burners are not running smoothly. It is not a big problem, but it is best to treat it immediately, don't delay. I have written down the simplest Chinese medicine prescription, and Western medicine, and the Chinese medicine that can be replaced is also next to it. After he said it simply and directly, he tore off the note in his hand, and handed it to Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng picked it up, and saw that there was a Chinese medicine prescription, and several Western medicine names on it. Some of the Chinese medicines also had replaceable medicinal materials marked next to them. He quickly handed the paper to Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu took a look, and it seemed that all the Chinese medicines on it were there, including a bottle of Western medicine Buzhong Ichi pills. It seemed that there was no big problem. And looking at the middle-aged man's skilled appearance, I guess the people who came to see him recently have similar problems. "Thank you. Can you get medicine here?" Liang Shuyu asked. "No," the middle-aged man answered simply. "It's okay, thank you anyway." Yu Shifeng smiled sincerely, and took out some prepared supplies from his backpack, including a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai, a pack of cigarettes, 2 canned fruits, and a can of Lao Gan Ma, all of which were very rare and practical things, and handed them to the middle-aged man through the gap in the iron door. When the middle-aged man saw them taking out these things, his eyes lit up slightly, his expression was no longer so cold, and his voice became a little warmer. Treat it early. Although it is only caused by damp heat, it is easy to delay a serious illness. He originally worked in the hospital next door. At first, he thought that he would call soon, but later he found that the situation was getting more and more wrong. So he brought his wife and eldest son to find his father and youngest son. Fortunately he came. His old father was too kind and treated everyone. They were almost killed. He originally wanted to move away from here with his old father. Too many people nearby knew that his father was a Chinese medicine doctor, but his old father refused, saying that at this time, doctors were more needed. Chapter 79. How could he refute it? Because he was also a doctor, and wasn't it the doctor's duty to save the dying and the wounded? However, before saving people, he had to save his own life first. So now he only saw patients through the iron door on the first floor, and he didn't take the initiative to collect consultation fees. If the other party was willing to pay, he would give a little, and if not, he would just refuse. Anyway, for him, it was just to see a doctor and write a prescription, and he didn't need to pay anything extra. But Unforeseen gave him a bottle of wine, a bottle of cigarettes, and a precious can of fruit. So he felt more grateful in his heart. Since he came here to replace his old father to practice medicine, he met too many ungrateful people who were unwilling to pay the consultation fee and had some bad intentions. Unforeseen and Liang Shuyu took the opportunity to ask some more details about the medicine. The middle-aged man patiently answered them one by one, and also told them the skills of how to save fuel when boiling Chinese medicine. Liang Shuyu carefully wrote them down. After taking Fatty Wei away from there and going to another hidden eaves, Liang Shuyu took out the note Yumin gave him. After checking, he found that there was only one Chinese medicine that was missing, but they had the medicine that could be replaced. Putting both notes away, the two of them helped Fatty Wei walk home. Back home, no big problem, just caused by too much moisture. Liang Shuyu handed the pharmacy to Xiaoping, and learned that the family actually had all the Chinese medicines, and he was relieved. I said it's okay? Fatty Wei smiled, and he felt much better after going out for a walk. Now he is awake. The doctor said that you must exercise every day to sweat, and it's best to scrape the sha, which is good for expelling cold and dampness. Unforeseen patted Fatty Wei's shoulder hard, and Fatty Wei was almost knocked to the ground by him. Be gentle, old you, I'm a patient. Knowing that he was fine, Fatty Wei felt relieved and joked with everyone. Do we have essential oils and scraping boards at home? Liang Shuyu asked Liang Wenjing, because she and Yumin were in charge of the supplies at home, and they knew what was available best. Yes. It seems that there is rose essential oil. Liang Wenjing thought about it, and bought it a long time ago, but the texture is not very good. Can it be used? I have tea tree essential oil and orange blossom essential oil. Yumin said. As long as it is essential oil, it will be fine. The doctor said that it is enough to scrape the back with mild essential oil, which can play a certain role in expelling cold and dampness. But the scraping board? Liang Wenjing tried to think back. Will the crystal scraping board work? At first, she thought the horn scraping board was ugly and looked like plastic, so she bought a crystal scraping board for beauty. Now it seems that you must not be greedy for beauty when buying things. Oh! It should be okay. Give it a try. After Liang Shuyu finished speaking, Liang Wenjing took Yumin and the others home to find essential oils and scraping boards. The few people also told Xiaoping and Liang Ying about the techniques of boiling Chinese medicine and ways to save gas. After Xiaoping got the scraping board and essential oil, she went upstairs to help Fatty Wei scrape his back, and the task of boiling medicine fell on Liang Ying. It was still early, and lunchtime had just arrived. Liang Ying and Xiaoping thought they would be away for a long time, but they came back so soon, so lunch had not started yet. In this case, Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Unforeseen might as well go out for a while, so that they can come back in time for lunch. Liang Shuyu was surprised that this trip was so smooth. Medical supplies are so scarce now, but Dr. Chen was so generous that he treated them without asking any questions. It was really grateful. However, Liang Shuyu also admired his knowledge of the times. It is reported that Dr. Chen has been practicing medicine there for many years, and many people know their base. If people come to see a doctor without reason, it will definitely cause some people to be angry. Like him, he treated people through the door without asking anything, which neither cost anything nor offended people and caused trouble. It was really the best move. The people in the room became busy. Liang Ying was boiling medicine, and Xiaoping was helping Fatty Wei scrape his back, and Liang Wenjing and Yu Min were twisting iron wire. Liang Shuyu poured a few cups of hot red ginseng water from the kettle, drank it with Wei Yochi and others, took glass glue, U-shaped locks and alcohol spray, and set off again. They didn't have much alcohol spray, and they had used it up long ago. Now the bottle is filled with very low-quality alcohol. Fatty Wei's family sells these things, even red wine, although it is also low quality. Later, they got some more in the underwater market, so they were not short of alcohol. But alcohol has a wide range of uses, and is used in large quantities, so it should be saved. Xiaofeng Building. After arriving here, Liang Shuyu and his team conducted a second inspection of the building. Finally, it was confirmed that no one else had come to the building within 3 days except them. Only the stairs on the first floor had water stains, which were left through the windows of the vents on the second floor. But the stairs above the second floor were all clean, with only a few footprints left by them in the morning. The locks on each floor were intact. After Liang Shuyu and his team came in, they took out the U-shaped locks they brought and locked the door from the inside, then climbed to the rooftop on the 11th floor and smashed the door of the rooftop. There was only a closed machine room and an empty terrace on this floor. There was nothing on it. Then Liang Shuyu and his team smashed the anti-theft locks on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors respectively and went in to search for supplies. Unfortunately, this building was full of small companies and studios. They only found some cigarettes, lighters, candies, snacks, utility knives, hardware tools, and other small items, but also found a few bottles of dry red wine in a boss's office, which seemed to be wine. Antley searched the 5th and 6th floors, and not even a piece of candy or a biscuit could be found inside, but some cigarettes, tea, and small tools were found. Moreover, Liang Shuyu found that due to the design of the 5th and 6th floors, there were only small windows but no large windows. The only larger window was open very high, and the place near it where the rope could be fixed was very far away. If there was a window on the 5th floor, as big as the one on the 7th floor, maybe Antley would have a chance to escape. Maybe. After searching every floor, Liang Shuyu and others hid the supplies they brought in different locations on different floors, locations that ordinary people would never think of. Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng began to seal the office on the 7th floor with glass glue. Antley died very decently. She lay peacefully on the black sofa. The ground was covered with stars and paper cranes she prepared for herself, so Liang Shuyu didn't want to go in and ruin her funeral. He just bowed to her gently at the door, lit a candle, and a bunch of hand-painted black and white chrysanthemums. Really not telling your mother? They couldn't hide it for long. Liang Ying would know it sooner or later after moving in. Knowing it later can save you a few days of sadness. Liang Shuyu scraped off the dried white glue on the top of the glass glue and handed it to Yu Shifeng. This sentence seemed to be correct. Yu Shifeng had no words to refute. Lao Liang, look at this. Wei Yochi suddenly came over with a note. Chapter 80. Shaowen, I'm sorry. I always can't help saying hurtful things. I know you may have forgotten them, but I always remember them. It wasn't entirely your fault that I scolded you that day, and I didn't fulfill my responsibility to supervise and remind you. I'm sorry. You are an excellent child. I believe you will get better and better in the future. Who doesn't make small mistakes when they are young? You will definitely get better and better. I wish you and your boyfriend a happy marriage soon. This is a note written by Antley to an employee named Xiaowen. Liang Shuyu remembered that Xiaowen seemed to be the lowest-ranking clerk in the studio. She was a girl in her 20s, who looked very delicate. Everyone has a note on their desk, and there are these. This one is for your mother, and there are also for you. Wei Yochi handed the colorful notes to Liang Shuyu. There were only 2 notes for him, but there were 5 notes for Liang Ying. Sister Ying, I'm sorry. When you see this letter, I will definitely be gone. It's a pity that I tried many ways, but still couldn't escape from here. I was so hungry that my hand holding the pen was shaking and my eyes were blurry, but fortunately I could remember how to write the words. Sister Ying, don't be sad for me. I left peacefully. Although I still have many things to do and many ideals to fulfill, I can accept this situation. My life should be here. You should also find a man. Don't hold on by yourself. The 2 children are grown up, and they will understand. With a man, at least someone will help you when you encounter problems. I wonder if you are okay at home. It's raining hard outside, and the wind is so strong. I really envy you. Your Shuyu is so sensible, and Wen Jing is also very competitive. My son Nanan is too naughty. I shouldn't have left him in my hometown. What can the old people teach him? Sister Ying, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Don't mind, don't be sad for me. People will die sooner or later. What's the difference? In fact, I thought that there is no meaning in my life. It's better to die like this. Maybe more people will remember me. Will I be on the news? Haha. Just kidding. I'm really leaving. Goodbye. The words on the paper, from the smoothness at the beginning, to the mess in the middle, and then to the neatness of the last stroke, are like a 1,000-year mural handed down from ancient times, praising and explaining the magnificence and blood and tears of different eras, and also telling Aunt Lee's increasingly weak and decayed body and her state of mind from accepting her fate, to struggling, to letting go, and then to helplessness. Liang Shuyu didn't know what kind of mood she was in when she wrote these notes for everyone, but at this moment, only these candy-colored notes witnessed Aunt Lee's last life. She not only left peacefully, decently, but also calmly. Maybe she struggled, resisted, was unwilling, and suffered at first, but later she accepted her fate, let it go, left notes for everyone, and cleaned the office spotlessly. She also folded hundreds of stars and paper cranes, and she used a red pen to draw stars, moons, and flowers on the wings of the paper cranes. Liang Shuyu thought that she must have been smiling while drawing. Maybe she was still listening to the rain, feeling the wind, sitting comfortably on the chair with her legs crossed, like she used to do when she was happy, hooking her high heels with the tip of her raised toe, looking like a fashionable girl. Although Liang Shuyu always thought with contempt at that time, this woman was not pretty, so who could she seduce by doing those actions? But Liang Shuyu recalled now, she was extraordinarily beautiful. The thin candy-colored paper was hot. Shuyu, I wonder how long it will be before you see this letter? Did you get the power back? How long did the power outage last? Let me guess. Last year, the blackout in Europe took 1.5 months, but in our country, the rescue time must not exceed 1 month, am I right? Okay, just assume I guess right, then my body must be rotten, maybe the maggots have survived several reincarnations. Haha. Scared you? I don't think you will be scared, you are very brave. Study hard, it's not easy for your mother to raise you 2 siblings. If possible, I still hope your mother can find another one. After all, you siblings will always get married when you grow up. Do you want to leave her alone for the rest of her life? This is too cruel for a woman. Please help me, and when Jing to wish her to find an excellent boyfriend and hope that she will have a baby soon after marriage. You siblings must be filial to your mother. It's really hard for her to be alone. Goodbye Shuyu Wenjing, don't miss your aunt, because your aunt won't miss you either. Let's forget each other, and let me leave this world without any worries. After reading all the notes, Wei Yochi cried again without any hope, and cried out loud. Even Yu Shifeng's eyes were red. Wei Yochi glared at Liang Shuyu. Are you a human being? Your eyes are not red at all. After speaking, he sniffed, and the tip of his nose was red. Liang Shuyu said, you can't just cry to express your emotions. Then what emotion does the expressionless young master Liang want to express now? Wei Yochi wiped away his tears, carefully folded dozens of colored sticky notes, and put them in a clean folder. Then he put them neatly in his backpack, and prepared to take them back. Expressionless emotions. Liang Shuyu said lightly, blocking Yu Shifeng's move to seal the door, there may be a suicide note inside. He didn't pay attention before, and now that the sticky notes were found, Aunt Li must have left a suicide note for her family. Maybe in the office. So Liang Shuyu put on a mask, towel and gloves, asked Yu Shifeng and Wei Yochi to avoid them, and entered the office again. He first scanned the inside, and saw a striking file bag on the table. He only noticed the paper cranes on the ground and the body on the sofa before, thinking that the documents on the table were all financial documents, so he didn't pay attention. Now that I saw the A4 paper cover with a pattern drawn with red notes in the transparent file bag, I was sure that it was really a suicide note. Liang Shuyu entered the office carefully. He didn't want to disrupt Aunt Li's funeral. Fortunately, the black sores were very honest, and didn't crawl under his feet like insects. After all, the real insects on the black spots were dead, and it was impossible for them to move. Liang Shuyu successfully got Aunt Li's suicide note. Enclosed in a transparent white striped file bag, there was a cartoon cover drawn with a red water-based pen, which was an almost unrecognizable Ultramantiga. The A4 paper inside was carefully and neatly stapled by a stapler. Liang Shuyu first disinfected it with alcohol spray before taking out the suicide note inside. This suicide note was 7 or 8 pages long. The handwriting was very neat at the beginning, but later it became messy, and finally, the font was no longer formed. Liang Shuyu opened it, and read it word by word. Chapter 81. Nan, when you see this letter, I must be gone. Is this opening too old-fashioned? It seems that all suicide notes in TV dramas start like this. Nan, don't be sad. Listen to me carefully. Mom has 4 frequently used bank cards in her name, with a total of about 160,000 yuan in them. You should save this money for your future studies. The password is your birthday. If you can't find the bank card, take Mom's ID card and death certificate to the bank to withdraw. If they make things difficult for you, take this suicide note to find Aunt Liang. She will tell you what to do. Mom also has a financial management account. In the A of Mom's mobile phone, the login password is LXL37629999. The payment password is your birthday. You sell all the financial management and withdraw the money to the bank card. If those things don't fall after the call, there will be about 300,000 yuan. Keep it to pay the down payment or start a business in the future. You can arrange it yourself. But if it falls a lot, ask your Aunt Liang. She will tell you how to operate. Grandpa and Grandma are old. You must have account of these money, and when Mom is gone, the only thing that can accompany you is these. Don't spend it recklessly. You are still too young and don't have the ability to make money. If you don't have this money, how can you survive alone? Nan, I'm sorry, Mom is useless and can't accompany you to grow up. You must be filial to your grandparents. Grandma's waist is not good. Ask her to work less. Also, your grandmother has a bad temper. You must protect your grandfather. He has a hard life. Nan, Mom wants to ask you here, you must study hard, at least finish college. You are still young and don't know the difficulties of society. Last time, you said that you could get 3,500 yuan in salary in a factory. You were very yearning and wanted to drop out of school to work. But when Mom told you about the cost of living, you probably still didn't understand. So this time you have money, you should calculate whether 3,500 yuan a month can support the family. Nan, I hope you can promise Mom that you will finish college no matter what. Nan. It was a very long suicide note. Liang Shuyu and the other 2 read it word by word, and then found a clean folder to put the suicide note in, and put it neatly in the backpack. Let's go! We have to go out a few times in the afternoon. Don't waste too much time. Woo. Wei Youqi sniffed, sobbed, squatted on the ground and wiped his tears. It's so sad. Yu Shifeng also sat on the table weakly. His eyes were red, like a gorilla who had lost his ideals, and he was crying. Liang Shuyu couldn't help but knock on the table with the back of 2 fingers. Okay, that's enough, stop it. We have more important things to do. Put off the sadness until after you go home in the evening. Old Liang, you are not a human being. Wei Youqi sobbed and complained. Your eyes didn't even turn red for such a tear-jerking suicide note. Yu Shifeng suppressed his emotions, and said with a sad face, Do you still want to hide this matter? Of course you can't hide it anymore, tell them. Liang Shuyu thought of Liang Ying and Aunt Li's many years of colleagues and friendship. I hope it won't make them too sad. Yeah. Yu Shifeng also felt that he couldn't hide it anymore. After all, this was just a sad thing. It wouldn't have any other impact whether it was hidden or not, so there was no need to hide it. Let's go. Yu Shifeng walked over and patted Wei Youqi, straightened him up, and left Samu accounting with Liang Shuyu. Before they left, they locked the fire door on the 10th floor, but not the others. They also planned to hide some unimportant things on the 10th floor, in the corners that could be seen by others, to confuse people. When they left Xiaofeng building, they also locked the fire door on the 1st floor, which was not locked before. On the way, Wei Youqi's tears were still flowing freely. He looked at Liang Shuyu's calm back from behind. His steps were still so steady, and he didn't look emotionally damaged at all. Wei Youqi pouted. Whispered in Yu Shifeng's ear. When Lao Liang was young, he would cry for a long time if a hair was broken. His nickname was Xiao Sa Bao. I suspect that he would cry non-stop in the quilt when he returned home at night. Now he is just pretending. If you don't believe it, look at his eyes tomorrow morning. Why is he called Xiao Sa Bao? Because he loves crying. Yu Shifeng asked in confusion. Yu Shifeng's big head sent out a small question signal. It doesn't seem to go together. In short, he is very reserved. How do you mean? There was one time. Wei Youqi covered his lips with his hand and whispered in Yu Shifeng's ear. Just when he was talking about the exciting part, Liang Shuyu's deep warning came from the front. I can hear it. Yu Shifeng, But in fact, he didn't hear it just now. Back home, they handed Aunt Li's suicide note to Liang Ying. Because they were afraid that she would lose control of her emotions, Liang Shuyu was always by her side when she read the suicide note. Who knew that Liang Ying only cried on the table for half an hour? After learning from Liang Shuyu that she passed away peacefully, she stopped crying. She should hope that we can accept her departure with peace of mind. Liang Ying's eyes drooped and she smiled. After a while, she took a deep breath and asked Liang Shuyu, "Did any other notes mention where Nan Nan lived?" "No." She may have thought that the police would notify her, so she didn't mention where Nan Nan lived. "That's troublesome." Liang Ying held a thick stack of suicide notes. "I don't know where her hometown is exactly. Put it aside for now. If you happen to meet it in the future, it won't be too late to give it to Nan Nan. Maybe there will be no coincidence." Liang Shuyu thought objectively. It can only be like this. Liang Ying put away the suicide note and notes. Because of Aunt Lee's matter, the atmosphere at home was a bit dull and gloomy. There was not much joke at the lunch table. After dinner, they went out 3 or 4 times in the afternoon to transfer some of the materials packed at home to Xiaofeng Building. Each floor has a host, air conditioner, computer room, or large all-in-one printer, which are all excellent hiding places. They also put some unimportant materials in the drawers and various corners on the 10th floor. If Xiaofeng Building is broken into one day, those people will be attracted by the things on the 10th floor and ignore the things hidden deeper. When they return home in the evening, they simply wipe their bodies with hot water. Liang Wenjing came over. "Brother, I learned how to scrape my back today. Let me try it for you. It can remove moisture." Liang Shuyu, who was not used to the new name, frowned. "It won't scrape off a layer of my skin." "Huh? How is it possible, although the technique is really not very good? I want to sleep." "No you don't." Chapter 82. So, if you ask a brother who is the scariest woman in the world, it is undoubtedly his sister. Because the sister who is weak and unable to take care of herself outside can tear the little devils apart with her bare hands at home. Not only that, most of them have mastered the long-lost Foshan Shadowless Kick and the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique in the martial arts world. "It hurts? Are you peeling my skin?" "I'm removing the cold and dampness from you, dear brother." Liang Wenjing used the pink crystal scraping board to scrape Liang Shuyu's back vigorously. "Brother, you look like a white-cut chicken." Liang Wenjing licked her lips. "Ah, I want to eat chicken, fish, KFC, fried chicken legs, cakes. I want to eat everything." Liang Shuyu, lying on the bed and being slaughtered, felt as if his life was in danger. Would he be eaten alive by Liang Wenjing, fried or steamed? Listening to her addicted voice, it seemed that she had been hungry for a long time. "Brother, can we get KFC?" Liang Shuyu really couldn't stand the new name of brother. She was already very manly. If she used this northeastern accent, Liang Shuyu would feel that the woman who shaved his back was not a cute woman, but a cute woman with very strong biceps. "Speak properly." "Dear brother, can we get KFC? I really want to eat fried chicken legs." She even deliberately cried twice, as if she was very pitiful. But the strength in her hands became even greater. Liang Shuyu even felt that he had been skinned. "Go out and have a look tomorrow. Brother is the best. Love you, Trojan." Liang Wenjing happily kissed the air, and then kissed harder. Wei Youqi, who was outside the door, trembled with fear, holding a bath towel and not knowing where to go. Yumin happened to pass by. That?" Wei Youqi felt pitiful, helpless, and cowardly took back the words in his throat. He also wanted to scrape his back. "Oh. Brother, your kidneys are not very good," Liang Wenjing commented, and scraped the kidney reflex area on the spine fiercely, and heard Liang Shuyu scream. "TSK. Liang Shuyu, Can he be cured with such force?" Did Liang Wenjing use the scraping board to make a hole in his back? About 10 minutes later, Liang Shuyu finally escaped from Liang Wenjing's clutches, and from then on, he was left with an indelible shadow on the word scraping. As soon as the door opened, Wei Youqi finally found an opportunity. "Lao Liang, how do you feel?" "Sister Jingjing, can you help me shave it?" "Okay." Liang Wenjing was just thinking that she needed to practice and get a feel for it. Wei Youqi was overjoyed and tried to get in. But a pair of big hands slapped his face and pushed him out. "I can do it too, I help you shave," the owner of the big hands said. "Oh, okay." The ignorant Wei Youqi happily walked in with a bath towel, took off his shirt, and lay on the bath towel obediently, sticking out his butt, and threw a coquettish eye at Liang Shuyu. "Please enjoy it." The power outage didn't cure his sluttiness. "Ah!" Wei Youqi screamed. "Why does it hurt so much?" "Just because it's my first time." "This is the kidney, which means your kidney is not good," Liang Shuyu said coldly, completely ignoring Wei Youqi's slutty expression. "Humph." Wei Youqi snorted. "Ah, you are not seeking revenge for personal gain, are you?" The simple Wei Youqi has left an indelible shadow on the word gua sha today. "Sit down, and don't make trouble for me here." In another room, Aunt Xiaoping was sorting out the clothes she had just collected in the evening. There was no wardrobe in this room, not even a table, because she needed to spend more time to sort out. Who would have thought that the fat Wei, who had always been aloof, would change his nature today and come to help her fold clothes? He was simply making things worse, and it was infuriating to watch. Hey, I just want to help you. Fatty Wei smiled and approached Aunt Xiaoping's back, pinching her shoulders with his white hands. My wife, you've worked hard. Humph. Aunt Xiaoping grumbled at him. Now you know I'm working hard. But look at yourself. My underage son is working hard outside, but I'm lying at home sleeping. I'm not working hard, but your son is. Speaking of this, Fatty Wei felt really bad. His health was good before, but it got worse after he went to the vegetable market to touch things underwater. In fact, he never dived, but just met other people on the surface. Who knew that even so, his body couldn't hold on, and he felt uncomfortable soon. In addition, they had touched almost everything that could be touched at that time, and they were targeted by Fat Cow. After Liang Xiu and Fat Cow made a deal, he gave them a diving equipment and transferred the territory to them, so they didn't go into the water again. I thought I would get better if I didn't go into the water, but it got worse and worse, to the point where I felt sleepy during the day and my lower body was swollen. To be honest, it's his own fault. Don't blame others. He's my own son, how can I not feel bad for him? Don't worry, I change him back when I'm in better condition, and then let him stay at home with you. Okay? Come on. Is it like sending your life to go out? It's better for Yoshi to go out, I feel more at ease. Hee, I knew you were hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Fatty Wei smiled happily and hugged Aunt Xiaoping in his arms. Wife. Aunt Xiaoping quickly slapped him away. What are you doing? Don't you see where you are? Are you shameless? Of course it's you. Mom. With a creak, the mahogany door was pushed open, and a head came in. Is there anything to eat? Fortunately, Aunt Xiaoping and Fatty Wei separated quickly, and when Wei Yoshi poked his head in, he only saw Aunt Xiaoping sorting clothes. What's wrong? Didn't you eat enough tonight? Aunt Xiaoping stood up quickly, while Fatty Wei leaned back, sighed, and lay on the bed, casting an ignorant look at Wei Yoshi. No, I just want to eat something. The simple Wei Yoshi walked in, holding his waist, his posture a bit like Song Dandan. What's wrong with your waist? Scraping. Do you have anything to eat? Sit down first. Aunt Xiaoping pointed to the small stool at the corner of the bed, and then she threw herself into the neatly arranged supplies, and found several snacks, which she remembered were all Wei Yoshi's favorites. I used to hate Wei Yoshi eating these, thinking they were bad for his health. Now she thinks they are very precious, and are placed in the most important position by her. After Liang Wenjing took charge of the supplies, they reorganized the existing resources. Fuel, medicine, water, staple food, and daily necessities were all transferred to public ownership, and the remaining snacks, beverages, canned fruits, etc. were redistributed according to the proportion of materials transferred to public ownership. So Wei Yoshi's family received the most snacks because they had the most staple food and pure water resources. Chapter 83. Naturally, Yu Shifeng's family received the least. Their family didn't have much in reserve, but Yu Shifeng's personal ability also accounted for the public share. In fact, everyone didn't mind sharing equally, but Yu Shifeng didn't want to take advantage of this, so the other two families didn't want to burden Yu Shifeng's mind. It was the best way to do things in a fair and impartial manner. The clearer the division, the more unnecessary conflicts can be avoided. I haven't eaten Mimi for a long time. How come it suddenly becomes so delicious? Wei Yoshi marveled at the snacks in his hand. Is it true that a day without seeing it feels like a long time? I used to think it was dry and didn't like it, but now it has become so delicious. Are there any more? I asked Lao Liang if he wants to eat it. Eat it here. Aunt Xiaoping stopped him and pulled him back to the stool. Every family has a share. You can eat it yourself. Wei Yoshi thought for a while. Okay. Chew slowly. The golden vertical strips of Mimi are so mellow and memorable. Wei Yoshi leaned back comfortably and slept on the pile of clothes that Aunt Xiaoping had just folded. It's so happy to eat snacks. He saw Aunt Xiaoping looking at him and smiling, and asked her if she wanted to eat. I don't eat these, you can eat them yourself. Aunt Xiaoping smiled sweetly and helped him to tidy up the hair that was piercing his eyes. Your hair is so long, do you want to cut it so that it blocks your eyes? This is called handsome. He finally escaped from school, so he didn't know how to cut his hair. At least, he had to keep it below his ears, and then make a hairstyle. He remembered that there seemed to be a MOS at home. Yes, there was indeed one. He would look for it when he was free someday. Maybe he could pick up a girl when he went out one day. Speaking of girls, Wei Yoshi suddenly remembered something. Mom, I'm going to bed. Throwing the bag of food into his mother's hand, Wei Yochi ran away, found his backpack, and took out a hot photo book from the interlayer. The next day. Today's goal is very simple. Go out and walk to Xiaofeng building twice in the morning. Liang Wenjing and others will have almost twisted the wire. In the afternoon, reinforce the windows and the second floor balcony at home. Yesterday, Liang Shuyu also promised Liang Wenjing to help her find a KFC. Although the hope is slim, Liang Shuyu and Wei Yochi discussed and thought that they could go to the nearby fast food restaurant to have a look. There are many people outside these days, all of whom are out to rob and rob. Almost everything they see is useful. They want to grab it in their own hands. As Yumin said, this situation is safer because everyone is busy robbing and has no extra time to care about passersby. Unless there is no more stuff to grab on the market, people's attention will begin to shift to other humans. I remember it's right here. The continuous rain changed the streets, and Wei Yochi couldn't remember the way. After moving the things, they went to KFC, Wallace, Golden Arches, and other fast food restaurants near their home. They were all in a mess, with nothing left. So Wei Yochi remembered that there were many similar fast food restaurants near the school, but the school area was half flooded, so he couldn't recognize the way. I remember that the chicken legs and wings of KFC are all frozen. Even if they can be found, they will be spoiled, right? Yushirfeng said. But we can find condiments, ice cream crisps, drinks, and perhaps other things. They not only searched for KFC, but also searched for all the fast food restaurants, milk tea shops, beverage shops, snack bars, etc. that could be seen on the street. Although they did not find anything particularly useful along the way, they also got a few bottles of homemade condiments from the store, such as chili powder or cumin on the skewers. There. Wei Yochi pointed to a red roof in the turbid yellow water. It turns out that the whole area was flooded. No wonder I couldn't find it for a long time. Since it has been flooded, the things in this restaurant are likely to be ruined. The three people bypassed this area of water and moved to a farther place. This area was flooded more seriously, and the water level was about above their waists, while the houses further down, such as the street that Wei Yochi just pointed out, were completely flooded and the whole picture could not be seen. They walked along the eaves beside the street, and Liang Shuyu saw a cosmetics counter store high up. In fact, they don't have to be so rigid about food, water and fuel. There must be some supplies in the cosmetics counter that can be used, right? Over there. Liang Shuyu called the two to go to the cosmetics counter. It was green with a big green brand logo and glass doors and windows, which were easy to smash. Are you sure? Wei Yochi didn't dare to do it, and asked Liang Shuyu for confirmation. Although they robbed a lot of things along the way, they never smashed the door themselves. Of course, except for the underwater market and Xiaofeng building. Well, they didn't go to many places anyway. Give me the axe, I'd do it. Liang Shuyu stretched out his hand. Wei Yochi handed it to him obediently. With a bang, Liang Shuyu smashed the back of the axe on a corner of the glass door. The glass was smashed after only 3 hits, and fell into the water like large pieces held together by tape. Then Wei Yochi saw the box with the SK2 logo on the packaging. Isn't this the legendary magic water? He quickly stuffed all the series of sets on the shelf into his backpack. Do you think Sister Jingjing will love me to death? Liang Shuyu kicked him expressionlessly, and Wei Yochi knelt down without standing firmly. Yushirfeng. Sister-brother love is not okay. Wei Yochi. ? Then he was frightened by Liang Shuyu's fascinating eyes. I didn't, absolutely not. My legs are just a little sore, and I didn't stand firmly. Oh my god, I was almost killed by his eyes. Yushirfeng. Why are your legs sore? Last night. Wei Yochi immediately braked and squinted his eyes. Old you, are you going to cheat me today? Yushirfeng looked innocent. Ah? Why would I cheat you? This kid is so rude. The last sentence was what he said to himself. Wei Yochi. Simple, pure and aggrieved eyes. Lao Liang, you believe me. Believe what? Liang Shuyu raised his eyebrows. It's just a photo album, not that serious. Wei Yochi was shocked. He was hiding so well you peeked at me? Do I need to peek? Liang Shuyu looked at the fool. Your book was read by Liang Wenjing and others before dinner yesterday. Wei Yochi was shocked. The photo album was found in Xiaofeng building yesterday. He forgot that Liang Wenjing was the one who sorted it out after he got his backpack back. But the photo album was clearly in the backpack, so he thought it was safe. Who knew it was wrong? Oh, your mother also read it. Why are children nowadays so bad at such a young age? Yushirfeng sighed. It was the first time for him. The first time he read something like this. Okay, really, Mom, give me another chance. Chapter 84. Wei Youqi's life has lost its ideals. Okay, let's get down to business. Liang Shuyu hit him with a brainstorm and began to put useful cosmetics on the shelf into his backpack. Facial cleanser can be used, facial mask, maybe it's useful, you can take some. Facial cream and condensed milk. Condensed milk? I read it wrong, it's lotion, maybe it can be used, take some too. Wet wipes. Liang Shuyu put all the wet wipes, cotton pads, disposable dry facial masks and other things that can be used as tissues into his backpack. His backpack was full in an instant, so that he couldn't fit anything else. Rose essential oil. Yu Shifeng on the other side of the shelf shouted softly. Wei Youqi glanced at him with a sad face, and said weakly, "That's rose pure water, have you seen such a big bottle of essential oil? This old Yu has no common sense, Ah, it's hydrosol." Yu Shifeng looked carefully, and found that he had seen it wrong. He showed an honest smile of an ignorant man. "Can this be used? I remember it can be drunk. Take all the hydrosol." Wei Youqi thought he had some knowledge of this aspect. There are quite a lot of things in this counter. Liang Shuyu and his friends filled 3 backpacks. They couldn't take away the extra things, so they had to come back next time. When leaving, Liang Shuyu hid the things that could be used but couldn't be taken away, such as sunscreen, toothpaste, body cleansing, etc. This place is far away, and it takes a long time to go back and forth. Another trip back with a full load. During this period of time, most people are robbing hard needs, such as food, water, and medicine. Only a few people pay attention to soft needs. A series of materials such as cosmetics counters are soft needs, so the market competitiveness is not great, but it also needs attention. Yu Shifeng, an honest man without much knowledge, had indeed heard of the magic water. Isn't it good to use the magic water to wash your face? 1,000 yuan for a basin of water for washing your face, isn't it a bit extravagant? Even if it was stolen, it would be painful to use it to wash your face. Is it so expensive? Liang Shuyu was shocked, and his knowledge increased a little. It's nothing. Wei Youqi had an expression that said you don't understand. When women go crazy, no one can understand them. Yu Shifeng agreed with him. Liang Shuyu? Is that you? The 3 of them were chatting, while wading through the increasingly deep water level, when a tentative voice called them. Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng all turned around at the same time, and saw a slightly fat boy with natural curly hair, and 2 middle-aged men wearing black jackets, backpacks, and baseball caps with blue plastic bags on their hats under the eaves of a house on the side and back. The curly-haired, slightly plump boy's eyes showed a kind of surprise, as if he had survived a disaster, while the 2 middle-aged men were relatively calm, with a slightly inquiring look. Yao Hao. It was their classmate. Wei Youqi opened his eyes wide and blurted out, "Why are you here?" After saying that, he even laughed. Where else could he be if not here? Yao Hao ran over with his feet on his feet, and the ripples that almost submerged his chest were knocked into 2 by him, and fell on Wei Youqi. Wei Youqi didn't think about anything and hugged Yao Hao back. Yao Hao was the health committee member of the class. Usually, they played well together. Moreover, they went to the same school in junior high school, and later they were promoted to the same class together. The friendship between classmates is not comparable. The 2 people's movements caused the turbid yellow water to splash everywhere. Liang Shuyu took a step to the side with the splashing water, and retreated to a relatively safe distance between the 2 of them. Yao Hao, who was hugged and hugged, couldn't help crying. Finally, I saw my classmates. It's not easy. Yao Hao let go of Wei Youqi, and turned to Liang Shuyu to hug him. Liang Shuyu took the lead and put his hand on his shoulder. Why are you crying? You are useless. Yao Hao leaned his back against the wall, wiped his tears with his fingers to avoid smearing the dirty water on his face, and cried and laughed. Wang Lin died, and many people died. I was so horrible, really. I feel relieved to see that you are still fine. Who? Wang Lin. Who else died? Wang Lin was also their classmate, a little beauty. No, I mean, I saw a lot of dead people. Yao Hao cried even harder. He was not a person who loved to shed tears. When Wang Lin died, he cried for half a night. But when he saw his former good friends, he couldn't stop crying. He didn't want to cry in front of his classmates, but he couldn't control it. I don't know them. I mean, there are many dead people. Yao Hao explained again. Indeed? Wei Youqi sighed. What about the other people in the class? Have you seen them? Liang Shuyu asked. Yao Hao shook his head. Wang Lin lives near my house, and I don't know about the others. I have only seen you 2 since the power outage. How did she die? Wei Youqi asked. Yao Hao was silent. After a long while, Yao Hao said. When the power outage lasted for more than 20 days, she went out with her grandparents to find food. Her parents are in other provinces, not here, and then... He didn't say anything else, but it was enough for Liang Shuyu and the others to guess the truth. Everyone sighed deeply. Liang Shuyu suddenly thought, "Are you good at playing PUBG?" "Huh? Just SOSO?" Yao Hao was surprised for a moment, and his expression suddenly became shy. I don't know why Liang Shuyu suddenly praised him for playing the game well. That time Lu Xiaoping paid someone to take him to play, was it you? Liang Shuyu asked the key point. Although the incident was a bit long ago, Yao Hao remembered it very clearly. Yes, what's wrong? Are you looking for Lu Xiaoping? Then do you know where Lu Xiaoping lives? I know, I went to his house to play. Lu Xiaoping is the only person Liang Shuyu knows who has some knowledge of survival. After the power outage, he has been trying to find Lu Xiaoping, but he doesn't know where he lives. Now he has met Yao Hao. If he can find Lu Xiaoping, he may be able to ask him for some useful experience. We want to find him for something. Wei Youqi knew about Lu Xiaoping, and also knew that he had found Liang Shuyu before the power outage and forced Liang Shuyu to stock up on food, so he took the opportunity to ask. Yao Hao didn't think much about it. It should be District C of Country Garden. He couldn't remember which building it was, because he was just playing at the time and didn't pay attention to which building it was. Anyway, it's the third or fourth building on the right-hand side when you enter from the main gate. 17th floor, the first room on the left-hand side when you exit the elevator. Big black iron door. He told Liang Shuyu and the others all the information he could think of. Okay, thank you, Liang Shuyu said sincerely. What do you want to find him for? Yao Hao couldn't help but ask. Wei Youqi subconsciously glanced at Liang Shuyu, not sure whether to tell Yao Hao this information. But Liang Shuyu never liked to owe people favors, so he told him without reservation that Lu Xiaoping asked him to stock up on supplies before the power outage. Of course, he didn't mention whether he had stocked up. Chapter 85. Damn it! Yao Hao exclaimed. He didn't even remind me. If it were me, I would have emptied them all. Yao Hao was almost stunned. Is he a prophet? Why is he so accurate? How is that possible? Wei Youqi pouted. He said before that there would be a war, but who knew it would be a solar storm? This time it shouldn't be just a solar storm, right? What kind of solar storm would cause rain for more than a month? Yao Hao even suspected that if the rain continued, it would cause a tsunami. But it seemed unlikely. Anyway, he was more inclined to believe that there would be no tsunami or disaster. The rain would stop soon, the electricity would come, the police would go to the streets again to maintain order, and the toilets would flush smoothly. These were all what he hoped for. But will hope become reality? Yao Hao suddenly felt that the road ahead was bleak. I don't know when I can get back to normal. Former partners gathered together, facing the extremely realistic current situation, as if it was a gathering many years after graduation. After going their separate ways, they each experienced their own vicissitudes, and looking back at the gathering, they were full of sighs and emotions. How have you been doing during this period? Yao Hao asked them. Wei Youqi actually had a lot of things to say, but he held back and just said restrainedly, "It's just like that. Find supplies, survive, and so on." Yeah. Perhaps thinking of some unpleasant experience, Yao Hao's expression changed. I now feel that going to school is really good, if I can go to school for the rest of my life. Wei Youqi raised his eyebrows. No way, what have you been through? You can even say such a thing. Yao Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head, then looked at Liang Shuyu again. Does it feel like old Liang has become much calmer? Really? Liang Shuyu himself didn't think so. He seemed to have always been this way. Has there been any change? Yes. You used to like to joke around. But now, he hardly smiles, and keeps a straight face. Yao Hao knows that everyone has experienced bad things. So, are you going to find Lu Xiaoping? Well, maybe you can learn something from him if we talk, Liang Shuyu said. Yao Hao pursed his lips and nodded. At first, he was very excited and sad to see his classmates. But after the impulsive emotions dissipated, he suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, everyone is on guard now, and they can no longer open up. How about we exchange contact information? Yao Hao asked tentatively. Then he joked, if only we had exchanged phone numbers or WeChat accounts before, now we find it so hard to contact someone in such a huge crowd. Yeah. Wei Youqi sighed, it would be hard to contact someone in time unless we exchanged addresses. But the address is a secret. Even as a playmate since junior high school, Wei Youqi didn't dare to tell him his address casually. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the world was so sad at the moment. So when Wei Yochi suddenly sighed like this, Yao Hao felt that he was too unrestrained. My dad and I are still going to search for something. What about you? Yao Hao let the contact information go. We are preparing to go back for lunch, Wei Yochi said. Yeah. Yao Hao nodded, and looked at Wei Yochi and Liang Shuyu separately, as if he wanted to remember their faces. My dad seems to call me, so I go first. If there's anything, let Lu Xiaoping tell you. He waved to the three people, turned around without looking back, and walked to his father and another person in the water. Standing there, he turned around and waved to Liang Shuyu and Wei Yochi again. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself too. Wei Yochi and Liang Shuyu also waved, and Yu Shifeng nodded to the three people over there. After the farewell, Liang Shuyu and others turned around and walked in the original direction. Yao Hao looked at their backs, and suddenly raised his hands above his head, and waved violently. You must take care of yourself. See you at the beginning of the school. Let's eat chicken together again. His voice suddenly became too loud, and he felt hoarse when he shouted the last few words. When Wei Yochi heard the voice, he felt a lump in his throat. He turned around to look at Yao Hao. His dancing arms moved his body left and right in the water. The splashing water looked so passionate and energetic, which formed a sharp contrast with the pale city buried with countless fresh corpses. Wei Yochi suddenly wanted to go back to school. He began to miss the days of chasing each other and quarreling with each other in school, the feeling of the noon sun shining on his body, the sound of the teacher scolding, and the tension and noise when the test papers were handed out. Miss everything, everything before the power outage. This kind of nostalgic emotion was too devastating, which made Wei Yochi involuntarily recall the scene in the mall, full of blood and corpses. Some people were not dead yet. They were struggling and crying on the ground, but what could he do? What could he do with them? He could only ignore them and pretend that they were dead. However, at this moment, that scene suddenly appeared clearly in his mind, mixed with the situation in the school in the past. The warm and long-lost sunshine shone on the desks in the afternoon, but in a flash, the place where the sunshine reached turned into blood flowing, and the school became a slaughterhouse, a horrifying nightmare. Fear and struggling emotions surged into Wei Yochi's heart, turning into collapse and pain, but Wei Yochi restrained himself. He also turned around and raised his hands high, waving vigorously, I will. Then we will enter the finals together. Yao Hao smiled, yeah. Liang Shuyu also raised a hand and waved at him. Yao Hao finally left with the two middle-aged men at this time. When he left, he looked over here again and saw Wei Yochi and Liang Shuyu standing there looking at him, so he left with peace of mind. After parting with Yao Hao, Liang Shuyu and his friends took a while to get home. The bright red wooden door stood firmly in the wall. Wei Yochi knocked on the door, with his head down and a little frustrated. A pair of hands were firmly placed on his shoulders. You should explain the photo album to your mother. Wei Yochi was stunned for a moment. Damn it! Liang Shuyu, please behave yourself. I finally forgot about this embarrassing thing. Is it necessary to bring it up now? Is it necessary? This meal made Wei Yochi feel uneasy. Every time his mother opened her mouth, he was worried that she was going to ask him about the photo album. Every time Liang Wenjing and Yu Men looked at him, he was afraid that Liang Wenjing would suddenly say, the photo album is very beautiful. I put it back for you. Why don't you thank me? Or maybe she would say, good things should be shared by everyone. Ah, just have someone kill him. Chapter 86. After lunch, they did not go out in the afternoon, but twisted the wire to the security window and the open balcony on the second floor. The security window is easy to fix, just fix the wire on it. The balcony on the second floor is not easy to fix, there is nothing to fix the wire on the top, bottom, left and right. They can only drive nails into the wall on the spot. Since there is no electric drill, this work is very hard and physically demanding. So Wei Yochi quickly forgot about the photo shoot. Of course, the matter about Yao Hao is not so clear. He spent a tiring and pleasant afternoon. After Yu Shifeng's house was reinforced, they also reinforced the third floor of Liang Shuyu's house. By the way, they repaired the rolling door of Weiwei convenience store. It is said to be repaired, but in fact, the original broken part was patched up with wire. In fact, the rolling door of Weiwei convenience store was broken very well, which saved Liang Shuyu and others a lot of trouble. At least most people knew that this convenience store had been robbed. Although the robbers said that they didn't get much, considering that the robbers heroically lost one person, everyone rationally stopped thinking about this place. And they robbed too early, the timing was wrong. If they robbed again after the mall incident, sacrificing one person shouldn't have scared them so much. However, a person's courage will fade after a second time, and after failing once, no one will be willing to risk their life again. After the house was reinforced, it was dark. Everyone slept well at night. It felt more secure to sleep in the reinforced house. The next morning, Liang Shuyu and his team went to the counter near the school again. Unfortunately, after a night of fermentation, all the things in the store evaporated. Even the things Liang Shuyu hid were scraped away. Damn! Liang Shuyu cursed. He had taken apart the air conditioner in the store and stuffed it in. How could it be found like this? Maybe the floor is too dirty, and there are traces after the air conditioner was moved. Wei Youqi analyzed helplessly. It's possible. It seems that we should pay more attention to details. Liang Shuyu was also very speechless. He wanted to see what kind of person the other party was. There was no way. They could only leave here and search elsewhere. They couldn't come back empty-handed after a special trip. God will not let those who work hard fail. They found a small shop selling ornamental fish. The fish couldn't be eaten and were almost dead, but Liang Shuyu didn't want to let it go, so he filled a school bag with fish food. Can this thing be eaten? Yushifeng said in surprise. Maybe it can be used for fishing? Wei Youqi guessed. Just pick up some. Liang Shuyu said frankly. Wei Youqi, He thought there was some deeper meaning. Did he really trust Lao Liang too much? He was blindly doing it. Except for this fish shop, he couldn't find any other shops. Because not every shop has no owner. Some shops have people living in them, so they only rob empty shops. So how do you tell if there is someone in a shop? First of all, snack shops and milk tea shops near public shopping malls usually have no owner. These shops are usually invested by the boss, and the employees are only responsible for watching the shop. So after the incident, the boss will not guard the shop, let alone the employees. So this type of shop is the easiest to rob. Then you can tell if a shop has an owner based on the location and situation of the shop. Like the cosmetics counter store yesterday and the fish store today, both have glass doors, and it is easy to observe from the outside whether there are people inside. Stores with people are usually small, usually not invested, opened by individuals, and even the whole family lives in the store. Such stores are not within the scope of Liang Shuyu and others' robbery. Therefore, after screening, they did not find other stores to start with. This morning, they did not return empty-handed. At least Liang Shuyu learned the address of Lu Xiaopang. Country Garden is a bit far from here, and it may take 2 hours to walk there due to urban flooding and rainy weather. Therefore, they decided to set out tomorrow morning to find Lu Xiaopang. Maybe Lu Xiaopang will have more news. Liang Shuyu has no way to hold on to expectations since the power outage. In the mall incident, although there were positive armed forces to help them, these people came and went quickly. Those people did not even carry away the bodies of their companions. It is conceivable. Until now, no one has dealt with the bodies in the mall. This is no longer something that can be explained by power outages and solar storms. Something must have happened in this country, or in Asia as a whole, so that the country's rescue has never arrived. Anyone who still thinks of waiting for rescue must be a fool. So they can only rely on their own efforts and be self-reliant. The effect of the house reinforcement soon became apparent. Just after noon, when Liang Shuyu and others arrived home, they saw several women gathered under the eaves of the old lady's house, looking at this side and pointing and talking. The old lady poked her head out of the window. Her window was not equipped with anti-theft nets. Shuyu is back? She pursed her lips and greeted everyone. She wanted to ask about the anti-theft window in a meaningful way, but she didn't say anything. The other women smiled at the three people. You are too cautious, right? The balcony is sealed like that. Who would climb onto your balcony? Liang Shuyu only nodded to the old lady. After lunch, he thought he could rest in the afternoon, but old Lu and baldly came to the door again. Liang Shuyu had to get up from the sofa and deal with them together with Yushifeng. Old Lu came this time to respond to the conditions proposed by Liang Shuyu last time. For people gathered on the stone dam, 2 long benches, 1 bench for 2 people, and Wei Youqi was lying in the window around the star-shaped wire mesh. Next to Wei Youqi were 2 Liang Wenjing and Yumin. And on the sofa farther away, Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping were listening. The days without work and TV dramas to watch are very leisurely. Women at home have nothing to do except cooking, cleaning and washing clothes. If there is wool at home, at least 2 clothes can be knitted, not for wearing, just to kill time. But unfortunately there is no wool. So they are tired of playing Go Bang, and all the books on the bookshelf are finished. Everyone is chasing Liang Wenjing's new works, and forcing Yumin to write one. Even so, the days are still difficult to kill time. Therefore, once there is something at home, almost everyone will go together, not for anything else, just to have some fun. Such days are very difficult to endure, and it will make people feel that their whole life is decadent and there is no hope at all. As if they are a corpse. Lao Lu told Liang Shuyu the conditions that he had discussed in the past 2 days. We can't give you supplies. Liang Shuyu said simply, do you think we need your protection? Or, if you are willing to be that knife and sacrifice your life for us anytime and anywhere, then I don't mind supporting you. Chapter 87. Lao Lu meant that they were going to build a trading platform whose target audience was all the neighbors and neighbors living nearby. Their platform could provide a relatively safe place for all those who entered to barter freely, while ensuring safety during the transaction to avoid murder and robbery. Liang Shuyu and others did not need to contribute, but they needed to contribute. If Liang Shuyu joined the platform, the transaction tax earned by Lao Lu and others from the neighbors could be given to Liang Shuyu. However, although Liang Shuyu did not need to provide personnel, he needed to pay a certain amount of platform fee regularly, which was equivalent to a share. At the same time, if Liang Shuyu encountered any difficulties, he could directly draw manpower from the platform to provide protection for Liang Shuyu. In addition, the platform would also protect Liang Shuyu's home. These were Lao Lu's superficial statements. It was obvious that Liang Shuyu not only listened to his superficial statements, but also understood the deeper statements. In short, the concise understanding was that if Liang Shuyu was unwilling to hand over the supplies, he would be robbed. If Liang Shuyu is willing to pay, then they can give Liang Shuyu a share, but there is a very realistic problem that a businessman will face. You think your idea is good and can make money. That is completely, purely your wishful thinking. Whether the market gives you face or not, whether the masses give you face or not, is not up to you alone. How many people are willing to pay the transaction tax, and what kind of protection can Lao Lu's platform provide? It is completely different to be killed and robbed of treasures as soon as you leave the city like in the cultivation of immortals, or to be provided with a one-stop service at home. If it can't provide one-stop service, then what special competitiveness does Lao Lu's trading platform have to attract others? Lao Lu couldn't answer. Liang Shuyu was not in the mood to ask, because Liang Shuyu was not planning to join any trading platform at all. Hearing Liang Shuyu's straightforward refusal and counter-question, Lao Lu, a veteran, was not so easily upset. We don't need much, at least it's a drop in the bucket for you. Such a small amount of things can make your house and population safe. You still know how to calculate this account, right? You often go out, and you stay away for most of the day. If something happens at home, aren't we the only neighbors who can help? Xiao Liang, think carefully about the conditions that your uncle told you. This is an absolutely cost-effective deal for you. Lao Lu's words hit the nail on the head, and hit the most powerful point. Even Aunt Xiaoping, who was lying on the sofa and listening, felt that it made sense, and was very tempted. Liang Shuyu and his friends only dared to go out for half a day at most, and they had to leave a man at home to watch them every time. Wasn't it because they were worried that some people would take advantage of the opportunity to rob them? However, Liang Shuyu thought more deeply than Aunt Xiaoping. If their trading platform could not be opened, they would suck the blood of the 3 companies like leeches. If their trading platform was opened, they would definitely not be satisfied with the status quo when they became stronger. They would definitely increase their stakes on Liang Shuyu. If Liang Shuyu did not obey, he would be attacked by the platform. How can you benefit from seeking the skin of a tiger? No matter from which angle you analyze it, this is a very risky business, and it is a business that gambles on the lives of yourself and your family. Fortunately, Liang Shuyu had thought of a coping strategy in advance. He would not refuse Lao Lu, but he would not agree to Lao Lu either. The platform's idea is really good. Lao Lu finally smiled and said with relief, of course, it's a sure-win business. He had some business sense after all. But unfortunately you can't guarantee a profit. Liang Shuyu smiled, if you can't make a profit, then it's like I'm supporting you. If that's all, I might as well pick a few who can fight. It doesn't matter who I support. I have plenty of people there. Lao Lu said hurriedly, but what he was thinking was that there was really no one who could fight with him. They were all good for nothings. Otherwise, they would have gone out to find food by themselves. Why would they hide at home like turtles? There are brave people and timid people in this world. People like Lao Lu who are timid and cherish their lives can understand the mentality of those who are still turtles when they are about to die. If there is any other way to make money, he doesn't want to go out and fight. I might as well hire a few security guards. Liang Shuyu sighed. In this era, there are so many murders and arson. Security guards are unreliable, Xiao Liang. How can you guarantee that they won't bite you back? Old Lu persuaded earnestly. How can you guarantee that you won't bite me back? Old Lu paused, unable to say anything to defend himself. He and Liang Shuyu stared at each other for a long time. Seeing that Liang Shuyu always had a faint smile on his face, his momentum remained stable, and he looked at him calmly without any retreat. He felt like a hydrogen balloon slowly leaking air. Xiao Liang. Old Lu lowered his voice. It's not easy for me either. If I had any ability, I wouldn't be forced to come here to talk about these things with a kid like you. As he spoke, tears seemed to well up in his eyes. I have 2 kids at home waiting to eat, and I had no choice. If we don't make it today, I'm afraid it won't just be that I don't have food to eat when I go back. Liang Shuyu said, there are so many resources in this city, and you can't get a meal just by going out? That's illegal. Old Lu said hesitantly. Oh, you have a sense of morality. Old Lu awkwardly wiped away the tears that had not even covered his head like bean sprouts. Uncle had no choice. That's it. In fact, I also want to make friends with you. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Yes. Old Lu was delighted and his eyes lit up. This sentence is right. When you are in the underworld, you rely on friends. I have a set of diving equipment at home, which I can lend to you. The situation in the underwater market, including where there are resources, and where there are dangers, can be told to you in detail. Liang Shuyu smiled. The condition is that you don't step into my house again, including the women in your building. Old Lu was stunned for a moment. He thought it was something else, diving? Or diving into the water, how dangerous it would be. This? He hesitated. Liang Shuyu sat there and stopped talking, giving Old Lu and Baldly some time to think. According to Lao Lu's original plan, they wanted to get the supplies needed for survival from Liang Shuyu by bragging, and then they just needed to stay at home happily, enjoy Liang Shuyu's offerings, and help him look after the house every day. After all, he felt that the danger in the semi-suburban area was very small, and no outsiders would come to rob Liang Shuyu's house except for the neighbors, who knew that Liang Shuyu would not give in even a little bit. Chapter 88. I have to say that Lao Lu's idea is very beautiful and shameless. He is used to the method of getting something for nothing, but sometimes it doesn't work. Now he can't laugh or cry. Liang Shuyu seems to be unwilling to give in. Could he really yell and ask people to tear down Yu Shifeng's house? This is impossible. Even if they can rob the women when Liang Shuyu and his men are not at home, unless they move away immediately after the robbery, otherwise Liang Shuyu and his men will come back and find them to pay with blood. And Lao Lu really doesn't have the courage to kill or rob. He doesn't have the courage and is afraid of breaking the law. After all, in his opinion, the current living conditions are not so urgent that he needs to kill people and rob treasures. He is not a madman. He has to consider the rest of his life and the rest of his children's lives. Some things, once done, there is no turning back. Okay. But I have to go back and discuss it with the third brother. Old Lu smiled bitterly. There was no need to discuss. As long as he took the topic back, the third brother would definitely let him go into the water to fish it out himself. Because they actually don't have the manpower at all. It's just a few half-dead old men who hit it off and had a flash of inspiration. They dared to threaten Liang Shuyu, relying entirely on their mouths. So Old Lu was actually very insecure. Please do as you please. Finally sending Old Lu and Baldly away, Wei Yochi let out a long sigh. Do you think they will accept it? Will they turn around and target us after we give them the diving equipment? Aunt Xiaoping, who thought it was over, listened again, while Liang Ying was boredly flipping through a high school textbook, which was Yumin's book. Liang Shuyu said, if they want to, who can stop them? Ah! Liang Wenjing sighed speechlessly. These people are so annoying, making people scared, like a palace fight. God, if I had known that life without work would be so difficult, I should have prayed to have classes every day. Wei Yochi's eyes drifted to Liang Wenjing. It seems that Sister Jingjing didn't go to work before the power outage. She is an honored stay-at-home. Ah? Is that so? Liang Wenjing pretended to be stupid. It seems so. You men couldn't help but laugh. Liang Wenjing suddenly felt hot on his face. Ahem. But I also have a job. The kind that relies on full attendance for salary? Liang Shuyu complained in his heart, but he still held back and didn't say it out loud. Otherwise Liang Wenjing would open his head. Yumin smiled, and everyone couldn't help laughing. Liang Wenjing immediately wanted to scratch the floor with her toes in embarrassment, but then she thought, it's not easy to bring a little fun to everyone in such a dull atmosphere, not to mention that the floor is made of tiles, and it's hard to scratch. I didn't go out in the afternoon, but it didn't mean there was nothing else to do. Liang Shuyu and Wei Yochi would train every day. At first they trained on the stone dam, but later they were worried that hanging around outside would easily cause unnecessary trouble, so they changed to indoors. Yu Shifeng's house is relatively large, so the living room on the first floor was moved a little, and a training room was built. So before dinner, Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, Yu Min, and Liang Wenjing all put on convenient long clothes and trousers, and rolled around on the tile floor of the living room. After the basic physical training, it is the actual combat training. At this time, Yu Shifeng was holding a small wooden stick as a weapon. Liang Shuyu stood opposite him. Yu Shifeng tried to move forward. Suddenly, Liang Shuyu slapped the wooden stick in Yu Shifeng's hand with one hand, and then saw him quickly step forward and knock Yu Shifeng to the ground in just 2 or 3 seconds. Pa pa pa! The onlookers Yu Min and Liang Wenjing applauded. It seems faster this time, Liang Wenjing said. Yu Shifeng got up from the ground. That's it? Not enough. Continue. Yu Shifeng in training was not like his usual honest temperament. Instead, he was very serious and upright, without any face or affection. Wei Youqi picked up the wooden stick and threw it to Yu Shifeng. Liang Shuyu pondered for a moment, and once again slapped the weapon in Yu Shifeng's hand away, and then knocked him to the ground. In fact, it is not complicated to train an ability. You just need to train it constantly, and make it your conditioned reflex, like your innate instinct. It is like practicing calligraphy. In fact, there are not too many skills. You just need to practice diligently and refine it continuously. If you really want to talk about skills, it is about eyes, hands, and heart. It is impossible to learn something clumsily like a machine and copy it without thinking. The reason why humans are the most intelligent creatures is that humans have extraordinary brain capacity, which can refine, analyze, and summarize known things, and finally form their own system. Therefore, practicing boxing and kicking kung fu is the same. Liang Shuyu seemed to slap Yu Shifeng's weapon with brute force, but in fact there are profound skills in it. What kind of arc should be used when slapping, where to slap the opponent with the hand, and what skills should be used when slapping, all have particular requirements. It is contained in a simple action. After Liang Shuyu finished the actual combat, he walked to an open area on the side, and continued to train against the air, and pondered the experience gained in today's actual combat. Next, Wei Youqi, Yu Min, Liang Wenjing and others came forward to fight with Yu Shifeng one by one. Everyone would not be lazy in training, even if Yu Shifeng did not supervise. So this may be the only thing that makes people feel very interesting after the power outage. Everyone has become more diligent and studious. After all, the end of laziness is life, the cost of failure becomes higher, and procrastination is naturally cured. On November 9, 2032, there was a heavy rainstorm, and the power outage lasted for 48 days. Today, they are going to Country Garden to find Lu Xiaopeng. Wei Pengzi's illness has improved. Although the edema has not subsided, his spirit has recovered a lot. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And they valued supplies more. If they didn't happen to have Chinese medicine at home that could cure Fatty Wei's illness, what else would they do? Would they drag him down alive? Country Garden is near the North Station. Liang Shuyu and his companions passed by the subway station and were fortunate to see the scene where the entire subway platform was flooded. It was like a huge cup filled with water, with corpses floating inside. I remember that not long after the power outage, Liang Shuyu saw street sanitation workers, who were still working, moving corpses into garbage trucks, and piling them together in a pit. The scene was very horrifying and creepy. After seeing it, it was deeply imprinted in my mind, and I have never forgotten it. Liang Shuyu even remembered that there was a triangular hole on the old man's sanitation uniform at that time. Although the hole had nothing to do with his behavior of using the garbage truck to load corpses, his behavior was noble and unrewarding. But Liang Shuyu remembered the hole in his clothes clearly. So much so that he forgot what the corpses looked like. Chapter 89. At this time, they walked through the streets and alleys, came to a new and unfamiliar area, and saw many sceneries they had never seen before. For example, a subway entrance was fortunately not filled with water, but was filled with corpses. People may find it hard to imagine that so many people could die in more than a month. In the days before the power outage, people had a fixed income, fixed food, clothing, housing and transportation. When they were hungry, they could order takeout. When they were thirsty, they could buy drinks. At worst, they could boil tap water. When they were sick, they could go to the hospital for treatment. And when they were injured, they could call the police uncle and 120. So what about now? All these convenient things disappeared overnight. Now the city can't even guarantee the most basic sewage system for people's livelihood. What can it serve for the people? There is no money, no hospital, no bank, no public security, no network, and none of the things that existed like breathing before the power outage. The world after the power outage is a world where even shitting has to be dug in a hole. Its difficulty is unimaginable to ordinary people. Liang Shuyu's family is one of the very, very lucky ones. Let's not talk about the resources. Liang Shuyu has done his best. Fortunately, no one in Liang Shuyu's family is sick, and no family member has to rely on the hospital to survive. After the power outage, this group of people should die the fastest. Perhaps most of the bodies in the pit died of illness. Only a few died of starvation, because dogs will jump over the wall when they are desperate. A person who is about to starve to death will try every means to feed himself as long as his hands and feet can move. Perhaps some of the rest are victims of plunder, whether he was on the side of the plunderer or the side of the plundered. Among these corpses, women, especially those who look good, were usually. But no one went into their fate and stories before they died. Now they are all cold corpses, thrown into the corpse pit mercilessly, waiting to rot. The city where the livelihood service departments, banks, hospitals, and emergency departments collapsed across the board has such a cruel appearance. Arriving at Country Garden, the streets here are very beautiful even in the heavy rain. At the gate of District C, the huge black iron door was tightly closed, leaving only a small open door next to the security room, and there were actually 2 guards in the security room. Liang Shuyu and the other 2 were stunned. How could the rich community be so horrible that even the government couldn't control it at the moment, and the community property department was still serving the people's livelihood? The 3 put on masks and decided to send Wei Yoqi to investigate first. Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng stood behind the stone sculpture 30 meters away and waited. Wei Yoqi came back a little while later. Oh my god, I'm shocked. I thought the property management was really protecting the owners of the community. He sighed first, then got down to business. There is a trading field in there, and everyone who goes in has to hand in a small item, and there is no time limit. Yu Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fortunately, it was not to protect the owners of the community, otherwise he would doubt his life. Because if that were the case, the life of the rich would be really hard to imagine, and it is beyond the reach of you mortals. What is the trading field like? When Liang Shuyu heard this, he found that it was exactly the same idea as Lao Lu. Even the transaction tax was perfectly implemented. However, unlike Lao Lu's idea, the property management company controls the human resources of the entire community. What does Lao Lu have? I don't know, can we go in and take a look? Okay. So Liang Shuyu, Wei Yoqi, and the other 3 people each handed in a small piece of bread and entered the sea area of Country Garden. They came out to find Lu Xiaopeng, and of course they brought resources with them. After all, even if Lu Xiaopeng was willing to tell them some skills for free, they couldn't just say thank you and be done with it. After entering the community, there was a huge fountain sculpture, which is no longer in operation. Then, there was a red rubber runway. The originally very beautiful greening of the community had grown out of shape at this time, and the shallower part of the runway was filled with rainwater. The rest of the place was still clean. It was indeed a community for rich people, and the drainage system was extraordinary. In a 3-story building on the left side of the community, there is a huge convenience supermarket on the first floor. It is what the security guard at the door said is the trading place. At this moment, there are 3 or 2 people hovering outside the trading place, whispering something. The interior of the supermarket is also brightly lit, with heavy candlelight. Judging from the overlapping figures walking on the glass door, there are no less than 50 people gathered inside. It seems that this so-called trading place has been in operation for quite some time, but I don't know what form of transaction is carried out inside, and whether there is anything that Liang Shuyu and his friends lack. We have to go in and see it. Liang Shuyu and his friends raised their vigilance, and the 3 of them walked to the entrance of the supermarket together. But they were stopped by a security guard again. Another one? Yu Shifeng raised his voice. The security guard looked very tall and fierce. Yes, he said expressionlessly to the 3 people. Liang Shuyu was not so generous to directly pay another transaction tax this time. Instead, he decided to ask Lu Xiaopeng about the situation before making a decision. After all, once they went in, if there was any change inside, they would be on someone else's territory and at the mercy of others. In this way, they returned to the gate and walked to the rubber runway on the right. Yao Hao couldn't remember which building Lu Xiaopeng lived in, only saying that it was the 3rd or 4th building, so Liang Shuyu and the others went to the 6th floor of the 3rd building first. However, it was only after entering the building area that they found that there were manure pits everywhere in the green belt, and the stench was overwhelming. Even though the walls of the building were washed by rain, they found that there were stains of unknown colors everywhere when they looked closely. The first floor of these buildings was originally a residence with a small garden, but now every household's garden is full of garbage and feces and urine. Some are cleaned fairly well, while some simply give up and seal the doors and windows. So now the whole community is filled with the stench of feces and urine. Liang Shuyu and others rushed into the fire escape in the community, holding their noses and picking their noses. They thought they could breathe a sigh of relief here, but it turned out to be full of garbage and stench. Damn it! Wei Yochi couldn't help it and cursed angrily. Is this the level of the rich people's community? Our place is much cleaner than here. The three of them quickly climbed to the third floor, and the pungent smell was finally diluted a little. The property is still running, but the cleaners should not have worked. Liang Shuyu analyzed. He added, the reason why the property is still running is probably just to earn materials. So they won't send people to clean up. Wei Yochi stuck his head out of the window of the fire escape and took a few deep breaths. This building is too miserable. It will make people collapse every day to take out feces and urine, right? Chapter 90. Yes, and there is no water tank yet. In old houses in the semi-suburban area, every household has a water tank in the kitchen. In the single-family houses of Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng, there was a large-capacity water tank in the early years to deal with power outages and water shortages. They have used water tanks and water tanks for drinking water during this period, and have not used the water bottles in their hands. At present, more than half of the water tank of Liang Shuyu's family has been used up, and Yu Shifeng's family has not used it much. Water resources are very abundant. Of course, another fatal feature of communities, like Country Garden, is that they all have natural gas. That is to say, unless they have independent gas stoves, they can't cook even if they are given a tank of gas. Thinking of this, Wei Yochi suddenly felt so happy. No longer envy rich people living in high-end communities. They climbed up to the 17th floor in one breath. There were 2 fire doors in the fire passages below the 10th floor, all locked from the inside. Liang Shuyu and his men tried to push them open, but they were either locked with a large U-shaped lock or tied with thick ropes. Above the 10th floor, there was only 1 fire door left on each floor. It seemed that the residents above the 10th floor had larger living areas. At the 17th floor, Liang Shuyu began to knock on the fire door. Locking the fire door, and the elevator crashing, was the residents' way of self-protection. This mode was really safe. At least there was no need to worry about being robbed by outsiders. But feces and urine were indeed not easy to deal with. Bang, bang, bang. After knocking dozens of times in a row, a voice finally came from inside. Who? Liang Shuyu said, Hello, we are looking for Lu Siyuan. Please help us call him. Just say Liang Shuyu is looking for him. The person inside repeated Lu Siyuan's name, and then heard the door creak open, and the sound of slippers dragging on the floor, and then heard another knock on the door. Lu Siyuan, someone named Liang Shuyu is looking for you. Lu Xiaopeng lived in the 3rd building. It seemed that they were lucky, and the 17 floors were not in vain. Lu Xiaopeng, who was playing Zaibaowang in the room, jumped up from the sofa in surprise when he heard Liang Shuyu's name. Brother Liang is looking for me. He threw Zaibaowang on the sofa and quickly put on slippers, but his movements were too hasty, and his toes could not be inserted. Seeing this flustered movement, his mother couldn't help but frown, took a sip of the black tea in the exquisite ceramic teacup, and slowly said, Put on your shoes. Why are you in such a hurry? Oh. Lu Xiaopeng then bent down to put on his shoes, and a silly smile appeared on his fair face. But it was a bit cunning. I was too excited by accident. Then he tidied up his clothes and calmly opened the 8 locks on the door, then opened the big black iron door outside and walked out. The person who helped to call people had gone back. There were only 2 residents on this floor. They were not very familiar with each other before the power outage, and they only knew did you eat? After the power outage, they became more familiar with each other and knew each other's family size and names. Lu Xiaopeng was wearing a beige cashmere sweater and light brown casual pants. His fat body was a little clumsy, but he walked briskly and hurriedly. Brother Liang? A fair and delicate face was stuffed behind the crack of the door. It's you. You're not dead. Look at what he said. If he wasn't smiling happily, people who didn't know him would think he was mocking Liang Shuyu. Yeah. Liang Shuyu was also very happy to see Lu Xiaopeng. Wei Yochi Lao Wei. Lu Xiaopeng was even more excited when he saw Wei Yochi, and Wei Yochi also greeted him happily. Compared to wanting to get some information from Lu Xiaopeng that would help with survival, the reunion of classmates after a long separation made people feel more excited and ecstatic. It's been too long since I saw my familiar classmates. This is a very happy and emotional thing. Lu Xiaopeng was about to take out the key to unlock the door and welcome them in, but was stopped by Liang Shuyu. No need to open the door, we just want to ask you some advice on survival. Lu Xiaopeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. What do you think? Is what I said right? You can tell me if it's right or not. Now you know my point, Tom. Lu Xiaopeng felt a little aggrieved when he said the last sentence. You didn't believe me at the beginning. Now we know we are wrong and come to find you. Wei Youqi reached out and touched Lu Xiaopeng's head through the crack of the door. It took a lot of effort to find you. Do you know how difficult it is to climb 17 floors? Seeing that Wei Youqi still loves to have fun as before, Lu Xiaopeng felt a little relieved. Maybe they didn't encounter too many terrible things outside? He heard recently that the outside world has started to rob everyone. How have you been recently? After thinking about it, Lu Xiaopeng asked. Although he knew that the outside environment was more difficult than he imagined, he still wanted to know how his two best friends were doing. If it was particularly difficult, he would be able to support them. Not bad. Liang Shuyu pursed his lips. Lu Xiaopeng must be living a comfortable life. You've gained weight. Lu Xiaopeng, really? No. How is that possible? Oh my god, he has been exercising every day recently. How could he gain weight? He has indeed gained weight. Wei Youqi said ruthlessly. Lu Xiaopeng wailed. This is unscientific. Liang Shuyu said, let's talk business. Although we have been doing well during this period, we are not sure if we have missed anything, so we came here this time to ask you for advice. I guess you would come to me a long time ago, and I have prepared everything for you. Wait, I will get it for you now. Lu Xiaopeng ran back to his home after saying that, and soon he carried out a green military iron box. Such a big box, of course, could not be squeezed out through the crack of the door. He could only take out the key and open the lock. Liang Shuyu didn't want to cross the line and make others feel uncomfortable. Lu Xiaopeng understood this and took the initiative to bring the box out. Several people sat on the stairs. Yu Shifeng watched from the side. The iron box was opened, and there was a long-distance intercom, a hand-crank generator, a portable filter, a handwritten list of supplies on A4 paper, a note, a mechanical watch, a super game console, and a plate of water purification filters. I don't have many filters, so I left one plate for you. But this filter is very powerful. You will definitely use it. Damn! Wei Youqi was stunned. Even Liang Shuyu was shocked. Did you buy all these before the power outage? Of course not. I spent 3 years of New Year's money. Fortunately, the power outage came in handy, otherwise my dad would kill me. Chapter 91. Wei Youqi picked up the super game console with tears in his eyes, pressed the power button, and it turned on. Fuck. Wei Youqi couldn't help but swear, Lu Xiyuan, you are a genius. How did you save it? Lu Xiaopeng smiled proudly. As a qualified survivalist, all electrical equipment must be electromagnetically protected. Although I can't afford a Faraday cage, I can still afford a metal box. I bought a few more and put them together, so these things were saved. But I didn't expect there would really be an electromagnetic explosion at the beginning. After all, I am more inclined to war. The current E-weapons are still conceptual weapons, and are far from being able to go to the battlefield. So the solar storm still damaged a lot of things. Only 2 game consoles were preserved, one for me and one for you. Wei Youqi had already turned on the game console to play Super Mario. When he heard the long-lost, moving, angel-like game sound, he was so excited that tears flowed directly. It feels like a lifetime ago, as if a whole century has passed. Mario just jumped over a pit and accidentally hit the turtle monster and died. But Wei Youqi is not angry at all now, but full of excitement and joy. It's not easy. Although he has been shouting to play games since the power outage. But in fact, he also knows that it is just a wishful thinking. He knows that if there is no power for a day, it is impossible to touch the computer and games. And he also thought objectively that although he missed the game, he didn't miss it that much. He even swore in his heart that he would study hard and play less games after the call, but now that he has touched a real game, even though it is just a long outdated game like Super Mario, he is so excited that he can't be overwhelmed. People who have not experienced it will never understand the feeling of regaining something after losing it. The feeling of thinking that you can never touch it again in this life, but now you have it clearly in your hands. Countless emotions suddenly surged into Wei Youqi's heart. Lu Xiaopeng was explaining the origin of the things in the box to Liang Shuyu, but Wei Youqi burst into tears. All his grievances, fears, joys, pains, and fears were aroused by this small game console, like a pierced prayer. The emotions that had been accumulated for more than 40 days exploded at this moment, and could no longer be restrained. What's wrong? Lu Xiaopeng didn't expect that Wei Youqi, who was playing games happily just now, would suddenly cry. Lu Xiaopeng quickly put a hand on Wei Youqi's shoulder. I'm so excited just after not seeing you for a month. You think too highly of me, don't you? Do you have a crush on me? I'm not gay, Lu Xiaopeng said as if with disgust. Liang Shuyu patted his shoulder gently without speaking. He understood Wei Youqi's emotions. He understood. Wei Youqi cried and shed tears. Go to hell. Even if he was gay, he wouldn't look for this fat guy, although he was very white and handsome, and a beautiful fat guy, but the key is that he is not gay. Lu Xiaopeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. What will you do if I die? Lu Xiaopeng was so serious that even Wei Youqi felt inferior to him. Don't get close to me, leave me alone. Wei Youqi buried his face in his knees. He was not that fragile. It was just that too many emotions suddenly burst out, and even he could not control it. The scene of blood flowing in the mall, the sunny afternoon in the school, Lu Xiaopeng's familiar tone as always, and all the brain-burning things that happened in the past month, like countless black and white stripes interspersed in his mind. Black is evil, white is good, and in the end, everything turned gray. Wei Youqi thought of Yu Shifeng's words. Some things, once done, can never be returned. Can't go back, yes, can never go back once. Wei Youqi can't clearly explain what the so-called can't go back is. Is it his own conscience, morality, or this society, this city? In short, he understands that some things have quietly changed. Even if he regained the super machine that can play games, the things that have changed can never be restored. Everyone stopped comforting Wei Youqi, leaving a little space for him to heal himself. The resources Lu Xiaopeng gave them were too timely and too useful, especially this portable water purification filter. With this thing, Liang Shuyu no longer has to worry about water resources. There is also a walkie-talkie. Lu Xiaopeng also has one. He and Liang Shuyu agreed to turn it on every 3 days, every time at 10 o'clock in the morning, so that they can exchange some information remotely. And a hand-cranked generator. With this small generator, it can ensure that the walkie-talkie, game console, and some other small electronic devices have enough power to operate. In addition, there is the mechanical watch. Liang Shuyu didn't know much about these things, but he knew that this watch must be expensive. These things are too expensive. After the excitement of seeing these things for the first time, Liang Shuyu quickly calmed down. If Lu Xiaopeng suddenly gave him so many things before the power outage, he would think it was nothing. At most, he could treat him to a few meals, or give him cash directly, or send him some other gifts, which would be enough to offset such friendship. However, at this moment, in such a social environment, Lu Xiaopeng actually gave him such expensive things that money couldn't buy unconditionally. This made him unbearable. These things are too expensive. Lu Xiaopeng also saw Liang Shuyu's hesitation. Brother Liang, don't refuse, because when I bought these things, I considered various possibilities and reserved a portion for you. I also reserved some for my relatives, so you don't have to worry at all. Refuse? How could Liang Shuyu postpone it? He just felt that the gift was too expensive and didn't know what to give in return. If you hadn't helped me all the time in the first semester of the first year of high school, I don't know how I would have been bullied. So these things are all my gratitude to you, and you must not have any psychological burden. If you hadn't helped me before, we wouldn't have become good brothers. Lu Xiaopeng is fat and silly when he laughs. Although he is not silly, but very wise, with good grades and a flexible mind, his appearance easily gives people the impression that he is easy to bully. At that time, there was a school bully sitting behind Lu Xiaopeng, who liked to use others as his lackeys and insult and beat people when he was not satisfied. In the first month of the first year of high school, Lu Xiaopeng suffered a lot because of his body shape. Chapter 92. Later, Lu Xiaopeng was bullied so badly that he had a fight with the school bully. Of course, Lu Xiaopeng lost and was beaten badly. It was at that time that Liang Shuyu noticed Lu Xiaopeng, got to know this clean-skinned little fat boy, and began to help him resist the school bully. Lu Xiaopeng could have asked his father to come forward and solve the problem by just saying a word to the school leaders. But Lu Xiaopeng didn't want to rely too much on his parents, and it would be embarrassing to ask his father to come forward to solve the disputes in the school. He would be laughed at by his mother. So at the beginning, Liang Shuyu often helped him, but as soon as school was over, the school bully would cause trouble for him. Later, the school bully even beat him and Liang Shuyu together. At the beginning, he and Liang Shuyu were both beaten badly. Later, when they were divided into classes, they were assigned to the same class with Wei Youqi. After all, Wei Youqi was Liang's childhood sweetheart. The three of them worked together to finally make the school bully subdue him. Later, the school bully transferred to another school, and the relationship between the three of them gradually warmed up. But he was most grateful to Liang Shuyu, who had a different status in his heart. Never joked about his body shape, even though he was really fair and felt he was handsome. But some people would use his weight to make fun of him, ridicule him, and laugh at him. But Liang Shuyu never did that. So the relationship between him and Liang Shuyu was not simply covered by the word brothers, but a friendship that had been fought for life. Fighting for life, being beaten together, squatting in the toilet together, standing together, and scolding the teacher together, understand? Okay. Liang Shuyu nodded, I take it. Yeah. Lu Xiaopeng smiled shyly, with a dimple on his left cheek. Brothers, there is no need for so many twists and turns, you just understand. Liang Shuyu smiled sincerely, and put his palm on his shoulder. Thank you. Very sincerely. Don't make it so sensational. Lu Xiaopeng laughed. Some precautions and strategies and techniques. I wrote them on these papers. You can take them back and read them slowly. I will turn on the intercom every 3 days in the future, and we will slowly contact each other there. By the way, we also want to ask what's going on in the trade market downstairs. Liang Shuyu asked. That exchange. Speaking of this, Lu Xiaopeng curled his lips with a look of contempt. It was originally a supermarket, and the owner of the supermarket was also a relative of the investor. But after the power outage for 2 weeks, it was occupied by the property owners, who had no food to eat. At first, the property owners just robbed the food inside, and later it simply developed into a trading place. There are many people in our community trading inside, and there are also many people from outside, who come here because of its reputation. The goods are quite complete, but if you want to go, you must be careful. Those property owners hired some thugs from the community. Don't show off your wealth, otherwise you will be targeted. After some understanding, I learned that this trading place has been open for more than half a month. From the beginning, it was only for bartering within the community, and later it developed to the surrounding communities and blocks. It has become the largest trading place in this area. The property team has expanded from a fixed 20 or so people at the beginning to 40 or 50 people. From the simple material transactions at the beginning to the flesh transactions later, it has developed rapidly and become perfect in a short period of time. If Liang Shuyu and his friends want to trade inside, they will be safe for the time being as long as they don't show off their wealth. But Lu Xiaopeng advised them not to go in as much as possible, because there are many people and eyes inside, and they might be targeted. If Liang Shuyu needs supplies, he can go directly to Lu Xiaopeng, and there is no need to go to the exchange, because Lu Xiaopeng has a lot of supplies. Food and medicine, except for what he bought in the early days, they went out to exchange later, which is very sufficient. Liang Shuyu didn't say this, because Liang Shuyu's family is actually quite wealthy. But Liang Shuyu still wants to go to the exchange to see what those people are trading? What is the current market trend? In addition, he wants to find out about the situation of the solar storm. Thinking of this, Liang Shuyu immediately asked, there must be something strange about this solar storm. Do you have any idea about the scope of the power outage? At this point, Lu Xiaopeng's eyes tightened. The scope is very large, he said, to a degree that you and I dare not imagine. Wei Youqi, who was crying with a red nose, suddenly said, how large? Could it be that there is a power outage worldwide? Yes. That's exactly what I guessed. Lu Xiaopeng said. Damn. Wei Youqi cursed again. Is it impossible? Then, if it is a global power outage, then the whole world will be ruined? The power outage is not as simple as a simple power outage. It is not that there is a sudden obstacle in the power operation, but that the electromagnetic explosion emitted by the sun has damaged the power equipment, circuit boards, and transformers. If the scope of this disaster is the whole world, then the world's economy may regress 50 years, or even 100 years. This is a terrifying concept. Because today's society's dependence on electricity has long exceeded people's imagination. It is no exaggeration to say that all the tools that humans rely on, from small civilian tools to large industrial tools, all rely on electricity. If the power plant is broken, it needs electricity to repair. If the power transformer is broken, it also needs electricity to repair. In short, without electricity, everything will come to a standstill. The scope, breadth and sophistication of it are far greater than what ordinary people can access. The difficulty of its maintenance, and the economic losses it causes, will be immeasurable and unimaginable. Even a computer cannot calculate the economic losses caused by a global power outage for 1 month, because this numerical range may exceed its calculation range. Once the global power collapses, even if the world's cutting-edge forces are gathered together for repair, it may not be possible to restore global power in a year. At most, 1 or 2 important cities will be partially restored, then the remaining cities will be in a long period of power shortage. However, the most serious impact of the global power outage is not the economic loss, because the economy is always invisible and intangible, and the impact is far-reaching. The biggest and most serious impact is the food that can fill the stomach. The current agriculture has long been industrialized. Take wheat as an example. In today's agricultural industrialization environment, the yield of 1 acre of wheat is about 800 to 1,000 kilograms. In ancient times, the yield of 1 acre of wheat was only between 120 and 200 kilograms. If there was a drought or flood, the yield would drop sharply to 60 to 80 kilograms. What will be the consequences of the massive population of modern times and the agricultural output of ancient times? Without modern industrialized agricultural products, it is absolutely impossible to feed the world's 7 billion people. There will be a large number of people who will starve to death, freeze to death, and die of disease. At that time, the whole world will fall into a terrifying purgatory. Famine, plague, war. The more scarce the era, the more frequent the war. Although the current environment may no longer be able to use electronic warfare means, armored vehicles, thermal weapons, etc., are still unavoidable. Chapter 93. It is conceivable that under the disaster of global power outage, mankind will experience a very long disaster era. It can be as short as 10 years, 20 years, or as long as 50 years, 100 years. It depends on whether the countries in the world cooperate or go to war, collaborate or confront. As for the scope of the power outage, Liu Xiaopeng has 2 main guesses. One is the global power outage, and the other is the Asian power outage. The basis for these 2 guesses is that since the power outage lasted for more than 40 days, the government collapsed, the bank collapsed, the hospital collapsed, and so many people died, but there has been no rescue. If it is assumed that only a few cities have power outages, the country must not be so late to realize it. Then, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the whole of Asia has a power outage, and Europe has heard the news. Now the entire edge of Asia is in war. Therefore, the country cannot spare its hands to save its citizens. However, this idea was overturned by him not long ago. Because if there is a war, coastal cities cannot be so quiet. At least there will be bombers or something else coming. This is a landing point, but there is nothing. Then Liu Xiaopeng finally determined that it was the whole world was in a power outage. He was almost certain that it was not a power outage in a few cities, but a power outage worldwide. However, this was not the most important part. According to the information Liu Xiaopeng had found out, a batch of relief grain arrived after the power outage. The people on the grain truck said that only 7 or 8 identities in the coastal areas had a power outage, and the Sichuanshu region was still struggling to rescue other cities? Just now, he got more certain information from Liang Xiyu, and these words were indeed spoken by the people in the relief grain truck. Then, this means that they lied. Why did they lie? Wei Youqi was numb all over, and shivered after listening to this. To cover up the truth about the power outage, Liang Xiyu said calmly. At this time, the 3 people spoke in low voices. Yu Shifeng couldn't help but move over and half-crouched on the steps below Liang Xiyu, huddled together with the 3 people, frowning and listening attentively. The air was filled with a heavy atmosphere and a smell of conspiracy. Why cover up the truth? If the whole world has a power outage, wouldn't it be better for people all over the world to unite and work together? Can't a country's cutting-edge forces be concentrated to restore power to the capital? Wei Youqi didn't understand. Liu Xiaopeng spoke out the assumptions that he had already speculated countless times in his mind. What if there is another more important thing involving them now? Is it more important than human life? What if it is more important than human life? No, or put it another way. The power outage will only kill a small number of people, and this more important thing will be more terrifying than the power outage, so it makes sense. Liu Xiaopeng said. Wei Youqi's face turned pale, and his eyes showed a light of shock. In fact, he had guessed these in his heart. However, guesses are just guesses. When Liu Xiaopeng said it in such a conclusive tone, it was shocking and difficult to adapt. General solar storms will never cause global power outages, so this solar storm has something very strange. It may cause a greater disaster. And in order to cope with a greater disaster, the world gave up power outage rescue. Liang Xiyu speculated according to his own logic. This incident is not a simple solar storm. It is obvious to see the heavy rain for more than 40 days, but what exactly is it, and what kind of disaster will happen in the future? Liang Xiyu finds it difficult to speculate it with his own logic. Yes. Yu Shifeng also murmured and nodded. the power outage cuts off the outside information source. Although we live in the city, we are trapped here after all. I suddenly doubt whether the mobile phone satellite signal is broken. This speculation was unexpectedly something that even Liu Xiaopeng had never thought of. In February of this year, the domestic commercial radio frequency band for civilian use was suddenly banned. Although the official gave a reasonable reason, judging from what happened since then, this is definitely not a simple coincidence. Yu Shifeng suddenly said this, and Liu Xiaopeng suddenly felt very terrified. Could this matter have been premeditated? When did it start? Could it be after the blackout in Europe last year? The four people felt a chilling tremor at the same time. Assuming that the satellite signal is really believed to be cut off, it can only mean that someone is deliberately covering up certain facts. So what kind of facts need to be covered up? After cutting off the information source, what can they gain? I suddenly have a bold idea. Wei Youqi's eyes flashed coldly. Will the solar storm cause a volcanic eruption? For example, Yellowstone volcano and Mount Fuji. Liu Xiaopeng immediately analyzed this possibility. I don't know how likely it is, but if the Yellowstone volcano really erupts, we will definitely not notice it after the information source is cut off. At most, half of the Gale country will be buried by volcanic ash, but the volcanic ash will not cross the Pacific Ocean to our country. But if Mount Fuji erupts, maybe it will cause a tsunami? Is the continuous heavy rain in Deep Blue City for more than 40 days related to these speculations? If the Yellowstone volcano erupts, it will definitely cause plate movement and trigger various earthquake aftershocks. But Deep Blue City has not encountered an earthquake recently, so perhaps this speculation is still pending. Of course, maybe other cities have experienced earthquakes. After all, there is no internet now. In ancient times, there were pigeons and post stations to transmit messages, but now all of these are gone. It is too difficult to get information from the outside world. Liang Shuyu and his friends chatted, and it was time for dinner before they knew it. Liu Xiaopeng wanted to go home for dinner, and Liang Shuyu and his friends also said goodbye to Liu Xiaopeng, and went to the trade market downstairs to take a look at the situation before going home. The things in the green iron box were packed in plastic bags and stuffed into the school bag. The iron box was too big and could only be carried. But in order to avoid being suspected, Liang Shuyu removed the lid and put it in his backpack, and carried the tin box in his hand so that people would know that it was just an empty box. Arriving at the supermarket on the first floor, Liang Shuyu and the other two put on masks and covered them with scarves. There were many people in this supermarket, and there was no guarantee that there would be no epidemic or other germs, so they had to be careful. A small individually packaged biscuit was delivered, and the three of them entered the trading field together. This supermarket is about 500 square meters, and the shelves that were supposed to be placed in the center have all been scattered around the walls, and now they have become display cabinets for stall vendors. People in the room are either standing or sitting on the ground with a piece of cloth on the ground, and some people are holding signs in their hands. Hot water supply. Stir-fried snails. Need cold medicine. Need antibiotics, the price is negotiable. Fuel for sale. Alcohol in large quantities is negotiable. Chapter 94. This trading place has been perfected to such an extent that Liang Shuyu and his companions took a quick glance and felt that it was full of treasures. Whether it was people seeking medicine or selling various things, they actually formed small groups and gathered in different areas in different categories. Moreover, it was extremely quiet inside. Everyone was silent, and even those who were talking about business only whispered. It felt like suddenly walking into a bank hall. Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng found an empty corner and hid there, observing slowly. Then they found that although there were many people setting up stalls on this floor, the largest flow of people was not on this floor, but on the second floor. They also hid in the corner for a while before they realized that there was more than one floor in this supermarket. However, the stairs leading to the second floor were guarded by a single security guard, and they had to pay an additional fee to go up. Liang Shuyu judged that the second floor should be used for flesh and blood transactions based on the excited and hurried expressions on those people when they went up, and the comfortable and relaxed expressions on their faces when they came down. One layer of scraping at the gate of the community, another layer of scraping when entering the supermarket. Why don't they trade directly outside? Wei Youqi whispered in Liang Shuyu's ear. What you can think of, others must have thought of it a long time ago. It's just that it was not successfully implemented. Wei Youqi understood. In the supermarket, the best business is the one selling fuel, hot water, and fried snails. The 3 or 4 people selling hot water each carry a large kettle of hot water. A cup of hot water can be exchanged for a small piece of bread or something else. Basically, 1 cup can be sold every few minutes. Some people simply put instant noodles and other things in a bowl first, and after buying hot water from him, they cover the lunch box, touch the steaming Subway leather lunch box first, and then cover it with plastic bags layer by layer, as if they are afraid that the heat will dissipate. He kicked it into his arms, and left without stopping. He came in just to exchange a box of hot water. Maybe he exchanged it for his family, because he looked at the hot water with a green light, but he didn't want to drink it in advance. The business of the one selling fried snails was the worst among the few people, and only occasionally someone would come to him to buy a small bowl. But Liang Shu remembered that he had seen news about poisoning from eating snails. The big snails he bought were very common in coastal cities on rainy days. One was as big as a palm. The scientific name was African giant snail. It was wild, and had bacteria and parasites on it comparable to wild bats. There was a migrant worker who picked it up and took it home to eat, and eventually his brain was filled with parasites, and it was on the news. However, it seems that not everyone has seen this news. Maybe the plague is coming. Liang Shu subconsciously tightened his mask and must disinfect it. After returning home, he thought alertly. In addition to the big brother selling snails, there are also mushrooms and fungus sellers, which seem to be freshly picked from the park. Perhaps because they are worried about poisoning, fewer people buy them. The one who sells fuel has the best business. He has a small gas bottle that looks like the kind used in grilled fish restaurants or hot pot restaurants. He uses a thin tube to connect it to other people's lighters and canned fuels. The most common drugs held by those holding signs are cold medicine, antibiotics, stomach medicine, antidiarrheal medicine, edema medicine, etc. There is almost no demand window for trauma medicine. Liang Shu guessed that serious injuries should be directly killed, minor injuries can be solved with bandages, and minor injuries may be abandoned. There are also relatively good businesses for trading cigarettes and alcohol, but the transaction volume each time is relatively small, one or a few cigarettes, one bottle or a small, half bottle, and everyone trades items very quietly. Except for the necessary bargaining and asking prices, there is almost no communication. After observing the types of items traded here, Liang Shu then carefully observed everyone here. In fact, when Liang Shu and the other two came in, they had already been scanned by several groups of people. In particular, there were some stall owners sitting in the corner, with only some worthless gadgets on the cloth, and they did not look like businessmen. They looked around with their eyes, not letting go of every new face. It is still easy to distinguish between newcomers and old people. Liang Shu came in without shopping, hiding in the corner to observe first, a newcomer. After coming in, those who wandered around the stalls and asked in surprise were of course newcomers. The old people went straight to the point when they came in, exchanged what they wanted and left quickly. Only a few people would glance at the market to see if there were any new things. Liang Shu suspected that these non-stall setting elements were the bandits that Lu Xiaopeng reminded Liang Shu to beware of. These people usually only carry a small backpack, do not wear slippers, wear a hat on their heads, and never wear a raincoat. Everything is done for convenience. There must be several sharp knives on their waists, legs, or clothes. On the first floor of the small trading place, there are about 45 fixed people, and about 10 to 20 floating people. About half of the people go directly to the second floor, but the strange thing is that all the people who go up are men, and no women are seen. Could it be that there are only men doing sex transactions up there? Liang Shu and his friends sat in the supermarket for about 3 hours. After Lu Xiaopeng gave him a mechanical watch, he put it on and hid it in his sleeve. This mechanical watch not only has accurate time, but also has the date. It is Lu Xiaopeng's father's watch. Lu Xiaopeng said, "He has so many watches, I just took one at random, there are plenty at home." It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Liang Shu and the others didn't want to expose anything here, so they didn't eat a sip of water or dry food. Feeling that they had almost understood the situation of this market, and were a little hungry, Liang Shu took Wei Youqi and the other two back home. After leaving the country garden community smoothly, the three of them were vigilantly paying attention to the movements behind them. After making sure that no one was following them, Wei Youqi said with a little relaxation, "This market looks okay. Should we come here to trade something?" Yu Shifeng said, "Hot water is okay. It's a sure win, and the demand is still large." "Not appropriate." Liang Shu said thoughtfully, "Although the demand for hot water is large, it will expose the fact that we have fuel at home. Before we have a complete understanding of the situation over there, let's wait and see." "That makes sense. Anyway, we don't lack anything, we can just make steady progress." Wei Youqi nodded. But they still decided to come here when they were free. They were just observing today and didn't communicate with these people, but if they often go here in the future, they might be able to find out some useful information. It was almost 6 o'clock when the three of them arrived near lane 27. They were so hungry that they each ate a piece of bread. However, as soon as they entered lane 27, they saw Chinbaoi standing in the rain, without even an umbrella, facing the heavy rain. Chapter 95. Downstairs of the commercial rental house, the heavy rain poured down mercilessly on Chinbaoi's head, sticking her oily hair to her face as if it had been broken, but this sloppy appearance still could not hide her beautiful face. But now the tears on her face were rushing down like a waterfall. Even in the rain, it was clear to see. She was wearing thin clothes, her shoulders were shaking, and her eyes full of hatred were wide open, staring at a certain place on the building. In addition to hatred, there was pain, anger, and sadness in these eyes. Even if she didn't say a word from beginning to end, you could read all her helplessness, pain and screams from her unstoppable trembling. She stood downstairs of this building for a full hour, in the heavy rain, until people upstairs found her and began to call her through the window, but she seemed not to hear. Her body was shaking in the rain, but she didn't move. In fact, she thought that her mother's death would make her cry, scream, and roar in pain, but now she can't do anything except cry silently. But her damn mother has no right to make her cry. In Chinbaoi's memory, she is just a slut who can show off her beauty and flirt. All her tenderness and affection are just disguises. Once she faces Chinbaoi, it is endless blows, torture, and insults. Yes, she did raise Chinbaoi. But at home, the three words she said most were money-losing goods, and the most unpleasant word she cursed was cheap goods. Sluts, she is too good at pretending. She should have died long ago. Chinbaoi, how can you cry for such a woman you should applaud? She finally left your life. You can no longer endure her endless cold violence and torture. But she is her mother after all, her only blood relative in this world, the only person with blood ties. If there is a red string between family affection, cut off all the ropes between them. If that is possible, Chinbaoi will definitely kill her first. But she can't do it after all, because she is her biological mother. She gave birth to Chinbaoi and raised Chinbaoi. Although she also humiliated Chinbaoi and tortured Chinbaoi, there is no red string for blood affection. It can't be cut and sorted out. Even if you hate it in your heart, you still have uncontrollable sadness and pain. So Chinbaoi just stood there, standing downstairs of the rental house, looking at the man upstairs, who is her mother's husband. When will he stick his head out to take a look at her, and look at her damn dead mother? But for a long time, the man didn't stop playing mahjong in his hand to come out and take a look. Maybe he has died in there, who knows? Chinbaoi's feet were already cold, extremely cold, as if it was not raining but ice, freezing her whole body, without a trace of warmth. Chinbaoi began to pick up stones on the ground, and smash them against the upstairs windows. Throwing one stone after another, hitting or not hitting, she repeated the mechanical movements. Her right hand was obviously frozen and had no feeling, but she felt that the stone was warm, warmer than all the warmth she had ever touched in her life. Maybe she was going to die. It is said that only dead people will feel that cold stones are warm. Then die. She has lived enough anyway. Chinbaoi gave up on herself and thought angrily. She was really unwilling. She was unwilling. She didn't do anything wrong. Why did she meet such a family? God was really unfair. Especially at this moment, she suddenly remembered the Buddhist theory of cause and effect in 3 lives. What a bullshit that the suffering in this life is the sin of the previous life. Let them go to hell. The stone finally hit the anti-theft net accurately, waking up several men playing mahjong in the room. Who? They were startled at first, subconsciously thinking it was a bad guy. They vigilantly leaned to the window, and saw that it was a thin girl who was hitting the window with a stone. The girl was very pretty. The person leaning to the side had his eyes lit up, and he remembered that it was Lao Chen's daughter. Old Chun, is your daughter looking for you? Old Chun, who was wearing a brown and red greasy leather jacket, had a beard that looked like a rotten wire ball that had been used for several months hanging on his chin. Although there was no unknown object hanging on it, it was still sloppy enough. His eyes were cloudy and yellow, like a dying old man. And judging from his thick and straight eyebrows, if this man cleaned up a little, he might be a handsome uncle. Old Chen's eyes moved for a while, and his sight moved away from the mahjong table. His body moved away from the chair clumsily, and his bulging belly instantly popped out from under the mahjong table. This middle-aged man who was once praised as handsome, and handsome finally became this greasy and shabby appearance. He moved his heavy body to the window, and his cloudy eyes met the red eyes below. Chinbaoi stared at him like that, and he stared at this girl, who had no blood relationship with him without any expression and indifferently. It was raining so hard, and the weather was getting colder. You had to wear a thick sweater indoors to keep warm. The card player standing by said reluctantly, "She is your daughter after all. Old Chun, you are too." The despair of life gave people hope for family affection again. Most people who had ordinary family relationships were reborn in family affection. Therefore, they redistributed the status of family affection and attached more importance to their wives and children. Of course, the card player's mind was not just thinking about his yellow-faced wife and disobedient son at home. He was thinking about the fair and beautiful girl underneath, and the snow-white skin under the thin clothes that made people's whole body boil just by imagining it. To be honest, although he and Old Chin had been card players for many years, Old Chin had been playing mahjong at his house since the power outage. Although he just slept in the corner with a dirty quilt at night, he had endured it for a long time. A coward like Lao Chin, to put it bluntly, even dogs would spit at him if they walked on the street. He gambles, beats his wife, and broke his foot. If it weren't for the fact that he can pay money when he loses, no one would associate with him. Of course, there are also safety considerations for keeping Lao Chin after moving here. There are many people here, and one more person means more strength. Although Lao Chin is a coward, he is a good person. Judging from years of contact, there is no need to be wary of his bad intentions. However, the card friend was excited at this time and thought that after taking Lao Chin in for so many days, and occasionally providing him with a meal, he should charge some interest, right? Don't let the good girl get wet. If you have anything to say, call her up, and you can talk slowly. The card friend opened the door and walked downstairs, leaving the other two card friends standing up to watch the fun. Chapter 96. The card player went downstairs excitedly, his steps almost floating. When he got behind the door, he saw Chen Baoyi's face more closely. Her delicate young skin, youthful and slender figure, delicate and beautiful face. This is simply a gift from the creator. Why didn't I realize that Chen's daughter was so beautiful and cute before? Baoyi, don't stand outside now. If you have anything to say, go up and talk to your father. There is no overnight hatred between father and daughter. The card player waved at her kindly after saying this. However, Chen Baoyi ignored him, and her eyes were still staring at her, as if there was a ghost who wanted to take her life, and she would be eaten if she didn't stare. The card player called Chen Baoyi a few more times, but she didn't pay attention to him. The card player thought about it, and didn't want to go out and get his clothes wet, so he could only give up for the time being. Anyway, he has plenty of opportunities. Chen Baoyi won't run away. In this way, the poker friends went back upstairs to persuade Lao Chin and do ideological work on Lao Chin, asking him to go home to see his daughter. After all, that was a piece of flesh that fell from his body, right? For this reason, he also gave Lao Chin a bottle of Coke, which his son had been thinking about for many days, but had not given, and asked Lao Chin to take it back to Chen Baoyi to drink. Although Lao Chin could go out and get something to fill his own stomach from time to time, Coke was a rare thing after all. Lao Chin moved his beard, but still did not move. Take it. Why are you being polite to me? Go back and make peace with your daughter first. He stuffed the Coke into Lao Chin's arms. Liang Xiu and others came back at this time. Yu Shifeng had a life-saving experience with Chen Baoyi. After learning about Chen Baoyi's family situation, Yu Shifeng was full of love and pity for this girl. When he saw Chen Baoyi standing in the rain so desperately, he was shocked and walked forward quickly with a possibility in mind. He took out the spare umbrella from his backpack and closed it. Why are you standing here in the rain alone? What if you catch a cold? There is no place to buy cold medicine now. Don't you think about your own health? Liang Xiu and Wei Youqi hid under the eaves nearby, and did not go home first. The black umbrella just blocked Chen Baoyi's sight of looking up. She finally turned her dry and red eyes, and looked at Yu Shifeng. My mother, she is dead. Although Yu Shifeng had guessed it, he was still very shocked when he heard it from Chen Baoyi's clear and hoarse mouth. Just when he was trying to comfort Chen Baoyi, and thinking about how to relieve her depression, Chen Baoyi suddenly sneered and said, finally dead. You don't know how happy I am. What? Yu Shifeng didn't understand this sentence. At this time, Chen Baoyi's eyes turned, and she curled her pale pink lips, and showed a gorgeous smile. Uncle also feels sorry for me. What? Yu Shifeng didn't understand this sentence again. At this time, Chen Baoyi's snow-white arm suddenly rested on his chest. Her slender fingers, set against his black clothes, were like elves in the jungle. They moved on his chest skillfully and charmingly. As long as the price is satisfactory, it's not impossible. What? How could it be like this? Yu Shifeng jumped back in shock, and because of the big movement, he almost lost his balance. The umbrella was pulled back with his movement, exposing Chen Baoyu to the rain. Yu Shifeng subconsciously pushed the umbrella back again, and stood outside the umbrella with his hands raised. Yu Shifeng was so shocked that he forgot his words, and didn't know how to point out the mistakes, and the unruly part in her previous sentence. You are wrong. Finally finding the words, Yu Shifeng's expression became serious. No matter what difficulties you encounter, the last bottom line of human nature cannot be lost. This is the last line of defense for being a human being. If you lose this line, you will have to atone for it in this life. Do you understand? TSK. Chen Baoyu sneered disdainfully. Yu Shifeng, a stranger, also came to teach her a lesson. What is Yu Shifeng? Does he understand her experience? Her past? Her damn hypocritical mother? Or her cowardly and incompetent father? Don't advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Since he has never experienced the same pain as her, he is not qualified to talk to her about human nature and bottom line. Chen Baoyu's face was filled with irony and vicissitudes that did not match her age, like a woman who had experienced many hardships. Yu Shifeng could not understand Chen Baoyu's pain. He always believed that children of this age did not have a complete and sound outlook on life, so they always showed a rebellious attitude that the world and I were not compatible. However, as long as they had experienced it and looked back at it, it was nothing more than that. Such children need correct guidance. Yu Shifeng, calm down. Let's not debate these for now. It's windy and rainy outside. You can't keep getting wet like this. It's always your own body that will be damaged. Chen Baoyu raised her chin mockingly. If you don't give me money, don't say useless things next to me. Yu Shifeng thought that Chen Baoyu's temperament changed drastically because of her mother's death. He was racking his brains and searching for a good persuasion point when old Chen, wearing a brown leather jacket, came down from upstairs. His messy and dense stubble made him look like a wild man, but unfortunately, he was a wild man with poor body management. Yu Shifeng's face became tense and more serious. Chen Baoyu became like this because her old father had contributed a lot. It is difficult for a family to be happy, but it is very easy to be unhappy. All they need to do is to use the most sarcastic verbal violence and physical violence to hit them. As far as Yu Shifeng knows, old Chen often abuses Chen Baoyu. Old Chen Yu Shifeng was about to speak to old Chen, but old Chen came over and grabbed Chen Baoyu's arm and dragged him towards home without saying a word. Chen Baoyu resisted, making sharp screams and kicking old Chen's calves. Old Chen seemed to be unaware and dragged Chen Baoyu rudely. Half of Chen Baoyu's body was dragged to the ground by him. Her thin clothes and pants were immediately covered with mud and looked miserable. What are you doing? Stop it. Let's talk it over. Yu Shifeng, a warm-hearted good man, couldn't stand such things. Liang Shuyu didn't let him do anything for justice outside. After all, it would endanger his own life. But he had to take care of this family dispute when he encountered it. Yu Shifeng went to stop old Chen's action and pulled Chen Baoyu up from the ground. A trace of impatience flashed in old Chen's turbid eyes. Don't meddle in other people's business, he said with disgust. I will really take care of this matter today. When the honest man Yu Shifeng gets stubborn, even 10 cows can't stop him, let alone old Chen, a greasy middle-aged man who can't resist with his hands or shoulders. Yu Shifeng wanted to say that even if she was not Lao Chen's biological daughter, he couldn't treat her violently like this. But then he thought that this would make Lao Chen lose face, so he said, she is a girl after all. Even if you want to discipline her, you can't do it in this way. Chapter 97. Oh, you are really nosy. This sentence was not said by Lao Chen, but by Chen Baoyu. Yu Shifeng looked at her in shock. Lao Chen sneered at this moment. This is a family matter. After saying that, Lao Chen dragged Chen Baoyu away again roughly. Chen Baoyu still made a sharp cry and resisted Lao Chen, but Yu Shifeng had no reason to take Chen Baoyu away again this time. After all, even Chen Baoyu herself disliked him for meddling in other people's business. Cough. Liang Shuyu pretended to cough and walked forward. Uncle, let's go home? Yu Shifeng, who was disliked by others, did not feel disliked. He sighed uncomfortably. This child must have suffered a lot from his parents. His temperament was almost the same as Yu Min when he was 12 or 13 years old, like a hedgehog. Wei Youqi shook his head speechlessly. Uncle Yu, why do you care about her? There must be something hateful about pitiful people. If you really have nowhere to vent, come and pity me. Okay, today's basic training will be doubled. Wei Youqi, I'm just talking nonsense. You can't take this seriously. Liang Shuyu was amused when he heard it, and Wei Youqi was speechless. He was just talking nonsense, so why take it seriously? Why is it that every time Liang Shuyu comforts others and changes the topic, it goes so smoothly, but it's bad luck for him. The three of them returned to the stone dam, washed their raincoats outside, and simply disinfected their shoes and clothes before returning to the house. Although the door of the stone dam was not open when the three of them came back. However, Yumin, Liang Wenjing and others had already seen what happened thoroughly on the balcony on the second floor. At the dinner table, Yumin's face was not very good. What she hated most was Yu Shifeng's damn nosy nature. Liang Xiyu at the table told everyone what they had gained today, including their walkie-talkies, hand-crank generators, mechanical watches, portable water purifiers, etc. Everyone at the table was excited. Damn! Did you get a big gift bag back? How come your classmates are so foresight that they even stockpiled these things? Liang Wenjing's swear words burst out. Even Yumin's face changed, and her beautiful face was full of lightness, and her tone was cheerful and happy. With these things, our survival is completely guaranteed. The walkie-talkies they got can not only connect to Lu Xiaopeng, but also to other people's channels. Although Liang Xiyu said that Lu Xiaopeng had tried it, and had not found other channels yet, what if there were any? There is also a portable water purifier, which is really practical. And Xiaopeng was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth, and her eyes were wet with excitement. That's great, she said. Compared to the excitement of others, Liang Ying was relatively calm. Why did your classmate give you so many things? These things are too precious now. Didn't he ask for anything? Wei Youqi said, don't worry, Auntie, Lu Xiaopeng is trustworthy. His family is very rich, and he is a survivalist. These things are one of the important equipment that a survivalist should hoard first. Lu Xiaopeng just gave us some of the extra equipment he hoarded, and he didn't have any other thoughts. Liang Ying nodded. How do you plan to repay such a great favor? Liang Xiyu said, if you have to talk about repayment, I really have nothing to repay him in the short term. Lu Xiaopeng had no shortage of supplies and equipment. Even the house where Lu Xiaopeng lived had a very high safety factor. There were only 2 families on one floor of their building, and the possibility of a house like that, which was on the 17th floor, being robbed was very low. Unless one day, they could no longer stay in this city, and were forced to move to other cities, Liang Xiyu would have a chance to repay him. After hearing what Liang Xiyu said, Liang Ying hummed, you should take care of the friendship between your classmates. If there is a need for several families to work together, you should tell them directly. Lu Xiaopeng helped Liang Xiyu, but indirectly helped 3 families, not only with these equipment, but also with his generous attitude. Yeah. Liang Xiyu nodded. The others also agreed with Liang Ying's words. The more extraordinary the times, the more they should not ignore the help of others. Then, Liang Xiyu told everyone the analysis he got from Lu Xiaopeng. This time, it may not be as simple as a power outage in a few cities, it may be a global power outage. The faces of the people who had just looked happy and cheerful suddenly turned pale. The global power outage at the same time. What does this mean? Liang Xiyu also said that although the global power outage sounds scary, it can still be overcome by gathering the cutting-edge forces of various countries. It shouldn't be like now, with no news from the outside world, and even the public security department has stopped operating. And it is impossible for each country to ignore its own citizens and sleep at home, right? Even if the top leaders want to, the practical people below will not allow it. So, there must be another more terrible disaster brewing, and it may be very urgent, causing countries around the world to be unable to spare their hands to save their citizens in the power outage. Or, maybe not all citizens were abandoned, only some were abandoned. So how was this part divided? Maybe it was divided by region. This information was the conclusion Liang Xiyu came to after analysis. You don't mean to say that coastal cities were abandoned? Liang Wenjing asked carefully in disbelief. I'm not sure. Without solid evidence, I can't be sure of anything. But one thing is certain, the disaster of this power outage is not as simple as a solar storm. Perhaps, we need a further plan. Liang Xiyu told everyone his idea, hoping that the whole family would discuss it together, and come to a conclusion that is more conducive to survival. One person's idea may have omissions, but the ideas of several people can avoid omissions to a greater extent. Or, we leave the coastal cities and go inland? And Xiaoping said. Well, we can do this as a backup. Liang Xiyu nodded. The atmosphere on the table suddenly became solemn, and even the fragrant rice became tasteless. When do we leave? Yumin said. To be honest, Liang Xiyu was also unsure. He was still a student after all. Although everyone liked to ask him about major decisions after the power outage, he did not dare to make a rash conclusion about such a major decision as leaving Shanlan City without a complete plan and accurate facts. Leaving this city means that they have to abandon their safe residence here and wander around for a long time. After arriving in Sichuan and Shu, they have to find another safe residence. The difficulties and obstacles on the road and the lack of a fixed place to live after arriving are all huge tests. I have a house in Tongzhou. Yu Shifeng suddenly spoke, so that everyone looked at him. Yu Shifeng is not from Sichuan and Shu. My ex-wife left it to Minmin. He said, although the area is not large, it is enough to accommodate people like us. Chapter 98. Great, the housing problem has been solved. If they must leave the coastal cities, Sichuan must be the safest rear area, so this area is the first city to be considered. During the war, foreigners broke through the Jiuzhou Tongtu, but they could not break through the big place of Sichuan. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, with rich resources, and is an excellent city for refuge. Among the three families on the table, Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi's families are rooted in Shenlan City. Although they are not locals in Shenlan, they have no roots in other places. However, Yu Shifeng is from Xiguang province next to Shenlan City. Liang Shuyu didn't expect that he actually had a house in Sichuan. In this way, one problem was solved first. We still need transportation. If they don't have transportation, they can't transport so many supplies on the road. Even if they travel light, do they have to collect supplies again after arriving in Chuandi? That's probably too difficult. If Chuandi and Shenlan City lose power at the same time, when Liang Shuyu and other latecomers arrive there, the city will have been hollowed out. Maybe even a big force has been formed. So even if they want to leave Shenlan City, they must take all their supplies with them. Transportation becomes the top priority, and it is also the only barrier that can guarantee their safety and a base for rest on the road. Is a diesel car okay? Fatty Wei, who has been silent, said. Yes. The electromagnetic explosion caused by the solar storm will only destroy the power equipment, and the ignition of ordinary gasoline cars needs electricity, which is why many cars on the road can't ignite. But diesel cars are not included. There is another problem. There are many cars on the road that cannot be operated. Our cars may not be able to go on the road smoothly. Even on the highway, there is no guarantee that there will be no cars in the emergency lane. If a certain section of the road is directly blocked, they will definitely not be able to drive. Fatty Wei smiled. That's no problem. We will get a jack and directly flip it over when we encounter a car. One can flip one, and two can flip a pair. After all, Liang Shuyu can't drive. He was worried that road traffic was a big problem before. After being told by Fatty Wei, he realized that this was not a big problem. Sure enough, brainstorming, and having one more head can broaden your thinking. Liang Shuyu smiled. Okay, then let's make some preparations first. Do you have any ideas? Everyone pondered for a while, and expressed their ideas one after another. Some of them were brainstorming, and had a flash of inspiration, but some hit the bullseye and said the point. Ahem. Liang coughed. Let's eat first, and then we can talk slowly after dinner. It's best to write down all the ideas with pen and paper, and list the things that should be paid attention to and prepared one by one. We have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. Okay. Everyone responded and ate happily. Leaving the city may not be a good choice. But after staying in the house for more than a month, everyone is very tired. Finally, they said they were going to a new place. Although they knew that the road ahead was full of difficulties, everyone was excited, as if they had a sense of pleasure of seeing the moon after the clouds had cleared. After finishing the meal quickly, Liang Wenjing and others had a lot of ideas in their heads, and they were just about to show their skills. At this time, Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying took away the dishes. Yu Shifeng suddenly lowered his voice, and said to Yu Min in a flattering way, Daughter. Stop. Yu Min suddenly interrupted him mercilessly. Whenever the word daughter came out of Yu Shifeng's mouth, it must be something bad. Yu Min didn't even need to listen, it must be related to Chen Baoyi. She was not interested in listening because she was not an honest person. Minmin, I just want to ask you something. Yu Shifeng was very embarrassed. Yu Min didn't give him any face in front of so many people, which made him, an old father, very embarrassed. Yu Min raised his eyebrows. If it's about Chen Baoyi, forget it. Yu Shifeng frowned and begged. Not entirely, I just want to ask what your mentality was when you were 12 or 13 years old, and why you rebelled. Yu Shifeng's words were like a big melon, instantly exploding all the interests of the rest of the people at the table. Yu Min was rebellious? I didn't realize it. Wei Youqi's eyes were shining. How did you rebel? Tell me about it. Yu Shifeng was thinking. Yu Min gave him a cold look. Yu Shifeng immediately shut up. Go kid, don't ask around. Yu Shifeng quickly brushed Wei Youqi's face away. Tell me about it. I want to hear it too. Liang Wenjing acted like a spoiled child. Wow, she thought Minmin was always such a cold and dead person. But it turns out she can be rebellious? Big news. Yumin glanced at Liang Wenjing unkindly, and that expression seemed to say, "What kind of fake bestie are you?" Liang Wenjing stuck out her tongue. "Minmin, don't be shy. Everyone has a dark history. It's inevitable." Yu Shifeng didn't dare to say it. If he angered Yumin, he wouldn't be able to talk to Yumin for the next month. This girl holds a grudge very well. Liang Shuyu saw Yu Shifeng's concerns and said, "At least 3 of the 4 children present have been rebellious. Uncle Yu, don't worry. I asked Liang Wenjing to tell you about her rebellious history when she was a child. Maybe she can help you." Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed when she heard it. "Yes, we all have a rebellious history and can help you. Don't worry about Minmin's eyes. Just tell me quickly." But after saying it, Liang Wenjing suddenly felt something was wrong. "No, we all rebelled. Why am I talking about the dark history? Why don't you talk about your own?" Liang Shuyu laughed. "Have I ever been rebellious?" "You haven't?" Liang Wenjing raised her voice. Liang Shuyu turned sideways and asked Liang Ying in the kitchen, "Mom, have I ever been rebellious?" Liang Ying in the kitchen had already heard their conversation and smiled and replied, "You have been very sensible since you were a child, and it seems that you have never been rebellious." "Wow." Liang Wenjing shouted angrily, "Mom, don't be so partial to him. He fought with me every day when he was a child. Isn't that rebellious? It was obviously you who hit him first and snatched his toys." Liang Wenjing, Looking at what you said, are you sure it's your biological child?" Wei Youqi laughed so hard that he fell backwards after hearing this, and Fatty Wei was also laughing happily on the side, with a big white face that looked festive. Liang Wenjing, Resentment. Yumin suddenly heard that Liang Shuyu actually took the initiative to intervene in her affairs, and looked at Liang Shuyu in surprise, and then glared at him. Although Liang Shuyu has been hanging out at Yu Shifeng's house for a long time, Yumin usually only interacts with Liang Wenjing. The relationship between him and Liang Shuyu is just acquaintance, not friends, let alone joking. Could it be that these people today are crazy to hear about her childhood black history? At this time, Yu Shifeng received great help from Liang Shuyu and others, and saw Yumin speechless and a little angry expression, which was really cute, reminding him of the funny things about little Yumin. Okay, then I tell you about Yumin's childhood today. Chapter 99. Yumin's mother left when she was 11 years old, when Yu Shifeng was still running a boxing gym. The gym was very quiet from Monday to Friday, and little Yumin would train and practice routines very consciously every time, without Yu Shifeng's supervision. She was very well behaved since she was a child, with an oval face, thin eyebrows, and 2 very cute dimples at the corners of her mouth when she smiled. Every summer vacation, she and her mother would go to the central square to distribute flyers. She wore a handsome white boxing uniform, and many parents were attracted by her young but neat performance and rushed to sign up to learn boxing. At that time, she would clasp her fists and say in a serious manner, "Thank you for your appreciation, let's compete at the Hero Conference next year." Everyone was amused by her. But these memories are limited to before she was 11 years old. After her mother left, this girl gradually stopped laughing and became taciturn. However, Yu Shifeng was a bad parent, who was happy to implement militarized management. His character was even more rigid in the past. Under such circumstances, he had a big conflict with Yumin, and the relationship between the 2 father and daughter quickly became intense. On the one hand, Yu Shifeng thought that Yumin had suddenly become rebellious, and on the other hand, Yumin disliked Yu Shifeng for not being as gentle and considerate as her mother, and wanted her mother instead of her father. One day, Yumin couldn't stand Yu Shifeng's rigidity, and finally decided to run away from home. She carried a school bag, a set of clothes, and 200 yuan of pocket money. At this point, Yu Shifeng laughed. An Xiaoping, Liang Ying, Wei Youqi, Wei Pengzi, Liang Shuyu, Liang Wenjing sat in a row on the mahogany sofa, propping up their chins in unison, and listened very seriously. Yumin sat in the corner expressionlessly, with murderous fire flashing in the depths of her eyes. Just when everyone wondered why Yu Shifeng was laughing so happily, he said, "I didn't find out until she ran away from home for more than 4 hours. Just when I was about to go find her, she came back by herself. Do you know why?" "Why?" 6 heads asked in unison. I remember that scene very clearly. Yu Shifeng fell into memories, and Yumin finally couldn't help it and cursed in her heart. It is said that Yu Shifeng found little Yumin 4 hours after she ran away from home. He immediately sweated profusely, rushed to the school to find her like crazy, and called the police. However, the police asked him to go home first to check, and when he arrived downstairs at home, He saw little Yumin with tears on her face. Yu Shifeng thought she was bullied, and asked her hurriedly, "What's wrong? Are you scared? Or did someone bully you?" Little Yumin snorted and turned her head away, still angry, ignoring him. Soon the police came and questioned Xiao Yumin alone. Yumin cried even harder, and couldn't say a word. For a moment, they thought she was really frightened and asked the female police officer to check Xiao Yumin's body. When they found nothing unusual, Xiao Yumin pursed her lips and thought for a long time before shouting angrily, "Don't check me, I don't have time." "Why don't you have time? Is she threatened by someone?" The female police officer thought nervously. Xiao Yumin showed a shameful and angry expression. Under the gaze of the two police officers, she finally broke down and cried, "I can't do a question." Police officer, So this girl had been doing homework in a cafe during her runaway. Because she found that she couldn't do a question and was worried that she couldn't hand in her homework tomorrow, she had to end this runaway early. Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed without any image. Great, this state can be regarded as a model for our generation. So, do you have to do homework after running away from home? Show off. Liang Shuyu laughed. Some people should not laugh. It seems that everyone has run away from home? Burp. Liang Wenjing was like a silly goose with a burp. Hey, who wet the bed in the middle of the night and deliberately poured water into my quilt? Throwing black history? Let's see who has more. Puff. Wei Yochi spurted out a mouthful of Ganoderma lucidum water. Why didn't I think of it? So you wet the bed too? Bad at Liang got the point. Ha ha ha. Another burst of laughter. Wei Yochi and Liang Shuyu both covered their faces in embarrassment. Young and frivolous, young and frivolous. The two explained shamelessly. The interface of my computer is also a bit strange, Liang Wenjing said, especially that folder. The older one didn't quite understand, and Liang Shuyu's hand instantly grabbed Liang Wenjing's neck, choking her other words into her throat. Everyone, let's continue talking about the preparations for moving. This topic can't be discussed anymore. Wei Yochi wouldn't agree. Is this what he wants? He wants Liang Shuyu's dark history and braids. Old Liang, this is your fault. Let him finish his words. Liang Wenjing protested. Liang Shuyu raised his eyebrows. Oh? Maybe we can talk about a certain magazine first. Or its alias is. Wei Yochi hurriedly covered Liang Shuyu. Well, what? Let's talk about moving. Fatty Wei is a seasoned man. How could he let them off so easily? There's no rush for moving. Take your time. I'm interested in some of your folders and magazines. Who can tell me about it? Uh-huh. Liang Wenjing protested extremely. Then, Wei Yochi's photo was confiscated. Wei Yochi, ? It was a new day again. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Liang Shuyu and others happily washed their faces with hot water. The mechanical watch was hung outside the kitchen, only worn when going out, and hung here at other times. It is worth mentioning that the time Liang Ying judged by himself was almost the same as the time on the watch. It can be called a walking human-shaped dial. A new day, a new task. Through their 4 or 5 hours of discussion last night, everyone finally listed a series of materials that might be needed for moving. In fact, it was not too much, mainly at least 2 diesel trucks, 2 jacks, a large amount of diesel, weapons, tools that might be used on the road, independent gas stoves, etc. The car can be found directly on the road. Yu Shifeng said he could try the driving skills in the movie. Anyway, whichever one can be ignited is the right one. You can go to the hardware store or car repair shop to look for the jack. This thing is not too difficult to find. Go to the nearby store to look for an independent gas stove. If it doesn't work, you can grab a table used in a grilled fish restaurant. There should be a gas stove embedded on it. We will go to the trade market in the morning, eat outside at noon, and look for a car in the afternoon. Liang Shu recounted today's arrangements. After last night's discussion, they have the most inventory of potato chips. This is because the potato chips in the underwater market were floating on the surface, and they touched the most. Potato chips can only be eaten for fun, not for fullness, but it is full of feelings and can be considered a scarce commodity. Chapter 100. Around 9:20 in the morning, Liang Shuyu and the other two dressed neatly and went out again. When they left, Yu Shifeng glanced at Chen Baoyi's house on the second floor opposite. He always heard her screams in the middle of the night yesterday. Although he knew that it was just Chen Baoyi's screams to vent her emotions, Yu Shifeng was still worried. Maybe Chen Baoyi looked like Yumin when she was a child for a moment, so Yu Shifeng always had a sense of pity and wanted to help her through the difficulties. With a sigh, Yu Shifeng merged into the rain. He had to find a suitable opportunity to guide her, and he couldn't act recklessly. The three of them had just taken a few steps when the big iron door on the first floor opposite opened with a snap. Yu Shifeng looked back and saw that it was Qin Baoyi who came out of the door alone, dragging her mother's body. The body was wrapped in a thick, wet gray quilt and tied up with a strip of cloth like a big dumpling, with only a pair of feet exposed. However, the feet were so swollen that nothing could be worn, and they were barely wrapped with cloth that seemed to have been torn from some clothes. Qin Baoyi dragged her mother with difficulty. Slowed down. Yu Shifeng hurried over to help. Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi saw that they would not be able to leave on time, so they had to go back to the stone dam to watch the two of them. Wei Youqi said, "Should we go to help?" To be honest, I talked to Yu Shifeng last night and learned about Qin Baoyi's life experience. I felt that Qin Baoyi was also helpless. In Wei Youqi's impression, Qin Baoyi's father was a scumbag who gambled and abused his family. Although her mother looked okay, she rarely interacted with the neighbors, and was not very familiar with them. But to be honest, he had seen Qin Baoyi's mother and Lao Chen's poker friends walk very close. Wei Youqi had not inquired about the details. In addition, Qin Baoyi had a bad personality and sometimes spoke harshly, so he had a bad impression of Qin Baoyi. Then Qin Baoyi was not his biological daughter? And maybe Chen's current personality formation was related to this. After learning about this, Wei Youqi felt that Qin Baoyi was also pitiful. After all, who gave birth to her had nothing to do with her, and she had to pay the price for such a thing. Liang Shuyu said, "Put on a mask." Okay. Wei Youqi took out 3 masks from his waist bag. Each of them carried 3 masks. Masks were very precious. He felt sorry for one less mask after using one. But after all, it was a corpse, so he had to be careful. "Uncle, put on a mask." After putting it on himself, he helped Yu Shifeng put it on, and then wanted to give Qin Baoyi one, but was rejected by her cold eyes. Wei Youqi was immediately furious. "I gave you a mask, and you still look at me like that. Forget it, it's not about the matter, he's not doing this to help Qin Baoyi. He's doing this because of this matter. It doesn't matter if you don't have a mask, save one." Wei Youqi hummed, wrapped the mask in plastic wrap, and stuffed it back into his waist bag, then put on 2 layers of disposable gloves, found a shovel, dug a hole, and buried the body. Wei Youqi already has experience in burying bodies. 1036. During this period, Lao Lu also came and said that they had thought about the last matter, and could not accept the conditions offered by Liang Shuyu. But Liang Shuyu did not back down. Lao Lu almost got angry and said something cruel, but Liang Shuyu remained calm and pointed at Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi, who were burying the body over there, and said to Lao Lu, "Look at their movements and see if they are skilled or not." Old Lu's face turned pale. He left in disgrace. Before he decided to leave here, Liang Shuyu was not prepared to cooperate with someone like Old Lu. Now that he has decided to leave the city, how could he cooperate with Old Lu? Liang Wenjing and others will work overtime at home in the next few days to reorganize and pack supplies. They will take away everything they can take away. However, there is no need to rush this matter. Although the plan has been scheduled, the specific details still need to be carefully considered. Leaving this city, leaving this house that can protect their safety, they will be like an Earth without an atmosphere, being directly hit by various deadly rays and harmful substances in the universe. Therefore, without complete preparation, they must not act rashly. Done. Wei Youqi took off his disposable gloves and put them in the special trash can at the door, and washed his body with rain. "Let's go," Liang Shuyu said. On the other side, Qin Baoyi buried her mother, and went straight back to her home without saying a word or even exchanging glances. As a result, Yu Shifeng didn't even have the chance to say a few words to comfort her. Wei Youqi was prepared for the possibility of receiving no thanks, so he had no burden. Yu Shifeng did not do this to receive any thanks, but seeing Qin Baoyi's aloof look, he was more worried. Worried, Yu Shifeng and Liang Shuyu set out together, and headed for the North Station Country Garden Sea District. This was their second time taking this route, and there were fewer pedestrians on the road compared to the previous 2 days. But on the road, almost all the shops with doorways had been smashed open. Those that were not smashed open must have been occupied. Under the current circumstances, it is difficult to obtain supplies from stores outside. You can only pick up leaks at best. A large number of resources are controlled by a few people, especially those who act in groups, such as the industrial park that Liang Shuyu had followed before. After a few days, when the city is more stable, Liang Shuyu also plans to go to the industrial park over there to explore. Maybe there is also a trade market similar to Country Garden over there? Country Garden Sea District. They successfully sped 6 small snacks and arrived at the supermarket. The corner where Liang Shuyu stayed last time was occupied today, and they only found a small position in the middle today. After settling down, Wei Youqi spread a piece of cloth on the ground like others, and then took out 4 bags of potato chips, 2 lighters, 2 packs of coffee, 3 small bags of tea, 5 betel nuts, etc. from his backpack and placed them on the stall. When he took out the things, almost half of the eyes of the trade field were gathered here. When Wei Youqi was taking things, Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng were responsible for checking everyone's reactions. Liang Shuyu was responsible for the left side, and Yu Shifeng was responsible for the right side. Liang Shuyu observed that when he took out potato chips, these people had no special reactions, and even coffee, tea, and lighters had no special reactions. Only one man was interested in betel nut, but he looked away after a while. Lu Xiaopeng told him in the precautions he listed for him. In the early days of resource scarcity, people lacked staple food, rice, flour, water, and other hard needs. People were dominated by hunger and fear at this time, which belonged to the bottom demand. However, as the time of resource scarcity became longer and longer, people's needs became deeper and higher, and closer to spiritual needs. In other words, the longer the power outage, the more people need snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, coffee, tea, betel nut, and other items. These items will rise with time, and even become extremely expensive. Liang Shuyu is a test today to test whether Lu Xiaopeng's words are correct. Now it seems that Lu Xiaopeng is right.